It was confirmed that Jiang Yishuang was the system's main character and also the master behind the Xuanji sect. Additionally, her system could monitor the surrounding situation. The surveillance by Wu Ming had been detected by the system from the start, and Jiang Yishuang was always aware. As for the luck value mentioned by the system, it was unclear where it came from. Could it be from Yin Yanting? That didn't seem likely. Xiao Qi did not rush to deal with Jiang Yishuang. She suspected that the reason Jiang Yishuang could control the Xuanji sect was entirely due to her master. From their conversation, it seemed her master was aware of her possessing a system. Could it be that her master was interested in her system and wanted to take it for himself, which is why he supported her from behind? None of this was clear yet, but it didn't matter. Once her master arrived, everything would be clear. The system said he would arrive in less than an hour, just in time to handle everything. Darn it, you took back my acting skill. What am I supposed to do next? Jiang Yishuang cursed in frustration. Xiao Qi couldn't help but listen closely. Indeed, the Xuanji sect's influence spread across many countries. How could its leader be stuck in the prime minister's residence as a vulnerable, illegitimate daughter? This system has already informed you in advance, yet the host insists on going their own way, which is unrelated to the system. Please gather your luck points quickly. If your persona collapses in front of outsiders, the host will be erased. Xiao Qi. She wondered why Jiang Yishuang, the capable leader of the Xuanji sect, was hiding in the backyard. It turns out there were system restrictions. Jiang Yishuang was so angry that she trembled, smashing the porcelain in the room like a madwoman. Warning! The host is violating their original persona. Warning! Please correct your persona quickly. Warning! Erasure countdown 3. Just as the system reached 3, Jiang Yishuang stopped, sitting at the table, her trembling lips managing to form a practiced and strange smile of feigned meekness. This scene was clearly something she had gone through countless times. At that moment, a maid knocked on the door. "Second miss, I heard some noise in your room. Is something wrong? Should I come in?" Jiang Yishuang took a deep breath, trying to lower her voice to sound gentler. "No need to come in. I accidentally tripped and broke a couple of porcelain pieces. I'll handle it myself, you can go." Though the maid was puzzled, she obediently left. Once the maid was completely gone, Jiang Yishuang sighed in relief, her eyes filled with resentment. "System, do I have to keep going like this? If this continues, I will go crazy." If it weren't for maintaining her persona, she would have been with Lord Su long ago, and Jiang Yun, that insufferable person, wouldn't have been in her way. Clearly, she was the true heroine of this world. What was Jiang Yun even worth to be compared to her? It was ridiculous that a modern person like her was bullied by these ignorant ancient people. It was truly frustrating. "Host, there is a way." The system, which had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Jiang Yishuang's eyes lit up, and she stood up eagerly. "Tell me, do you remember the girl who punished your legitimate sister by making her kneel?" "Her?" Jiang Yun frowned immediately, filled with disgust. If it weren't for her acting skills that day, she might have been exposed. Just an useless ancient person. How dare she scrutinize her? If it weren't for the need to keep her identity hidden, she would never have knelt before her. That girl was the one who captured the carrier pigeon. The system revealed a piece of information. The faint aura it sensed when the pigeon was caught was almost identical to that of the girl. "Are you serious?" Jiang Yishuang became excited again. Her master had analyzed that the person who captured the carrier pigeons destroyed the Mingzhou City's Xuanji Gate branch and was involved in the Mohe City mine incident was the same individual. So, that person had come right under her nose? "Since you're here, you won't be able to leave. My master will arrive soon, and with the system's help, I'm confident I can defeat her." "Host, you cannot kill her directly," the system suddenly interjected. Jiang Yishuang's face twisted in frustration as she glared into the void. "Why not? Her luck is beyond even my understanding. She must be a person of great fortune, suitable for a gradual approach. Otherwise, you will face backlash. Additionally, I have detected some spatial fluctuations when she takes items, but I cannot determine the specifics." The system's ability to investigate was limited. If it weren't for sensing similar energies during their two encounters, it wouldn't have known that this person was the same one from Mingzhou City. Hearing this, Jiang Yishuang felt not disappointment, but excitement. Spatial fluctuations. That must mean she is a time traveler with space abilities. In her past life, she had read many novels and understood the concept of space. By the way, my master also mentioned that soap came from the Moon Kingdom and is related to Princess Shangyun, who is also in the Moon Kingdom. Perhaps she is the one who created the soap for Princess Shangyun to sell. It must be her. Jiang Yishuang suddenly felt incredibly clever, piecing everything together. I must obtain her space. It's definitely meant for me. She was the protagonist of a time travel story, equipped with a system, destined to be the chosen one in this world. That person named Qiao was clearly the wicked rival who kept ruining her plans. The space must be prepared for her. She just needed to overcome various obstacles to get it. Yet, a space that even the system couldn't access was now in the hands of a wicked rival. Jiang Yishuang's eyes turned red with jealousy. Host, if you can obtain her space, your fortune will surely increase. Both began to plot how to seize the space from Qiao Qi, as well as how to take her luck. Meanwhile, Qiao Qi, who had been observing from outside, was speechless. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long, as Jiang Yishuang's master arrived. At the same time, he brought along a man whose energy seemed weak. This man was none other than Ouyang Qiao, who had escaped from the Chaos City. Originally, Qiao Qi had intended to use him to uncover the person behind the Xuanji Gate. Unexpectedly, before he could be of any use, he was found. But isn't the leader of the Xuanji sect supposed to maintain a mysterious identity? No outsiders have ever seen her. Why did Jiang Yishuang's master bring him here? Not lingering on her doubts for long, Jiang Yishuang asked what she wanted to know. Master, why did you bring him here? As the leader of the Xuanji sect and a system owner, even though she had never met Ouyang Qiao, Jiang Yishuang immediately recognized his identity. I brought him here for an important reason. Subordinate pays respects to the sect leader. Ouyang Qiao knelt on one knee, but his shocked eyes could not hide his surprise. He never expected that the leader he had been loyal to was just a little girl, and one without any martial skills at that. How could he not be shocked? But regardless of whether the leader was a little girl, as long as she could bring him benefits, that was enough. He was seriously injured, and if the leader could grant him medicine, he might recover immediately. He was injured when he escaped from the Chaos City, and his wounds have not healed, which is why I brought him to see you. The old man spoke in a strange tone. Moreover, Qiao Qi was certain that Ouyang Qiao's injuries were not serious when he escaped, so it was impossible for them to not heal. I understand. Since he is one of my people, I will ensure you recover fully. Jiang Yishuang said coldly, pulling out a porcelain bottle from her sleeve. This is a unique healing medicine from the Xuanji sect. Taking it will not only heal your serious injuries, but also enhance your abilities. Thank you for the medicine, sect leader. Ouyang Qiao quickly expressed his gratitude and swallowed the pill in front of Jiang Yishuang. The pill melted in his mouth, but it did not heal his injuries as he had hoped. Instead, his already weak complexion visibly turned pale, like a dying person. His movements slowed down, and soon he could hardly lift his hands. Ouyang Qiao widened his eyes in terror, trying to scream, but no sound came out. He struggled to reach for Jiang Yishuang's clothing, but before he could get close, his hands fell weakly, and the light in his eyes gradually faded. Ouyang Qiao died, killed by Jiang Yishuang, or rather, by the system. The medicine Jiang Yishuang gave him was not a healing pill at all, but an ancient version of a confirmation button. As long as Ouyang Qiao willingly swallowed the pill, it meant he allowed the system to absorb his fortune. The value of luck is not just an abstract concept. It even includes life itself. Being alive is a form of luck. After Ouyang Qiao's death, the system and Jiang Yishuang's conversation echoed again. Ding, luck value plus 10. Would the host like to activate acting skills, masterful performance? If yes, 1 luck point will be deducted daily. Not for now. Rejecting the system, Jiang Yishuang then looked at the old man. Master, How did you know I urgently need luck points? I know your character too well. I'm afraid you already used your remaining luck points to exchange for an antidote. The old man replied gruffly. Jiang Yishuang then acted a bit spoiled with the old man. Fortunately, Ouyang Qiu is not very cunning and trusts me. The old man sighed. He had taken advantage of Ouyang Qiu's trust in him and the Xuanji sect, secretly injuring him and bringing him to Jiang Yishuang. He also warned Ouyang Qiu about some of Jiang Yishuang's taboos to gain his trust, leading him to take the medicine without hesitation. Little did they know, it was all part of the old man's scheme. By the way, why were you in such a hurry to find me? It's like this. Jiang Yishuang shared that someone had been watching her recently, along with her own suspicions. Although she had skilled protectors around her, in front of the person monitoring her, she felt like a helpless chick. If it weren't for the system's warning, her protectors wouldn't have even noticed she was being watched. What a useless bunch. Did the person watching you leave? The old man's expression changed slightly. After Jiang Yishuang nodded, he quickly fled the area without a second thought. Master? Jiang Yishuang was confused, but the next moment, her once proud and unbeatable master crashed down from the air, creating a large pit in the ground. Hearing the noise, a maid came out to check, but fainted for some unknown reason. Master. Jiang Yishuang rushed to the pit and saw her master spitting blood, with internal fragments coming out of his mouth. Quick, run. Use the system. The old man said no more and urged Jiang Yishuang to escape. In a moment of panic, Jiang Yishuang hesitated, and by the time she decided to run, Qiao Qi had already appeared behind her. Run? Where do you think you're going? Qiao Qi approached with a smile, and Jiang Yishuang stepped back until there was nowhere left to retreat. I. In an instant, Jiang Yishuang's eyes turned timid and innocent, resembling a lost and helpless little lamb. Why did you hurt my master? We didn't even know each other before this. Please let my master go. I am willing to pay any price, I beg you. Tears rolled down her cheeks, making her look even more fragile and helpless. Qiao Qi stopped and smiled slightly. Your acting is truly remarkable, just like real. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yishuang's eyes widened in shock. She never expected the other person to know about the skill of acting. Does that mean the other person also knows about her system? No. That can't be. She is the main character. How could her secret be easily discovered? With part of her secret exposed, Jiang Yishuang realized she could no longer continue pretending and decided to speak frankly. What do you want? Qiao Qi smiled slightly. I want your life. Her smile suddenly vanished as she grabbed Jiang Yishuang by the neck. But as soon as she made contact, she felt a change. The slender neck transformed into a hideous doll's neck. Calmly, she twisted the doll's neck and tossed it aside, then turned back to Jiang Yishuang. You must be heartbroken that a puppet bought on credit is ruined so easily. Qiao Qi continued her attack, but was unexpectedly interrupted by her master. She knocked the old man unconscious with a slap and resumed her pursuit of Jiang Yishuang. However, this time she exchanged for an item from the system and narrowly escaped once. After failing to kill her 3 times, Qiao Qi stopped the chase, trapped Jiang Yishuang, and turned to search the unconscious old man's mind. Jiang Yishuang was not important. She believed the person related to Wu Yin was likely this old man. After the search, the old man was foaming at the mouth, breathing shallowly, clearly beyond saving. Even if he were revived, he would be a fool. Whether he lived or died didn't matter to Qiao Qi. What excited her was that she found clues about Wu Yin in the old man's memories. The old man actually came from Wu Yin and had lived for 200 years. But he looked no older than 50. Years ago, the old man made a mistake and was exiled from Wu Yin, and his memories of it were erased. Unexpectedly, he used special means to retain some memories of Wu Yin. Initially, he only wanted to be cautious, but after leaving Wu Yin, he found himself starting to age. In Mist Hidden, once the tribe members reach adulthood, they stop aging, and some can live up to 800 years. However, he left Mist Hidden for less than 30 years and has already aged so much. Because of this, he is trying every possible way to return to Mist Hidden. The old man's name in Mist Hidden is Fei. 308, Fei. The combination of numbers and letters is strange, and he has no memory of why he has such an odd name. After being exiled, he searched and eventually found a clue, which began with Jiang Yishuang. Their first meeting was a coincidence. He noticed that before falling into the water, Jiang Yishuang was timid, but after, she seemed like a different person. After continuous testing and observation, he learned that Jiang Yishuang had something called a system. The items produced by the system were remarkably similar to some items found in Mist Hidden. For example, Jiang Yishuang once exchanged for a handgun from the system, which he remembered also existed in Mist Hidden. He wanted to control the system behind Jiang Yishuang, but could not find a way. In the end, he could only gain her trust, take her as a disciple, and find a way to gradually achieve his goals. During this time, he taught Jiang Yishuang to build her own power and slowly accumulate the luck points needed by the system. The Xuanji sect not only provided him with enough manpower, but also helped him gather clues about Mist Hidden. Additionally, he needed to collect enough items that had come from Mist Hidden, which might help him return there. To accomplish all this, he naturally needed a lot of money. He exploited the system behind Jiang Yishuang to amass wealth. In this era, some of the most profitable businesses are in mining. Many of the mines discovered by the Xuanji sect were provided by the system. As for Jiang Yishuang's true origins, he knew little and was not eager to learn more. In his eyes, Jiang Yishuang was too foolish. If not for the system, he wouldn't even pay her any attention, let alone take her as a disciple. This explains why, after all these years, despite having the system, Jiang Yishuang could only hide in the backyard as an ordinary person. Besides the system, her master simply did not want her to achieve anything. It was better for her to remain a naive girl, allowing him to continue using her. The old man had very few memories of Mist Hidden. He didn't even know where it was, or he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to find a way back. The only useful information is that the Fog Hidden clan has a long lifespan. Once they leave the area of Fog Hidden, their longevity ability disappears. This means that their long life does not come from themselves, but is likely caused by some kind of barrier. However, the spiritual energy in this world is quite thin, making it almost impossible to form such a barrier. Perhaps they used other methods. This information is not useless for Qiao Qi, as it at least gives her a direction for her search. Perhaps Fog Hidden is in a place that seems special to ordinary people. Additionally, the poison that the branch leader of the Xuanji sect was afflicted with was actually extracted from the body of the elder Fei. After being exiled by Fog Hidden, Fei was poisoned. He exhausted his energy to suppress the poison until he met Jiang Yishuang, who exchanged a universal antidote pill for him from the system. Before detoxifying, Fei extracted some of his poison, diluted it, and used it as a means for Jiang Yishuang to control her subordinates. The universal antidote pill from the system, after a series of dilutions, could be used as a regular antidote. Although they still could not find the location of Fog Hidden, Qiao Qi felt quite good. She found the original liquid of that poison on Fei. When she opened the porcelain bottle, in addition to the unpleasant smell, there was a special aura lingering inside. The intensity of this aura was comparable to the incense burner she obtained at Han's Han Temple. It was truly remarkable that a poison that had been inside a person's body for so long still had such an effect after being partially extracted. Besides the poison, Qiao Qi also found a token that could command the entire Xuanji sect. However, it would be better if the Xuanji sect did not exist at all. Wuming, at your service. Disband the Xuanji sect. All properties and wealth under my name must be moved to the capital and transferred to me. If any inhuman minds are discovered, report them to the authorities. Yes. Wuming quickly left with the token, and Jiang Yishuang was furious at the scene. Those were all her properties. That woman, Jiang Yiyun's mother, would never prepare a proper dowry for her. All those properties were her future dowry. She brought them into the Su Wangfu as her dowry. How dare this person take her things? You, how dare you steal my things? These are mine. Do you know who stands behind me? If he finds out how you treated me, he will never let you go." Jiang Yishuang screamed in a frenzy. Those were the properties she had accumulated over many years, and now they were all taken away by this person. She was filled with hatred. Seeing the unmistakable hatred in Jiang Yishuang's eyes, Qiao Qi was almost speechless. No wonder the old man always complained that Jiang Yishuang was foolish. It turned out to be true. Even now, she still couldn't see the situation clearly. With a smile, she stepped forward and took the recently exchanged universal antidote from Jiang Yishuang's arms. "Do you see this? This is what it means to snatch." She waved the antidote in front of Jiang Yishuang before confidently putting it into her own sleeve. This antidote had a unique aura, unlike the previous items like the gun, carrier pigeon, and letter, which did not have this quality. Could it be that only the antidote possessed it? Not wanting to dwell on it, she decided that since she couldn't kill Jiang Yishuang, she might as well take advantage of her. At that moment, Jiang Yishuang was so furious, she looked like she might explode with anger. Without saying a word, Qiao Qi took one of her delicate hands. "Such beautiful hands. I bet you take great care of them." With a slight smile and a snap, one of Jiang Yishuang's fingers was broken. Seeing her dangling finger, her pupils constricted, followed by a scream that echoed in the air. "Oh dear, why are your hands so fragile? I barely touched it," Qiao Qi said innocently, demonstrating again, breaking another finger. The screams continued for a while before gradually subsiding. She casually cleaned her ears, looking at Jiang Yishuang, whose face was covered in tears and snot, and was about to demonstrate once more. Jiang Yishuang dropped to her knees, trembling all over. "No, please let me go. I beg you, please,"
she cried.
"If you want me to let you go, that's possible. We can have a little chat, but you need to understand the consequences of lying in front of me," Qiao Qi replied, breaking another finger as if it were just a trivial object. After breaking 3 fingers, Jiang Yishuang nearly fainted from the pain. But when she saw Qiao Qi reaching for her 4th finger, she managed to hold on. Originally, Qiao Qi suspected that Jiang Yishuang had traveled through time, but it turned out she had crossed into a book. How confusing! Before she traveled into the book, she was a middle school student who loved reading various stories about time travel. She often imagined how she would act if she could enter those stories. Unexpectedly, she really did end up in a book, one she had read before. The book was titled The Spoiled Princess, the war god prince's favorite. In the story that Jiang Yishuang read, Prince Yin Yanting was the male lead, and the female lead was Princess Yang Qianqian. However, after traveling into the story, she felt that the spoiled and arrogant Yang Qianqian was not worthy of Yin Yanting, so she took away Yang Qianqian's opportunities. Originally, Yang Qianqian was supposed to accidentally encounter the injured Yin Yanting, but knowing the plot, Jiang Yishuang sent Yang Qianqian away and saved Yin Yanting herself. Afterward, she developed a relationship with Yin Yanting, successfully making him fall in love with her. Of course, Yang Qianqian was unaware of this. Under the guidance of her master and the system's threats, Jiang Yishuang dared not reveal her true identity and had to stay in the shadows. By building a good relationship with Jiang Yiyun, she shifted all the blame onto her. Coincidentally, Yin Yanting was also worried that his enemies would discover that Jiang Yishuang was his weakness, so he plotted to protect her. The two of them decided to push Jiang Yiyun forward. Yin Yanting acted in ways that would mislead Jiang Yiyun. Jiang Yiyun already admired him, and under his misleading actions, she couldn't help but feel attracted to him. Even when she later realized he didn't love her, she still couldn't control her feelings and convinced herself that he loved her. It seemed that in her past life, Yang Qianqian believed that only Jiang Yiyun was scheming against her. In this life, she still thought the same, unaware that Jiang Yishuang was behind it all. According to Jiang Yishuang, she had secretly built a relationship with Yang Qianqian by playing the victim to Jiang Yiyun, absorbing a lot of luck from her. Besides taking luck through pills like she did with Ouying Qiu, she could also absorb luck by building trust and relationships with others. However, the pill method was one-time use, and much of the luck obtained was wasted, leaving her with little. The trust method allowed her to slowly absorb luck, sometimes gaining 1 or 2 points a day. In this life, Yang Qianqian's luck had already been significantly drained. It seemed she had died from a lack of luck in her past life. Xiao Qi pinched Jiang Yishuang's chin and examined her. She was young but had a ruthless heart. For her own benefit, what did it matter if she harmed countless others? I want a universal detox pill and 3 more, please. A universal antidote costs 100 luck points, and the one I exchanged before has exhausted all my luck points.
What?
Didn't you take one from me? Jiang Yishuang shouted, but seeing Xiao Qi's creepy smile, she quickly lowered her voice, appearing pitiful. I have no luck points left. Unless you get me some, I can't help you exchange for anything in the system. Previously, to survive, she had borrowed many items from the system. If she borrowed 3 more universal antidotes, she would owe the system 800 luck points. It would take her many years to accumulate that much. Xiao Qi didn't say much. She simply broke Jiang Yishuang's 4th finger. Ah! In an instant, the color drained from Jiang Yishuang's face, leaving her as pale as a sheet of paper. I only want results, not the process. If you say one more word, it won't be so simple. She smiled as she brandished a dagger near Jiang Yishuang's hand. In that moment, the fear that poured out was forcibly suppressed. She knew this person would follow through on her threats. If she dared to say another word, her hand would surely be harmed. Jiang Yishuang didn't hesitate any longer. After cursing the system in her heart, she borrowed 3 universal antidotes from it. Trembling, she handed over the pills, and Xiao Qi smiled as she patted her head. Good girl, I'll let you off this time. Jiang Yishuang didn't dare to speak, kneeling with her head down, even afraid to breathe. Until Xiao Qi's figure completely disappeared, she didn't even pay attention to her pain and crawled to her master. But she found her master had already passed away. Jiang Yishuang collapsed to the ground. It's over. The Xuanji sect is gone, her master is gone, and all the experts around her are dead. In one night, she lost everything. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but soon, a fierce fire of hatred ignited within her. No, she hasn't lost yet. The system is still there. She still has a chance to turn things around. You wretch. Just wait. Jiang Yishuang trembled as she covered her broken finger, gritting her teeth in anger. After speaking, she froze in fear. After a long time without anyone appearing, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, but soon felt embarrassed and angry at herself for being scared by one person. Originally, Xiao Qi planned to use Yin Yanting's poisoning to draw out the main character behind the scenes, but unexpectedly, the main character revealed herself directly. So, Yin Yanting became useless. Of course, Xiao Qi had no intention of helping him with the poison. If he could survive the intense pain for a month, then he was truly lucky. Whether he knew about the existence of the Xuanji sect or not, it wasn't a good thing anyway. As for the achievements in battle for the country, he fought for the Qin kingdom, and the people of his country should have dealt with him by now. Half a month passed quickly, and the coronation ceremony of Yin Jiuzhou was over. Those who had contributed were rewarded, and those who stood on the wrong side faced punishment. The 7th prince was demoted to a remote area to live as a carefree prince. The 9th princess was not heavily punished and remained the same, without any rewards. However, the concubine who was supposed to be honored suddenly died, and Yin Jiuzhou posthumously named her the Empress Rani. Next came the punishment for the chancellor. For this, Yin Jiuzhou secretly visited the former residence of the 5th prince. I cough. The chancellor cannot escape his crimes. Considering his hard work and contributions, we will only execute him. All male members of his family will be exiled, and the females will be demoted to slaves, unable to serve in the court for 3 generations. What do you think? Sounds good. Jiang Yiyun once said that a coachman was a good match, and she had intentionally spared a coachman's life, waiting to marry him. If the chancellor's wife treated her servants poorly, then let her become someone else's servant. It would be perfect to find her a master with a personality similar to her daughter's. You might want to be careful. Your royal uncle may hate you for this. Only a few knew about Lord Su's affection for Jiang Yishuang, yet it seemed Yin Yanting was aware. He knew too much. Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling something. Interestingly, I heard that the Empress Rani had some similarities to the former 9th princess in her lifetime. Yin Yanting's eyes flickered slightly as he smiled wryly and nodded, perhaps. He then sighed deeply. The palace is not necessarily a good place. No wonder the concubine had died, and the 9th princess did not seem too sad. She must have been taken out of the palace. It was likely that Yin Yanting had known that the concubine was once the 9th princess. They had such a close relationship. How could he not have noticed? He just held on to a sliver of hope and didn't want to believe it. There are still some matters to wrap up with Chancellor Jiang. In 3 days at most, this will be settled. Yin Yanting assured that the news about the Chancellor's fate would not be leaked during these 3 days. The difference between immediate action and waiting 2 or 3 days was not significant. The Chancellor must have been extremely anxious during this time. Back when the old emperor was still alive, he had clashed with the 5th prince over Xiao Qi. Now that the 5th prince has ascended the throne, the sword hanging over him has yet to fall, and he cannot help but feel anxious. In 2 days, there will be a simple flower viewing banquet at the palace. You can take your sister to stroll around. The scenery of the Qin Kingdom's palace is quite nice. Yin Yanting still wants to win over Xiao Qi as much as possible. With someone like her, even if he can't win her over, it's better not to offend her. Otherwise, he might not even know how he will meet his end. A flower viewing banquet? I doubt it's just for that. Your father's body is still warm, and those officials are already so eager. The old emperor has been gone for over a month. Although the customs of the Qin and Yu kingdoms differ, this is too hasty. Of course, it is not Yin Yanting who is anxious. It is those officials who are eager to propose the selection of candidates. Compared to him, they are much more impatient. With the new emperor on the throne, who wouldn't want to secure an important position in his harem? After all, there aren't many people in Yin Yanting's harem, and the favored consort Rani has passed away. Who wouldn't want to compete for favor now? Their eagerness depends on whether I am willing. Yin Yanting pursed his lips, his eyes filled with displeasure. With Xiao Qi, he does not want to hide his emotions. After all, there is no point in pretending. It is better to talk like friends. Although the relationships in the previous dynasty's harem were always close, he does not want to deal with political affairs and then return to the harem to play mind games with those women. Xiao Qi did not want to hear him say these things and directly ordered him to leave. Are you going to the flower viewing banquet? Seeing that she did not respond, Yin Yanting asked again eagerly. Yes, I'll go take a look so you don't have to keep pestering me. It would also be a good opportunity to visit the palace treasury and see if there are any special items for important occasions. The next day, Yin Yanting sent over many exquisite clothes and accessories. Xiao Qi called for Qiao 11 and gave her most of the clothes and jewelry. Big sister, I can't use these. Perhaps sensing something unusual about Xiao Qi, Qiao 11 appeared somewhat fearful and uneasy whenever she faced her. Come with me to the palace for the flower viewing banquet tomorrow. Your clothes are not suitable. Xiao Qi did not care much about clothing, as long as she was comfortable, but Qiao 11 needed to learn some things on her own in the future. She could choose not to go, but she must be capable. I can't. Qiao 11 instinctively tried to refuse. For the first 10 years, she was just an ordinary farmer's daughter, and later she was made a servant, so she was not accustomed to this. She even felt inferior and timid when she saw some noble ladies. Her sister definitely didn't mean to go to the palace banquet as a maid. Your second sister is now the princess of Shangyun in the Moon Kingdom. You need to adapt. If you return to the Moon Kingdom, I can help you become a princess too, or you can do the same in the Qin Kingdom.
Kiashi.
That sounds a bit scary. With me here, you don't have to be afraid. Even in the Qin Kingdom, I can protect you. Xiao Qi softened her voice and slowly talked with Xiao Shi. Did I heard from the steward that many flowers were sent to your courtyard? Do you like flowers? Xiao Qi ordered the best things in the house to be sent to Xiao Shi's courtyard, and the steward naturally dared not disobey. Knowing that Qiao Shi loved various flowers, the steward collected many famous blooms to send over. Yes, I really enjoy taking care of those plants. Each one feels alive. As she talked about her interests, Qiao Shi gradually relaxed. Qiao Qi listened quietly and didn't say much during the conversation. Once Qiao Shi finished speaking, she looked at Qiao Qi and felt a wave of self-doubt again. I just have a little interest. The ladies from wealthy families hope their daughters are knowledgeable and refined, not like her, who only knows how to tend to flowers. That's something only lower status people would do. What's wrong with that? If you like it, then do it. You don't need to give up your hobbies because of what others think. Here, I don't want you to live for others. I want you to live for yourself. This time, they talked for a long while, and the awe in Qiao Shi's eyes lessened. As they left, her cheeks were slightly flushed, but her expression was very satisfied. Soon, it was time for the flower viewing banquet in the palace. This banquet was hosted by the virtuous consort, who was previously Yin Jiuzhou's concubine and kept a low profile, hardly noticeable in the residence. Now that Yin Jiuzhou had ascended the throne, she was elevated to the position of virtuous consort, holding significant power in the harem. When Qiao Qi brought Qiao Shi to the palace gate, they ran into Madame Jiang with Jiang Yishuang and Jiang Yishuang arriving for the banquet. Yin Jiuzhou was still wrapping up some matters, and dealing with the chancellor would happen in the next couple of days. To avoid raising suspicion with the chancellor, the treatment of the chancellor's family remained the same. Jiang Yun's legs had stopped hurting, and after some treatment from a skilled doctor, she could walk again, though not as normally as before. She needed help from maids and moved very slowly. Little did she know, each step she took was hastening the deterioration of her legs. As for Jiang Yishuang, I don't know how she convinced Madame Jiang to bring her here, but that has nothing to do with her. Perhaps the Prime Minister's residence wants to compete for the position of imperial concubine. Qiao Qi lowered the curtain of the carriage, and among the ladies waiting in line to enter the palace, the carriage slowly drove directly into the imperial palace.
Who is that?
The people in line whispered among themselves. Usually, it is very difficult for them to enter the palace. Without a palace banquet, they hardly have any chance to do so. To enter, they must go through a series of checks and then be guided by palace maids through the vast palace to the banquet location. Just walking through the palace can take quite a while. However, carriages are not allowed to enter the palace. Even those with special permissions must switch to the palace's sedan chairs at the gate. It is unprecedented for a carriage to drive directly into the palace. I heard she is an old acquaintance of the emperor from his residence, and her background is quite mysterious. With such a special status, why wasn't she brought to the palace earlier? Be careful with your words. Is it your place to discuss the emperor's matters? How many heads do you have to lose? The whispers were silenced by a low reprimand. Apart from a few from the Prime Minister's residence, most people did not recognize Qiao Qi. After the murmurs stopped, only the three ladies from the Prime Minister's family looked at the departing carriage with complicated expressions, filled with resentment and fear. The carriage stopped outside the inner gate of the palace and could not go further, so they switched to a sedan chair to carry the two inside. They got off the sedan chair at a side hall near the imperial garden. The side hall was well furnished, perfect for a short rest during their visit. Additionally, Yin Jiuzhou had specially sent two palace maids to attend to them. Qiao Qi didn't need their help and left everything to Qiao Shi. Besides the two maids, Xiaoyao and Zhen'er were also there to assist. Take good care of the third, miss. I'm going out for a bit. Yes. The two maids, having received orders from Yin Jiuzhou, naturally did not dare to stop her. Leaving the imperial garden, Qiao Qi first visited the palace treasury. The treasury was filled with treasures, and after searching carefully, she found a special item, a night pearl the size of an adult's fist. The night pearl emitted a glowing light in the dark, very eye-catching, and the special aura surrounding it was even stronger than that of the incense burner she had encountered before. After putting the night pearl into her space, Qiao Qi left the treasury to meet Yin Jiuzhou. At this moment, Yin Jiuzhou was meeting with ministers in the study. The newly appointed chief eunuch recognized her and hurriedly went in to report without hesitation. In less than 15 minutes, Yin Jojo arrived at a side hall. Xiao Qi took out a luminous pearl and placed it in front of him. This pearl was found in your treasury, and now it belongs to me. Yin Jojo. He hadn't even had a chance to check the palace treasury, and she was already claiming it as hers. Was that meaningful? Ha, if you want it, take it. Even if she emptied the entire treasury, what could he say? Thinking this, he felt a wave of relief. Xiao Qi was quite capable, and he was glad she wasn't greedy. Otherwise, the entire Qin kingdom would never know peace. If that were the case, he would risk everything to bring her down. I won't take advantage of you. This pearl belongs to me, but I can give you something in return. What do you want? Yin Jojo's eyes lit up. After a long thought, he tentatively asked, how about a condition? Xiao Qi remained silent, signaling him to continue. Yin Jojo sighed again. Those in high positions face many crises. If I encounter a deadly situation in the future, I would like to ask you to save my life. This request was not difficult. Xiao Qi handed him a communication talisman and a life-preserving pill. This is a life-preserving pill. It can keep you alive for 12 hours, which is enough time for me to reach you. Now, she was at the peak of Foundation building and just a step away from breaking through to the Golden Core stage. After reaching that stage, she could travel across the ends of this world in just a day or two. As for this talisman, activate it when you're in danger, and I will receive the message. However, once activated, it will become ineffective after a short time. There was only one chance. It depended on how Yin Jojo would use it. Thank you. Yin Jojo carefully stored the two items. These were his trump cards. As long as he was alive, there would be a chance for a turnaround. First, he obtained toxic blood comparable to incense burners and 4 universal antidotes, and now he had a more potent luminous pearl. Xiao Qi couldn't help but feel pleased. However, that little joy quickly faded upon seeing the 2 sisters from the Jiang family. In the Imperial Garden, Xiao 11 was admiring the flowers under the guidance of an elderly woman. The flowers in the royal garden are rare treasures brought from all over the country, showing their preciousness. Xiao Shi had only strolled for a little while before she could hardly move, completely captivated by the colorful blooms. She stopped to admire one plant, then paused for another. Just as she was enjoying the view, an inappropriate voice came from behind her. Tao Ji, what a coincidence. I didn't see you being this diligent when you were my maid before. Xiao Shi turned around to see Jiang Yishuang and a group of noble ladies approaching. She hesitated to greet them, feeling insignificant in front of these ladies. But before she could act, the old maid beside her discreetly intervened. The old servant pays respects to all the young ladies. The crowd, initially there to watch the show with Jiang Yishuang, suddenly noticed that the maid beside Xiao Shi was from the royal court. Their expressions changed. A maid from the court was very different from others, and it was clear she served Xiao Shi under the emperor's orders. What this maid said or did could represent the emperor's wishes. The group quickly returned the greeting, saying, "Maid, you are too kind." Only Jiang Yishuang seemed unconcerned. Her legs no longer hurt, and she was back to her usual self. She casually returned the greeting and turned her attention back to Xiao Shi. "Tao Ji, why aren't you speaking? Are you too nervous since it's your first time in the palace? Would you like me to have someone teach you?" Jiang Yishuang's words were completely out of line in front of the royal maid. Yet, her jealousy had clouded her judgment. Someone quietly tugged at her sleeve, trying to signal her to stop talking, but Jiang Yishuang ignored it and continued. "Of course, you are just a maid, so it's understandable that you're not used to this. But I hope you remember your place. No matter how hard you try, you can't change your roots." Xiao Shi gritted her teeth, her hands tightening. Back at home, her grandparents treated both boys and girls equally. As the youngest daughter, she was somewhat favored and had developed a bold personality. However, after experiencing hardship and servitude, her spirit had been worn down. Now, she felt an urge to confront Jiang Yishuang. She held back her anger, but when she looked up, She saw her older sister not far away, smiling at her, a mix of encouragement and disappointment in her gaze. The last thread of her patience snapped. "Shut up. I'll tear your mouth apart." Xiao Shi stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Yun's hair. Peony and Jinner exchanged a glance and quickly stepped in to mediate. "Miss, please stop fighting, please stop." As they shouted, they pulled Jiang Yun closer to Xiao Shi. After all, the palace maid was watching, so this should be fine. In no time, Jiang Yun's hair was disheveled, and her face bore several red marks, making her look extremely disheveled. "I spit. What kind of background do you have? I don't believe your family was always wealthy, and your father was born a minister." Xiao Shi, like an angry wildcat, fluffed up her hair and stared with wide eyes. It was one thing to belittle her, as she had been a servant and had a low status. But why insult her whole family? What kind of background? If she couldn't confront her sister, she dared to bark at her instead. What was the difference between her and those who bully the weak? She always preached about being dignified and having self-respect, but when it came to her, it was all talk. She only dared to take her frustrations out on her. You dare to hit me?" The two were finally separated by the maids, and Jiang Yun leaned against one, her face showing only shock. She had always been the one punishing others, and now she was the one being hit by a former maid. How could she accept that? "Fine, you hit me. If you have the ability, hit me back. In front of my sister, you act like a coward, but here you're so bold. Is this what you call dignity?" I spit. This is just bullying the weak, no different from the actions of petty people. Xiao Shi seemed ready to unleash the anger she had bottled up for so long. She sold herself to ensure her mother could survive, only to end up sold to a foreign land. Far from home and among strangers, she couldn't afford to be careless. She had to be cautious and humble, lowering herself as much as possible. Fortunately, she met a kind woman who gave her a place to stay in this foreign land, bringing her some warmth. But unexpectedly, her kindness was met with ingratitude, only resulting in her low status and endless suffering. How could she face anyone after this? Wasn't her current situation all due to her own efforts? When Chun Xiao taught her to read, she mentioned a phrase, "a fox borrowing the tiger's power." So, what if she was acting like a fox borrowing power now? Others are true villains, but you are a false gentleman. Your actions are truly disgusting. I may not be your savior, but I have shown you kindness. How do you repay that? You want to bring me down? When it comes to petty people, who can compare to you? How shameless. Xiao Shi said with her hands on her hips, expressing herself freely. Usually, tending to the living flowers and plants eased her frustration, but this outburst truly felt refreshing. If she couldn't be happy, then no one should be. You're talking nonsense. Jiang Yun glanced around at the many people nearby, her lips trembling, and her face turned pale as paper. You're the one without shame. You can't insult the daughter of a high-ranking official in public. The emperor will punish you. Jiang Yun shakily raised her hand to scold her. Xiao Shi's heart tightened, and she instinctively looked at Xiao Qi, only to see her unresponsive, which relieved her. She relaxed her clenched fists and coldly snorted again. You're the one without shame. Jiang Yun had never been insulted like this before. Besides trembling with anger, she didn't know how to respond. Just then, she spotted the Prince of Su nearby, her eyes lighting up. Your Highness. Hearing the commotion, Yin Yanting glanced over but quickly looked away, clearly not wanting to get involved. Jiang Yun's hope shattered, and she could no longer hold on. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Xiao Qi glanced at Yin Yanting, then at Madame Jiang and Jiang Yishuang nearby, and understood everything. Jiang Yishuang must have told her father, the Chancellor, about her and the prince. Now that the Chancellor had fallen out of favor with the Emperor, he was naturally looking for an ally. The prince was a very good choice. Seeing Jiang Yun faint, the Chancellor's wife rushed over, her eyes immediately turning red with concern. Then she angrily glared at Xiao Shi. The words she wanted to scold her with were swallowed back, her face showing despair, evoking sympathy from onlookers. Perhaps Jiang Yishuang was also a pitiful person, used by the prince and Jiang Yishuang as a shield. Once she was no longer useful, she was discarded by her own father. But she couldn't return the pain others inflicted on her. Instead, she transferred all her suffering onto others. Watching others struggle in pain brought her a strange sense of satisfaction. The chancellor's wife took Jiang Yishuang to a side hall to rest, bringing this scene to a close. Xiao Qi was also taken to the side hall by the maid for a bit of tidying up. Xiao Qi smirked, finding it somewhat amusing. She thought to herself, a person's true nature doesn't change. In the memories of the original owner, Xiao Qi was not someone to be trifled with. She had fought back against nearly all her peers who had bullied her in the village. Of course, after the parents of those children came looking for her, she naturally got beaten up by Qiao Jingzhen. It didn't matter whether she was at fault or not. As long as others came to confront her, she had to endure the punishment. Qiao Jingzhen didn't hit her too hard, but Xiao Qi never learned her lesson and was always stubborn. Now she wasn't as tough with her words, but she had become a bit sharp-tongued. "Miss Qiao, I've heard so much about you." Xiao Qi stood in the corridor, her fingers brushing against a flower bud. The bud opened at a visible speed, as if it was experiencing the peak of life. Yin Yanting paused nearby, and upon seeing this scene, his deep eyes narrowed slightly, a look of surprise flashing across his face. Xiao Qi casually looked up but was momentarily stunned. Was this Yin Yanting, the male lead in the storyline? At that moment, he looked frighteningly thin, with deep-set eyes and a face as pale as a ghost. He resembled a walking stick wrapped in human clothing, loose and empty. While the poison wasn't fatal, well, it could be considered somewhat deadly. After all, some people have a low tolerance for pain and could very well suffer greatly. Yin Yanting was indeed the male lead. Not only was he alive, but he could also walk. "You're alive, but you look like a ghost." Xiao Qi glanced at him before looking away. Yin Yanting froze, even doubting if he had heard her correctly. Was this something a person could say? Why was there no response to his topic? How was he supposed to reply to her comment? "Yin Yanting, thank you for your concern. I'm still alive." "Concern? Is the poison not strong enough for you?" Xiao Qi didn't even spare him a glance. She had no intention of hiding the fact that she poisoned him. It wouldn't take long for Yin Yanting to find out. He had specifically attended the palace banquet today to test her. If he wanted to test her, then so be it. What was there to hide? Yin Yanting. He took a deep breath, suspecting he was poisoned too deeply. "Are you saying that you poisoned me?" Xiao Qi didn't respond, continuing to play with the flower bud. With just a bit of energy, the buds opened one after another, which was quite amusing. Seeing her unresponsive, Yin Yanting felt as if he had hit a wall, frustrated but helpless. He wanted to grab her by the neck, even kill her. But unfortunately, he couldn't. "Why did you poison me?" Every day, he experienced intense pain twice, as if being stabbed 1,000 times, causing his very soul to tremble. This pain grew worse each day, and despite Bai Qing's efforts to relieve it with acupuncture, nothing worked. "You can name your conditions," he said coldly, his gaze piercing. Xiao Qi was unfazed. No matter how cold he was, it wouldn't kill her. Meeting his eyes, she asked her question. "I heard you were the one who conquered Shiliang?" Shiliang was now a vassal state of the Qin kingdom, and the luminous pearl in the treasury was a tribute from Shiliang. Yin Yanting frowned slightly, confused by her meaning. "So what? Who do you want revenge for?" Xiao Qi ignored his question and stated her demand directly. "I want all the treasures you took from Shiliang." Most of the treasures Yin Yanting acquired from Shiliang were either given to the national treasury or kept for himself. The treasures in the palace might not even compare to those in his private collection. Additionally, "I want to choose 10 items from your private collection. If you agree, I will cure you." Yin Yanting had not wronged her, and there was no need for her to be ruthless, especially since there was no antidote for the poison. This poison would lose its potency after a month. The first half would bring increasing pain, while the second half would gradually lessen it. Now that more than half a month had passed, perhaps in a couple of days, he would notice something was off. Still, She hoped he would show some strength, as that would give her a reason to be ruthless.
All right.
Yin Yanting agreed immediately. Although Qiao Qi's demands were high, they were still within his limits. This is the antidote. Take it, and within half a month, the poison will be completely gone. Qiao Qi tossed him a pill, but he didn't eat it right away. Instead, he tucked it away. Seeing this, Qiao Qi smiled lightly. Every moment this pill is exposed to air, its effectiveness fades. It will be completely useless in no more than 15 minutes. You can try it. It was a joke. Yin Yanting had a skilled doctor in his residence. If he took it to that person for examination, her cleverly disguised pill would be revealed. Of course, anyone could tell just by breaking the pill open. Though Yin Yanting was skeptical of Qiao Qi's words, he couldn't take the risk. If he lost the gamble, she wouldn't give him another antidote. After hesitating for a moment, Yin Yanting swallowed the pill. The entrance was sweet, but it was also mixed with a faint, unpleasant smell that he couldn't identify. He didn't dare to chew and swallowed it whole. Maybe it was just his imagination, but the moment the pill entered his mouth, he felt a lightness in his body. The items are ready. I'll have someone fetch them. You better not think about deceiving me, or the consequences will be too much for you to bear. Yin Yanting's expression darkened. He hadn't felt such frustration in a long time. He never expected to be so helpless against a woman. A mocking smile appeared on his lips, as if he was laughing at himself. Master Qiao, you worry too much. I am above such petty actions. With a wave of his hand, he could control things that even Bai Qing couldn't suppress. Besides the recently emerged leader of Yaoling Valley, who else could it be? He wasn't foolish. He had suspected this long ago when Bai Qing couldn't control the poison. TSK, claiming to be above such petty actions? Hearing that from you is quite laughable, especially considering who is used as a shield in your relationship. Jiang Yishuang and Jiang Yishuang were not good people. When they fought, Yin Yanting couldn't stand to see Jiang Yishuang getting hurt, so he would strike from behind. Qiao Qi didn't mention names, but Yin Yanting instantly knew who she was talking about. His expression darkened further, but he held back his anger to explain. She bullied my sister first. If she did something wrong, she must face the consequences. Are you saying, Master Qiao, that you are so benevolent that you can let go of your hatred without any grudges? You are right. There are consequences for wrongdoing. But I wonder if you can afford to pay that price. With that, Qiao Qi ignored him and took Qiao Shi to stroll around Qianshui Lake. Yin Yanting watched her until she disappeared, his expression turning sour. What did her last statement mean? He felt he had no grudge against her. Why did she poison him and say such things? At Qianshui Lake, Qiao Qi brought Qiao Shi to a pavilion by the lake. Qiao Shi hesitated several times, but finally mustered the courage to ask his question aloud. Big sister, did I cause you any trouble this time? The Qin kingdom was even stronger than the Yu kingdom, and they were still in the palace of the Qin kingdom. In such a solemn and sacred place, she had acted like a shrew and gotten into a fight. Not only did she lose face, but she might also attract significant trouble. It was said that losing decorum in front of the palace could be a capital offense. No, don't worry. Even if you had hurt her, it would have been fine. Qiao Qi smiled kindly, but Qiao 11 felt a chill down her back and awkwardly forced a laugh. If someone didn't know better, they might think she was just talking about squashing an ant.
Killing.
She didn't have the courage for that. I'm serious, Qiao Qi repeated earnestly. She was now at the peak of her abilities, and destroying the entire Qin kingdom would be a simple task for her. But such violence would bring too much trouble, and she couldn't bear that weight. Qiao 11 felt a bit numb. She knew her unique sister was telling the truth, so she decided to drop the topic. Just as she wanted to stop, someone came looking for trouble. Jiang Yishuang and a group of people had arrived, and upon seeing them, she approached with a confrontational attitude. Qiao 11 thought it was absurd. She had just fought with Jiang Yishuang. Surely Jiang Yishuang didn't want to fight too? Qiao Qi, I need to talk to you, Jiang Yishuang said with a fierce look in her eyes. Qiao Qi found it amusing. Did these sisters from the Jiang family leave their brains at home? Go ahead, Qiao Qi replied casually, leaning against the railing. Jiang Yishuang immediately lost her temper. Qiao Qi, don't you know that Prince Su loves me? How dare you try to attract him? Just thinking about the scene of them standing together made her feel infuriated. Qiao Qi. All right, she could see that Jiang Yishuang had lost her mind. This was a classic case of learning from mistakes. Enough, throw her away. A shadow flashed by, and in an instant, Jiang Yishuang was kicked into the lake. Jiang Yishuang could swim, but seeing no one on the shore to help her, she quickly swam toward the bank. Just as she reached the edge, her head was pushed back under the water by an unseen force. Qiao Qi stood in front of her, watching her suffer as she was repeatedly dunked. Give me an antidote pill, and I'll let you come up. At this point, Jiang Yishuang had swallowed a lot of water and was coughing, but she remained stubborn. You wretched girl. Prince Su won't let you off. He won't forgive you. Qiao Qi suddenly understood. Oh, so you think having Prince Su backing you means you're safe? Keep her down. She raised an eyebrow mischievously, and with her command, the unseen force complied. This time, Jiang Yishuang was held under longer, and she gulped down even more water. As she was pulled up again, she had already inhaled too much water and fainted. With a swift motion, a nameless figure struck her, causing her to cough up a lot of water and gradually regain consciousness, her eyes filled with deep fear. Talking back deserves punishment. Nameless, break her mouth. Yes. The nameless figure held a sword sheath and struck Jiang Yishuang's face hard, instantly leaving her cheek bruised and bleeding. Ah! Jiang Yishuang let out a piercing scream, her body trembling violently. Nearby noble ladies were horrified by the scene, many closing their eyes, unable to watch any longer. Prince! Prince! In a daze, Jiang Yishuang seemed to see Yin Yanting. She slowly raised her hand, hoping he would come to save her from danger. However, before she could collect herself, the sword sheath struck her other cheek. Both cheeks were now bruised and bleeding, blood dripping down her face, making her look like a ghost in the water. Seeing the nameless figure prepare to strike again, Jiang Yishuang finally felt fear and knelt in the water, begging for mercy. She shouldn't have taken advantage of the fact that Qiao Qi had spared her once. She was wrong. She was truly wrong. Please spare me. I was wrong. I really was wrong. I'll give you the antidote pill. I'll get it right now. Jiang Yishuang, hands trembling with blood and lake water, pulled out a wooden box from her clothes and shakily held it up to Qiao Qi. Qiao Qi smiled slightly, but shook her head. One is worth the previous price, but now it's not enough. Jiang Yishuang stood in the water, trembling all over, her mouth agape in terror as she looked around for help. But no one dared to speak for her. When they saw her looking, they all avoided her gaze. She knew that if she didn't produce the antidote soon, she would surely die today. Just as she was about to exchange for another antidote pill, she saw Yin Yanting rushing over. Tears she couldn't hold back streamed down her face. The tears fell on her wounds, causing her pain that nearly made her faint. Prince, save me. Having traveled to this ancient time, she knew all too well how much men dominated women in this era. No matter how strong a woman was, she would always seem lesser in front of a man. She didn't believe Qiao Qi would dare to torment her in front of Yin Yanting. Surely, out of respect for the prince, she wouldn't dare to act. However, the next moment, she saw Yin Yanting being kicked into the lake. Qiao Qi stepped forward with a cold smile, stepping on Jiang Yishuang's hand, repeatedly pressing down, the pain in her face and hands making her wish she could just die. Now it's 3. This time, Jiang Yishuang didn't dare to delay any longer. She borrowed some luck points from the system again and exchanged them for 2 universal antidote pills, handing them all to Qiao Qi. With the 4 she had received earlier, Qiao Qi now had 7 universal antidote pills, which was quite a significant amount. It was uncertain how long Jiang Yishuang's system could tolerate this. Before completely giving up, the system wouldn't detach from her. It was waiting for that opportunity. If it couldn't kill Jiang Yishuang, could it at least drive her crazy? In the past, When she first faced a main character like Zhao Fuxing, her strength was still at the qi refining stage, and she couldn't do as she pleased. But now, things were different. In this world, who would dare to say she was wrong? Everyone initially held hope that the emperor would punish Qiao Qi for her misdeeds upon learning of them. However, the emperor merely waved his hand, instructing the palace attendants to escort the prime minister's wife and the two young ladies from the Jiang family out of the palace, without offering any comfort. Naturally, the people below began to speculate endlessly about the emperor's intentions. Who exactly was Qiao Qi? How could she receive such favoritism from the emperor? She was the daughter of the prime minister, whose disciples were spread throughout the land. Even the emperor had to show her some respect. This action from the emperor led many to wonder if he was planning to take action against the prime minister. In the imperial garden, most people had gathered, including several princes alongside the empress and many noble ladies. This flower appreciation banquet served as a small-scale selection event, meant to enrich the emperor's harem and provide wives and concubines for the surviving princes. At this moment, the virtuous empress sat in a prominent position. Upon seeing Qiao Qi approach, she immediately stood up. "Greetings, esteemed national master." The people seated below were instantly stunned. "Who? When did the kingdom of Qin have a national master?" "Your Majesty, may I ask who the national master is?" The wife of Lord Lian inquired respectfully. Standing behind her, Yang Qianqian looked at Qiao Qi with curiosity. Their first meeting had been at the princess's residence. An unimportant person, she hadn't paid much attention to her at first. However, when the 9th princess invited her to join in her outings, she later noticed that the 9th princess seemed to be quite afraid of her. What was once insignificant gradually turned into curiosity and tension. If even the 9th princess was afraid of her, her identity must be extraordinary. As a county lord, she feared offending someone like that. It could be disastrous. She never expected that Qiao Qi was actually the national master of the kingdom of Qin. In the history books of various countries, there seems to be no precedent for a woman to be appointed as a national advisor, although she has seen some writings about holy maidens. However, those holy maidens all ended up as concubines in the royal harem. Facing the puzzled looks from everyone, the wise consort was happy to explain. The appointment of the national advisor was just decreed by the emperor and will be announced soon. Yin Jiuzhou had indeed issued the imperial decree, but he certainly couldn't let Qiao Qi kneel to receive it. He even added the title of national advisor in a roundabout way. Qiao Qi completely ignored the gazes of the crowd and took a seat at the top right position, with Qiao 11 sitting beside her. When she noticed Yang Qianqian not far away, she suddenly became interested and waved her hand. Yang Qianqian nervously glanced at her mother before hurrying over, kneeling respectfully. Roshan pays respects to the national advisor. Although she was curious, she dared not provoke her. The two members of the Jiang family had suffered greatly. Jiang Yin was fine, but Jiang Yishuang usually kept a low profile and seemed decent. It was unclear how they had offended her. "Come forward," Qiao Qi said. Yang Qianqian did not hesitate and immediately stepped forward. Although there were still a few steps between them, Qiao Qi's voice somehow reached her ears. As she listened, her face turned pale with shock, then flushed with anger. The crowd did not understand what was happening, but they saw Yang Qianqian nearly in tears as she returned to her seat at the banquet, crying. How could she not cry? She felt foolish for being so naive. The secret of her rebirth was revealed, and she hadn't even identified her true enemy. She thought it was Jiang Yiyun, but it turned out to be Jiang Yishuang, whom she had thought was nice, who was the real schemer. She had been manipulated for 2 lifetimes without realizing it. If it weren't for Qiao Qi telling her, she would still be in the dark. Seeing Yang Qianqian trembling with anger, Qiao Qi took a sip of fruit wine and smiled slightly. Since fate prevented her from harming women, she would refrain from doing so. It was uncertain how long Jiang Yishuang could hold out under Yang Qianqian's scrutiny. Less than 15 minutes later, Yin Jiuzhou arrived and, after a few words, began to arrange a marriage. The important match was with Yin Yanting. As the male lead, Yin Yanting had no one in his courtyard. This marriage was not just a union, it could also serve as a means to control him. Yin Yanting had no right to refuse. He wanted to refuse, but compared to others, he preferred to marry Jiang Yishuang. Given the emperor's attitude today, it seemed certain that the Jiang family had fallen from grace. Yin Yanting paused for a moment, then stepped forward and knelt down, speaking in a low voice. "Your Majesty, I wish to ask to marry the second daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Yishuang, as my secondary wife." Previously, he only wanted to marry Jiang Yishuang, but now, a secondary wife was the best title he could offer her. Her status always stood as a barrier between them. As a minister's daughter, a secondary wife was the highest position he could give her. Yin Jiuzhou's gaze grew colder, but the smile on his face remained. "This girl has poor character and is not worthy of being a good match. Please do not mention this again, Prince Su." Yin Yanting looked up in disbelief at the blunt rejection. She was the woman he cherished, and today, not only was she beaten and nearly unconscious, but now the emperor publicly humiliated her. After today, her reputation would surely be ruined. If he didn't marry her, how could she, a young woman, survive in the capital? "Your Majesty." Yin Yanting wanted to say more, but saw that Yin Jiuzhou's smile had vanished, replaced by a cold stare. It was as if one more word from him could cost him his life. When the former emperor was alive, he was the war god of the Qin kingdom. Now, with the former emperor gone, poisoned, and the new emperor consolidating power, his status had changed from a war hero to a thorn in the new emperor's side. Ultimately, Yin Yanting could only return to his seat in disappointment, drinking cup after cup of bitter wine. If only he hadn't worried about this and that. If he had been willing to let everything go, perhaps he and Yishuang would have been together by now. But it was too late. At this flower-viewing banquet, besides granting marriages to a few princes, Yin Jiuzhou also selected several noble ladies to enter the palace. Then, a decree was issued, officially appointing her as the national advisor. In just a month, she became the national advisor of the Qin kingdom. If the Moon Emperor found out, he would likely be furious. In the evening, just after the flower-viewing banquet ended, Yin Jiuzhou issued a decree to arrest the minister. In one night, the Grand Minister's residence fell apart. The minister was imprisoned and would soon be executed. All the male members of the minister's family were exiled, while the female members were reduced to slaves. Jiang Yun and Jiang Yishuang also became slaves. Although they were not reduced to the level of official courtesans, the fall from highborn ladies to servants was significant. Jiang Yishuang could not accept such a drastic change and cried, begging to see Yin Yanting, believing he would buy her freedom. However, Yin Jiuzhou would never allow this to happen. Whether or not Xiao Qi was already chosen, he wouldn't let an uncertain person fall into Yin Yanting's hands. He certainly wouldn't think that Xiao Qi would target a woman for no reason. In the end, with a wave of his hand, Jiang Yishuang was bought by Yang Qianqian. Yang Qianqian had learned that Jiang Yishuang had been plotting against her for 2 lifetimes. Now that she had bought her, Jiang Yishuang's fate was clear. As for Jiang Yiyun, she had only 2 options. One was to marry the man she once called a suitable match, who was known for his drinking, gambling, and cruel behavior. The other was to work as a servant to undermine Yi Xiang. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yiyun firmly refused to marry. She would rather work as a servant than marry that man. It was ironic. She once praised him as a suitable match, but now that she had the chance to marry him, she wouldn't go through with it. With only 2 choices, it was natural to choose the first. A servant had no real options. Jiang Yiyun was forced to marry the man, but she would rather die than go through with it. It was simple. If she chose to end her life, her mother would follow her. The former lady of the prime minister had now fallen to being a servant in the flower house. Though she was a servant, her work was much easier than before. With someone overseeing her, no one troubled this former lady of the prime minister, except for her own tasks. Over time, her will to survive grew stronger. With her mother's emotional support, even if Jiang Yiyun wanted to die, she had to consider her mother's feelings. If she committed suicide, her mother would also suffer. Once a highborn young lady, she had now become the wife of a servant. The servant was overjoyed, but he also developed a twisted desire, finding pleasure in tormenting Jiang Yishuang. Within a month, there was not a single good spot left on her body. The once vibrant flower was visibly wilting. She wanted to die, but her mother, who had once cherished her the most, held on tightly, binding her with the chains of family ties, forcing her to live a life worse than death. In the end, Qiao Shi came to see her and personally helped her leave. Jiang Yishuang felt a sense of relief in her departure, and Qiao Shi finally let go of her grievances. During the trip to the Qin kingdom, the Xuanji sect was destroyed, and Qiao Qi gained many valuable items, achieving her goals. Additionally, the treasures sent by Yin Yanting contained 3 special items, which was a great harvest. If given the chance, she would personally visit Shiliang, as there might be unexpected gains waiting for her. Shiliang wants to leave, but not now. She should return to the Moon Kingdom first. Before going back, there are some matters to settle. I really have nothing left. Jiang Yishuang's eyes were vacant. She had never felt this hopeless, even when she was demoted to a slave. She still had the system and Yin Yanting supporting her, so there was nothing to fear. Moreover, the person who bought her was Yang Qianqian, with whom she believed she had a good relationship. Joining the Lianguogong's household seemed like a good choice. But unexpectedly, Yang Qianqian hated her for some reason, claiming that Jiang Yishuang had ruined her life twice. She bought her and made her do the dirtiest and hardest work, punishing her severely for the slightest mistake. Jiang Yishuang wanted to seek help from Yin Yanting, but she owed too much luck to the system, which refused to lend her any more. With her master gone and no system to assist her as a lowly slave, she couldn't even send a message. Not only was she tormented by Yang Qianqian, but Qiao Qi also demanded detoxification pills from her regularly. She couldn't absorb any luck at all. Yang Qianqian wouldn't get close to her, so she didn't trust her either. Jiang Yishuang was the only one who could provide her with luck, but now she had lost even that last hope, trapped in the back courtyard. It was ironic that she once thought life in the inner courtyard was easy. Hee. Do whatever you want. I have no detoxification pills left. Maybe if you kill me, I can return to my own time, where there is no male superiority. There, everyone is equal. Jiang Yishuang looked directly at Qiao Qi, no longer showing any fear. She felt the system had completely abandoned her, ready to leave her at any moment. However, forcing a separation would cost the system dearly, so it had been preparing to detach from her. In this era, without the system, she was nothing. But before coming to this world, she was just an innocent middle school student caught in a whirlwind. After so many years away from home, she ended up alone and abandoned. If she had hoped that Yin Yanting would rescue her from her suffering, after enduring this torment, she had come to understand. Yin Yanting would not save her. Perhaps he couldn't even help her. Tears streamed down her cheeks, filled with regret and sorrow. But to Qiao Qi, she just looked like a melodramatic girl feeling sorry for herself, as if the whole world had wronged her. You said you wanted to return to a world where everyone is equal, but I see that you enjoy being treated like royalty. You don't really miss your world. You just find this one too harsh. Everyone tends to seek comfort. No one wants to live a hard life. In her previous life, she also lived in a world of equality, but her perspective was completely reshaped there. In the world of the weak, no one will stand up for you. The strong are respected, and everyone else is like ants beneath them. Clearly, Jiang Yishuang didn't understand what she meant, and instead looked a bit excited. You and I are both travelers, right? As fellow travelers, we should help each other. We are the same kind of people, and we can be the main characters in this world. The same kind of people? Qiao Qi interrupted her with a cold laugh. You are well aware of the Xuanji sect's actions of enslaving people for mining. You claim your world is equal, yet you come to this one and treat people as resources. Even capitalists would call themselves good people in front of you. Jiang Yishuang bit her lip, feeling uneasy. She was from the Qin kingdom. Was it wrong to have the people of the Yu Kingdom mine for her? Besides, even if she didn't enslave them, others would. As for your idea of being the main character, if I kill you, I will be the only main character in this world. Why would I cooperate with you? As she spoke, Qiao Qi revealed a dagger, stepping closer to Jiang Yishuang with a menacing smile. Jiang Yishuang stepped back and fell to the ground, confused about how things escalated to this point. She hadn't known Qiao Qi was from the Yu Kingdom. If she had, she would never have agreed with her master. Can you let me go, considering we are both from the same place? Jiang Yishuang's voice became hoarse, still holding onto a glimmer of hope. She had been so confident before, but now she felt scared. Qiao Qi shook her head with a cold laugh, extinguishing the last bit of hope in Jiang Yishuang's heart. In that moment, Jiang Yishuang's expression suddenly changed, turning pale as paper. A strange wave surged around them, eventually entering Qiao Qi's body. Ding, your system is online. Compared to before, the system's voice sounded much weaker. Clearly, separating from Jiang Yishuang had costed a lot. And this was exactly what Qiao Qi needed. If the detox pill produced by the system could contain so many special energies, there was no reason for the system to be any less capable. It was best if she guessed correctly, if not, it was no big deal. Now, she had guessed right. As soon as the system entered her body, she felt an intense and unique energy. This energy was even enough to help her successfully form a core. She browsed the system shop, where everything required luck points to exchange. From a pack of tissues to a spaceship, everything could be redeemed. But the amount of luck points needed for a spaceship could probably drain all the luck from this world. Host, I am your system 008. As long as you accumulate luck points, I can upgrade. Anyone with a system should know that not everything in the shop could be exchanged right away. It had to match the corresponding level. Upgrading also required consuming luck points. At this moment, the system was very confident. No one would want to give up a powerful tool like it. Others always sought its help. Even though this woman seemed to have her own advantages, no one would complain about having too many. However, just as the system was about to boast about its benefits, it suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of danger. You can absorb luck points? Isn't that something only evil cultivators should have? Qiao Qi's expression returned to normal, and she held the system tightly in her palm. It was a chip that existed between reality and illusion. Jiang Yishuang was easy to deceive, and so was this system. With just a little trickery, it eagerly abandoned Jiang Yishuang and came to her. If it hadn't come to her, it would have been difficult to catch it. But now, it couldn't escape. No. I have limits on absorbing luck points, and I won't absorb the host's luck points. Feeling the threat from Qiao Qi, the system quickly defended itself. Qiao Qi smiled slightly. I don't believe you unless you show me a detox pill. With a crackling sound of electricity, the system seemed stunned by her audacity. It was only its first day on the job, and it was already being asked to give credit? I've run out of luck points, so I really can't give credit. You can't even produce a detox pill. How can I trust you? Seeing that Qiao Qi remained unmoved, the system gritted its teeth and finally exchanged a detox pill. Qiao Qi pouted. Just one? Are you kidding me? The system. After gritting its teeth, it exchanged 2 more, making a total of 3. That was quite a loss. Qiao Qi put away the 3 antidote pills and shamelessly continued. That's still a bit too little. Give me more, and I'll make sure to give you more luck points in the future. The system, in a daze, realized something and became frustrated. Are you playing with me? I'm not playing with you. Jiang Yishuang was able to get so many things on credit from you, so why can't I? Do you look down on me as your new host? Or are you still thinking about your previous one? The system. The system reluctantly produced 2 more antidote pills, bringing the total to 5. This was a pleasant surprise. Qiao Qi didn't expect the system to be so easy to trick. Finally, when she couldn't get anything more from the system, Qiao Qi casually held it in her hand. With a slight smile, she said something that shocked both the system and Jiang Yishuang nearby. You said you wouldn't absorb the host's luck points, but I guess you already absorbed the luck points that Jiang Yishuang got on credit from you. The system wouldn't be kind-hearted. Jiang Yishuang clearly had no ability to repay, yet the system still lent her so many things.
Why?
There must be some hidden rules involved. Absorbing someone else's luck points is like cutting off all their paths. I've heard that there are those who absorb not just luck, but also lifespan, souls, dragon energy. How strange. You absorbed my luck points? Jiang Yishuang pointed shakily at the semi-transparent system, her eyes wide. She knew all too well the consequences of having luck points absorbed. So the reason for her misfortunes was that the system absorbed her luck points? The system emitted a series of crackling sounds. It was unclear if it was caught off guard by the question or trying to explain itself. However, Qiao Qi had no intention of listening to its excuses any longer.
Crack.
She crushed the chip, causing the system to crash. It didn't matter that it was broken. She only needed the special aura from that chip. As for the items in the system shop, she didn't care about them at all. Some things come at a price. After placing the system fragments and antidote pills with the previously collected special aura items, Qiao Qi finally had time to deal with Jiang Yishuang. You have destroyed my system. Why won't you let me go? What did I do wrong? I was so small when I came here and I didn't understand anything, sob. Seeing Qiao Qi's indifferent face, Jiang Yishuang could no longer bear the psychological pressure and burst into tears. Qiao Qi stopped, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Don't understand? At 15 or 16, you don't understand death? Besides, how old are you now? I. With a wave of her hand, Jiang Yishuang was pulled into her grasp. Crack. Following the system's fate, Jiang Yishuang lost her life as well. Without the system and losing much of her fortune, killing her was easy. Using a cleansing technique, her hand remained spotless. Bring that stableman here. With her command, a nameless figure quickly brought the stableman over. With the Jiang family fallen, the stableman returned to the Duke's residence to continue his work. The stableman, trembling in fear as he was thrown to the ground, looked up at Qiao Qi. His slightly lewd triangular eyes lit up, and he immediately put on a flattering smile. Everyone said that Jiang Yun married him because a noble had spoken. Later, when Jiang Yun died, he faced no punishment and continued his life as usual. She was once a young lady from the Prime Minister's residence, indirectly dying by his hand, yet he faced no consequences, which inflated his ego. He believed he had gained favor from the nobles. Recently, he had taken an interest in a maid in the residence and was preparing to ask the lady for her hand in marriage. If he could gain the favor of the current noble, wouldn't he be waiting for immense wealth? Noble, do you have any orders? I will do anything for you, even if it costs me my life. I do have something for you to do. Qiao Qi gave a knowing look to the nameless figure, who immediately understood and handed a cloth to the stableman. With one cut, a piece of flesh was sliced from the stableman, and with another cut, another piece fell away. The stableman suffered 1,000 cuts before finally dying, his body carelessly tossed beside Jiang Yishuang. Bring Yin Yanting here. Jiang Yishuang was someone Yin Yanting truly cared for. Now that she was dead, he needed to be informed. In less than half an hour, Yin Yanting appeared in the back courtyard of the Duke's residence. Seeing Jiang Yishuang's lifeless body, his eyes turned red with anger, sorrow, and despair. Did you kill her?
Why?
Qiao Qi had not left. She had been waiting for him to arrive. Without thinking, Yin Yanting angrily questioned her. Besides Qiao Qi, who else would kill Jiang Yishuang? Clearly, his guess was as accurate as ever. Of course.
To kill you.
With the female lead gone, the male lead was no longer useful. She first poisoned him, took many of his treasures, and even pushed him into a lake to humiliate him. Now, she had killed his beloved. After all that, she wouldn't think Yin Yanting would hold no grudge. Though Yin Yanting was not to be feared, even an ant can bite an elephant. Such deep hatred was worth risking everything. Wouldn't a foe like that be better off dead? Before Yin Yanting could think, a surge of energy entered his body and severed his heart's connection. The god of war, Prince Su, was poisoned by an enemy, and the emperor of the Qin kingdom issued a decree seeking a healer to cure him. A great reward would be given to anyone who could lift the poison. As soon as he learned of Yin Yanting's poisoning, Yin Jiuzhou had issued this order. Everyone said the new emperor was kind, and for a time, he gained a good reputation. Unexpectedly, the god of war couldn't last even half a month. He deeply loved the sinner Jiang Yishuang, but she was targeted by a horseman who wanted to force her to marry him. When Jiang Yishuang refused, she tragically died. Upon hearing this, Prince Su rushed into the duke's residence and brutally killed the horseman, but he himself succumbed to the poison. The entire nation mourned. Yin Jiuzhou was even more generous with rewards, almost offering him the throne. After Yin Yanting was buried, Qiao Qi visited the palace again. Yin Jiuzhou was reviewing official documents when she approached and saw a red comment on one of the papers. Nonsense. The national master is here, please sit. Yin Jiuzhou was not concerned at all and quickly had a chair placed beside the dragon throne. I'll be busy for a little while longer. If the national master doesn't mind, feel free to read. The study was filled with books, including rare and banned texts. There were also many confidential letters, all openly available for her to see. Qiao Qi was not interested in these and sat beside him, watching as he reviewed more nonsense. Aren't you afraid I might kill you? Yin Jiuzhou had plotted against her more than once, but it was not a conspiracy. It was an open scheme. Your words are different, National Master. I am simply following my own plans, which happen to overlap with some of your actions. Just like Yin Yanting's inevitable fate. Even if Qiao Qi did not act, Yin Jiuzhou would not spare him. From the moment he ascended the throne, he had hinted at the need to relinquish military power. But Yin Yanting had ignored it completely. Once you give up the power in your hands, it won't be easy to get it back. Yin Yanting understands the changes in royal power, but he is unwilling to accept it. That position is tempting to everyone. This made Yin Jiuzhou consider taking drastic actions. When the news of his poisoning came out, he was already plotting. Now that he is dead, he is willing to grant him a high reward. After all, he is just a dead person. You really know how to read people's hearts, Qiao Qi said with a harmless smile, feeling relieved and dropping her thoughts of killing him. Yin Jiuzhou, after initially crossing her boundaries, has shown he knows his place. It's fine to keep someone like him around for now. I'm going back. Remember to save what comes from mist concealment for me.
Okay.
Seeing Qiao Qi's figure disappear from the study, Yin Jiuzhou broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily, he survived. From then on, the Qin kingdom was completely under his control. Yin Jiuzhou's old residence. Now, Granny Chun, Xiao Juhua, and Chun Xiao have all been brought to the residence. Qiao Shi will return to the Moon Kingdom in 11 days, and Jin'er will go with her, while Granny Chun and the others will stay at the residence to take care of the flowers. The courtyard where she lives will be kept for her, and they have been settled there. Outside the residence, Qiao Shi also bought a courtyard for Granny Chun, so if she ever wants to leave the main residence, she can go there. Jin'er is preparing special products from the Qin Kingdom to get ready for their return. Qiao Qi visited Qiao Shi's courtyard and found that she had taken up a new hobby, playing chess. Gardening and playing chess make for a leisurely life. I see you really like Juhua and Chun Xiao. Why not bring them with you? For this trip back to the Moon Kingdom, Qiao Shi only plans to take Jin'er, leaving everyone else at the residence to care for the plants. Hearing this, Qiao Shi paused her chess movements, and her smile became more natural. Are you asking to test me or just casually? Oh, do I look like someone who tests you at any moment?
I don't want you to submit to me.
Qiao Qi relaxed on the soft couch, truly chatting like two sisters. Qiao Shi placed her chess book on the table and replied seriously. Juhua and Xiao Ju have been with Granny Chun for many years. I don't want to see them separated. They are also from the Qin Kingdom and might not want to leave their home to follow me. If they come with me, will I treat them as sisters or as servants? She didn't want to think too much about it, but the reality forced her to consider. Her true family is still alive, not to mention her elder sister. Her second sister is also a noble princess. She considers the servants of others' households as family. Even if my second sister and the others don't say anything, what will others think? Granny Chun and the others will also have their thoughts, and in the end, no one will be happy. It's better to leave them in the Qin kingdom. Apart from some sadness from separation, everyone will be content. As for Chun Xiao, she once served Jiang Yishuang with me, but now that my status has changed, if I keep her by my side, with me as the master and her as the servant, over time, I fear her mindset will change. Although everything I have now comes from Qiao Qi, it is undeniable that if my elder sister is willing to acknowledge me, my status will indeed change. This change is vastly different from before. When the emperor was still a prince, no one could enter his residence, but with my elder sister backing me, I can come and go freely. Even the head steward has lowered his attitude significantly. The attitude of the servants often reflects that of their master. Even if I don't understand the situation well, and my sister hasn't told me much, I can see these things clearly. Moreover, my sister is now recognized as a national teacher by the emperor as a citizen of the Moon Kingdom, which shows her status. I don't want to assume the worst about others, but rather than let the bond between the two of them reach a bad outcome, it's better not to let it happen from the start. If Chun Xiao stays in the residence and I return to the Moon Kingdom, the two of us probably won't meet often in our lives, which is better for everyone. I used to think you were a bit spoiled, but I didn't expect you to be so insightful. Elder sister, that's not just being spoiled. Qiao Shi smiled slightly, her courage returning, and her personality became a bit more lively. When I was at home, both you and my second sister cherished me, and our grandparents and parents spoiled me. If it was only about being spoiled, would you dislike me? As the youngest daughter in the family, although I was somewhat pampered, being the youngest among many sisters, I had to learn to read the room to gain attention. If it weren't for these skills, I wouldn't have made it this far. Why was I the only one sold to the capital when others were sold to the Qin kingdom, like a normal slave? I even gained Granny Chun's sympathy, and she bought me from the dealer. The others either died or were injured. Wasn't it because of years of observing others? Just like when we were fleeing, even if I hadn't sold myself, my father would have certainly sold me. Although he wasn't cruel to us, once his own safety was threatened, what would his daughter matter? He doesn't even care about his grandparents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given the last bit of food to that widow, while the whole family was hungry. Granny Chun initially had 2 daughters working in the 5th prince's residence, and one of them had some status in front of concubine Ji, so she was able to gain some favor. Later, she was forcefully bought by Jiang Yishuang, and life in the prime minister's residence was not easy for her. Jiang Yishuang clearly intended to make things difficult for her and had no thoughts of gratitude. So, when Chun Xiao was punished, she stepped forward to plead for her. After receiving secret support from Chun Xiao, her life became a little better. Although everything involved some scheming, the feelings that developed later were genuine. Chun Xiao treated her sincerely. She wasn't made of stone, so how could she not be moved? If it weren't for necessity, who would want to serve others? I will keep Chun Xiao here. She doesn't need to serve anyone. She can live her life, well, in the courtyard. I'll give her some silver to keep so she can buy a house outside and live on her own or do whatever she wants. I think she would really enjoy such freedom. To be honest, she liked this kind of life too. If given the chance, she would want to live like this someday. You are much more insightful than your second sister. In this era, Qiao Shi is quite rare in her understanding, unlike Qiao Jiu, who needs others to push her forward and has no plans for herself. However, this is also related to her personality. Although Qiao Jiu was the second sister in the family, she acted more like the eldest, always prioritizing others over herself. A personality formed over many years cannot change overnight. Perhaps with more time, Qiao Jiu could transform. Compared to other families with siblings fighting among themselves, these two are doing quite well. Big sister, the second sister, also had a hard time at home. She's a good person. In the past, Qiao Jiu was like a hard-working ox, while she was the carefree shepherd on its back. As a beneficiary, she had no right to criticize her. Save those words for when you return and talk to her yourself. Qiao Jiu had already informed her about the matters with their grandparents. This was one of the reasons Xiao Shi truly opened her heart. She felt sad for a while after learning their mother had passed. But she had anticipated such a thing. After wandering for so long, her sadness had faded. The chances of surviving during the famine were minimal. I want to go back as soon as possible. During her time in the kingdom of Qin, she initially missed her family, but after facing many challenges, those feelings faded. Now that life has improved, she finds herself thinking of her family again. I need to tell you something important. Xiao Qi shared everything about Xiao Jinzhen with her. She hadn't gone into detail before, but since she was going back, it was best to mention it early. There was no need to wait until she returned to discuss it. Hearing that Xiao Jinzhen had used her money to buy food for a widow and had even watched her grandparents leave, Xiao Shi clenched her fists tightly, a bitter and mocking smile forming on her lips. Even though she had suspected this outcome, hearing it confirmed still made her feel sad and shocked. He had chosen a widow over his own parents and didn't care about his wife and children. Second sister is soft-hearted but stubborn. She probably won't forgive him. She found it hard to even say the word father. On the road to escape, if he hadn't acted so selfishly and caused so much trouble, their family wouldn't have suffered so much, and her mother wouldn't have died. In the end, he was just a selfish man, only caring about his own comfort. Don't worry, big sister. I had already given up on him during our escape. From now on, we'll be like strangers, rich or poor. It won't matter. At most, I'll just bury him if he dies. She didn't think the widow's children would help him. They were ungrateful. If he lost his ability to support them, they would likely kick him out. This won't just be forgotten. Her mother's death was mostly her father's fault, but the widow also played a part. She had encouraged him to take their food, and even to sell them off. Although he hesitated at the time, it felt like a thunderbolt to her.
He was actually hesitating.
When we go back, you can do whatever you want. Xiao Qi shrugged. This was the difference between Xiao Jiu and Xiao Shi. Xiao Jiu only wanted to cut ties with Xiao Jinzhen and never thought about revenge. But as long as they weren't truly evil villains, she wouldn't interfere with whatever they chose to do. 20 carts set off in a grand procession, more than half filled with various specialties from the kingdom of Qin. Along the way, there were people sent by Yin Jiuzhou to escort them safely out of Qin. The carts swayed as they passed through Qin and entered the border of the kingdom of Yu. At this time, Qiao Qi received news about the 3 treasure maps. Lu Yun informed her that Manager Zhang had disguised and sold all 3 treasure maps. The first treasure map was hidden in an antique painting, made to look like a part of the artwork. It wasn't too valuable, but it wasn't cheap either, and it ended up in a bookstore. The second map was placed inside a set of luxurious jewelry and was auctioned directly at the auction house managed by Manager Zhang. The third map was hidden in an old, damaged painting and was secretly arranged by Manager Zhang to be sold at another auction house. The 3 treasure maps were not only hidden but also sold separately, yet they all ended up in the hands of the same person. This person seemed to belong to a hidden family, and their identity had not yet been discovered, so they were being discreetly followed. It was quite interesting. She couldn't believe this person wasn't a key candidate to decipher the treasure maps. Even if an ordinary person had the luck and insight to buy one, it would be a stroke of luck. Yet this person managed to buy all 3 disguised treasure maps. She sent a message to Lu Yun, instructing them to continue monitoring and to contact her with any important updates. As time passed, and with the help of elixirs, Lu Yun's team grew stronger, and many top experts were trained. She didn't care about the hidden family. She was only focused on whether her treasure maps could help her find Mist Hidden. Through the previous encounter with the old man from Non 308, her curiosity about Mist Hidden grew. Did such extraordinary beings truly exist in this world? Or was it a prison? The carriage swayed gently as it moved. Time flew by, and it was already September, with the weather becoming increasingly hot. The convoy finally arrived at Taohua County. Compared to before, Taohua County was now much more prosperous. Xiao Jiu had plenty of silver, And since Tahua County was now under her management, after submitting a proposal to reduce most of the land taxes, she began experimenting with various property and income taxes. Emperor Lin Wang was pleased, as it was just a small county. If the experiments went well, he could promote them nationwide. If not, they could be adjusted. After all, this county was under Xiao Zhou's control, and she could do as she pleased, as long as it didn't harm the people. As for the local officials, that was not his concern. Xiao Zhou used the collected taxes to continue developing Tahua County. Some beautiful places have been turned into paid attractions, where poetry gatherings are occasionally held, attracting many visitors. Zhou Jiao is definitely behind this. Recently, Xiao Zhou shared that Zhou Jiao plans to collaborate with her on sugar and refined salt, and even mentioned hybrid rice. She can do whatever she wants. It doesn't concern her. Since she thought of hybrid rice, she probably also thought of sweet potatoes and potatoes. Zhou Jiao won't let those go either. Big sister, this place looks really nice. Xiao 11 lifted the curtain of the carriage, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She already knew that Tahua County was her second sister's territory, a place the emperor doesn't oversee, allowing her sister to do as she pleases. During the journey back, she understood why her big sister thrived in both Qin and Yu countries.
Truly.
Her abilities are extraordinary, almost like those of an immortal. Do you want it? Ask the emperor for a piece of land. A county should be fine. Yu country has its own policies, and a small county is manageable as a territory. However, if it were a larger city, it could lead to division over time, shaking the foundation of Yu country. Even if Lin Wang agreed due to her influence, it could cause trouble in the long run. A county is enough for fun. Ha ha. Big sister's joking. Besides, I don't like to manage these things. As they spoke, the carriage entered Lihua village. After more than half a year, the village had transformed. Nearly every household lived in new brick houses, the paths were clean and tidy, and there was a dedicated waste disposal station. The house at the end of her village was surrounded by many flowers and greenery, making the scenery much better. Xiao Zhou's house had undergone a complete renovation, expanded more than 10 times, with bridges, flowing water, and ponds in the courtyard. Previously, one person had one room. Now, it seemed like each person had their own courtyard. As the carriage drove into the village, Qiao Qi encountered the village's guard team. Most of these people were hired by the village chief from outside, with funds pooled from the village. Lihua village has a unique geography, surrounded by mountains on 2 sides and water on one, making it hard for outsiders to enter if the entrances are guarded. The village chief simply wants to keep the village secure. It's the young lady returning. Hurry and inform the village chief. The leader of the guard team, a local, recognized Qiao Qi at once and excitedly sent someone to call the village chief. This left Qiao Qi feeling a bit confused. Why were they calling her young lady? Before long, the village chief hurried over, looking anxious. After taking health pills for a long time, the chief's face was much rosier than before, and he had even lost quite a bit of his white hair. He seemed stronger too. Miss, you finally came back. I thought you had abandoned this village. The village chief, usually a tough man, had red eyes and looked like he might cry. Qiao Qi was a bit confused. What did he mean by her abandoning the village? She had just been away for a while. Wait. What did this village have to do with her? Wait. What did you call me? He used to just call her by her name. Why was he suddenly being so sentimental? Miss, I've told everyone in the village that from now on, you are the lady of Lihua village. The village chief went on about Qiao Qi's achievements, including praise for her grandfather and grandmother. They had praised her since she arrived in the village, saying she was born under special circumstances. Qiao Qi, feeling a bit annoyed and wanting to strangle him. All right, everyone can go now. Qiao Qi waved her hand to send the village chief away, then she returned to her home with Qiao 11. After some guidance from Qiao Zhou, her grandfather and grandmother had accepted that she had gained the favor of a celestial being and had changed her personality. Big sister. Big girl. You finally came back. At Xiao Zhou's house, Her grandfather, grandmother, and Xiao Zhou were waiting at the door, tears in the eyes of the two elders. When they saw Xiao 11 get off the carriage, their tears fell. Xiao grandmother rushed forward and hugged Xiao 11. She originally wanted to hug Xiao Qi but missed her, then smoothly embraced Xiao 11 instead. Xiao Qi was still not used to such warmth and wondered how Xiao Zhou had talked to these two. She felt her grandfather and grandmother were very accepting, until she heard the excuse she had come up with from Xiao Zhou. I said you are the reincarnation of a celestial being, sent down to experience trials. Now that you have regained your celestial awareness, you need to sever all emotional ties, ha. Xiao Zhou awkwardly chuckled a bit. The big sister in front of him was nothing like the past. If he said she had died once, and then came back to life after receiving teachings from a celestial being, her grandparents might think she was possessed by a demon. Rather than saying such things, it was better to keep quiet. Let the past version of Xiao Qi live forever in their hearts. The granddaughter is still the same granddaughter. It's just that her personality changed after awakening as an immortal. Say what you want, but 11 has also suffered a lot like you did before. You two sisters should talk more. After talking to Xiao 11, Grandpa Xiao and Grandma Xiao looked a bit awkwardly at Xiao Qi. Although they learned from Xiao Jiu that their eldest granddaughter was an immortal reincarnated, they still felt uncomfortable facing her cold demeanor. Grandpa and Grandma, let's all have dinner together tonight. Xiao Qi didn't have much to say to them. If they weren't the original owner's family, they would just be strangers to her. Okay. Gathering is good. I'll go cook now. Grandma, let the staff prepare. You've just recovered. Don't overexert yourself. Xiao Jiu quickly changed the subject. Grandma Xiao's cooking wasn't great. She only had a couple of decent dishes. Most of the time, they just boiled whatever in a big pot. After all, they usually couldn't afford nice meals. She knew her elder sister's taste, and if the food wasn't good, she wouldn't touch it much. With such devoted granddaughters, I can finally enjoy my old age, Grandma Xiao said cheerfully as everyone went inside. She was glad she hadn't followed the village's preference for sons over daughters. Her son was unreliable, but her granddaughters brought her joy. The dinner was prepared by Sun Xiaohe, and after not seeing her for half a year, her cooking skills had improved a lot. Grandpa Xiao drank a lot of her homemade wine and became a bit tipsy. Previously, Xiao Jiu had always limited his drinking, but this was the first time he was allowed to drink freely. After drinking too much, he grabbed Grandma Xiao's arm, laughing and crying. He laughed about their good fortune, saying how devoted the granddaughters were, and cried about his son's unfilial behavior, scolding him for abandoning his parents for a widow. Seeing his tears and snot getting on her new clothes, Grandma Xiao angrily punched him and had him taken away to sleep. Why bring up that downhearted man on a good day? Long ago, when that reckless son chose the widow over his own parents, they had considered him no longer their son. Now that even his daughters didn't recognize him as their father, what was the point in mentioning him? This heartbreak was too deep to heal. With such a drinking habit, if he doesn't drink for a day, it feels like it would be the end for him. Why doesn't he just stop drinking? Old Lady Qiao muttered for a while before inviting everyone to continue eating. After the meal, Xiao Jiu took Xiao Shi to her courtyard, which was all set up. Now that the courtyard has expanded, she prepared a separate space for everyone, even for Xiao Qi. It doesn't matter if they live there or not, but she couldn't treat anyone unfairly. In addition, she also reserved a courtyard for everyone at the princess's residence. Who would have thought we could live like this now? Looking at the various exquisite decorations in the room, which were just as good as those in the old palace of the King of Qin, Xiao Shi couldn't help but sigh. Some of the decorations here were even more luxurious than what she had seen before. You will gradually take over the family matters with me in the future. Xiao Jiu had no selfish intentions. The orchard was given to her by her older sister, and she never thought of keeping it all to herself. Now that Shi has returned, she wanted to share these things. Forget it, second sister. I'm not interested in these. The gifts given to her by the King of Qin were more than enough for her to live comfortably for a lifetime. She didn't come back to take things. Seeing that Xiao Jio was about to say more, Qiao Shi quickly interrupted her. Second sister, our older sister brought us gifts. Let's go. In the banquet hall, Qiao Qi had people unload the items from the carriage, along with some additional things she had brought. Now that Xiao Jio's courtyard had expanded, there were many more servants, some brought from the princess's residence and others sent over for selection. Old man Xiao drank some hangover soup and became a bit clear-headed. Xiao Qi took out 2 prepared 1,000-year-old ginseng roots, giving one to each of them, along with plenty of health pills. Old man Xiao held the ginseng, grinning foolishly. Before the disaster, everyone in the village said he had a good son. His son was so helpful. When someone else's roof collapsed, he would rush over to help fix it, but when his own roof fell, he didn't care. Those who benefited naturally praised him, but what good was that son to him? People also said that loving his granddaughters was pointless. Once they married, everything belonged to someone else, and just ensuring they didn't starve was considered a great kindness. But now, this ginseng is 1,000 years old. In his lifetime, he had never seen a ginseng that was even 20 or 30 years old, let alone a 1,000-year-old one. I heard that someone in the village dug up a ginseng that was over 20 years old and sold it for a lot of money. This 1,000-year-old ginseng he has is probably priceless. His granddaughter is wonderful. His son, who is not much help, only contributed by giving him these lovely granddaughters. When Grandma Qiao saw Grandpa Qiao's worthless expression, she slapped his hand. Old man, I want to tell you that this ginseng is for your granddaughter to help you live longer. Don't use it to make wine. Grandma Qiao gently placed the ginseng aside, worried about damaging its roots. She could grow many 1,000-year-old ginsengs in her space if she wanted. However, for ordinary people, the effects of 1,000-year-old ginseng are too strong. One plant can last a long time, but using too much can harm the body. I remember we have some ginseng wine at home. I'll have Zhang Chong bring a few jars over. Most of the wine at home is brewed by Sun Xiaohua, including various medicinal wines and fruit wines, each jar weighing over 100 pounds. Letting him drink that good wine would be a waste. He doesn't need such fine wine. Grandma Qiao said, glancing disapprovingly at Grandpa Qiao. After chatting for a while, Qiao Qi finally got up to leave. She had already distributed most of the items she brought from the kingdom of Qin, keeping only 2 carts for herself, one of which was for Sun Xiaohua and her group. After asking the steward's son to distribute the items from one cart, Qiao Qi opened her room door. The room was spotless, everything exactly as she left it, even the position of a pen unchanged. The next morning, since she had given prior notice, Xiao Jiao and the others did not disturb her, and Xiao Qi enjoyed her peace. Miss, is there anything you want to eat for lunch? After not seeing each other for half a year, Sun Xiaohua had grown quite a bit. Xiao Qi thought for a moment and took out a variety of seafood from her space. She had raised many kinds of seafood, which were fresher than what could be caught. Lots of seafood. Seafood sounds great. I've learned many ways to cook it, though I'm not very used to making sashimi. My knife skills have improved, and even if I'm not used to it, the taste turns out well. Sun Xiaohua happily took a bucket to collect the seafood, completely ignoring its sudden appearance. At noon, Sun Xiaohua brought out the delicious dishes she had prepared. Butter-fried blue lobster, steamed large yellow fish, sea cucumber stew with yellow lip fish maw, crab porridge, spicy goose neck barnacles. The ingredients are top-notch, and with Sun Xiaohua's skills, the flavors are elevated to another level. Your cooking skills have improved. They are indeed good. It's all thanks to the eldest lady's teaching. Qiao Qi. I can't teach you my cooking skills. At this point, she had to admit that her cooking was indeed poor. Go call the third miss.
Yes.
Before long, Qiao Shi was brought over by Sun Xiaohua. Eldest sister, you called me over for something? She knew that her eldest sister didn't like them interrupting her. This morning, their grandmother wanted someone to call the eldest sister for a meal, but the second sister stopped her. Now, the eldest sister was like a celestial being. There was no need to disturb her for a few meals. If the eldest sister wanted to eat, she would go herself. It would be inappropriate to disturb her without warning. Mentioning a celestial being made their grandmother silent. The Qiao family's current wealth was all thanks to Qiao Qi. Although she felt regretful, seeing her two granddaughters by her side made her feel better. Since you are back, is there anything you want to do? I gave your second sister an orchard. She also has shares in 2 sauce factories and a soap factory, saying she makes a fortune daily.
And you now?
Well, you don't have any means of making money.
Kia Shi.
It stung a bit, but it was the truth. Eldest sister, although I don't have the ability to make money, during this time, the rewards I've received in Qing country and the things you've given me are enough for me to live comfortably for a lifetime. And this morning, the second sister also gave me 10,000 taels of silver notes, which is too much. At this point, Qiao Shi's face turned a bit red. The gifts from her eldest and second sisters were indeed too generous. With so much money, she probably wouldn't spend it all in her lifetime. Too much? When you were at the Yin Jiuzhou residence, that cold orchid cost 3,000 taels each, and the water for daily watering from the deep mountain spring cost 10 taels per bucket. That 10,000 taels isn't even enough to care for 3 cold orchids. Qiao Qi stroked her chin. Perhaps those without money could only imagine the emperor using a golden hoe to farm, waking up every day to drink sweetened water.
Qiao Shi.
That hurt even more. Isn't Zhou Jiao trying to do something with refined salt and white sugar? You should invest in that. You'll get dividends later. The profits from refined salt and white sugar are huge. Zhou Jiao can't handle it alone. If there is no support behind her, the best outcome would be to submit the recipe to the court and receive a nice title. As for future profits, she can forget about them. If there is support, she can gain both money and status. Now that Qiao Shi has invested money, even if she only receives a small share of the profits, the returns are still substantial. Thank you, big sister. I heard that the village has built a school where both boys and girls can study. Do you think I can go? If you want to go, then go. She doesn't usually get involved in these matters, but she tries to be fair to everyone as long as she has no favoritism towards either side. Life in Lihua village is simple and warm, and the villagers treat her with great respect. Thanks to the protection of Princess Qiaojiu, the corrupt official's influence has not reached Taohua County, let alone Lihua village. Princess Qiaojiu rarely returns to the princess's residence and mostly stays in Lihua village. The roads in Lihua village have long been well maintained, so traveling to the capital doesn't take much time. Qiao Qi wishes to continue this leisurely life, but she is on the verge of a breakthrough. If she cannot ensure a safe transition to the Golden Core stage, she will have to venture deep into the uninhabited desert. Madame Liu has come to visit. Just as Qiao Qi was preparing to leave soon, Jiang Wanning, who she hadn't seen in a long time, suddenly came to visit. Please come in. It had been a long time since they last met, and Jiang Wanning was visibly pregnant, her belly rounded and high, at least 5 or 6 months along. Why did you come personally while pregnant? The weather is still quite warm, and Jiang Wanning must have rushed over, as beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. I heard you were back, and I wanted to come earlier, but I was suffering from severe nausea. The doctor prescribed some medicine, and I only felt better these past few days. Jiang Wanning looked exhausted and had lost a lot of weight. After not seeing her for over half a year, she seemed to have aged 2 or 3 years. This pregnancy seems to be tough for you. It's already May and June, and she is still experiencing morning sickness, which is hard on a mother. Fortunately, it's just that there are too many things to deal with, and it's overwhelming. Jiang Wanning placed her hand on her belly, a bitter smile on her lips. Have some fruit. Sun Xiaohua brought over some cut fruit, all sweet and refreshing. Jiang Wanning ate a couple of pieces, but soon felt nauseous again. Qiao Qi placed her hand on the back of Jiang Wanning's hand and infused a bit of spiritual energy into her. The feeling of nausea immediately faded away. However, instead of feeling relieved, Jiang Wanning's expression became even more pained. She tightly clutched the hem of her clothes, her eyes gradually turning red, and eventually, she collapsed onto the table, crying uncontrollably. Until her tears subsided a bit, she finally stood up, choking on her words. Xiao Qi, if there were another way, I wouldn't want to trouble you, but I really have no choice. Her friendship with Xiao Qi had always been quite pure. She didn't want to complicate it with other factors. If she had a choice, she would prefer not to come this time, but since it involved her close family, how could she ignore it? This plea only drained their friendship. You go ahead. Xiao Qi probably guessed what the matter was. Jiang Wanning gradually steadied her emotions and began to explain the situation in detail. This matter was related to the Minister of the Interior, Wei. Jiang Wanning's older sister, Jiang Qinghe, married into the Wei family, specifically the second son of the minister. After marrying into the Wei family, she had her mother-in-law and sister-in-law to support her, and they treated her kindly, so she lived very well in the minister's residence. Her daily life with her husband was quite leisurely. Unexpectedly, the incident at the orphanage in Mingzhou City eventually pointed to the Minister of the Interior. The emperor ordered a thorough investigation, but no matter how they looked into it, the connections behind the orphanage all led back to the minister. The evidence was clear. The minister and the entire Wei family should be executed immediately. However, the emperor, considering Jiang Qing, he was from the Jiang family, and that Xiao Qi was close to Jiang Wanning, ordered the Supreme Court to investigate thoroughly once more. The result remained the same. The case against the minister had been investigated many times, and the outcome was always the same. With solid evidence, the emperor ultimately sentenced the minister to death after autumn, confiscated the Wei family's property, and exiled all males over the age of 7. Because of our relationship, the emperor spared the female members of the Wei family and only required them to move out of the minister's residence. Now, the men of the Wei family had already been exiled, and in half a month, the minister would also be executed. Seeing her sister-in-law nearly in tears and her parents worried day and night, she hesitated for a long time before mustering the courage to come. My sister's father-in-law absolutely did not do such a thing. My father would stake his life on it, and my sister and I are very close. I truly cannot bear to see her crying every day. Her father had known the minister for a long time. Otherwise, with his position, he wouldn't have been able to let her sister marry the second son of the minister as his legitimate wife. Her mother-in-law treated her very well, and there were no concubines or even secondary wives around her brother-in-law. She wasn't familiar with the minister, but her father would stake his life on his character. He might not guarantee other matters, but the incident at the orphanage was definitely not his doing. Jiang Wanning slid down from the chair and knelt on the floor, her eyes filled with struggle and pain. This kneeling likely meant the end of their friendship. Get up first, Xiao Qi said. Her fingers moved slightly, and an invisible force helped Jiang Wanning back to her feet, allowing her to sit steadily in the chair again. Since the emperor has thoroughly investigated, why do you want me to plead for him? If the incident at the orphanage was truly his fault, then he deserves the punishment. If it wasn't, and the emperor has investigated multiple times, why are you so sure of his character? People's hearts are hard to read. Even close relatives can't guarantee they truly understand each other. Now that we are at this point, Minister Wei still insists he is innocent, and Madame Wei agrees. They have shared a bed for many years, and if she hasn't noticed anything, then Minister Wei must be hiding something very deep. But if that's the case, why does the evidence point so clearly to him? It's as if someone deliberately left clues to implicate him. Lu Yizhou is not a simple-minded person. He has already analyzed some details for Jiang Wanning. Perhaps Minister Wei is truly innocent and has been framed. The chances of having enemies are small. It's likely a matter of conflicting interests. But with the evidence at hand, if they can't find proof of his innocence, he is likely doomed. Xiao Qi's middle finger tapped rhythmically on the table. After a while, she spoke, who is currently the Minister of Revenue. It's Guo Ren, who previously served as Deputy Minister. My father and husband have considered this, but he has been in office for decades, always fair and honest, never making mistakes. Perhaps you only know what others want you to see? Xiao Qi raised her eyelids slightly and continued. This is fine. Continue to investigate. There must be something wrong. If we can uncover it, it will be much easier to find the mastermind behind it. Whether it's a frame-up or a conflict of interests, there will always be some traces left behind. Jiang Wanning twisted her handkerchief, feeling extremely anxious. I want to ask for your help. Her husband is only a fourth-rank governor and cannot reach the capital. Her father is in the capital, but is only a third-rank official with no real power. If the emperor can't uncover the truth, her father certainly can't. Don't worry, you're pregnant. Tomorrow I will go to the capital. This statement indicated her agreement to help. Tears fell from Jiang Wanning's eyes again, and it felt as if the heavy stone weighing on her heart had suddenly been lifted.
Thank you.
Besides saying thank you, I really don't know what else to say. Jiang Wanning's voice was choked with emotion, feeling both relieved and sad. The relief came from knowing that there was finally a conclusion regarding Wei Shangshu. No matter if it was good or bad, as long as it came from Qiao Qi, she believed it. The sadness stemmed from the fact that their friendship could never return to what it once was, as it was now mixed with too many complicated matters. Stop crying. It's not good for the baby if you cry too much. You have already suffered so much for this child. Okay, I won't cry anymore, I won't cry. Jiang Wanning wiped her tears with a handkerchief, but her makeup was already ruined. After sending Jiang Wanning away, Qiao Qi asked Zhang Chong to go to the neighboring Qiao residence. He only heard from them that she wouldn't be home for the next few days. I won't be home for the next few days. Please take care of the house. The next day, after giving instructions to Butler's son and others, Qiao Qi went to the capital. Now she had reached the peak of foundation building, and it only took her a couple of hours to travel from Lihua village to the capital. In the capital, in the imperial study. Your Majesty, the secret guards have reported that Madame Lu visited Lihua village yesterday. After Qiao Qi returned, the secret guards dared not investigate further about Lihua village. They only knew that Jiang Wanning had gone there and nothing else. After Madame Lu returned from Lihua village, her mood improved a lot. Chief Steward Su cautiously glanced up at the emperor. Madame Lu's improved mood indicated that someone was going to intervene in this matter. But this matter had already been decided. Could they really let the emperor become a foolish ruler and release Wei Shangshu? Don't worry, the national master is not someone who acts without understanding the situation. Emperor Yu was reviewing memorials, without looking up. Chief Steward Su. Your Majesty, may I ask who this national master is?
Xiao Shanyi.
I plan to appoint her as the national master of Yu Kingdom. Emperor Yu set down his brush, perhaps in a good mood, as a rare smile appeared on his face. Chief Steward Su was left speechless. Why was there suddenly a plan to appoint her as the national master? Besides, would she even agree to it? He feared that the emperor's feelings would ultimately lead to disappointment. She is a citizen of Yu Kingdom. Since she is willing to be the national master of Qin Kingdom, she likely won't refuse to be the national master of Yu Kingdom. When Emperor Yu said this, his voice was filled with deep emotion. He had not dared to take action on this matter, yet Qin Kingdom had already made a move. It was infuriating. Why were they competing for her? Qin Kingdom's national master? Chief Steward Su was once again bewildered. That person was actually the national master of Qin Kingdom? No. How did she become the national master of Qin Kingdom? It's not that. She is the national teacher of the Qin Kingdom. Why would the emperor let her become the national teacher of the Yu Kingdom? I guess she will arrive in the capital in a couple of days, which saves me from sending a message. But this matter with Wei Min is difficult to handle. Wei Min's crime should have led to immediate execution. The reason he insisted on keeping him alive until now was to wait for Qiao Qi to return. If he ends up wrongfully accusing someone, and then Lady Lu goes and cries about it, that would be a disaster. Linhua was thinking about when Qiao Qi might arrive when he turned around and saw her standing right behind him. Lin Wang shouted and jumped up, his face turning pale from the shock. When did Dr. Qiao arrive? This is unbelievable. It usually takes 3 to 4 days to travel from Pear Blossom Village to the capital. Yet she arrived in just one night? I came after breakfast this morning. Lin Wang. From breakfast until now, it has only been about 2 hours. 2 hours from Pear Blossom Village to the capital? Who are they trying to scare? Taking a deep breath, Lin Wang tried to stay calm, forcing a smile on his weathered face. Dr. Chiao, are you here for the matter of Wei Min? Knowing she didn't like beating around the bush, he got straight to the point. Yes, where is Wei Min? Bring him here. Lin Wang helplessly rubbed his forehead and waved to Steward Su to hurry and bring him. Steward Su immediately agreed and hurried out. Dr. Chiao, I believe Lady Lu has informed you that Wei Min should have been executed immediately. I delayed it because of you, but none of those ministers are trustworthy. Lin Wang sighed, expressing his difficulties. Xiao Qi glanced at him. He is still one of your important officials. Don't you know whether he is the main culprit? Someone is manipulating everything behind the scenes, and you can't find any useful information. That's why you are relying on me. I imagine many people in the prison want to assassinate Wei Min. Lin Wang was no fool. Like Yin Jojo, he was a cunning old fox, sharp as a bee's nest. Since you dislike schemes, then I'll go for a straightforward approach. The case of Wei Min being brought up is closely related to Xiao Qi, and he hasn't done anything wrong. He simply followed the proper procedures to investigate and didn't instigate any slander. The evidence is clear. He originally just wanted to use Wei Min to draw out the big fish behind the scenes, but he didn't expect the other party to not fall for it at all. He also didn't anticipate that there was such a powerful figure in the Moon Kingdom, which left him with no clues and forced him to change his plan. Haha, Dr. Chiao, if I told you everything, it wouldn't be interesting anymore. Besides, the evidence is right here, and I can't be biased, Lin Wang said as he pushed a pile of confidential documents in front of her. Xiao Qi flipped through the documents and casually asked, Are there any suspects? Yes, Cheng Hai, the current left minister of the Ministry of Household. He took the fall for Guoren and is currently under investigation, but he is too cautious and hasn't revealed any clues yet. Bring them all here. Xiao Qi set the documents down and didn't continue reading. Some of the evidence gathered was likely intended for him to see. The person Lin Wang had investigated was probably a scapegoat pushed forward by the other party. While waiting, Lin Wang suddenly handed a decree to Xiao Qi. Dr. Chiao, I intend to appoint you as the National Master of the Moon Kingdom. What do you think? Xiao Qi shot him a glance and opened the decree in front of him. The decree was not only written, but also sealed. Wouldn't it be better to announce it to the world directly? You don't even need to show it to me. Haha, National Master, you're joking. I had to show it to you first. Hehe. Becoming a National Master wasn't out of the question. She had heard in the cultivation world that some people use the power of wishes to cultivate, not through spiritual energy, but from the wishes of ordinary people. Although she hadn't heard of anyone succeeding, it could be a method in this world. If spiritual energy didn't work out in the end, she needed to leave herself a way out. About half an hour later, Wei Min was brought in, followed closely by Cheng Hai and Guoren. The reason I summoned you both is to thoroughly investigate the Wei Min case. Wei Min, I ask you again, do you know your crime? Having been imprisoned for over half a year, Wei Min looked disheveled and somewhat dispirited, but when he heard Lin Wang's question, he still chose to shake his head. Your Majesty, I am innocent. In that case, you will go with the National Master to the side hall. As soon as Lin Wang said this, the new Minister Guoren and the new left Minister Cheng Hai both looked over. Even Wei Min was confused. When did the Moon Kingdom have a National Master? This person looked so familiar, like he had seen them before, but couldn't remember where. However, Lin Wang wouldn't explain anything to them. With a wave of his hand, a servant took Wei Min to the side hall. In the side hall, Xiao Qi's fingers slowly waved in front of Wei Min's eyes. Soon, Wei Min's gaze became blank. After reaching the peak of foundation establishment, hypnosis is much more effective on ordinary people than soul-searching techniques. Is the matter of the orphanage related to you? It has nothing to do with me. I am innocent. I have been wronged. Wei Min whispered. Xiao Qi didn't ask more and called Guoren and Cheng Hai in one after another. Guoren had no issues, but Cheng Hai had some problems. Just as she suspected, he was a scapegoat pushed out by someone behind the scenes. Cheng Hai didn't even realize he was a scapegoat. He unknowingly fell into someone else's trap and became a tool for others. The three of them were unaware they had been hypnotized, and when they woke up, they were back in the hall. When Lin Wang saw her come out, he immediately stood up excitedly. National Master, did you find out anything? Yes, he has issues. Xiao Qi pointed at Cheng-hai. He is a spy from another country, but he is not related to the orphanage matter. He was just pushed out to take the blame. Cheng-hai was terrified, his face pale, and he suddenly knelt on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Please, Your Majesty, see the truth. I have no disloyal intentions. As for being a spy, that is completely false. I have been a citizen of the Moon Kingdom my whole life. This can be verified to prove my innocence." Yes, Cheng-hai has indeed been a citizen of the Moon Kingdom, but he is not Cheng-hai. The real Cheng-hai has long been dead. Xiao Qi casually exposed his disguise. Cheng-hai naturally could not accept this. How could his guilt be determined by just a few words? Where is the evidence? That's nonsense. Your Majesty, I am truly wronged. I have never had any conflict with the National Master, so I don't understand why the National Master would slander me like this. This is a matter of my life. Cheng-hai insisted he was wronged, but Lin Wang's face darkened. Compared to Cheng-hai's claims of being wronged, he trusted Xiao Qi more. Her methods were beyond ordinary reach, and she had no reason to frame Cheng-hai, whom she did not know. Moreover, he had nothing to do with the orphanage case, yet he had ordered a thorough investigation into it. He did not expect Cheng-hai to confess the truth so easily. What embarrassed him was that a spy from another country had been promoted to a crucial position, the Deputy Minister of Revenue. Lin Wang didn't even give Cheng-hai a glance, and instead looked at Xiao Qi, who was sitting nearby. National Master, do you know which country he is a spy for? In the southern country, at a crucial moment, we must disguise ourselves as spies sent by the Qin Kingdom to sow discord between the Qin and the Yu Kingdoms. Lin Wang weakly rubbed his forehead and ordered to arrest Cheng-hai first. Cheng-hai never expected that the National Master's words would hold such weight, leading to his imprisonment without any evidence. Seeing no hope for a plea, Cheng-hai angrily shouted, "Foolish ruler! You harm loyal officials, and the Yu Kingdom will surely suffer. You will face retribution." Ah, what National Master? Just a puppet. The Yu Kingdom will definitely fall. Cheng-hai was dragged away, and Wei Min and Guoren knelt on the ground, their faces pale. Lin Wang temporarily ignored them, thinking deeply with a dark expression before raising his hand to let Wei Min and Guoren stand up. Currently, the only lead they had was Cheng-hai, but he was not the mastermind behind the orphanage case. The one who set Cheng-hai up must not be from the southern or Qin countries, but someone with great influence in the Yu Kingdom. To achieve this, it would take a long time, indicating that the person had been lurking in the Yu Kingdom for quite a while. Do you have anything to say? This was to help Wei Min clear his name, and he was more dedicated than anyone else. Since the opponent had already plotted against Cheng-hai, now that Cheng-hai was exposed, they would surely seek information or shift the blame to the Qin Kingdom. Eventually, they would leave traces behind. They just needed to temporarily conceal this information and follow the clues to catch the culprit. Guo Aiqing, since you are also deeply involved in this case, why not take charge of the investigation? As for Wei Aiqing, I'm afraid you must remain in prison to draw the snake out of its hole. Guo Ren was known for his integrity. Despite his abilities over the years, he had remained low profile. Soon after Wei Min's incident, he was pushed into the spotlight. If Wei Min were to be executed for the orphanage case, Guo Ren would likely face a dead end as well. If Wei Min died, the person behind this would surely use the pretext of clearing his name to bring Guo Ren forward, with all the necessary evidence already prepared. Eliminating both Wei Min and Guo Ren would not cause chaos in the Yu Kingdom, but it would greatly reduce the number of capable individuals in the court. Moreover, the incidents involving Wei Min and Guo Ren would surely discourage loyal officials. Wei Min and Guo Ren clearly understood this, exchanging glances before bowing their heads in gratitude. Lin Wang, however, rubbed his forehead, feeling increasingly uneasy. The other party seems to know the court officials of the Moon Kingdom very well, even setting traps that lead them to unknowingly fall into them. This strategy is quite frightening. After Wei Min and Guo Ren left, Qiao Qi stood up and said coldly, "Instead of making random guesses here, why not investigate the person you truly suspect? Or do you still have feelings for her and are afraid to look into it?" In this world, good and bad are almost always tied to interests. Since someone is acting this way, they must be a beneficiary of a certain situation. If that's the case, let's make some guesses. The other party is stirring trouble in the Moon Kingdom, trying to provoke conflict between the Moon Kingdom, the South Kingdom, and the Qin Kingdom. If the three countries go to war, the likely beneficiaries will be those smaller allied nations. It won't be hard to find answers among these smaller countries. I remember that the favored concubine you once cherished came from the South Zhao Kingdom, right? Oh, although she has died, she was demoted to the lowest rank of talent, now referred to as Lan talent. The poisoning of Lin Wang was also related to Lan talent. She has been dead for so many years, she couldn't have planned this. Lin Wang opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. Qiao Qi scoffed, "What? Can't forget your old feelings? Have you lost your mind? Why are you acting so sentimental here? You must have suspected something yourself. The death of Lan talent might not have been an accident." Lin Wang closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the emotion in his gaze had vanished. He didn't need Qiao Qi to remind him. He knew that Lan talent's death was suspicious. Looking back now, it might not have been an accident. But the third prince has been under my watch. Where would he get the power to do these things? Lin Wang had already begun to suspect the third prince, especially since he was willing to ruin the Moon Kingdom for the South Zhao. However, he had sent several teams to investigate, and none had found any issues. Let's not talk about that. I still can't understand why he is both South Zhao and Moon Kingdom blood, yet he hates the Moon Kingdom so much. Why he hates the Moon Kingdom is something you should answer, not me. If it weren't for the charity case, she wouldn't have gotten involved in this matter at all.
Master.
Lin Wang looked at Qiao Qi with a pitiful expression. Qiao Qi's expression changed, and she grabbed the inkstone on the table and threw it at him. Shameless. How old are you, still pretending to be young? He was already in his 40s and had no shame acting pitiful in front of her, and he could at least make it look better. Lin Wang avoided the inkstone that was thrown at him and coughed uncomfortably a couple of times. I came to ask for your help because I couldn't find out the truth, Master Guesher. Although he was a ruler, many things were not easy to uncover. Bring him here. Since they needed to thoroughly investigate the charity institution case and clear Wei Min's name, it was necessary to clarify the suspect's situation. The third prince was imprisoned in a dungeon and was not having a good time. He had lost weight and looked disheveled, with an unkempt beard. Upon hearing that the emperor wanted to see him, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Chief Su, do you know why father wants to see me? Has he forgiven me?" The third prince's eyes held a hint of hope as he pretended to long for his father's love. Chief Su shook his head. "Third prince, it's not for a servant like me to speak on the emperor's behalf. You will know when you go." Given the serious crime the third prince committed, his survival was due to the bond between father and son. He should not hold any fantasies. Chief Su sighed inwardly and soon brought the third prince to the emperor's study. In the study, besides the emperor sitting at the desk, there was also a woman beside him. When the third prince saw Qiao Qi, his pupils slightly contracted but quickly returned to normal. Even that brief change did not escape Qiao Qi's notice. The commoner pays respects to the emperor. The third prince knelt on the ground and offered a deep bow. Once demoted to a commoner, he was no longer a prince. Chief Su could still call him the third prince, but in front of the emperor, he could not do so. This heartfelt greeting might awaken a trace of compassion in his father's heart. Lin Wang replied lightly, neither asking him to rise nor saying much, and instead turned to talk with Qiao Qi. "Master Guesher, what do you think of him? Let's not discuss anything else for now. I remember he has never seen me, yet he seems very familiar with me." At their first meeting, the hint of wariness in his eyes was genuine. Clearly, he not only knew her but was also aware of some of her abilities. It was likely that his imprisonment was a ruse, while he secretly stirred up trouble from the shadows. Xiao Qi leaned back in her chair, leisurely savoring the freshly brewed floral tea, its fragrance refreshing. In contrast, Lin Mulan, still kneeling on the ground, was sweating uncontrollably. In just a moment, the third prince bowed his head several more times, his voice choked with emotion. "Your Majesty, I have never seen the National Advisor. I was simply surprised to see a woman sitting so calmly in the study." Perhaps in a moment of urgency, the words, "my son," slipped out again. Lin Wang did not dwell on this, and continued to place his hopes on Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi stood up and walked slowly to Lin Mulan, gently placing her hand on his head. "I'm not sure if you are too cautious, or if I've guessed wrong, but I don't sense any unusual energy around the study. If the guess is true, and even Lin Wang cannot find any useful clues, then Lin Mulan must have someone with incredible skills and intelligence working for him. This person could evade Lin Wang's spies and repeatedly send messages to him while he is in prison. When brought to the study, he was also careful not to bring anyone with him. However, there are two possibilities. The message summoning him came too suddenly, and he did not have time to pass it on. The second possibility is that she could be mistaken in her assumptions." When Xiao Qi said this, Lin Mulan's breathing remained steady, although a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. If Lin Wang had not encountered him, he might have truly fallen victim to Lin Mulan.
Lin Mulan, c'est là.
A thread of spiritual energy seeped into Lin Mulan's mind. His resolve was strong, and after a few moments of struggle, he gradually began to let go. About 15 minutes later, Xiao Qi withdrew her hand and looked at Lin Wang with a hint of sympathy. Lin Wang sensed something was wrong, his voice trembling slightly. "National Advisor, what? What does this mean?" He then saw Lin Mulan kneeling on the ground and ordered for him to be taken away. Only when there was no one else in the study did Lin Wang dare to continue asking. He felt that what Xiao Qi was about to say could be very serious. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Qi organized her thoughts before speaking. "Your previous guess was correct. The mastermind behind the charity orphanage incident is indeed Lin Mulan. Besides that case, many recent events have also been driven by him. Even the matter with Cheng Hai was instigated by him." Lin Wang's face turned pale, then flushed with anger. He could not understand how, after having eliminated most of Lin Mulan's forces, he still had such terrifying power. Where did he get his manpower? The people provided to him by the Southern Zhao Kingdom were just a visible part of what he had cleared out. Secretly, he still had many supporters left. They say a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Lin Mulan never revealed his true backup plan. Until the outcome is decided, he must keep enough means to retaliate if he loses. These are fragments extracted from his memories during hypnosis. Southern Zhao, what is Southern Zhao? Do they really believe that the third prince will favor them instead of the Moon Kingdom? Lin Wang was furious, gritting his teeth and growling. Southern Zhao is just a small country. To provide so much support for Lin Mulan, they must have used the strength of the entire nation. But aren't they afraid he might turn against them? Clearly, the Moon Kingdom is where he was raised. With such abilities, how could he show such mercy towards his maternal family? Moreover, since his mother entered the palace, has he shown any unkindness towards Southern Zhao? He believes he has done nothing wrong to his mother, to himself, or even to Southern Zhao. Why does he hate them so much, and why does he hate the Moon Kingdom? Isn't it natural for a Southern Zhao person to do everything they can for their own country? He still has the blood of the Moon Kingdom in him. Lin Wang shouted in anger. But after calming down, he sensed something was off. "Master, you said he is from Southern Zhao? What does that mean? Lin Mulan is clearly their child. How did he become a Southern Zhao person? Did she betray him?" The thought of this possibility made Lin Wang's face turn a deep shade of anger. Especially when he recalled Xiao Qi's sympathetic gaze, he felt even more enraged. As the ruler of a nation, how could he be played like this? Who is the unfaithful man? Who is the unfaithful man? Lin Wang gasped for breath, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes turned red. Xiao Qi helplessly rubbed her forehead. "There is no unfaithful man. Lin Wang. No, no unfaithful man. Then what did you just say, master? Lin Mulan is not your child, nor is he the child of the Lon Kai people. He is the brother of the Lon Kai person. Lin Wang was stunned. He could understand what Xiao Qi was saying, but he couldn't connect the dots. How could such a big son become a younger brother? Do you remember something? When the Lon Kai person gave birth, a noblewoman from your harem also gave birth at the same time, but her child died shortly after birth. What does this have to do with anything? When the Lon Kai person was brought in, he was completely infatuated with her and didn't pay attention to the other concubines in the harem. It was only after the Lon Kai person urged him that he reluctantly visited the other concubines. Several concubines became pregnant at the same time, but only the child of the noble lady and the child of Lon Chiron were safe. Unfortunately, that child died shortly after birth, and the noble lady also died from postpartum complications. At that time, all his thoughts were focused on Lon Chiron, leaving him no time to pay attention to others. The noble lady's child didn't die. It was sent away right after birth by Lon Chiron. When Lon Chiron learned that her mother was pregnant, she teamed up with Prince Nanzhao to set a trap for you, and the other pregnant concubines were just part of her backup plan. After all, Lon Chiron didn't know whether her mother was having a boy or a girl, and time was too tight for her to wait. Lon Chiron wanted a boy, so when her mother became pregnant, she pretended to be pregnant too, and encouraged Lin Wang to visit the harem. She secretly gave the women in the harem special medicine to ensure they would have boys. Bringing her mother into the Moon Kingdom was already extremely difficult, let alone preparing multiple plans. She could only secretly scheme with the other concubines to ensure she would give birth to a boy before thinking of other ways. Later, after confirming her mother was having a boy, Lon Chiron caused the other pregnant concubines to lose their pregnancies, leaving only the girl in the noble lady's womb to cover her bases. After hearing all this, Lin Wang slumped at his chair, as if all his energy had been drained away. He truly hated Lon Chiron, but he had genuinely loved her. He never expected that she only saw him as a pawn.
She
hates me this much, not even wanting our child. Seeing Lin Wang so devastated, Xiao Qi dropped another shocking piece of news that made him spit out a mouthful of blood. By the way, there's one more thing I need to tell you. You never truly favored Lon Chiron. But don't be upset. She doesn't love you anyway. She just didn't give you any reason to doubt her loyalty. Xiao Qi said this to comfort him, but her expression showed she was enjoying the drama. Although Lin Wang was a good emperor, he was undeniably a real scoundrel. So, she felt no sympathy for him. Still reeling from the shock, Lin Wang stared at Xiao Qi, unable to process what she was saying.
What
do you mean? Could it be that the person he favored was not genuine? Was the tenderness and sweetness of those years all for nothing? There's a palace made beside Lon Chiron. Her appearance is quite ordinary. She was brought from Nanzhao, do you remember? Lin Wang. Do you know what you're saying, National Master? Lin Wang's face today was like a color palette, turning a deep green, as if he had eaten a fly. He remembered that palace maid. She had a large dark spot on her face and was quite unattractive, often covering her face with a handkerchief. He had once asked why she was brought into the palace, and Lon Chiron said her parents died saving her, leaving her without family, so she stayed by her side. Seeing that she had no internal energy fluctuations and was just a bit dull, he allowed her to continue serving Lon Chiron in the palace. Could it be that the person who truly shared those years with him was? That palace maid was a spy trained by Nanzhao, skilled in various poisons. The dark spot on her face was a result of practicing poison. In those years, whenever Lin Wang visited Lon Chiron, she would offer him a cup of tea that had been drugged. At that time, Lin Wang would mistake the palace maid for Lon Chiron.
Ugh.
As soon as Xiao Qi finished speaking, Lin Wang could no longer hold back and vomited. You feel wronged? Compared to you, a rotten cucumber. She just has a few flaws on her face. If she had been reborn in Nanzhao, perhaps everything would have been different. Nanzhao initially just wanted to protect itself, but later, seeing Lon Chiron gain favor, they grew ambitious. They just wanted to become stronger. What was wrong with that? Lin Wang felt both ashamed and angry, continuing to vomit. After emptying his stomach, he felt a bit better, but his face was pale, and his hands trembled like he had Parkinson's. Xiao Qi rolled her eyes and sighed. If she had known this would happen, why bother in the first place? In modern times, she had a strong aversion to emotional messiness and couldn't find anyone who resonated with her feelings, so she just dealt with it. After arriving in the cultivation world, it was even harder to bear. What with the ruthless path, the idea of killing a wife for enlightenment, and people wanting to capture her as a furnace companion. As for dual cultivation partners, many weren't pure or clean. It made her uncomfortable. Later, when her cultivation stagnated, she finally found a suitable person to become her partner. But he turned out to be too weak and was scared that she wanted to marry him to kill him for enlightenment, so he ran away in fear. She admitted she had such thoughts, but she didn't act on them. So why rush away? She had given him plenty of her pills. Seeing Lin Wang's seemingly unacceptable expression, Xiao Qi was not prepared to stay any longer. The clues have been given to you. Now it's up to you to investigate.
Wait.
Lin Wang suddenly spoke weakly. National Master, I don't believe Nan Zhao has that capability. He even had someone keep an eye on the third prince, but they found no leads. Nan Zhao couldn't possibly have that ability. There must be other forces involved. I suspect it's from the south. According to reports from our spies, the south and Nan Zhao have been in close contact recently. That has nothing to do with me. I came to the capital only to investigate the Xiao Institute case. Now that I have given you the correct answer, my part is done. Although she was the national master of the Moon Kingdom, she wasn't there to handle all his affairs. Lin Wang smiled bitterly. Indeed, he was overthinking. He would have to investigate this himself. Forget it. National Master, can you tell me if my daughter is still alive? After all, she was his daughter, a princess of the Moon Kingdom. If she was alive, he would definitely bring her back. She is alive, but she is the little princess of Nanzhao. But she was just alive, nothing more. Lin Mulan was a prince of Nanzhao but was swapped to the Moon Kingdom, becoming a prince there. Meanwhile, Lin Wang's daughter was swapped to Nanzhao, becoming their little princess. However, both the king and queen of Nanzhao knew her true identity and naturally could not cherish her. They only ensured she was alive. The information she had was from Lin Mulan's memory fragments, which showed that the little princess didn't even have a name and could be bullied by the lowest-ranking palace servants. Everyone in the Nanzhao royal palace knew that the king and queen despised this little princess. Even he, far away in the Moon Kingdom, had heard of it. Lin Wang's expression changed, and the last bit of affection he had for Lan Kai-ren vanished, leaving only coldness and hatred in his eyes. Nanzhao dared to act so recklessly, relying on his affection for Lan Kai-ren. When she learned the true identities of Lan Kai-ren and Lin Mulan, she merely demoted Lan Kai-ren and imprisoned Lin Mulan as a commoner. Yet, she did not implicate Nanzhao. But now, Nanzhao deserved to be punished. Lin Mulan is no fool. He is as cunning as a hornet's nest. Although he has no memory of the hypnosis, he will definitely make corresponding plans. Previously, it was possible to send messages right under Lin Wang's nose, and it might still be doable now. Perhaps the news has already been shared. The only remaining card for Nanzhao is the little princess, the third princess of his country. Their next plan will surely focus on her. Lin Wang looked down, his expression shifting between dark and light. If Nanzhao knew that the situation was exposed, he would definitely use the little princess for his advantage. He had no feelings for her, but he couldn't ignore that Nanzhao might act first and put him in a difficult position. He didn't care about moral judgment, but he did care about the Grand Master's opinion. If he neglected his own flesh and blood, how would the Grand Master view him? Lin Wang's mind was in a mess. He wanted to discuss this matter thoroughly with the Grand Master. But when he looked up, he found that the Grand Master was gone. Oh no! He still had something very important to say. Why did he leave so quickly? Never mind, since the Grand Master hasn't arrived yet, he could talk next time. As for the little princess, He felt sorry for her, as she had suffered so much in Nanzhao. He needed to think carefully about how to respond, starting with eliminating all of Lin Mulan's hidden plans. Of course, it would be even better if he could bring the little princess back from Nanzhao directly. But once Lin Mulan's news got out, Nanzhao would definitely be on guard and would hide the little princess. Xiao Qi had no intention of getting involved in the matters between Yu Country, Nanzhao, and Nan Country for now. However, that didn't mean she would always stand by and watch. The secret medicine that Lin Mulan gave to Lin Wang came from Mist Hidden. Unfortunately, in Lin Mulan's memories, the secret medicine was obtained from the Nanzhao royal family, and their secret medicine came from Mist Hidden. There were no clues in his memories about how they came into contact with Mist Hidden. Once Lin Wang resolved all these troubles, if there were still no results, she would find time to visit Nanzhao. Besides Nanzhao, Shiliang was also related to Mist Hidden. She wasn't afraid of trouble. The more clues, the better. What she feared was the lack of clues, which would truly be a problem, making it impossible to investigate. Additionally, the 3 treasure maps that were bought also provided a clue related to Mist Hidden. Currently, there were 3 pieces of information about Mist Hidden, and she would investigate each one, certain to find the final clue. Preparing to wait for Lin Wang to resolve the Nanzhao issue before looking into Mist Hidden, Xiao Qi was in no rush to return. After thinking for a while, she decided to visit the princess's residence first. It's a rare leisurely time, and strolling through the capital of the Moon Kingdom is quite nice. She hasn't returned to the Moon Kingdom in a long time, and with the promotion of chili and tomatoes, along with the traveler Zhou Jiaojiao, she wonders what new and interesting foods have emerged. In the princess's residence, upon hearing that Xiao Qi was visiting, the princess hurriedly led people to the flower hall in the outer courtyard. Xiao Gu Master, just come in directly. There's no need for anyone to announce you. The princess smiled sincerely and invited Xiao Qi to the inner courtyard. Xiao Qi handed her a gift. This is a gift for you. I hope you don't mind my staying here for a few days. Xiao Gu Master, you're just joking. It's no trouble at all. I would be delighted if you stayed here forever. The princess's smile grew even more genuine as she handed the gift to a nearby maid, instructing her to take good care of it. What new dishes have appeared in the capital lately? Xiao Qi walked ahead while the princess followed respectfully. Yes, there's a new kind of hot pot called Yuanyang hot pot, which originated from Taohua County. There are many types of Yuanyang pots, including clear broth and spicy broth, as well as tomato broth. There are also various milk teas, like matcha and red date, with many unusual snacks added. They are quite interesting and also came from Taohua County. These items probably have some connection to Zhou Jiaojiao. Similar to the original story, Zhou Jiaojiao's husband, Ren Yuanan, has joined the army, and it won't be long before he earns some military achievements. The princess had the staff prepare a Yuanyang hot pot with tomato and spicy broth. Xiao Qi took out a variety of vegetables, meats, and seafood from her space. Let's use these for the hot pot. Seeing Xiao Qi pull out items from thin air surprised the princess, but she didn't show it. She had heard that after Xiao Qi arrived in the Qin kingdom, the old emperor had died, and the new emperor quickly appointed her as the national teacher. If someone claimed the old emperor's death wasn't her doing, she wouldn't believe it. According to her brother's speculation, the death of the Southern Kingdom's emperor was likely also her doing. Her methods were too terrifying. Who would dare to disrespect her? Also, prepare these mushrooms and make a mushroom sauce for me to take. Xiao Qi waved her hand and brought out several baskets of mushrooms. These are non-toxic, but this small portion is toxic. Cook the toxic ones in oil for a bit longer. These mushrooms, nourished by spiritual energy in her space, were tastier but also more toxic than before, requiring extra cooking time to be safe to eat. Despite being toxic, they were incredibly delicious. Make it into mushroom sauce, and it tastes great with some steamed buns. Can we eat these poisonous mushrooms? The princess looked at a few mushrooms and thought they seemed safe. However, the one that was safe looked poisonous to her. Whether we can eat them is not important right now. What matters is that you should wash your hands. Remember to use soap and wash for a while. Or else if you eat any pastries later, you might get sick. The princess. The ingredients for the hot pot were quickly prepared and served, including both the poisonous and safe mushrooms, each stir-fried in a separate dish. After taking a bite, she was amazed by the flavor. All the delicious foods she had tasted before seemed bland compared to these mushrooms. These mushrooms are truly a delicacy. The princess squinted her eyes, savoring the incredible taste the mushrooms brought. However, her enjoyment was short-lived when a servant rushed in with news. "Not good, my lady. The chef who prepared the mushrooms has been poisoned." The princess immediately looked at the servant who was tasting the dish nearby, but he appeared fine, showing no signs of poisoning. "Is it serious? Have you called for a doctor?"
Well,
"He won't let the doctor near him. He says I'm a dog and if I approach, he'll hit me. He even said he's a piece of braised meat." The servant who reported was nearly frantic. The princess. "What is going on here? Xiaogu master, is his poisoning serious? This chef has good skills. If he dies, it will be hard to enjoy his dishes again." "Not too serious." Xiao Qi tossed an antidote pill to the reporting servant. "Just give him this to eat." In these times, there was no specific antidote for mushroom poisoning, and if it were severe, it could indeed be fatal. Moreover, these mushrooms came from a special space, so their toxicity was likely stronger. Afterward, Xiao Qi stayed at the princess's residence for a while, planning to wait for Lin Wang to finish dealing with the Southern Zhao matter before looking for clues about Mist Hidden. Unexpectedly, another piece of news arrived. The Mist Hidden clan was going to emerge earlier than expected. Lin Wang had mentioned that the Mist Hidden clan would emerge every 50 years, but this time it was only 40 years, and they were appearing early. Do you know why they are emerging? In the Imperial study, Qiao Qi tapped on the table absent-mindedly, feeling a hint of excitement and anticipation. If she could directly contact the Mist Hidden clan, they might not need to go to Xiliang or Southern Zhao, and even the 3 treasure maps wouldn't require further investigation. Lin Wang shook his head, his brow furrowed. He was puzzled because historical records stated that the Mist Hidden clan only appeared once every 50 years. Why was this time different, arriving 10 years early? When will they arrive? How did you receive this news? They will arrive in half a month. This flower is used to convey messages. Once it blooms, it means they are coming. At that time, the emperors of Yu, Qin, and Nan will gather to welcome them. Lin Wang took out a flower that had already bloomed. It had been wilted before, guarded by special people. Recently, it suddenly opened. Xiao Qi took the flower and examined it, discovering that it contained sleeping larvae. The mother larvae and the offspring were dormant. Once the mother larvae awakened them, the offspring would become active. The offspring had merged with the flower, and once they stirred, even a wilted flower could bloom. The flower did not have any special aura, making it useless to her. She was simply curious. Do the rulers of the 3 kingdoms really have to go and welcome them in person? It's not exactly a welcome, it's more of a tradition. It's said that those people are quite strange and have unusual methods. They will only be around for a month and won't interfere with the government during that time. They will just be treated like decorative guests. This was why the emperors of the 3 kingdoms tolerated them. These people, like Xiao Qi, had no fear of imperial power. If offended, one might not even know how they would meet their end. Their methods were unpredictable. If treated well, they would not meddle in politics or pose a threat. "I have another question." Xiao Qi spoke again, a question she had wanted to ask for a long time but had forgotten due to its lesser importance amidst many other matters. "Ask away. I will tell you everything I know." Lin Wang now regarded Xiao Qi as someone in a position of authority. In fact, he trusted her even more than the soon-to-appear Mist Hidden clan. At least compared to them, she was a normal person with her own rules. He wondered who would win if Xiao Qi faced off against the Mist Hidden. It seems many forces are aware of the Mist Hidden clan's existence. Even items from them are being sold at very high prices. What makes those items so special? Those special items, only a small part carries a unique aura, so why are the others so expensive? For example, The 1 yuan coin she got from the auction house had no special aura. Yet, if this coin were auctioned, it would sell for at least several hundred silver taels. I'm not sure if it's special, but I heard that Mist Hidden collects these items and offers high prices for them. An item worth 1,000 taels could fetch 5,000 or even 10,000 taels from Mist Hidden. After they emerged, they not only interacted with the royal family, but also with various influential families. Recently, I reviewed some ancestral records and found that they seem to be searching for something. Apart from those odd items, it seems they are also looking for people. I don't know why, though. Xiao Qi furrowed her brow, feeling increasingly confused. Forget it. Since she's here, she might as well wait for the person to arrive. Let's not talk about them anymore. How's the investigation into Nanzhao going? She had stayed in the capital these days to wait for Lin Wang to look into this matter. When Lin Wang heard her question, he smiled wryly and shook his head. They have been hiding for so long, it's not easy to uncover them. However, I suspect this matter is mostly related to Mist Hidden. After all, the poison Lin Mulan used on me came from Mist Hidden, so there might have always been a connection between Nanzhao and Mist Hidden. I don't plan to investigate this further. The truth is clear. Once those from Mist Hidden leave, I will deal with Nanzhao. Regardless of whether Nanzhao is being supported by the Southern Kingdom, with the Moon Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom on good terms, even if Nanzhao is eliminated, the Southern Kingdom wouldn't dare to retaliate. First, there was the incident with the Lan Kai people, then Lin Mulan, and even a swap involving his own daughter. All these events have already crossed his bottom line.
All right.
Xiao Qi didn't insist on him continuing the investigation. She understood that whenever Mist Hidden was involved, the investigation would ultimately lead to dead ends. Now that Mist Hidden is about to emerge, she would just wait for them, which would be in about half a month, so she wasn't in a hurry. I have sent someone to Nanzhao to see if we can bring back the third princess. If we can, that would be best. Xiao Qi nodded slightly, not too concerned about this matter since the other party was Lin Wang's daughter, not hers. Is the national teacher planning to stay in the capital for a while? Just say what you need to say directly. No need for beating around the bush. Lin Wang. There is no need to be so rude. Cough, Your Excellency. Recently, the court officials submitted a report about the severe drought in the north. The people are suffering greatly. If it weren't so serious, I wouldn't want to bother you. The drought in the north has lasted for a long time. If it continues like this, the people may not survive. The court hasn't allocated funds for disaster relief. Xiao Qi glanced at him. She remembered that when she first arrived, the original owner was fleeing from disaster. Many people starved to death back then, and they never received any relief supplies. They have allocated some, but it's just a drop in the bucket. Moreover, if the drought isn't resolved, no amount of funding will help. Lin Wang felt a chill down his spine. He knew that Xiao Qi had also been one of those fleeing from disaster, and she must hate the corruption of disaster relief funds. Therefore, before he planned to ask for her help, he had already put a stop to that idea. He personally ensured that the relief funds and supplies were delivered to the local areas. However, the treasury of the Moon Kingdom had only recently stabilized, and there was limited money and grain. If he had a solution, he wouldn't be here asking for help. What do you want me to do? Xiao Qi withdrew her gaze, but she was considering the feasibility of her wishes. However, this could only serve as support, not the main solution, as it was an external factor. If she helped others, they would be very grateful, and perhaps she could gain some wish power. But if she didn't help once or twice, the past gratitude might turn into resentment, and she could face backlash. Can you pray for rain, Your Excellency? As long as they could help the North get through the drought, once the Moon Kingdom's economy gradually recovered, they would have the ability to improve their situation. I understand. When can we do this? Anytime. What do you need for the rain prayer? I can have someone prepare it right away. Lin Wang's eyes lit up like two bright light bulbs. No need. Just write an imperial decree for me. I will go to the north to pray for rain tomorrow.
All right.
Lin Wang immediately began drafting the decree as Xiao Qi requested. The next day, she set off for the north with the decree. At first, everything was fine. She could still see greenery along the way. But as she went deeper, she realized how severe the drought truly was. The land was cracked, and there was barren ground for miles. Even the mud in lakes and rivers had dried up, and not a blade of grass grew. Along the way, there were families fleeing with their belongings, trying to escape this desolate land. Xiao Qi asked some people about their situation. Lin Wang hadn't lied. The court had indeed distributed relief supplies and funds. This disaster is even worse than the last one the previous leader faced, but the refugees are leaving this land in an orderly manner, unlike the terrifying chaos experienced before. After announcing the imperial decree to the local officials, they immediately began to cooperate with her. In less than 3 days, a simple rain prayer platform was built, with thousands of people gathered below. At this moment, Xiao Qi stood on the platform while the crowd below couldn't help but gossip. I heard the person on the platform is the national master. I hope she can bring rain. If it doesn't rain soon, we really won't be able to survive. No one wants to leave their home unless they have no choice. The government has been providing disaster relief for so long, but they are running out of resources. Hey, Dragon King, please open your eyes and give us some rain. The people below knelt down, praying earnestly, with groups of them bowing their heads in supplication. Xiao Qi scanned the crowd and noticed about 10 people at the back still standing. She didn't care whether they knelt or stood, but their expressions seemed strange. With her peak foundational strength, she could clearly hear their conversations from a distance. I wonder where this fraud came from. I heard she was appointed as the national master by the emperor. Utterly foolish. How can the emperor lack judgment and let a fraud become the national master? There is no Dragon King in this world. I don't know how this fraud convinced the emperor that she could bring rain by herself. It's ridiculous. Well, let's see how she prays for rain. What if she really has a way to make it rain? Despite their words, the sarcasm was evident. Enough. Everyone be quiet. Don't cause unnecessary trouble, the leader said sharply, and the others immediately fell silent, seemingly in awe of him. Xiao Qi withdrew her gaze, feeling something was off. These people were too strange. From the highest officials to the common people, no one dared to criticize the emperor. But these individuals seemed unafraid of the emperor and instead showed great respect for their leader. Could they be from the Mist Hidden clan? Didn't the news say they wouldn't arrive for a while? Or have they already emerged? Master, everything is ready. When shall we start the rain prayer? The local governor approached respectfully to ask. Xiao Qi looked up at the sky, pretending to consider, knowing that things easily obtained are often not valued by many. About 15 minutes later, Xiao Qi drew 2 symbols and tossed them into the air. The paper ignited without fire, and the ashes rose higher and higher until they transformed into a fierce wind. Thunder rumbled, and the people below became excited, bowing even more fervently. In contrast, the group standing nearby grew increasingly serious. Then, raindrops began to fall. 1, 2 millions. Ha ha ha, it's raining. It's raining. Finally, it's raining. The people joyfully stood up to celebrate, and even the local governor laughed heartily, looking up to welcome the heavy rain. Xiao Qi held an umbrella, her figure flickered and disappeared from the high platform, only to reappear beside the group. Who are you? The people seemed startled by her sudden appearance. Once they regained their composure, their expressions darkened. You really can summon rain? Who exactly are you? Instead of answering, they began to question her all at once. Xiao Qi ignored them and focused on the leader of the group. The man looked ordinary, holding. Who are you? The people seemed startled by her sudden appearance. Once they regained their composure, their expressions darkened. You really can summon rain? Who exactly are you? Instead of answering, they began to question her all at once. Xiao Qi ignored them and Xiao Qi replied, What? Did she not hear him clearly, or did he not explain well? The drought in the north is part of the natural order, yet you forcibly summoned rain for them. This act goes against the heavenly way. If you continue to disturb this world, we will take you back. Back where? That is not for you to ask. You just need to cooperate with us, or the consequences will be beyond your ability to bear. One of them spoke rudely, his eyes filled with disdain. However, the next moment, he was uncontrollably thrown back, crashing heavily onto a pile of rocks nearby, spitting blood. "I'll ask again. Where do you plan to take me?" Xiao Qi's voice was calm, a faint smile on her lips, her emotions unwavering. An almost invisible barrier quickly surrounded the area. The leader's expression changed, and before he could react, he found himself suspended in midair, an invisible whip striking him hard, causing him to cry out in pain. "You say it goes against the heavenly way, but do you not see how my actions align with it?" Xiao Qi smiled sweetly and raised her hand again, causing the group to be lifted into the air by an unseen force, the whip mercilessly striking them. How ridiculous. On what grounds did they speak to her like this? How dare you say she goes against the natural order in front of her? So what if she does? The heavens have struck down lightning more than once. Monster, let me go, or the Mist-Hidden clan will not spare you. Monster, what you are doing will surely bring divine punishment. It really is someone from the Mist-Hidden clan. How coincidental. But why do they all look so foolish? It's the first time I've heard that doing good can lead to divine punishment. Have their brains been eaten by pigs? What is the compass you are holding? Xiao Qi seemed unbothered and continued to ask. The leading man, even while suspended in the air, showed no fear and stared directly at her. "We are from the Mist-Hidden clan. Do you know what will happen if you offend us?" Xiao Qi rested her chin on her hand, thought for a moment, then looked up with a smile. "I don't know. Why don't you tell me?" With that, she snapped her fingers, and the two who had called her a monster exploded into a mist of blood. "Now that I've killed them, can you tell me what my fate will be?" The leading man's eyes widened in shock, his face trembling slightly with fear. They were from the Mist-Hidden clan, and this woman spoke of killing without hesitation. Seeing that the leading man did not answer, Xiao Qi's smile grew wider. "Are you not answering because you haven't offended me enough?" Xiao Qi snapped her fingers again, and another person exploded into blood mist, washed away by the rain. Outside the barrier, many citizens sang and danced in the rain, praising the national master as a celestial being sent to save them. Inside the barrier, the Mist-Hidden clan felt nothing but cold. This person was no savior. She was clearly a heartless killer. Still not speaking? Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow and slowly approached a woman in white. Among this group, there were only two women, both now in a sorry state, suspended in the air. As she approached, the woman in white was filled with terror, desperately trying to break free from her invisible restraints, losing all her earlier pride. Xiao Qi looked up, and the fear on the woman's face was no different from that of an ordinary person. She had thought those from the Mist-Hidden clan were all aloof, like hermit sages. But now it seemed they were no different from ordinary people. They could feel fear, dread, and hatred.
"No.
Don't kill me, I said, don't kill me." The woman in white shook her head in fear, pleading incoherently. The leading man immediately shouted angrily, "Lu Su, how dare you speak to outsiders? Do you want to be punished?" "It seems the knife hasn't fallen on you yet." Xiao Qi suddenly appeared in front of the leading man. One wonders if he has the courage to question others about their secrets while remaining calm under the same threat. In the shocked gazes of everyone, a long knife appeared in Xiao Qi's hand. With a swift motion, the leading man's arm was severed. He screamed in pain, but being suspended, he couldn't even struggle. "Right now, you only have a broken arm, but next..." Xiao Qi revealed several glowing green ants in her hand. "These are bone-eating ants. Once they crawl into your wound, they will slowly devour your flesh and bones, like 1,000 cuts." The man's face turned pale, yet he remained silent. Bored, Xiao Qi dropped the ants on the ground, and they turned into normal ants upon landing. There were no bone-eating ants. This man's resolve was quite strong. Xiao Qi decided not to press further and placed her hand on his head. Through a soul-searching technique, she learned most of his secrets. It turned out their so-called punishment was burning at the stake. They would tie the wrongdoer to a wooden frame and place them in a fire. If the person could endure for half an hour, their mistake would be forgiven. Oh, she just wanted to bring rain, and these people wanted to burn her alive. It's absurd, this witchcraft nonsense. Aside from that, the results from the man's memories left her disappointed. These people were not the true Mist-Hidden clan, they were merely servants of the clan. They lived in seclusion and emerged every 50 years to carry out tasks based on messages from the Mist-Hidden clan. As for why they came out early this time, they didn't know. They were just following orders from their clan. According to the clan's instructions, their purpose was to collect certain people and items to take back, which would then be handed over to the Mist-Hidden clan by the elders. What people and items to bring back was determined by a compass in their possession. Once the compass began to spin upon encountering a person or item, they were required to take it. Originally, they were supposed to meet the Emperor of the Three Kingdoms, but while passing through here, they noticed the compass spinning strongly, so they came to check it out. Upon learning that Xiao Qi was the one causing the compass to move, they immediately wanted to take her back. After all, past records in their clan showed that many objects could cause the compass to spin, but very few people could. If they could bring back the person who caused the compass to move, the rewards from Mist-Hidden would be incredible. Unexpectedly, they faced trouble before even meeting the Emperor, falling into the hands of this woman. They were the strongest young fighters in their clan, yet they were powerless against her, unable to even escape. Their clan possessed rare martial arts and various secret techniques and herbs, and they were all martial arts prodigies. How had this woman trained? I thought you might bring me some surprises, but you really let me down, Xiao Qi said, clearly disappointed as she withdrew her hand. These people were not even from the Mist-Hidden clan, and they didn't even know where Mist-Hidden was. It wasn't that they didn't know, it seemed like there was no way to reach Mist-Hidden in their memories. Can't reach it? She didn't believe it. It wasn't a secret realm that opened once every few hundred years. Secret realm? Xiao Qi suddenly paused. A secret realm? How could that be? This world had no spiritual energy, so where would a secret realm come from? Even if there was a secret realm, it couldn't be opened without spiritual energy. Moreover, she had previously searched the memories of Fae 308, who came from Mist-Hidden, indicating that the location of Mist-Hidden was accessible. Her eyes shifted slightly. In Fae's memories, the people of Mist-Hidden lived long lives, but once they left Mist-Hidden, their longevity would vanish. However, in this man's memories, their clan did not have the ability to live long. They were all following orders to deliver the items and people they brought back to a designated place, after which Mist-Hidden would grant them various rewards. There were supreme martial arts techniques, divine weapons, and rare herbs and elixirs. This was their first time coming out from the clan. If it weren't for completing the mission, they would rarely have the chance to descend the mountain. Xiao Qi withdrew her hand, and the man had become like a fool, staring blankly, unable to even feel the pain in his arm. Apart from the compass, the rest of the items on these people were just ordinary possessions. Taking the compass, Xiao Qi collected the gold and silver from these people and then swiftly ended the life of the man. Seeing their leader die before them, the remaining group of over 10 turned pale with fear. Please don't kill me, sob, please don't kill me. We have no grudges against you. Why did you kill us? We promise we won't tell anyone. Yes. We'll say he died by accident. It has nothing to do with you. The terrified group, hanging in the air, begged for mercy, their faces streaked with tears. They had just entered the world, and even the emperors of several nations would show them respect. They had not yet experienced the wonders of life, and they did not want to die. Xiao Qi gently traced her finger across the beautiful face of a woman in white and sighed. I'm actually a good person. You're right. We had no grudges. The eyes of the crowd lit up instantly. As long as they could live, they would surely inform their clan about this. Not only had she killed their companions, but she had also humiliated them and learned some secrets of Mist-Hidden while stealing the compass. This matter could not just end here. If she let them go, they would immediately return to their clan, where many powerful individuals resided. This woman would definitely not be their match. Having broken a major clan rule, They would ensure she experienced the clan's punishments, and a simple burning at the stake would be too light. But Xiao Qi's next words left them all confused. However, since I've already killed a few of your companions, we have a grudge now. How can we say there are no grudges? Xiao Qi spread her hands, and amidst the terrified expressions of the crowd, she dealt with them one by one. The remaining bodies were fed to the bloodthirsty magic flower, and the bloodstains quickly faded under the heavy rain until they were no longer visible. As she fiddled with the compass in her hand, she suddenly felt a bit troubled. With these people dead, how would the upcoming meeting of the three nations unfold? The barrier was set, and no one outside knew what had happened here. The rain outside was not as heavy as it had been at first, but it was still falling. The gloomy sky also made everyone's mood particularly heavy. In the following time, Xiao Qi summoned another rain for this place before leaving. She had originally hoped that the emergence of the mist-hidden clan would bring her some useful clues, but with these people all dead, she naturally would not go to the capital. Following the route from the man's memory, Xiao Qi prepared to go to the hidden family they belonged to. The hidden family was located deep in a large canyon in the far south. The canyon was so deep that there were no other paths. Not even skilled martial artists could get down there. After spending 3 days, she finally arrived at the canyon. Inside, there was a thick mist, and dangerous creatures were everywhere. However, these obstacles were not a problem for Xiao Qi. She easily descended into the canyon, crossed the misty forest, and solved the local formations, successfully entering the hidden family. But then, looking at the empty houses in the basin, Xiao Qi was taken aback. The houses didn't seem abandoned. There wasn't even any dust inside, and all the furniture and bedding were still there. Clearly, people had lived here just a day or two ago. But where were they now? Where did everyone go? Not even a dog or a chicken was left behind. Was it really necessary to move out so completely? This wasn't mentioned in the man's memory. Xiao Qi searched the village, but found no useful clues. The people had cleaned up thoroughly, leaving no trace behind. This left her feeling frustrated. It was her first time encountering such a situation. It was clear that those people likely had some kind of emergency signal. If they died, their side would receive the news immediately. Normally, if the clan members were attacked, wouldn't they try to fight back? Why was their first thought to run away, and so quickly? Looking around the empty village, Xiao Qi sighed. These people must have been well prepared. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left so fast without leaving any clues. From the time she killed those people to when she arrived here, 7 days had passed. If they had been on guard from the start, 7 days would have been enough for them to escape far away. Feeling defeated, Xiao Qi was about to head back to the capital when she received a message from Xiao Jiu's communication talisman. Sister, the people from the 7-Kill Pavilion found Xiao Tao and sent someone to chase her. She remembered that Xiao Tao's disguise had not yet expired. Could those people have discovered her through martial arts? Just as Xiao Qi was about to ask more, the communication talisman lit up again, and Xiao Jiu's voice came through. Big sister, Xiao Tao has killed most of the people from the 7 Killers Guild, and now a few are ready to follow her. She wants to ask if they can work under me. At this moment, Xiao Jiu at home looked quite uneasy. Those are dozens of assassins. Why would they want to work for her? Xiao Tao even said she would provide meals and accommodation, and just pay them 5 taels of silver a month. With the treatment at the mansion, they would hardly spend any money, and they might save over 50 taels in a year. Assassins struggle to save 50 taels in a year, and they have to find ways to buy medicine for their illnesses, often ending up losing money. Isn't working at the mansion better than being an assassin? The monthly salary is stable, life is steady, and there's no need to be on edge every day. If they get sick, they even get free medical care. But is this really just about money? Xiao Jiu felt overwhelmed. Wait, 5 taels a month? Are assassins really that cheap these days? What do you think? Who wouldn't want to raise assassins and secret guards? But this seems like a waste of money. Typically, a regular secret guard gets 5 taels a month, which means 20 of them would cost 100 taels, totaling 1,200 taels a year. If they are more skilled, the monthly pay would be even higher. Without some wealth, it's impossible to support them. And that's just the small part. The real expense is training them from a young age, which is a huge amount. Now, with ready-made assassins willing to join, 5 taels a month is practically a gift. Well, it's not impossible. Xiao Jiao hesitated. It wasn't just about the money. She wasn't short on silver at all. She wasn't planning to rebel or raise an army. The silver she had was more than enough. Xiao Tao already had over 100 taels just in monthly pay, not to mention other benefits. Offering these skilled fighters only 5 taels is too little. 100 taels isn't realistic either. Xiao Tao is different from them, and her martial skills are truly exceptional. Big sister, what if we give them 20 taels? A typical family of 3, living frugally, wouldn't even use 2 taels in a year. Plus, the mansion provides meals and accommodation, along with monthly supplies of rice, flour, and oil.
All right.
The assassins from the 7 Killers Guild are not weak, and the training costs are covered by the guild, so it's a good deal. Big sister, I'm not just thinking about the money. These assassins have been poisoned and need to take antidotes regularly. If I want to take them in, I might need your help to cure them. Okay, I have some antidote pills in my alchemy room. Just tell Steward's son, and you can go get them. In the home of Pear Blossom Village, she left behind many elixirs. Her room was rarely approached by anyone except for Sun Xiaohua and Sun Shi, who cleaned it regularly. Moreover, Zhang Chong was not someone to be underestimated now. Thank you, big sister. Do you want to keep a couple for yourself? Xiao Qi initially thought to decline, but then remembered that sometimes there weren't enough people at home. The steward's son managed daily tasks, Zhang Chong handled various chores, Sun Xiaohua took care of the kitchen, and Sun Shi cleaned her room or embroidered soft clothing for her. Besides these, there were some tasks that required more hands, which were inconvenient for her to handle alone. Keep one woman in my courtyard and have steward's son arrange her accommodation. Okay. Hearing Xiao Jiao's cheerful voice, Xiao Qi immediately cut off the communication symbol. Without lingering, she headed straight to the capital. In the imperial study, Xiao Qi was about to inform Lin Wang that the people from the Mist-Hidden clan might not come, but he said, this meeting of the 3 nations will be held in the Moon Kingdom. The emperors of the Qin Kingdom and the South Kingdom will arrive tomorrow. The Mist-Hidden clan also sent word yesterday that they will arrive in a few days. Xiao Qi. Alright, so this is how it is. She had just killed several members of hidden families working for the Mist-Hidden clan, and now these people were appearing again? Could it be that there was more than one hidden family working for the Mist-Hidden? Or was the hidden family that just fled coming back to the capital? Xiao Qi felt it was unlikely to be the same group of people. National Master, is there a problem? Seeing Xiao Qi silent for a long time, Lin Wang felt a bit anxious. He now held her in the highest regard, especially after the rain prayer incident. In the north, there was a severe drought, and Xiao Qi, as the national master, went to pray for rain. On that day, officials hurriedly sent a report detailing the 2 rain prayers. Both prayers directly alleviated the drought in the north, and he couldn't believe such ability wasn't the work of an immortal. After this, not only did Xiao Qi gain immense respect among the people, but he, as the emperor, was also highly praised. After all, he had the foresight to find such a national master for the Moon Kingdom. The key was that Xiao Qi, as the national master, did not covet his throne. Now, seeing her deep in thought, his heart sank. Could something bad be about to happen? It's nothing, but how can the emperor of the South Kingdom dare to come now that the Moon Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom have formed an alliance? Previously, the 3 countries of Yu, Qin, and Nan were in a balance of power. However, now that Yu and Qin have formed an alliance, Nan is in a weaker position. Master, this matter concerns the Mist-Hidden clan. The 3 countries have always agreed not to cause trouble over this. If trouble arises now, it will surely lead to chaos. Once Nan is defeated, the balance among the 3 countries will disappear and disputes will arise again, leaving both Yu and Qin in a difficult situation. Alliances are not always reliable. Will King Nanzhao come this time? The emergence of the Mist-Hidden clan is known not only to the 3 major countries, but also to some vassal states that will send representatives. He won't come, Lin Wang sighed and shook his head. Seeing this, Qiao Qi realized that the previous attempt to find the 3rd princess in Nanzhao must have failed. Lin Mulan must have relayed the news back, otherwise, they wouldn't have hidden the 3rd princess. King Nanzhao is naturally afraid that if he comes, he won't be able to return. After all, Lin Wang wouldn't harm the Emperor of Nan, but he might not be as lenient with King Nanzhao. Even if he were to defeat him, no one would dare to speak against him. Do they not care about Lin Mulan? Lin Mulan is the king's own son. If they cared, they wouldn't have sent him, still in swaddling clothes, to be exchanged. This action was very risky. If discovered, Lin Mulan would surely die. Nanzhao took such a great risk, so he must have already considered the possibility of Lin Mulan's death. Moreover, now Lin Mulan is like a useless piece on the board, and bringing him back would be of no use. Well, that's not certain. Do you think Lin Mulan would willingly go to his death? Are you sure he has no backup plan? Qiao Qi did not believe there were truly selfless people in the world. Being exchanged to you and enduring hardships for many years without gaining anything in the end, even the position of King Nanzhao is not his. Why should he accept that? He made the plans, he made the sacrifices, yet no one remembers his contributions. Lin Mulan is someone who can think 3 steps ahead. A person so skilled in strategy would not let himself fall into such a deadlock. You haven't killed him yet, perhaps you are waiting for his backup plan. Qiao Qi chuckled. Whether it is Lin Wang or Lin Mulan, they are like 2 peas in a pod, though not biological father and son, they are closer than that. It is likely that Lin Mulan had a significant role in the disappearance of the 3rd princess. Sigh, I owe a debt to the 3rd one. Lin Wang's back slightly hunched as he sat back in his chair, sighing deeply. Qiao Qi rolled her eyes. The emperor's daughter never received much love from him, so how could she expect him to care for a daughter he hadn't seen in over a decade? It was a dream. If it weren't for the tangled interests, he would have already dealt with Lin Mulan. How could he tolerate him still being alive? Master, could you help me find out where the 3rd prince is? Lin Wang looked hopefully at Qiao Qi. Qiao Qi smiled slightly and shook her head. Lin Mulan is very cunning. Since I appeared to help you with the poison, he has been plotting. In Lin Mulan's schemes, only his trusted confidants knew the true location of the 3rd princess, and even he himself was unaware. To find his confidants, special people needed to be contacted. There was more than one person responsible for this, and relying on tokens alone wouldn't work. How frustrating! Lin Wang slammed the table, feeling a bit anxious. How did he end up with such a crafty person? What's so frustrating about it? His cleverness shows his capability. If it weren't for the matter with the orphanage, I wouldn't have involved myself at all. Lin Wang. He should be grateful that Lin Mulan was willing to go to such lengths to achieve his goals. Qiao Qi had a residence outside the palace, the master's mansion. To avoid causing a stir, she didn't let Lin Wang make a big fuss and instead chose a room in an unused courtyard. The courtyard was next to the princess's residence, quite spacious and well-maintained, needing only a little tidying up to be livable. Qiao Qi was very satisfied with this place, mainly because it was close to the princess's residence and the palace, allowing her to visit both for meals anytime. Besides her residence outside, she also had a special master's hall inside the palace, so she could choose where to stay. However, she preferred not to live in the palace and chose the master's mansion outside instead. The next morning, before breakfast, the princess sent 2 chefs over. These chefs were among the best in the palace kitchen. How generous of her! Is the princess really willing to part with them? These 2 chefs were ones the princess had taken from Lin Wang, and when Lin Wang wanted to take them back, she refused. Master, the princess said that if you are staying in the capital, they should prioritize your needs. If the princess is not used to it, she hopes you won't mind her coming to dine with you. The princess's personal maid replied respectfully. Qiao Qi. She had originally planned to visit for meals, but now it seemed the princess was sending chefs to her to share her food. Well, let her do as she wishes. The chef finds it convenient to work here, as she places the ingredients from the space in the kitchen for him to use daily. In the princess's residence, one must prepare the ingredients in advance to eat from the space. I will report this to the princess right away, the maid said happily as she left. Once back at the princess's residence, she hurried to share the good news. Princess, the national teacher has agreed. Everyone in the princess's residence knew that ever since the princess tasted the dishes brought by the national teacher, she had lost interest in other foods and would take a long time to adjust back. Now that there was this opportunity, she wished she could pack herself up and send herself over. Very well, announce my order. Any chef in the kitchen who can create unique and delicious dishes will be generously rewarded by me. Roland, go with me to the national teacher's residence and bring the red coral that my royal brother gifted me. I haven't returned the favor for the health pills the national teacher sent last time. The princess immediately stood up and led a group of maids to the neighboring national teacher's residence. Roland was a bit stunned. Was it really necessary to be this eager? Just after sending the chef over, her mistress was already rushing over? Roland, hurry up and catch up. If they were late, they would miss the opportunity. Yes, yes. Roland quickly instructed someone to pack the red coral to take to the national teacher's residence. At the national teacher's residence, Xiao Qi was speechless at the uninvited Yin Yanting. You sure are well informed. I just moved into the national teacher's residence yesterday, and you rushed over this morning. Are you a dog? Being a dog is fine. National teacher, what will we have for breakfast? Yin Yanting looked at her eagerly. This time, he only brought Steward Su and a personal guard, with 2 hidden guards following discreetly, clearly not wanting to disturb anyone else. Steward Su quickly stepped forward, presenting a box he was holding. National teacher, this is a gift from the emperor specifically for you. As he spoke, he opened the box to reveal a jade hairpin, which was crystal clear and a rare treasure. What caught Xiao Qi's attention was that it not only had a special aura, but also carried a very faint spiritual energy. Where did this hairpin come from? Xiao Qi picked it up and examined it for a moment, confirming that it indeed had a trace of weak spiritual energy. The energy came from the jade, accumulated over the years in a place rich in spiritual energy, and it would not dissipate easily. Not long ago, the king of Xiliang offered treasures, and among them was a princess. The king of Xiliang is a vassal state of the Qin kingdom, and to survive, he pays tribute with various treasures every year. The princess is also meant to elevate Xiliang's status in his eyes. Inserting a jade hairpin into her hair, Xiao Qi took a sip of flower tea before speaking. In the struggle for power among men, it is women who suffer. No, national teacher, we can't generalize like that. A princess enjoys the benefits of the ruler, so she should also share in his worries. As for the power struggles among men, they are also crucial for women. The wives of those powerful ministers, aren't their titles earned by their husbands? Yin Yanting did not deny the importance of women, but this era ultimately belongs to men. By your logic, women should also take the imperial examinations and become officials, so they can earn titles for their husbands, right? I've heard some people prefer same-gender relationships. Why not send a prince to marry into that? Yin Yanting, that actually, there are some. Of course, the princes sent away are usually those who are not favored, sent as hostages with their return depending on their fate, essentially being discarded. Some of these hostages faced great humiliation. And this happened in the Moon Kingdom, during the time of the Moon Emperor's grandfather, when he was sent to the Southern Kingdom. Later, that hostage died in the Southern Kingdom, and his reputation was not good. Even the Moon Kingdom despised him, believing he tarnished their name. Xiao Qi. Not wanting to discuss this further with Yin Yanting, she immediately instructed the cook to prepare breakfast. Before breakfast was ready, a servant came to announce that the eldest princess was seeking an audience outside. One after another, her cooks were thinking of her. They brought the eldest princess in, and her cheerful expression changed instantly upon seeing Yin Yanting. Qin Kingdom's emperor? What are you doing here? Yin Yanting glanced at her coolly. I am in my own national teacher's residence. What business do you have here? This is the territory of my Moon Kingdom. Why did you come here instead of going to the post station first? If someone with ill intentions saw him, they might suspect his visit was not sincere, which would be very detrimental to the relationship between the two kingdoms. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Yin Yanting sighed lightly, turning to Qiao Qi with a hint of grievance in his voice. Master, did you hear that? She said this is the territory of the Moon Kingdom, which means they don't take you seriously at all. You can't even make decisions about your own residence. You have to get their approval to host a guest. How petty! Unlike me, as long as you wish, you can do whatever you want in my kingdom's master's residence. The princess. Is he out of his mind? When did I mean that? He actually complained? How can he, an emperor, have the face to complain here? You are slandering me. Master, that's not what I meant. The princess immediately defended herself. Qiao Qi didn't have time to listen to their argument and waved her hand to send them both away. The princess. Yin Yanting. Wait, he hasn't had breakfast yet. Just as Yin Yanting was about to knock on the door for Qiao Qi to bring him breakfast, the main door of the master's residence opened again, and two young maids came out carrying 2 food boxes. Yin Yanting's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to step forward, he saw the 2 maids hand the food boxes to the princess's attendant. To Princess, this is a special delivery from the master. Haha, please thank the master for me. The princess smiled as she had the 2 food boxes taken away, not forgetting to glare at Yin Yanting as she left. He complained, and now look, he can't even get his meal. Yin Yanting, having missed breakfast, returned to the inn with a dark expression. Just as he arrived at the inn's entrance, he saw the emperor of the southern kingdom, Yishuang, approaching. What's wrong? Aren't you the emperor of the Qin kingdom? Even here in the Moon Kingdom, you have to face humiliation?
Yishuang's sarcasm was blatant.
Ever since he learned that the alliance between the Qin and Moon Kingdoms was facilitated by Yin Yanting, he had been particularly annoyed with him. Mind your own business. You, who just took advantage of a situation, dare to speak to me like that. The previous emperor of the Southern Kingdom died suddenly, and those people fought fiercely, leaving only this incapable guy alive. The throne wasn't just handed to him. Come on, let's hurt each other. Yishuang hated it when others brought this up. As soon as he heard Yin Yanting mention it, his expression darkened. Yin Yanting, don't push your luck. TSK, as if you have any right to talk about luck. After being put in his place by Qiao Qi, Yishuang had now walked right into trouble. Isn't he just asking to be scolded? They're both emperors. Who is afraid of whom? Don't think I won't take action. Do you believe I won't kill you? Enough. Stop blocking the way. Please, just behave like a good dog. I really don't want to stand around. Yin Yanting, what makes you think you're better than me? You, who killed your father to take the throne. Yishuang was completely enraged, veins bulging on his forehead. The death of the former emperor of the Qin kingdom was suspicious, and everyone had their doubts. Although there were suspicions in the Qin kingdom, they were all suppressed by Yin Yanting. With Yin Yanting holding absolute power, no one dared to speak out. Yin Yanting's expression darkened, and he suddenly sneered, leaning closer to whisper in Yishuang's ear. Do you want to know how your strong father really died? What do you mean? Yishuang narrowed his eyes, filled with danger. Yin Yanting shrugged casually. Nothing much, just step aside. He pushed past Yishuang and walked toward the inn, leaving Yishuang with a face full of conflicting emotions. The death of his father was indeed suspicious. He had once suspected one of his brothers, but now, after hearing Yin Yanting's words, could it be that his father's death was related to him? Your Majesty. At that moment, a woman dressed in fine clothes stepped out of the inn. She was petite, and though her face was not that of a great beauty, she had a charming, delicate appearance. Qingyu, why are you out here? Go back inside. Yishuang's expression shifted from dark to bright as he carefully led the woman back into the inn. Your Majesty, Qingyu is not that fragile. Please don't worry. The woman was held in Yishuang's embrace, as if she were a precious treasure. Watching from the second floor, Yin Yanting frowned at the scene. Yishuang was known for being lustful and heartless. When had he ever cared so much for a woman?
Someone.
Find out who that woman is. Yes. Once his subordinates left, Yin Yanting gazed out the window at the sky, feeling a sense of emptiness inside. There seemed to be many things in this world he could not understand. There were too many mysteries. Though he was an emperor, in the face of these mysteries, he felt no different from an ordinary person. I wonder what the future holds, he murmured, shaking his head in resignation. The future would be dealt with when it came. That afternoon, the emperor of the southern kingdom, Yin Yanting, unexpectedly visited the Grand Master's residence. Send him away. Xiao Qi waved his hand, not intending to meet him. Perhaps due to Yin Yanting's visit, it wasn't long before Lin Wang sent a spy with a secret letter. The contents of the letter were urgent news about the southern kingdom that Lin Wang had his people investigate. After reading the letter, Xiao Qi rested her chin on her hand, her eyes showing a hint of interest. This time, Yin Yanting came to the Moon Kingdom with a woman by his side. The woman's name was Gu Qingyu, who had recently been appointed as the Divine Maiden of the Southern Kingdom. It was rumored that the Divine Maiden had the ability to foresee the future and was greatly trusted by Yin Yanting. With the presence of a Divine Maiden in the Southern Kingdom and a National Master in the Qin Kingdom, it was hard for Lin Wang not to think more about it. Could this Divine Maiden also have some special abilities? Lin Wang expressed his concerns in the letter. Xiao Qi lightly tapped her fingers, and the letter turned to ashes before her. Whether it was a person or a ghost, they would know once they met. Now, they just had to wait for the so-called Mist Hidden Clan to appear. In the following days, nothing unusual happened between the Southern and Qin kingdoms. Yin Yanting occasionally visited her master's residence for meals, while Yin Yanting took the Divine Maiden around the Moon Kingdom. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the day the Mist Hidden Clan was to arrive. At the city gate, the Minister of Rites brought many officials to welcome them, while Lin Wang, Yin Yanting, and Yin Yanting waited in the main hall with a group of people. In the hall, Xiao Qi sat in the first seat on the right. Lin Wang originally planned to sit next to her, but she declined. She didn't want to attract too much attention. However, even so, many gazes were frequently directed her way. The most noticeable was the woman sitting next to Yin Yanting, the Divine Maiden of the Southern Kingdom, Gu Qingyu. She did not sense any special aura from her and did not trigger any alerts. Initially, meeting those main characters would trigger some alerts, but as time passed, it seemed those alerts had disappeared for some reason. But it was undeniable that this world was like a runaway horse, chaotic and could drive anyone crazy at any moment. When Gu Qingyu looked over again, Xiao Qi met her gaze directly. Gu Qingyu showed no signs of embarrassment, instead playfully stuck out her tongue at her. Xiao Qi thought. Did she really think sticking out her tongue at others was cute? Pulling her gaze away, Xiao Qi called for Wuming. Where are the people from the Mist Hidden Clan? Reporting to Miss, they should be at the city gate now. It is estimated they will reach the main hall in about half an hour, Wuming replied respectfully. Xiao Qi nodded, intending to dismiss him, but then she heard Gu Qingyu exclaim softly, turning to Yin Yanting with a fearful whisper. "Oh my, Your Majesty, that person is too scary," Gu Qingyu said, her eyes darting towards Xiao Qi. The gaze of the man named Yin Yanting turned towards the unnamed figure, and with a disdainful smile, he casually played with his wine glass and spoke. Maybe they just like the ugly ones. Their voices were not loud, and the hall was not quiet, so no one else heard them. However, the unnamed figure, skilled in martial arts, certainly caught the words. Xiao Qi glanced at him. Her face was covered with a mask, leaving only her eyes visible. The scars around her eyes looked like little centipedes crawling on her skin. They were not close to each other, and with the mask on, it was impressive that she could see how frightening he looked. Xiao Qi chuckled softly and tossed 2 bottles of healing potions behind her. "Here's a gift for you." The unnamed figure had done a lot for her, and while she often gave him training potions, she had never given him this kind of scar healing potion. "Thank you, Mississippi." He took the potions and immediately stepped back. At that moment, Xiao Qi stood up and slowly walked in front of Yin Yanting. The sounds in the hall gradually quieted down, and everyone looked at her in confusion. Lin Wang suddenly had a glimmer of glee in his eyes. Although he had witnessed the earlier scene, he did not understand what had happened. But seeing Qiao Qi like this, it seemed Niu Chang was in trouble. Master National Teacher, I have long admired your reputation. Niu Chang leaned back in his seat with a mischievous grin, signaling a palace made to pour him a drink, and raised his glass towards Qiao Qi. Qiao Qi smiled slightly, and before anyone could react, she slapped him, sending him flying several meters away. Niu Chang rolled a few times before finally stabilizing himself, with one side of his face swollen and a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. What are you doing? Are you looking for death? Niu Chang's attendants helped him up, and he wiped the blood from his mouth, glaring at Qiao Qi with a dark expression. He was the emperor, and he had just been slapped in front of everyone. I can help you get rid of that mouth if you don't want it. Qiao Qi raised her hand, and Niu Chang was pulled back towards her. An invisible blade of wind circled around his mouth, cutting a line at the corner, spreading gradually towards the back of his ear.
Ah!
Your Majesty. Let go of His Majesty. Do you want to start a war between the two nations? Emperor of the Moon Kingdom, what do you want to do? If anything happens to His Majesty, we in the South will not let this go. The ministers brought by Niu Chang were nearly frantic. Their supreme emperor was being held by a woman, and his life was in danger. Master, please show mercy. Lin Wang quickly spoke up at this moment. Although he wanted to see Niu Chang being punished, this was the territory of the Moon Kingdom, and soon the Mist-Hidden clan would arrive. If anything happened to Niu Chang here, the Mist-Hidden clan would definitely seek revenge, and the Southern Kingdom would not let it go easily either. Qiao Qi gave Lin Wang some face. He threw Niu Chang to the ground, and Niu Chang, feeling humiliated and angry, was trembling with rage. It was truly outrageous. The Moon Kingdom dared to insult him like this. He would make them pay. The entire hall was silent, and no one dared to speak first, fearing they might offend the Emperor of the Southern Kingdom. Lin Wang quickly tried to ease the tension. Ha ha, Southern Emperor, please don't mind. The master just loves to joke around, as the Emperor of the Qin Kingdom knows. Yin Jiuzhou, being called out in public, immediately chimed in, Yes, yes. The master really enjoys joking. She was just playing a little prank on you. Please don't take it to heart. What could he do about his own master? He had to defend her. It would have been better if Niu Chang had been dealt with. Both Lin Wang and Yin Jiuzhou felt a sense of regret. Seeing that the Mist-Hidden clan was about to arrive, Lin Wang hurriedly called for the royal physician to examine Niu Chang's injuries. The injuries were not severe, just a cut on the corner of his mouth, about half a finger long. The location of the wound made it difficult to bandage. The physician used the best healing ointment and worked hard to dress the wound, but drinking would still be a challenge afterward. The Southern Kingdom's envoy would not let this go easily. While the physician was still bandaging the wound, they began to argue in the hall. Your Majesty of the Moon Kingdom, your master does not seem to take our Southern Kingdom seriously. In front of everyone, she dares to injure our emperor. Such a grave offense in our kingdom would lead to severe punishment. We hope the Moon Kingdom's emperor will punish the master severely to avoid damaging the friendly relations between our kingdoms. Before Lin Wang could respond, he saw Yin Jiuzhou scoff. You mentioned this is in the Southern Kingdom. If it were in my Qin Kingdom, even if the master cut off my arm, I would still praise her swordsmanship. The Southern Emperor is being overly sensitive. It's just a small injury, and you're making such a fuss over it. Yin Jiuzhou kept talking, making Niu Chang glare at him in anger, wishing he could strike him down right there. A small injury? His mouth was nearly cut in half. Shameless. How can they be so gleeful when he is the one hurt? Does the Emperor of Qin want to get involved in this matter too? The envoy from the south was aggressive. After all, this issue only concerns the Moon Kingdom. If Qin gets involved, it will become a matter between Qin and the south, while the Moon Kingdom will just be a bystander. They couldn't believe that the Emperor of Qin couldn't see this. However, Yin Jiuzhou completely ignored him. Does the envoy from the south not know? The national master of the Moon Kingdom is also our national master in Qin. By being so aggressive, do you intend to offend both our countries? What nonsense! How dare the South speak to him like this?
Ha! What if he gets involved?
Yes, South Emperor, are you just going to watch your envoy be aggressive towards our national master? Lin Wang also chimed in at the right moment. Nu Shang was so angry that his chest heaved. A bunch of shameless people. He was the one who got hurt.
You.
Nu Shang couldn't find the words, his face burning with anger. Gu Qingyu quickly comforted him. Your Majesty, don't be angry. Just wait for them to arrive. Don't let it get to you. After saying a few words, she leaned in and whispered a few more things to calm Nu Shang down. Others couldn't hear their conversation, but Qiao Qi heard everything clearly, and a wicked smile appeared on her lips. The goddess who can foresee the future, does she not know that if the process changes, the outcome will change too? As she enjoyed the dance and song of the performers in the hall, time quietly passed, and soon it was reported that the people from Mist Hidden had arrived. There weren't many people in the hall. Those attending this banquet were all officials of at least the second rank. Everyone stood up to greet them, and the Mist Hidden group bowed to the three emperors. Haha, everyone, please don't stand on ceremony, take a seat. Led by the palace attendants, they were arranged in the lower position next to Qiao Qi. When they saw Qiao Qi sitting in the first position on the right, they were all taken aback, but said nothing more. The elder at the front even nodded kindly at Qiao Qi before leading everyone to sit down, occasionally glancing at her. Qiao Qi was also observing them. This group was somewhat different from the one she had seen before. There were 10 people in total, 7 men and 3 women. Regardless of gender, they all wore loose gray-blue robes, looking quite spirited. Moreover, their internal strength was strong and restrained, clearly indicating solid martial skills and a strong foundation. The previous group of people did not have as much inner strength as this one. In the memories of the man she was probing, he did not recognize these 10 individuals. They all claimed to be related to Mist Hidden. So, why didn't he know them? Qiao Qi withdrew her gaze. The old man smiled more kindly and soon began to introduce himself. I see you are not an ordinary person. I am Duan Renfeng from the Mist Hidden foreign tribe. May I ask how to address you? Qiao Qi. Such a friendly start made it hard for her to respond. I am Qiao Qi, the national master of the Qin and Yu kingdoms. She introduced herself. Duan Renfeng was taken aback for a moment, but quickly returned to his usual demeanor. I imagine the national master must have real skills. Thank you for the compliment. Duan Renfeng. How could this conversation continue? Didn't they say that people from outside would be very modest when praised? Cough, the hairpin on your head is truly dazzling. May I ask if you would part with it? Qiao Qi. So direct.
Too direct.
This was their first meeting, and he was already asking for her hairpin without any small talk? The only thing these two groups had in common was their lack of understanding of social etiquette. Although she didn't understand it either, the premise was that no one could defeat her. This old man didn't seem like someone who could be easily beaten. But how did he notice the uniqueness of her jade hairpin? Could he sense the special aura it contained? Are you infatuated with me at first sight? Qiao Qi took off her hairpin and played with it in her hand. Duan Renfeng's face twitched, and his eyes widened in shock. National Master, what do you mean by that? If you weren't infatuated, why would you immediately ask for my hairpin? Don't you know that in our culture, a hairpin represents a token of affection? Duan Renfeng, did I apologize? He broke into a cold sweat and awkwardly wiped it away. At his age, how could he be talking about love with a young girl? Are young girls outside this bold? How could they openly discuss love like this? Qiao Qi stopped teasing him and instead held a universal antidote pill between her fingers. The hairpin won't do, but how about this? The universal antidote pill came from Jiang Yishuang's system shop and contained a special aura. She had not used it since she got it and still had more than 10 left. As soon as the antidote pill was revealed, she noticed Duan Renfeng's expression change, filled with both surprise and shock. By now, Qiao Qi had basically confirmed that Duan Renfeng could also sense the special aura present here. However, she didn't know how he perceived it. The compass she obtained from the other group of Mist Hidden people seemed unable to confirm anything. In that person's memory, he only knew that if something or someone made the compass spin, they had to be brought back to the clan, but he didn't know more than that. After getting the compass, she had people experiment with it countless times. The reason she didn't experiment herself was that the compass would spin wildly whenever it was near her. Some items on her that contained the special aura could make it spin, while others showed no reaction at all. Additionally, some inexplicable things could also cause it to spin. Where did this pill come from? Duan Renfeng narrowed his eyes, his tone becoming more serious.
Wanna know?
You have to answer some of my questions first. What do you want to know? In the grand hall, the atmosphere was lively, but their conversation was isolated by a barrier created by Qiao Qi. Seeing this, Duan Renfeng's pupils constricted sharply. How was this done? Taking a deep breath, Duan Renfeng calmed himself before continuing. Are you asking about the mist hidden? This matter concerns the secrets of my clan, so I cannot disclose it. Before Duan Renfeng could finish, Qiao Qi placed the compass on the table. Elder Duan, do you recognize this?
This
is. Duan Renfeng picked up the compass, and the color drained from his face, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Did you kill Lai Feng and the others? You know them, but they don't seem to know you. Lai Feng was the man she had previously interrogated, but the memories he had were too limited. How do you know? Duan Renfeng stood up in shock, a hint of fear in his eyes. Before this, Lai Feng didn't know anything about him, and similarly, Qiao Qi didn't recognize him either. How did she know that Lai Feng didn't know him before they even appeared? If his clan hadn't run away quickly, I might have already known. Now you can choose to tell me the truth, or I can find the answers myself. But if you choose the first option, you all can live. If you choose the second option, well, I guarantee that no one will survive. Qiao Qi spoke casually, as if it were as simple as crushing an ant. This made Duan Renfeng's face turn pale again. He slumped on the chair, his lips trembling slightly. He still wasn't giving up and asked, "Why do you give me this choice? You could just kill me directly." Upon hearing this, Qiao Qi couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. She shrugged her shoulders, full of helplessness. Do you think I don't want to? If you had been a bit more temperamental, a bit more arrogant, or had a worse personality from the start. If you had any one of those traits, I could convince myself to take action. But you didn't.
You even smiled at me.
They say you shouldn't strike someone who is smiling. How can I act against you? Duan Renfeng's face twitched, and a flood of harsh words nearly escaped his lips, but he managed to hold them back. So you didn't kill me just because I treated you kindly? Should he be grateful that he was still leading this team and not his hot-tempered senior brother? That's one way to look at it. Then let's continue that topic. Qiao Qi felt that they were getting closer to the real truth. If she could uncover that truth, she might be able to return instead of being trapped here, where even a thunderstorm could cause destruction. If she reached the nascent soul stage, this world might be doomed alongside her. This world's heavenly laws were truly insane. Duan Renfeng closed his eyes, filled with despair. He could sense that Qiao Qi was not lying. She definitely had that ability. His martial skills were unmatched in his clan, but in front of her, he couldn't even use his inner strength. He could feel the presence of his inner strength, yet it seemed suppressed by something. Can I ask you one more question? Go ahead. Seeing the truth was so close, Qiao Qi felt good. How did you learn those secrets from the fierce wind? He wasn't sure about others, but he had seen the fierce wind a few times, and even if he died, he wouldn't reveal any secrets. Naturally, it was through hypnosis. No one in this world can escape my hypnosis. Qiao Qi looked at Duan Renfeng with a half-smile, but saw his expression was very complex as he sighed heavily. Ask whatever you want. Hypnosis was indeed a good explanation, but there were also hypnosis experts in the Misty hidden clan. All the clan members had been under a ban, so hypnosis couldn't possibly succeed. But it was clear that Qiao Qi already knew this, so her method of uncovering secrets was not hypnosis. Why do you want these two items? Qiao Qi picked up the hairpin and the universal antidote and asked. Duan Ringfeng did not hesitate to take off the string of Buddhist beads he always wore on his wrist and placed it on the table. At that moment, the beads emitted a faint glow, which could easily be mistaken for candlelight. This string of beads can sense the special nature of these items. It hasn't activated yet, so it only glows when you get close, he explained. Xiaoqi tried bringing a jade hairpin closer and noticed that the bead nearest to the hairpin glowed brighter than the others. The Misty Hidden Foreign Tribe isn't truly part of the Misty Hidden Clan. Our family is a hidden lineage that collects items for the Misty Hidden Clan every 50 years. This has continued for 300 or 400 years, but even now, we don't know where the Misty Hidden Clan is. Through Duan Ringfeng's account, the mystery of the Misty Hidden Clan began to unfold. There are 3 hidden lineages that serve the Misty Hidden Clan. His family emerges every 50 years to collect items using this string of beads. Whenever an item causes the beads to glow, he must take it back and wait for the right moment to deliver these items to the Misty Hidden Clan. They do not know the purpose of these items. Then there is the family that Life Phone belongs to, which uses a compass. Whenever something causes the compass to move, they must bring that entity back, whether it is a person or an object. The ultimate fate of these entities is always the same: destruction. Whether they are living or non-living, the outcome is destruction. As for the last hidden lineage, it is too mysterious, and he does not know their tasks. Among the 3 hidden lineages, there are also different ranks. Lai Feng's family is considered the lowest tier, and since this is his first time out, he doesn't know much. The last hidden lineage holds the highest status, and he cannot uncover their secrets either. You said you've never seen each other, and don't know where they are. How do you deliver items to them? Duan Ringfeng opened his mouth, nervously shaking his head. I truly don't know. In the end, the clan leader is responsible for delivering the items, but there are no other beings around the clan, and the leader always takes less than half a day. He wanted to conceal this information, but he couldn't bear the consequences. Xiaoqi was able to find Lai Feng's family so quickly, and he wasn't sure if they could also quickly locate his family. The family of the Fierce Wind reacted quickly, and since they were the smallest in number, they could move away swiftly. However, for his clan, leaving was simply impossible. He didn't want his family to be uprooted entirely. Hearing Duan Renfeng say this, Xiaoqi thought again about the secret realm. In a world without spiritual energy, could a secret realm really exist? I once met someone from Wuyin named Fei 308. Xiaoqi looked directly into Duan Renfeng's eyes, which flashed with shock, and he immediately countered. That's impossible. The clan leader said they cannot leave. If they do, this world will face unimaginable disasters. Xiaoqi narrowed her eyes. Where can't they leave? What kind of disaster? She had never heard of a secret realm that would cause disasters if someone left. Could it be that the people from Wuyin were the core of that secret realm? If they left, the secret realm would collapse, affecting the outside world? But that seemed impossible. Even if a secret realm exploded, it wouldn't have a significant impact on the outside. I don't know. The clan leader only said they can't leave, and if they do, there will be disasters. That's why we've been collecting the things they need all these years. Duan Renfeng's words didn't sound like lies, but what about that Fei 308? Aren't you supposed to appear once every 50 years? This time it's only been 40 years. Why are you here so early? Duan Renfeng shook his head again. I don't know. Xiaoqi frowned slightly. Duan Renfeng had shared enough information, but it wasn't enough for her. She decided that once this matter was settled, she would go with them to their clan to see if she could find any useful clues. Just as she was about to remove the barrier, she suddenly remembered something. By the way, your purpose for coming out this time was to search for those special items, but I remember that many of those items came from Wuyin? Duan Renfeng sighed. If I knew, I would tell you.
I truly don't know.
The only thing I can confirm is that a large portion of those items did come from Wuyin. As for how they got out and why we need to retrieve them, I have no idea. Once your matters here are settled, I will return with you. The only one who might know the truth was their clan leader. Duan Renfeng agreed immediately. Even if he disagreed, it wouldn't matter. as the consequences could be disastrous for his clan. As the barrier was lifted, he heard his clan member sitting beside him calling out to him, "Elder, did you think of something? I noticed you have been silent. Even when the Moon Emperor spoke to you, it seemed you didn't hear him," said Duan Renfeng, surprised, then nodded. "I was thinking about some things." He looked at the Moon Emperor sitting at the head of the table and quickly stood up to apologize with tea instead of wine. He had felt a bit proud before, but after what just happened, all his pride was gone. It's better to have a good temper. At least it can save your life. After the apologies, everyone returned to discussing serious matters. They planned to stay in the outside world for 3 months, 1 month each in the Moon Kingdom, the Qin Kingdom, and the South Kingdom. During this time, the emperors of each country would send a team to assist them in their tasks. Xiao Qi didn't expect they would stay so long before returning. Should she take back what she said earlier? Should she just ask them to take her back? Or send someone to follow them? Or even directly probe their minds? As the meeting of the 3 countries was nearing its end, a South Kingdom envoy suddenly stood up. Under the gaze of Nu Chang, the South Kingdom envoy spoke up. "Everyone, we have come not only to welcome the Misty Messenger, but also to inform you of something very important. May I ask if the Moon Emperor could give me a chance?" The hall fell silent, and Lin Wang waved his hand.
Speak.
"Thank you, Moon Emperor." The South Kingdom envoy expressed his gratitude, looked around the hall, and continued. "I believe you all know that our South Kingdom has a goddess." He paused, his gaze lingering on Xiao Qi, as if there was a deeper meaning. Indeed, the Moon Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom had national masters, while the South Kingdom had a goddess. How could they not feel proud? The goddess is knowledgeable about the past and future and has already helped the South Kingdom foresee many disasters. Thanks to this foresight, the South Kingdom avoided many calamities. The South Kingdom envoy wanted to continue, but Yin Jiuzhou impatiently interrupted. "You keep repeating the same few words. What exactly do you want to say? I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." The South Kingdom envoy's face turned red, and he glanced at Nu Chang. Seeing no reaction, he cleared his throat and straightened up to continue. "The goddess's arrival can benefit the world. Your Majesty cares for the people and surely does not want the citizens of other countries to suffer misfortunes. Therefore, we plan to present the goddess to the world, also to relieve the burdens of the 2 emperors." Lin Wang and Yin Jiuzhou exchanged glances and silently rolled their eyes. They didn't believe Nu Chang would have such good intentions. If there really was such a powerful goddess, he would probably keep her hidden for himself. "The people of my kingdom have always lived in peace and happiness, so there is no need for the goddess to come and solve our problems." Nusheng wanted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt a sharp pain and could only glare angrily at the envoy nearby. If it weren't for the goddess's persuasion, he would never have agreed to let her go. What's wrong with him? Noticing Nusheng's silence, Duan Renfeng finally saw the injury on his face, as if he had just been hurt. As an emperor, who could possibly hurt him? He was hurt for speaking disrespectfully. "Are you interested, Elder Duan?" "No, I'm just curious, just curious." Duan Renfeng quickly shook his head in denial. His curiosity was getting him into trouble. The group of tribespeople he brought along looked at him with curiosity. It seemed their elder Duan was afraid of this national teacher. Had they met before? With doubtful glances exchanged between the two, Duan Renfeng quickly scolded them in a low voice. "What kind of look is that? Have you forgotten what I told you when we came?" Their mission was to collect items and not interfere in other matters. The group quickly averted their gazes. Lin Wang and Yin Jiuzhou couldn't help but sneak glances over here, but fearing they would be caught, they quickly looked away. Meanwhile, Nusheng was unaware of the small commotion. Under his gaze, the envoy spoke again. "If the emperors of the Moon Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom do not believe, they can test the goddess. She truly has the ability to foresee the future, and the Misty envoys can also come forward to test her." After speaking, the envoy's eyes moved back and forth between the Qin Emperor and the Moon Emperor. The goddess, Gu Qingyu, also looked at them with hope. She only cared about the 2 emperors. The Misty envoys were not on her mind. Ignoring the goddess's eager gaze, Yin Jojo idly played with his wine cup, showing no intention of speaking. After a moment of thought, Lin Wang called over Steward Su and whispered a few instructions. After hearing this, Steward Su looked surprised at Gu Qingyu below before leaving in a hurry. Moments later, when Steward Su returned, Lin Wang asked, "Miss Gu, you say you have the ability to foresee the future. Let me ask you, what did I just discuss with Steward Su?" Gu Qingyu stood in the center of the hall, slowly closed her eyes under everyone's gaze, and raised her hand to calculate for about 15 minutes before finally opening her eyes. "Your Majesty, if Qingyu has not miscalculated, it seems you instructed Chief Steward Su to casually hide an item." Gu Qingyu wore a confident smile. Lin Wang's eyes flashed with surprise as he glanced towards Qiao Qi. He saw her quietly enjoying her tea and chatting with Elder Wuyin, completely unaware of the conversation. After a moment of thought, Lin Wang asked again, "If that's the case, do you know what Chief Steward Su has hidden and where it is?" "Your Majesty, Chief Steward Su has hidden nothing." Gu Qingyu's smile remained confident. This answer surprised even Lin Wang. He looked at Chief Steward Su, who quickly spoke up. Indeed, as Gu Qingyu said, he had hidden nothing. Lin Wang burst into laughter. "Haha, truly worthy of a goddess. Bring me my jade rui to reward her." Chief Steward Su immediately sent someone to fetch the jade rui. Gu Qingyu's smile widened and her mood brightened. "Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty." But before she could fully enjoy her happiness, a clear female voice interrupted. "I also have some questions for the goddess. May I ask for her permission?" Hearing Qiao Qi speak, Gu Qingyu's joyful expression gradually faded, replaced by hesitation. After learning that this woman was the national teacher of both the Qin and Yu kingdoms, she had privately calculated once. However, after 2 attempts, the results were inconsistent and drained her energy. The first time, she saw that the national teacher should have died 2 or 3 years ago. The second time, she saw a sky filled with thunder, as if it would tear the heavens apart. Just a glimpse shattered her mind, nearly causing her to lose her spirit. Now, she truly did not want to confront this national teacher. "What's this? Didn't your envoys say anyone could test you? Why is it different for our national teacher?" Yin Jojo spoke sarcastically, making Gu Qingyu's face pale with anger. Yet she had to suppress her fury and replied, "Your Majesty, although Qingyu is a goddess, predicting the future consumes divine power. I can only make 2 predictions today." "What do you mean? Are you saying our national teacher is not worthy of your predictions?" Yin Jojo's gaze turned cold, and Lin Wang's tone became serious as he immediately agreed. "What the Qin Emperor says is true. The goddess does not look down on our Yu Kingdom's national teacher, does she?" He emphasized Yu Kingdom heavily, as if afraid others would not hear it clearly. Gu Qingyu found herself in a difficult position and had to speak up, "Your Majesties, there seems to be a misunderstanding. The national master is very powerful, and I am afraid I might not calculate accurately, which is why I hesitated to agree. There is nothing absolute in this world. Whether you calculate accurately or not has nothing to do with the goddess. I am just a bit curious," Qiao Qi said at the right moment, not pressing the issue further. Gu Qingyu sighed in relief, feeling a bit more favorable towards Qiao Qi. She couldn't help but show a friendly smile, revealing her small tiger teeth, which made her look a bit playful. "May I ask, National Master?" Qiao Qi said, turning the teacup in her hand. In the next moment, the cup vanished from her grasp, and she looked directly at Gu Qingyu. "Do you know where I hid the teacup?" Gu Qingyu furrowed her brow and quickly closed her eyes. This time, she concentrated for a quarter of an hour. Her face gradually turned pale, and cold sweat began to bead on her forehead. Finally, she helplessly opened her eyes. "National Master, your skills are extraordinary. I am in awe." Gu Qingyu bowed gracefully to Qiao Qi, her eyes showing a mix of defeat and resignation. "You are too kind. I have troubled you. This is a rejuvenation pill, a gift from me to you." Qiao Qi handed a wooden box to the unnamed attendant behind her, who understood and presented it to Gu Qingyu. A flash of surprise crossed Gu Qingyu's eyes. This was genuine astonishment, not feigned. Earlier, the emperor had mocked her, nearly causing her harm, yet now he was giving her a gift? Gu Qingyu glanced back at the emperor, seeing his excited expression, and reluctantly accepted the gift. Thank you, National Master. However, my abilities are limited, and I fear I have disappointed you. Qiao Qi remained silent, but her curiosity was piqued. Even though Gu Qingyu hid her feelings well, the fleeting hatred in her eyes did not escape Qiao Qi's notice. Were her previous emotions all an act? Who was she angry with? Why did she insist on persuading the emperor to present her before the two nations' rulers? Qiao Qi observed that Gu Qingyu showed no interest in the Mist Hidden Clan. She was clearly focused on Lin Wang and Yin Jiuzhou. Could it be that these two had destroyed her entire clan? And where did her ability to foresee the future come from? It was clear she did not seem to have a script in advance. There wouldn't be such a scene in script. Just as Gu Qingyu sat back down, she noticed the emperor breathing rapidly, staring at the box in her hand. She bit her lip and stood up again. National Master, may I give the pill you sent me to someone else? It was given to you, so it is yours. You can give it to whomever you wish. It is none of my concern. Thank you, National Master. Gu Qingyu handed the pill to the side without any hesitation. Yishuang didn't even let anyone test it and swallowed the pill whole. He was certain that in front of everyone, Qiao Qi wouldn't dare to use a fake pill to deceive them. Qiao Qi lowered her eyelashes, feeling a bit regretful. She had thought Yishuang could take the throne of the Southern Kingdom, but it seemed he wasn't as clever as she expected. It turned out that not all emperors were the same. Yishuang was not only arrogant but also not very smart. If Yin Jiuzhou and Lin Wang teamed up, they could easily outsmart him. Wu Ming stepped back behind Qiao Qi and handed her the compass again. Once the compass was in her hands, it began to spin wildly, and she quickly put it away. Wu Ming whispered beside her, "Miss, this compass started spinning wildly when it got close to Miss Gu." Wu Ming didn't understand why. He was just following the orders of the young lady. Qiao Qi nodded. Their conversation wasn't intentionally quiet around Duan Renfeng, who listened for a while but couldn't help his curiosity. Do you know why this compass is spinning? He only knew that over the years, the Laiwen clan had brought back many items and people. Whether human or object, they were all eventually destroyed. He didn't know why they were destroyed, only that it was a task given to them by the Mist Hidden Clan, unchanged for many years. The compass spinning when it encountered Qiao Qi and Gu Qingyu suggested that the two had something in common. Something in common? Were they both women? That was a joke. There had been men brought back too. Or was it that one was a goddess and the other a national master, both possessing extraordinary abilities? I don't know. This compass belongs to your clan. Shouldn't you know more than I do? Qiao Qi said this, but she had some guesses in her mind. If a vegetable had pests, what would the farmer do? To protect the crops, the farmer would find ways to eliminate the pests. This was similar to her current situation. The Mist Hidden Clan likely wanted to eliminate outsiders or foreign objects. No, it should be said they wanted to remove the pests that could affect this world. Whether her guess was correct, perhaps the leader behind Duan Renfeng would know more. Yishuang's injuries healed at a visible rate. In less than 15 minutes, he removed the bandages from his face. The wound on his mouth had turned into a faint pink scar. He took a big gulp of wine, and although Yishuang wanted to regain his dignity and vent his frustration, the pain near his mouth reminded him not to provoke Qiao Qi again. He had to change the subject. Your Majesty of the Moon Kingdom, I have another matter to discuss with you. Before Lin Wang could speak, Yishuang continued, the South Kingdom and the Moon Kingdom have always been friendly, but this time I have been schemed against by a petty person. He glanced towards Yin Jiuzhou as he spoke. Therefore, I have come to seek your country's princess in marriage. He still hadn't given up on the failed alliance from before and brought it up again. Lin Wang's expression darkened. Now, the only suitable princess in the palace was his little princess. But Chongping had just reached the age of maturity, and he wanted to keep her for a few more years. Without saying more, why did Yishuang think the Moon Kingdom would want to form an alliance with them? Your Majesty of the South Kingdom is joking. There are no suitable princesses in the palace.
Oh?
I have heard that your little princess is still unmarried. Does the Emperor of the Moon Kingdom think I am not worthy of her? Hearing this, Lin Wang sneered and stopped pretending. You know it well enough.
Talking to a fool was exhausting.
How could such a clever old emperor of the South Kingdom have such a foolish son? Nuol Yen was not particularly bright either. They all seemed to have their heads filled with nonsense, unable to see the current situation clearly. Now that the Moon Kingdom was on good terms with the Qin Kingdom, he should be keeping a low profile, yet he dared to show off in front of him? What do you mean? Nuo Shang slammed the table and stood up, his eyes turning red with anger. As an emperor, he had been humiliated by their national teacher and now by their emperor. Did they really think the South Kingdom was easy to bully? What do you mean? Since it's a marriage alliance, why isn't your South Kingdom sending a princess over? Wouldn't that strengthen the relationship between our two countries? Did he really think a single princess could solidify the ties between two great nations? She would merely be a pawn in their rivalry. In the past, the Moon Kingdom also had princesses marry into other countries, but they were chosen noblewomen who were then sent to smaller neighboring countries to form alliances. These marriages were beneficial for both sides, as the princess held a high status and could strengthen ties with those smaller nations. But what could they gain by marrying into the South Kingdom? If the relationship between the two countries was in a honeymoon phase, perhaps the princess would have a better life in another country, even receiving some praise from others. If the relationship between the two countries breaks down, the first to suffer will be the princess from the marriage alliance, who will be blamed for her lack of ability. Lin Wang's words were so clear that the envoys from the Southern Kingdom understood the current situation. They fell silent, not daring to speak further. Being weaker in someone else's territory, saying anything too bold would be like courting disaster. Yet, Du Shum was unaware of this and arrogantly declared, "It's not easy to marry our princess. What price are you, the Emperor of the Moon Kingdom, willing to pay?" If he didn't offer several cities in exchange, there was no way he could marry the princess of a Southern Kingdom. Lin Wang. He looked at the envoys from the Southern Kingdom with confusion, clearly puzzled. Is this the new emperor you chose? He's not even as good as that other guy. Faced with Lin Wang's questioning gaze, the Southern envoys lowered their heads in embarrassment. If they had a choice, they wouldn't want this either. Du Shum was waiting for Lin Wang to speak next, but to his surprise, Lin Wang stood up and announced that the meeting was over. The envoy from Misty Hidden would send a team to escort them during their month in the Moon Kingdom. And that was it. Du Sheng stared at Lin Wang in disbelief. What happened to marrying the princess of the Southern Kingdom? Gu Qingyu, unable to watch any longer, stepped forward to persuade him. Your Majesty, let us discuss this further at the station. I have some matters I wish to inform you about. It seems the world is about to be in turmoil again, Duan Renfeng said, stroking his beard and sighing deeply. Xiao Qi walked alongside him in the palace, with their clan members following behind. Elder Duan, why do you say that? She asked casually. She had originally planned to wait until Duan Renfeng finished his business before returning to his clan with him, but she ultimately chose to stay with them. She wanted to know where the items he collected were scattered, and if there was any pattern to it. After all, if their clan leader didn't know where the true Misty Hidden clan was, she would have to search for it herself. If she could find a pattern, it might provide her with some clues. The Emperor of the Southern Kingdom is brave, but truly foolish. Even I can grasp the key points, yet he can't understand a single good word. If the Emperor were merely a bit foolish, but his ministers were reliable, it would be acceptable. However, Du Shum was not only arrogant but also stubborn. With such a ruler, how can the Southern Kingdom be any better? Besides the Emperor, I fear the goddess's intentions are not pure. Although Duan Renfeng has lived in seclusion for many years, he still has a keen eye for people. Gu Qingyu harbors resentment. She likely has a purpose for getting close to Nu Shang. Her identity as a goddess makes it easy for her to manipulate him. If the two join forces, it may hasten the downfall of the Southern Kingdom. Once the Southern Kingdom shows weakness, The Qin and Yu kingdoms will surely create obstacles, and the southern kingdom won't last long. At that point, with both Yu and Qin dominating, things could become troublesome. The goddess does have something special about her, but whether her intentions are pure is not our concern. After this incident, both Yin Jiuzhou and Lin Wang will surely send people to watch the goddess. Yin Jiuzhou is not envious of her ability to foresee the future, but Lin Wang might be. He still wants to find the third princess hidden by Nanzhao. However, these matters have nothing to do with her or Wu Yin. Wu Yin will not interfere in worldly affairs, nor will she involve herself in the Southern Kingdom's issues. Where will you go next? Xiao Qi ended this topic. She was more interested in Wu Yin's matters than others. I'm not sure. It depends on how the prayer beads guide us. Wu Yin and her group were arranged to stay in a palace within the royal residence. Seeing Xiao Qi mention it, Duan Renfeng immediately activated the prayer beads in his hand. In an instant, countless white lights shot out from the beads, quickly disappearing into the night. These prayer beads showed no signs of spiritual energy, yet possessed such unique abilities, which surprised Xiao Qi. This string of prayer beads will guide us to find those items. The uniquely shaped prayer beads represent 24 directions. The closer they are, the brighter the light from the beads. They only need to follow the guidance of the prayer beads to find the correct items. Curiously, Xiao Qi took out a jade hairpin from her space, and the prayer beads immediately emitted a faint light that wrapped around the hairpin. This faint light vanished almost instantly. If one wasn't paying attention, they would not have noticed it at all. The next moment, the prayer beads in Duan Renfeng's hand emitted a strong light in the direction corresponding to the jade hairpin. Xiao Qi, curious again, took out a universal antidote pill, which was also locked onto by the beads.
2, 3.
10 pills. All were locked on. Still confirming, she took out a luminous pearl obtained from Yin Jiuzhou's treasury, which was once again locked onto. When she took out the discarded handgun she had obtained, the prayer beads did not react. This item was indeed meant to find things with a special aura. Xiao Qi put away what she had taken out, but she noticed that Duan Renfeng's face had turned a bit pale. "What's wrong?" she asked casually, and Duan Renfeng's face twitched. "Where did you get all these things?" The prayer beads only worked for 3 months, so they had only that time to collect items. Last time, he spent 3 months with a group and only managed to gather 5 items. How could she pull out more than 10 so easily? The key question was how she identified these items' special qualities. A large portion of them were also pills. Who made those pills? "I collected them," Xiao Qi said with a slight smile. She had seen so much glow earlier. She figured that even if she couldn't find 100 special items, she could at least find 50. Did Duan Renfeng really think these items would end up in his hands? "Elder Duan, time is short and the task is heavy. Why don't we set off right away?" Xiao Qi urged. With only 3 months to gather these items scattered everywhere, there was no time to waste. Duan Renfeng replied, "Master, while our origins may be mysterious, we are still human. Humans need rest and sleep." They had traveled many days without rest from the hidden family to here. "All right, let's rest early and set off tomorrow." Xiao Qi had no intention of letting them stay for long. Those items were already marked, just waiting for her to collect them. She wondered if the items she gathered would help her overcome the Golden Core Thunder tribulation. Holding Duan Renfeng's prayer beads, Xiao Qi spent the night collecting items with special auras in the capital of Yu Kingdom. She found a total of 6 items, 3 of which were from the palace treasury. After taking 3 treasures, she left some pills for Lin Wang. Additionally, she easily obtained 2 more items from officials' homes. Of course, taking others' belongings required giving something in return. These items were trivial to her. The last item was with an actor in the northern city. The actor's request was simple, to help her and her husband escape from their low status. The couple did not want their future children to be born into a low status, but despite their efforts for many years, they still could not escape it. In just a moment, Xiao Qi helped them break free from their low status. The couple kept bowing in gratitude, offering her the items she needed with both hands. It was like a goal that ordinary people strive for their whole lives, but to others, it seemed like a trivial matter. Before leaving, Xiao Qi gifted the couple 200 taels of silver as a congratulation. Luckily, she was quick. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to visit so many places in one night. All the items were gathered in the capital, which made them easy to find, but later they would be scattered across various countries. The next day, when Xiao Qi returned to the national teacher's residence, Lin Wang brought her some news. Wei Min had been released. He dealt with a group of people, leaving only Lin Mulan. Initially, he suspected that the southern Zhao was being backed by the southern kingdom, but after thinking it over for a long time, he realized that the southern kingdom no longer posed a threat to the Moon Kingdom. Since he couldn't find any leads, he couldn't keep Wei Min in a difficult position. Regardless of who was behind it, there was no longer a threat to him. The rats in the gutter were just more disgusting. He kept Lin Mulan to possibly exchange the third princess from southern Zhao, in case this plan worked. Xiao Qi sent this news to the Wei and Jiang families and communicated with Xiao Ju using a messaging talisman. She had to go out for a while and wouldn't be returning for now. After giving her instructions, she immediately urged Duan Renfeng and the others to set off. The entire team consisted of 15 people, including Xiao Qi, Wu Ming, and 10 from the Mist Hidden clan, along with 3 sent by Lin Wang to escort them. Originally, there were more than 30 escorts, but Xiao Qi reduced it to 3. Besides Wei Sun, who held the emperor's token, there were 2 guards responsible for his protection.
Do we
not need to bring some food and clothes? Wei Min asked, rubbing his hands, feeling a bit uneasy. If it weren't for the Jiang family's plea to the national teacher, he might have lost his life. Not only that, but the entire Wei family would have suffered unjustly. Now, they had finally seen some hope. The Minister of Revenue had promoted new people, and the emperor, understanding his unjust treatment, appointed him as the governor. Once this matter was resolved, his promotion was a sure thing, and his position would not be lower than that of the Minister of Revenue. He would become the emperor's right-hand man in the future. Just prepare a change of clothes. Anything else we need can be bought on the way. They will cover all the expenses. Xiao Qi pointed at Duan Renfeng and the others. They belonged to the Mist Hidden clan. Although they were a secluded family, they still needed money. They had plenty of valuable items and were not short on funds, especially since they had their own ways of making money outside. All right, let's set off then. Wei Min, being quite old, was not someone Xiao Qi wanted to bring along unless he was still in good health. However, Duan Renfeng insisted on taking him, saying the governor could be quite helpful on the journey. The reputation of the national master had not yet reached the entire country, and in some remote areas, the governor was still effective. Xiao Qi thought. She still believed that strength was more useful. As everyone mounted their horses and had not yet left the city gate, they were stopped by someone. It was Gu Qingyu. National Master, Qingyu has a few words to share with you. May I have a moment of your time? Gu Qingyu's attitude was respectful and humble, quite different from her lively demeanor when they first met. Xiao Qi dismounted and led her to a corner. Go ahead. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Qingyu suddenly knelt down with a thud. National Master, I have committed an unforgivable crime. What does your crime have to do with me? Xiao Qi was puzzled as to why Gu Qingyu was seeking her out. National Master, I know you are extraordinary, so I do not wish to hide anything from you. I fear that if I keep this from you, my path to revenge will be completely hopeless. Gu Qingyu knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. Xiao Qi remained silent, patiently waiting to see what she would do next. After a while, Gu Qingyu wiped her tears and choked out, National Master, I have actually died once and returned. Gu Qingyu was a reborn person and had a very close relationship with her sister, who had always protected her since childhood. In her past life, her father had sent her sister to a powerful official with peculiar tastes as a concubine for profit, and in the end, her body was discarded in a mass grave, unrecognizable. Later, her father sent her to be abused by high officials to pave his own way, leading her to a life of suffering in the lowest brothels, where she endured countless inhumane tortures before dying tragically. In this new life, she had not been able to save her sister. Her sister's body had been so brutally treated, rolled up in a straw mat and thrown into a mass grave, left for wild dogs to devour. Having seen her sister's body, she wanted the entire Southern Kingdom to mourn alongside her. She wanted to give up everything. She wanted to take revenge on everyone, her father, the corrupt officials, and even the entire Southern Kingdom.
They were all bad people.
Why are you telling me this? I am the national advisor of the Moon Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom. The Southern Kingdom has nothing to do with me. Everyone has their own struggles. If she wants revenge, that's her business. Qiao Qi didn't want to get involved. Do you know how I got my ability to foresee the future? Even if I have lived again, how could I know so many uncontrollable details? After living again, it seems I gained an incredible ability, but this ability is not under my control. In simple terms, she received a special power that helps her predict the future. However, using this power comes at a cost, and the price is paid by the emperor and the many princes. She needed dragon energy. As long as the emperor or the princes cared about her, whether in love, friendship, or family, she could gain some dragon energy by holding a significant place in their hearts. Then she could use this energy to foresee the future. Yin Yanting is arrogant and proud. I gained his trust by saving his life. Gu Qingyu had convinced Yin Yanting to bring her along. She wanted to take this opportunity to infiltrate the Qin and Moon kingdoms and eventually incite them to attack the Southern Kingdom, completely destroying it. After the Southern Kingdom fell, she would repeat the cycle, leading the Qin and Moon kingdoms into war, weakening them even if she didn't destroy them. But after meeting Qiao Qi, she had to abandon her plan. How have the Moon and Qin kingdoms offended you that you want to see them destroyed? Qiao Qi was almost stunned by Gu Qingyu's way of thinking. Her revenge was to drag the whole world down with her? If someone like her were in the cultivation world, she would surely be a great villain. No, the Qin and Moon kingdoms have never offended me. It's just that they have dragon energy, which is why I included them in my plans. But I have given up now. I plan to return to the Southern Kingdom with Yin Yanting. Gu Qingyu looked up at Qiao Qi with tears in her eyes. Advisor, I deserve to be punished for wanting to destroy the Moon and Qin kingdoms. I beg you, please let me finish my revenge before taking my life. After saying this, Gu Qingyu repeatedly bowed her head, causing blood to seep from her forehead. So you came to ask me not to interfere with your revenge? Originally, she had wanted to drag the Moon and Qin kingdoms down with her. But now the opportunity is gone. She doesn't care about the Moon kingdom or the Qin kingdom, but even if she dies, she wants to drag the South Kingdom down with her. I just want revenge. Her words were filled with hatred, likely due to the burden of revenge she carried. She thought that being given a second chance would allow her to save those around her. But instead of saving others, she had already been buried by her own hatred. I have a question for you. Qiao Qi suddenly changed the topic, leaving Gu Qingyu a bit surprised. After a moment, she nodded.
Please ask.
Do you love yourself? Gu Qingyu is taken aback, her eyes filled with confusion. What kind of question is that? Let me rephrase. The amount of dragon energy is always changing, right? This time, Gu Qingyu nodded. It was indeed changing. Sometimes she gained dragon energy from Yin Yanting, which should have decreased his energy. But the next day, his dragon energy had increased. Later, she learned it was because the South Kingdom had won a battle. Various reasons could lead to an increase in dragon energy. Similarly, many factors could cause it to decrease. You hate this world so much that you want to drag them down for your sister's sake, but how many people in this world are struggling like you and your sister? Gu Qingyu thought Qiao Qi was trying to persuade her, so she closed her eyes and smiled bitterly. I'm just a weak woman. The injustices of this world won't make their emperor speak for them. What does it matter to a weak woman like me? If the South Kingdom falls, perhaps a new kingdom will rise, which might bring them a better life. Her hatred was overwhelming. She despised the unfairness of the world and everyone in it, with little thought for others. If that's the case, why can't that person be you?
Me? Ha, how could that be?
I'm just a woman. Gu Qingyu laughed at herself. She could be a goddess, but she could never be an emperor. It wasn't that she didn't want to. The world simply wouldn't allow a woman to rule. Those men would never permit a woman to stand above them. They would only loudly criticize her for trying to disrupt the order. Why can't a woman? The original sin is your weakness. When you become strong, the whole world will accommodate you. Heaven has given you such great abilities, yet you only think of using them for revenge. When the day comes for you to reach the top, what kind of grudges can't be settled? What kind of corrupt officials can't be dealt with? In her eyes, Gu Qingyu's abilities were impressive. Xiao Qi looked down into her eyes and chuckled softly. Since the world is unfair, isn't it better to manipulate it rather than destroy it? The outcome is either failure or success, but for you, it doesn't really matter which one it is. Gu Qingyu blinked, her face flushing with excitement. Since her rebirth, she had never considered the possibility of reaching that position. But now, fate had given her the power. If she were to become the ruler, why would she need to draw strength from others? If she became the ruler, she could eliminate anyone she wanted. Her breathing quickened, and she took a deep breath, hiding her emotions in her eyes. Gu Qingyu stood up, dusted off her dress, and bowed to Xiao Qi in gratitude. Thank you, Master Guesher. I am very grateful. What are you thanking me for? What you want, you must plan for yourself. If the old emperor of the Southern Kingdom were still alive, Gu Qingyu's plans would likely fail. But now, the emperor was New Shang, and everything was uncertain. Watching Gu Qingyu leave, Xiao Qi narrowed her eyes, but her thoughts were elsewhere. They both shared a similarity. They were both recognized as outsiders by the compass. Once this outsider becomes powerful, it could attract trouble. She wondered if Gu Qingyu could truly become the ruler. Would she also attract trouble on that day? Jingui Town. The scent of osmanthus filled the air, faint yet sweet. It should have been an exciting harvest season, but the townspeople were anxious and fearful upon seeing outsiders like them. What's wrong with them? Duan Renfeng wondered, touching his face. The Guesher was beautiful, and Wei Min, though older, was not unattractive. Could it be that he looked too intimidating? Surely not. Where is the item located? Let's find it first. Xiao Qi was not very concerned about other matters. She just wanted to find the item quickly and move on to the next place. Guesher, I think something might have happened here. Perhaps we should ask someone about the situation. Wei Min suggested softly. As a governor, he usually had absolute authority, but his position felt precarious. With the Guesher present, and the presence of the mist envoy behind her, he was the lowest in rank among them. Xiao Qi pursed her lips but ultimately did not reject his suggestion. She is now the national master. If it weren't for the title of national master, she would have refused long ago. Previously, she prayed for reign in her role as the national master, aiming to harness the power of faith. After the prayer, there was no response, and she thought it was useless. However, just 3 days ago, she noticed some light appearing in her soul. The power of faith had truly manifested. She hasn't used this power yet. Instead, she has saved it up, sensing that it will play a crucial role in the future. As the sun set, Wei Min had someone find an inn. Jingguizhen is a small town with only one inn, which looks simple from the outside. The lobby doesn't even have stone tiles. The floor is just packed dirt. After a few days of rain, there was a musty smell in the lobby. It was the busy farming season, and evening should have been a bustling time for the inn, but there wasn't a single guest in sight. "Owner, we need a room," shouted a guard beside Wei Min. The owner quickly poked his head out from behind the counter, his face lighting up at the sight of so many guests. "Welcome. Please come in. What would you like to eat?" It seemed the owner was the only one working there. There wasn't even a waiter. After seating everyone, he hurried to bring some tea from the kitchen. "You all look extraordinary. Where do you come from?" "It's rare to see visitors in our little town," the owner said. Duan Renfeng and the others had already changed out of their matching outfits and didn't respond to the owner's question, instead looking at Wei Min. They were counting on him to handle the conversation. Wei Min waved his hand like a regular person. "There's nothing extraordinary about us. We're just ordinary folks traveling through. What dishes do you have at your inn?" He wanted to change the subject to food. The owner quickly caught on and began to introduce the dishes, which were simple, home-cooked meals. Wei Min first looked at Xiao Qi and asked her to order. You all order first. I have some ingredients coming soon. You can give them to the chef. Xiao Qi didn't eat with them, so Wei Min turned to Duan Renfeng and the others. Duan Renfeng waved his hand. Just let Mr. Wei decide. They were not picky about food. But the national master? When did she bring ingredients? Just as Duan Renfeng was puzzled, Wu Ming came in carrying a large bamboo basket. When did she get a bamboo basket? However, what shocked him even more was that the basket was filled with fresh vegetables, as if they had just been picked. What a joke. Even if he were blind, he wouldn't miss such a large bamboo basket. Duan Renfeng looked at the people he brought with him, asking them with his eyes. But all 9 shook their heads in unison. They hadn't seen it either. Shopkeeper, let the chef handle these. They must be prepared properly. Wu Ming handed the shopkeeper a silver ingot worth 5 taels, and the shopkeeper immediately smiled widely. So much silver, especially for self-supplied ingredients, was worth 2 or 3 months of his profits. You go watch in the kitchen. Wu Ming pointed to the guard Li Yi beside Wei Min and instructed him, and Li Yi immediately agreed. The shopkeeper had no reason to refuse. It was just watching the chef cook, and the chef was his son. These people looked special. They couldn't be here just to learn how to cook. That 5 taels of silver was enough for tuition. After the others finished ordering, Wei Min was about to ask the shopkeeper something when the shopkeeper leaned in, speaking mysteriously. Dear guests, some events have occurred in the town recently. Please do not go out after dark. Our inn's doors will be locked, and it's best not to open the windows in your rooms. When does your inn close? Before Wei Min could ask why, Xiao Qi had already spoken up. In half an hour. Elder Duan, come with me for a moment. You all stay at the inn for now. Xiao Qi's main purpose in following Duan Renfeng was to find objects with a special aura. She wanted to use the prayer beads to search herself, but Duan Renfeng was determined not to let go. Previously, when she took them for a night in the capital, he had red eyes the next day, as if he had lost a loved one. Without the prayer beads, he would have trouble sleeping. Humph. Let him try to take his anger out on her. But he had lent her the beads before, and he hadn't mentioned the objects she had collected. It was hard for her to confront him. He was oddly mild-mannered, and she would feel guilty even thinking of harming him. With Xiao Qi's call, Duan Renfeng immediately stood up and followed him outside, ignoring the shopkeeper's attempts to dissuade them. Guided by the prayer beads, the two crossed the town and finally stopped in front of a cemetery. Xiao Qi and Duan Renfeng exchanged glances, feeling a bad premonition. It couldn't be in someone's coffin, could it? Let's go in and take a look. Master, if the item is truly in the coffin, we should talk to them nicely. We can't just dig up their grave. The old man, Duan Renfeng, kept rambling on. Digging up graves brings bad luck. Xiao Qi ignored him and continued to follow the guidance of the prayer beads, leading her to a burial site. Just as she was about to cast a spell to retrieve the item inside, Duan Renfeng suddenly jumped in to stop her. Master. No. We must collect this item willingly. We should at least find the family first before taking it. Xiao Qi. Now she understood why he had only collected so little before. At this rate, it would take not just 3 months, but 3 years to finish. If you keep talking, I might just get rid of you and your entire clan. She would take the item first and discuss compensation later. No, that's not how it works. Duan Renfeng's mustache twitched as he quickly explained, Master, you misunderstand. Forcing someone to give something is different from them giving it willingly. Xiao Qi listened quietly as he explained. I don't know how to explain it to you, but the items obtained in these 2 ways are different. The old man was getting anxious, pulling at his hair. Xiao Qi decided not to insist further and focused on sensing the special aura of the item in the coffin. It was a bowl, and the aura surrounding it was quite strong. She reached out, and the coffin opened slightly, allowing the bowl to fly into her hands. However, in an instant, the special aura around the bowl faded significantly. Surprised, Xiao Qi couldn't believe what she was seeing. This was a bit strange. After a moment of thought, she placed the bowl back into the coffin, but the special aura did not return to its previous strength. Just a second after putting the bowl back and restoring the coffin, she opened it again and took the bowl out, only to find that the aura had faded even more. The aura had decreased by at least half after 2 attempts.
Wow.
Was this a sign that it couldn't be taken by force? Even an inanimate object had such rules? If you try to take me by force, I will show you what happens. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qi placed the bowl back into the coffin. Although Duan Renfeng didn't know exactly what was happening, he could guess that Xiao Qi had realized the change. Master, I didn't lie to you, did I? To make it stable, we need to find its owner and get them to willingly give it to us. Owner? The person is already in the coffin. Should I send you down to have a good talk with him? Xiao Qi glanced at him. Duan Renfeng immediately fell silent and after a while, cleared his throat. The owner is dead. Finding their relatives is the same. After all, we can't avoid that logic. We can't steal or snatch it. When the two returned to the inn, it was just closing time. The inn's door was already half shut. Seeing them return, the innkeeper hurriedly opened the door for them and quickly closed it again, locking all the windows on the first floor. What happened? At that moment, the food was mostly served, but everyone was still, their expression strange. Duan Renfeng quickly asked, Elder Duan, the innkeeper said there are monsters around. Monsters? Are you joking? Where would monsters come from in this world? Mr. Wei, what do you think? Wayman shook his head. It's probably not monsters, but someone is using the name of monsters to commit crimes. He repeated what the innkeeper had said. About half a month ago, a wealthy man in town suddenly died at home, his upper body seemingly bitten off by something, and the scene was horrifying. A few days later, another family in town had a similar death. Since then, the small town has seen a series of deaths, all with the same gruesome circumstances. The county magistrate sent people to investigate, but they found nothing and reported it to the governor, who then sent more people to closely monitor the town. By now, 6 people have died, all at night. The townspeople are anxious, spreading rumors that a monster is coming down from the mountains to eat people. Some claim to have seen the monster, describing it as having 2 heads for legs and eyes like copper bells, terrifyingly red. A serious murder case occurred in Jingwizhen, and as the governor, Wei Min could not ignore it. This matter has been reported to the governor. The Dali Temple will handle it.
Why are you worrying about it?
Wei Min's main duty was to search for items with them, not to investigate cases. Seeing that Xiao Qi did not relent, Wei Min had to give up, but he still asked the innkeeper many details. Among the group, only Wei Min was diligently inquiring about the details. Duan Renfeng and his clan had already started eating. The inn had not seen many guests for a long time, and the ingredients were simple. The dishes included braised cabbage with meat, fried fish, salted peanuts, stir-fried greens, and a tomato egg soup. They didn't have any complaints and ate whatever was served. Xiao Qi sat alone with Wu Ming at a table filled with food made from ingredients from their space. The table was completely covered with dishes. Wei Min was initially asking the shopkeeper for details, but soon he was distracted by the delicious aroma of the food. When he saw Xiao Qi's table full of dishes and then looked at his own, he found only a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup. Well, at least there were 2 meat dishes. Halfway through his meal, when he looked up again, he saw Duan Renfeng had already joined Xiao Qi's table, quickly digging into the food, while Xiao Qi had already finished and was sitting on the other side.
Hey,
why didn't you call me for the good food? Miss Xiao, aren't you eating anymore? Yes, I've already eaten. They used communal chopsticks for the dishes, and since the chef's cooking wasn't very good, she hardly touched her food. So, when Duan Renfeng came over to share, she didn't refuse. Then can I come over and have a bite? Seeing Duan Renfeng enjoying his meal, Wei Min couldn't help but feel tempted. The food on his table was quite unappetizing. The fish wasn't very fresh, and although it wasn't spoiled, it tasted far from fresh. Even the meat wasn't that great. He wasn't picky about food, but this was hard to swallow. Poor cooking was one thing, but the ingredients were also lacking. Do as you wish. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming quickly picked up his pace. The ingredients in the young lady's meal were 1,000 times better than what they had outside. Plus, consuming these ingredients would even help him improve his training. They were definitely not ordinary ingredients. He had to eat quickly before someone else took his share. Can we have some too? One of the shadow envoys with Duan Renfeng timidly raised a hand to ask. Xiao Qi nodded. If you want to eat, go ahead. In an instant, everyone quickly gathered around the table, sharing the dishes. By the time Wei Min got closer, most of the food had already been eaten. I haven't had any yet, Wei Min exclaimed, just as he saw the last slice of lotus root being stuffed into Duan Renfeng's mouth. Oops, sorry, Mr. Wei, you came a bit too late. Duan Renfeng lazily leaned back in his chair after burping. He had never eaten such top-quality ingredients in his life. Although the chef's skills were lacking, the quality of the ingredients made up for it. His hidden family had considerable wealth, but he had never even seen such ingredients before. No wonder he is the national master. He glanced at Wei Min again, who was really something. He couldn't even enjoy a hot meal. Wei Min trembled a bit, tears in his eyes, and sat back down at his seat, mixing his rice with soup and adding a few peanuts to make do. After finishing the meal, Duan Renfeng sat directly across from Wei Min. Mr. Wei, we found a grave site earlier. He needed Wei Min to investigate who was buried there and who their relatives were, so they could discuss taking the items inside. Wei Min understood that his main task was to cooperate with the National Master and the Misty Messenger. He couldn't interfere with the town's case. However, looking at the darkening sky outside, he hesitated for a moment. Are we going out now? Even if they were willing to go, the other townspeople probably wouldn't want to venture out either. Are you asking me? Duan Renfeng widened his eyes and pointed at himself. Wasn't he sent by the emperor to assist them? Now that they needed him, he was being asked? Wei Min sighed deeply. Elder Duan, you heard the innkeeper. He said there are monsters outside at night. If we go out recklessly and get hurt, wouldn't that delay our journey even more? Don't worry, if you get hurt, I won't. If it weren't for his extraordinary skills, he wouldn't dare to lead a group of juniors out into the world. Not to mention, weren't all his juniors exceptionally skilled? Besides, didn't you say it was bad people committing crimes? There are no monsters in this world. Although he was from the Misty clan, after all these years, he had seen many strange things, but he had never seen a monster. Having said that, Wei Min felt he couldn't disagree anymore and had to call the innkeeper over again. Innkeeper, we came here to find someone. I wonder if you could go out with us tonight to help identify them. Before Wei Min could finish, he saw the innkeeper shaking his head vigorously. No way, there are monsters outside at night. He didn't want to risk his life for some strangers. How about tomorrow? Wei Min looked hopefully at Xiao Qi and Duan Renfeng. Duan Renfeng turned his head away. Don't look at him. He couldn't make the decision. 10 taels of silver, and I guarantee your safety. The innkeeper replied, no way. He could earn that much in a year. 20 taels, and I guarantee your safety.
The
innkeeper's breathing became a bit rapid. 20 taels. That was a lot. 50 taels, or we'll find someone else.
Deal.
The innkeeper responded loudly. 50 taels of silver. He could never earn that much in many years. This opportunity is rare and won't come again. I have to go for it. All right, pay up. Xiao Qi gave Duan Renfeng a look. Duan Renfeng was taken aback, then realized and pointed at himself.
Me?
I have to pay? Do you think there's such a thing as a free lunch? What about a free dinner? Duan Renfeng was fuming, his beard bristling, but he still took out the silver. The shopkeeper accepted the money and, after much effort, convinced his son to come along, leading the group outside. In addition to Xiao Qi and Wu Ming, there were Duan Renfeng, Wei Min, and 2 guards. Duan Renfeng's younger companion seemed like a burden, just eating and waiting around. Gentlemen, where are we going? It was completely dark now, and the streets were eerily quiet with no one around, while the patrolling guards were not in sight. The shopkeeper nervously squeezed between the group, watching them stray further off course, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. He felt scared just hearing their footsteps. We're heading to the graveyard behind the town. Most people who died in the town were buried there. The shopkeeper tried to comfort himself, thinking that with so many people, they would scare off any monsters. Besides, these people looked capable. They wouldn't easily lose their lives, and they might not even encounter any monsters. But now that he heard they were going to the graveyard, he felt a chill run down his spine.
No, no.
There are monsters there. There really are monsters. The shopkeeper's face turned pale as he waved his hands, strongly resisting going to the graveyard. However, no one paid attention to his objections. Wu Ming simply picked him up, while Wei Min was supported by 2 guards, and the group hurried toward the graveyard. The shopkeeper screamed in terror, and Wu Ming even considered knocking him out. I told you, shopkeeper, the monsters wouldn't notice us, but now that you screamed, they'll all come running. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately covered his mouth, trembling uncontrollably. Just then, a tall figure suddenly appeared on the wall around the corner, towering over them with a sharp horn on its head. The shopkeeper screamed again at the sight of the shadow. However, the screams only lasted a few moments before abruptly stopping. Wu Ming turned around and saw that the person had fainted from fright. Looking towards the corner, it was not a monster, but 4 patrolling soldiers.
Who are you?
Why are you still outside so late? Don't you know that the county magistrate has ordered no one to be outside after dark? The 4 soldiers quickly approached, and seeing the impressive demeanor of the group, their faces showed suspicion. They had been patrolling for a few days and had not seen these people before, but one of them recognized the person being carried. It was the innkeeper. Their suspicion quickly turned to caution. Wei Min took out his official token. I am Wei Min, and this is my token. I am on official business, so you need not concern yourselves. The 4 took the token, examined it, and after confirming its authenticity, they immediately bowed in respect. We greet you, Lord Wei. However, there have been some recent incidents in this area, so we advise you to be very careful. Yes, I am aware. You may continue your patrol. The 4 exchanged glances, but said nothing more, allowing the group to leave. However, they frowned as they noticed the direction the group was heading seemed to be towards the graveyard. This should be reported to the county magistrate quickly. Yes, if something happens, we won't be in a good position either. The 4 hurried back to the county office to report. In the darkness ahead, a pair of crimson eyes flashed momentarily. The group arrived at the graveyard, and Xiao Qi took out a glowing orb that illuminated the night. Duan Renfeng squinted, wondering what this was. Wu Ming gave the innkeeper a firm slap on the head to wake him up. Innkeeper, take a look at this grave. Do you recognize it? The innkeeper shook his dazed head, still trying to regain his senses. Wu Ming's question made him forget his earlier fear, and he leaned closer to the tombstone to examine it. The town was not large, and there was little he didn't know about it. Upon seeing the name on the grave, the innkeeper exclaimed, I know this person. It's the grave of Wan Muta's mother. He remembered that some townsfolk had pooled money to arrange her funeral, and he had contributed 30 coins. Wan Muta's mother? Where is Wan Muta now? Duan Renfeng asked urgently. Finding Wan Mutu might lead them to what they were looking for.
Huh?
You're looking for Wan Mutu? He died a year ago, fell off a cliff. Really? Did he have any other relatives still alive? Duan Renfeng felt overwhelmed. If he had no family left, what was the point of going around in circles like this? None. The shopkeeper shook his head. What a misfortune for the family. Wan Mutu wanted to go into the mountains to gather herbs and earn some money to pay off debts, but he ended up falling to his death. His wife, however, was unfaithful. Not long after he died, she was caught cheating by her mother-in-law, and in a fit of rage, she killed her mother-in-law. After hearing the gossip, he finally realized where they were. We are in a graveyard. The shopkeeper looked around and quickly shrank back into the group, trying to avoid being exposed to the crowd. Only after he huddled did he notice how bright it was here. He looked up and saw a glaring light above. What was that? Where is his wife now? Wei Min thought this was bad news. Her?
She's dead.
A person like that, who betrays her husband, naturally ends up in the pond. Does this person have no other relatives? Duan Renfeng continued to ask, and the shopkeeper immediately shook his head. She only had one Mutu as her son. After going around in circles and getting this result, Duan Renfeng felt a bit uneasy. If he had let Xiao Qi take out the items from the start, it would have been better than now. But he couldn't blame himself. She insisted on taking them out, even doing so twice. Thinking of this, he felt a bit more confident. However, at that moment, Wei Min was furious upon hearing about the pond incident. You sank her in the pond? Was there any official investigation? And no. The shopkeeper was confused by Wei Min's sudden anger, but explained, this is how we do things here. Once we discover an affair, after a few gentlemen review the case, they will sink the person in the pond. How did this woman die? Wei Min pointed to the woman in the grave. The shopkeeper frowned and thought for a moment before saying, I heard she was poisoned. Li Jia, take my token and summon the county magistrate. I want to open the coffin and examine the body. Wei Min threw the token to a guard beside him. The shopkeeper's words had too many gaps. He said the lover was a distant relative of the old woman who came to do business and had some wealth, staying at the old woman's house. But why would one Muda not borrow money from such a relative and instead take the risk of going into the mountains? Didn't he consider what would happen to his sick mother and wife if something happened to him? He left home without thinking that the relative was a man, leaving only his wife and mother at home. Moreover, the old woman was already seriously ill and couldn't live without medicine. If her daughter-in-law truly wanted her to die, she wouldn't have bought her medicine after hearing the news about Wan Muda's passing. He is going to investigate the case, Duan Renfeng whispered to Xiao Qi as he got closer. Xiao Qi nodded. Yes, he is investigating. What's wrong? Weren't you saying it would waste time? Didn't you see the signs of people paying respects at the grave? It hasn't been more than 3 days. Duan Renfeng asked, What's the matter? Is there a problem? Xiao Qi glanced at him in silence and chose not to explain further. One advantage of having Wei Min with them was that it saved a lot of trouble on the way. These local officials might not recognize her master's token or know about the Misty envoy, but they would definitely recognize the provincial governor's token. About half an hour later, the county magistrate hurried over in a carriage, followed by a few constables. That was quick. Wei Min was surprised. This place was not close to the government office, and half an hour wasn't enough to get here. Sir, on the way here, I happened to run into Magistrate Cheng. Li Jia replied respectfully. Greetings, Lord Wei. The officers on patrol were uncertain, so they reported to me. Magistrate Cheng quickly added. All right, have someone take the coffin out and bring it back to the office for an autopsy, Wei Min ordered coldly, feeling no fondness for Magistrate Cheng. There had been 6 murders in Jingwezhen, and the old woman Wan Muda had died under unclear circumstances, yet he only just learned to report it to his superiors. Lord Wei, this. The deceased has already been buried. Digging them up again might not be appropriate. Magistrate Cheng hesitated, showing some reluctance to disturb the grave. Wei Min glared at him coldly. What? Do you know something that we don't? And no, that's not what I meant. Magistrate Cheng quickly backtracked, immediately ordering the coffin to be dug up and a cart to be brought. Wei Min watched as they dug up the coffin, which was eventually placed on the cart to be taken back to the county office. Along the way, Magistrate Cheng was carefully wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Wei Min observed everything closely and felt increasingly suspicious of the county magistrate. That night, the moonlight was dim, and the streets were deserted. Even the sounds of insects seemed to have quieted down, making the sound of the carriage on the road particularly clear. The deeper the night grew, the thicker the mist wrapped around the group, enveloping everyone.
Ghost, ghost.
Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the quiet night. A tall figure appeared in a nearby alley, towering above the rooftops. Its body was hidden, but the head that peeked over was unusually large. Those red eyes glowed like fiery pits, locking onto them as if ready to swallow them whole. Beside this head, there was another head hanging. The constables brought by Magistrate Cheng quickly panicked, retreating, while the magistrate himself hid under the cart in fear. Li Jia, Li Yi, go see who is trying to scare us. Wei Min did not believe in such tricks. Understood. As the two stepped forward, Xiao Qi raised her hand and scattered a handful of powder.
There is a sleeping powder in the mist.
Her warning startled everyone, and soon, as the powder's effects wore off, the scene before them changed dramatically. The towering figure now appeared no different from an ordinary person, hiding deep in the alley. There, Li Jia pointed, and the two immediately chased after it. The person trying to scare them seemed to sense something was wrong and quickly turned to run, moving at great speed. A hidden weapon shot from an unknown hand, hitting the person's ankle. The person fell, and Li Jia and Li Yi quickly captured him. "Sir, this person was trying to scare us. Not only that, but he might also be responsible for the recent deaths in town. What is that around his neck?" Wei Min dismounted and saw the man was filthy, seemingly carrying something on his back. A round object dangled near his head, looking like a head, but not quite. His face was covered in messy hair, making it hard to see his true appearance, except for his frighteningly red eyes. Li Jia reached to pull the object off the man's back. At that moment, the man suddenly went wild, screaming at the people around him with such force that Li Jia and Li Yi struggled to hold him down. But despite his loud cries, he could only make incoherent sounds. Finally, Duan Renfeng stepped forward and kicked his knee, allowing Li Jia and Li Yi to restrain him.
Is he mute?
Duan Renfeng muttered, then pulled the strange object off the man's back like it was trash. Instantly, a terrible stench spread through the air. "What is that? It smells awful." A lighting ball was thrown out, instantly illuminating the surroundings. Everyone could finally see what had been pulled down. Ugh, is that a body? The round object that had fallen near the man's head was indeed a head. He had been carrying a corpse on his back. The body was dark and decayed, with many parts revealing white bones.
Ah!
The man struggled to rush to the corpse but was pulled back by Li Jia. He screamed wildly, veins bulging, and his rotten, smelly wounds oozed green pus. His bloodshot eyes bulged, looking terrifying. This did not look like a human at all. Ugh. Why does he look so much like Wan Mutu? As the madman's hair flew up, the shopkeeper suddenly gasped. Could it be that the monster they had been dealing with was actually Wan Mutu? But how could such an honest person commit murder? The shopkeeper, still feeling scared, looked at the corpse on the ground. Most of the body was in a terrible state of decay, but some parts seemed to be intact, as if preserved in something. The shopkeeper stared at the dark face for a long time and suddenly widened his eyes in shock. This isn't Wan Shi, is it? Wasn't she drowned? The supposedly dead Wan Mutu was actually alive, while Wan Shi, who had been drowned, was on his back. There must be some hidden secret behind this case. Wei Min's face was dark, as if it could drip water. He glared at the nearby county magistrate Chung and waved for them to take both the man and the corpse back. At the county office, the coroner was already waiting, and Wan Mutu was taken away to be cleaned and confirmed. Wei Min instructed County Magistrate Chung to bring all the records of the 6 deceased, as well as the case of Wan Shi and her lover poisoning one old lady. County Magistrate Chung was increasingly nervous, but with everyone watching, he felt powerless. The records were presented one by one. The case of Wan Shi and her lover poisoning her mother-in-law was recorded very simply, with only a few witness testimonies and evidence being the poison found in Wan Shi's house. The poison had been purchased by Wan Shi's lover at the pharmacy, which had been confirmed by the pharmacy owner. Bring all the witnesses here. Wei Min didn't care that it was late. If they delayed too long, the national teacher might urge them. Wei Min then began reviewing the records of the other 6 victims. The 6 people seemed to have nothing in common, but after he carefully questioned the innkeeper, he discovered several clues among them. At first, the innkeeper hesitated to speak, but once he was assured, he revealed the truth. "Sir, the deceased Mr. Chung and Mr. Qian, one owned a pharmacy, while the other dealt in medicinal herbs. Mr. Chung is the younger brother of the county magistrate and has been colluding with Mr. Qian for some time. With the county magistrate as his backing, Mr. Chung had significant influence in the area. The other 4 followed their lead, doing whatever they asked. This connection among the 6 made the case even more complicated. Do you know who Wan Shan is? Wan Shan is a distant relative of Wan Mu and is known as the lover of the Wan family. Sir, I do know a bit. Wan Shan stayed at my inn for a few days. He also dealt in medicinal herbs and was rumored to have a good batch he wanted to sell. The last time I saw him, he was in the county town with Mr. Chung, and they seemed to have a very close relationship. When Wan Mu and Wan Shan were discovered to be involved, he sensed something was off. But with the county magistrate in control, what could he do? He had to follow what others said. If he hadn't felt sorry for them, he wouldn't have given Wan Mu's widow a few coins for funeral expenses. It was likely that Mr. Chung, tempted by money, plotted to take the herbs from Wan Shan, leading to a trap for him. The innkeeper provided many clues, but with both Mr. Chung and Mr. Qian dead, the key to further investigation lay with Wan Mu. Moments later, a man who had been cleaned up a bit was brought in. The innkeeper confirmed that this man was indeed Wan Mu. However, compared to before, Wan Mu had changed significantly. His once strong physique had become swollen, and he had numerous wounds that were rotting and oozing a foul smell that couldn't be cleaned. His eyes were also bloodshot, and it was unclear how he had changed so much. Additionally, Wan Mu seemed mentally disturbed. He couldn't answer any questions and, although he had been very agitated before, now he acted like a fool, wandering around looking for his wife. With no other option, they gave him a pillow, and once he held it, he calmed down. Wei Min rubbed his temples and helplessly waved for Li Jia to come forward. What did the doctor say? Your Excellency, the doctor says that Wan Mutu is severely poisoned and may not have long to live. Wei Min was taken aback. Isn't it Wan Laofu who is poisoned? How did it become him? What kind of poison is it? The doctor couldn't tell. Li Jia shook his head. After all, this is just a small county, and the doctor's skills are limited. Wei Min glanced at County Magistrate Chung beside him and saw him seem to relax a bit. Just as he was about to ask Xiao Qi for help, the witnesses were already brought in. There were 3 witnesses. One was the owner of the herbal shop, another had witnessed the affair between the Wan family and Wan Shan, and the last one had seen Wan Shan poison Wan Laofu's medicine. Commoners pay their respects to your Excellency. The 3 knelt down and bowed their heads. When they raised their heads, the herbal shop owner occasionally glanced at County Magistrate Chung. Wei Min snorted coldly and ordered for County Magistrate Chung to be taken down for now. Governor, I don't know what mistake I have made. County Magistrate Chung did not want to leave and stubbornly tried to defend himself. Wei Min didn't even give him a glance, just waved his hand, and Li Yi knocked County Magistrate Chung unconscious and dragged him away. This scene made the herbal shop owner's face turn pale as paper. Wei Min slammed the table and said sternly, "Those below, hurry and confess. If there is any concealment, I will not be lenient." The 3 trembled in unison, and one immediately bowed and repeated his previous testimony. He had seen Wan Shan poison Wan Laofu's medicine with his own eyes. How can you be sure he used poison? The witness turned pale and stammered, I can't be sure, but the herbal shop owner said Wan Shan bought arsenic from him that day, and the next day I saw him sprinkle an unknown powder into the medicine jar. That night, Wan Laofu died. And you, did you see them in a secret relationship? Wei Min looked at the other witness, who was thin and fidgety. The thin man nodded at first, but then hesitated and shook his head. Impudent. To dare to commit perjury is a greater crime. No, I am wronged. The thin man quickly bowed several times and nervously recounted the events. That morning, I saw Wan Laofu and Wan Shan arguing about something. The next evening, I heard a commotion and rushed over, only to hear that Wan Laofu had died. When I arrived, I saw Wan and Wan Shan being dragged out of the house, and neither of them was wearing much clothing. How many people were there at that time? Who dragged them out? Wei Min quickly asked. The thin monkey recalled carefully and replied, reporting to you, Sir, there were 3 people. Dog General brought them out, and Dog 2 and Mr. Qian were also present. Later, someone else came. I just told them what I saw. Wei Min slammed the table again, looking very serious and sternly questioned, Did you tell the truth or exaggerate? I. The thin monkey's eyes flickered. Under Wei Min's stern gaze, he couldn't help but bow repeatedly to apologize. He just had a tendency to talk too much, When others asked him what happened, he added some details. Wei Min organized the existing clues. Mrs. Wan discovered the affair between Mr. Wan and Mr. Shan, and they had an argument. The morning before her death, the thin monkey saw Mrs. Wan and Mr. Shan arguing, which was probably it. That afternoon, Mr. Shan bought arsenic from the medicine shop. The next evening, one person saw Mr. Shan secretly putting poison in the medicine jar, and that night, Mrs. Wan died. Then, their affair was discovered. The first to find out were Dog General, Dog 2, and Mr. Qian, all of whom are now dead. The other three who died were Mr. Chung and Mr. Shui. After organizing the clues, Wei Min looked seriously at the medicine shop owner and sternly asked, "The court has laws that require anyone buying arsenic to be recorded. Do you have an accurate record?" I have recorded it accurately," the medicine shop owner replied, sounding suspicious. Wei Min sneered, "Bring the ledger here. I want to see if there are any issues with it." Mr. Shan himself was in the herbal business, so he knew that buying arsenic needed to be recorded. If he knew, how could he openly poison someone? This case would not be misjudged even by a dog. Hearing this, the shopkeeper's body went limp, and he fell to the ground, then got up and desperately bowed to Wei Min. "Please spare me, sir.
I was truly forced into this."
At that moment, the coroner brought in the results of the autopsy. Mrs. Wan was not poisoned. She died from a blow to the back of her head. This meant that when Mrs. Wei died, the authorities did not even perform an autopsy, and the records were carelessly written. "Take this person and give him 20 hard lashes." The medicine shop owner immediately bowed and begged for mercy, but was still pressed onto the bench, receiving harsh blows. After being struck 20 times, the shopkeeper's back was covered in blood. He lay on the ground, crying out in pain, and confessed everything. Initially, the medicine Wan Shan bought from him was not arsenic, but medicine for the elderly Wan's illness, and he had purchased it more than once. Upon learning this, the elderly Wan felt guilty and did not want to spend Wan Shan's money. However, Wan Shan believed he should repay the kindness shown by the elderly Wan's husband during their difficult times. This led to an argument between them. Later, to spare the elderly Wan's feelings, Wan Shan secretly replaced the medicine with a better one and tricked her into thinking it was something less valuable. Unfortunately, the elderly Wan unexpectedly passed away, and Chung Yuanwei threatened him to provide false testimony, or he would make it impossible for him to live in the county. Chung Yuanwei was in the herbal medicine business and had the support of County Magistrate Chung. With a single command, a small shopkeeper like him had no way out. At this point, it was clear that the elderly Wan's death was connected to Chung Yuanwei and Qian Yuanwei. However, no one knew the exact details of what happened, as those who knew the truth had mostly died. Wei Min frowned and ordered for County Magistrate Chung to be brought in. "Sir Wei." As soon as County Magistrate Chung spoke, Wei Min shouted, "Kneel." County Magistrate Chung immediately knelt down, saying, "Sir Wei, I don't know what crime I have committed. I am truly innocent. If you confess the truth now, I can report to the Emperor and spare your family. If you remain stubborn, do you really think you can escape after so many deaths? Why ask so many questions? Just raid the Qing family. Leave no one behind." Qiao Qi, lounging on a soft couch while sipping flower tea, spoke with a harsh tone. County Magistrate Cheng's eyes widened in shock as he saw Wei Min stand and bow respectfully. "The national teacher is correct. The Emperor has commanded that whatever the national teacher wishes to do, I will support." After saying this, Wei Min sat down again, ready to issue orders to raid the Chung family and wipe them out. County Magistrate Chung, having heard of the national teacher's reputation, panicked and hurried to explain. No, this has nothing to do with me. It was all Qian Yuanwei's doing. He was the one behind it." County Magistrate Chung shifted all the blame onto Qian Yuanwei. Qian Yuanwei was known for his lecherous behavior, and the incident began because he had taken an interest in the Wan family but could not fulfill his desires. Unexpectedly, Wan Shan, a relative of the Wan family, had suddenly arrived. Wan Shan was in the herbal medicine business, and County Magistrate Cheng's brother, Qian Yuanwei, was also in the same trade. He had his eyes on the batch of herbs Wan Shan had but was unwilling to pay for them. Chen Yuanwei and his accomplice decided to take drastic action. They planned to kill Wan Shan and frame Wan Mu for it. Wan Shi was a dutiful child, so when Chen Yuanwei pressured her to buy medicine for her mother-in-law, she would likely comply. In the end, Cheng Yuanwei would get a batch of medicinal herbs from Wan Shan, and Chen Yuanwei would win the heart of a beautiful woman. They first tricked Wan Mu into the mountains, claiming there was a herb that could cure his mother's illness. However, just as they were about to proceed with their plan, an unexpected event occurred. Chen Yuanwei, unable to control his impatience, lured Wan Shan away under the pretense of discussing business. He intended to take advantage of Wan Shi while both Wan Mu and Wan Shan were away, but Wan Lao Shi discovered him. In the struggle, Chen Yuanwei accidentally killed her. At that moment, Wan Shan returned home early. Chen Yuanwei, feeling desperate, immediately ordered his men to tie up Wan Shan and Wan Shi, silencing them and claiming they were having an affair and had killed Wan Lao Shi. Without any official investigation, Chen Yuanwei and his associates accused the two of adultery and had them drowned. Such events were not uncommon in the community. In one night, Wan Shan, Wan Shi, and Wan Lao Shi all died. Sir Wei, I truly had no idea at first. It was only after his death that I investigated and found the situation so strange. My brother was misled by Qian. He is not a bad person. Cheng County Magistrate knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. This matter had nothing to do with him. No matter the judgment, he didn't deserve death. Wei Min looked at him coldly and continued to ask, "Then what about Wan Mu?"
I really don't know, my lord.
My brother died unjustly. He never harmed anyone. It was all Qian's doing. Wei Min interrogated Cheng County Magistrate for a long time and had his residence searched thoroughly, but no evidence was found. Most who knew the truth were dead, and the case hit a dead end. Isn't there still one left? Xiao Qi's gaze fell on Wan Mu. With a slight movement of his fingers, a stream of spiritual energy flowed into Wan Mu's body. All right, he will regain consciousness for a short time. Xiao Qi rested his chin on one hand, quietly waiting for what would happen next. After a moment, Wan Mu, who had been clutching a pillow and calling for his mother, gradually slowed his movements until he completely stopped. Wan Mu, are you awake? Duan Renfeng waved his hand in front of him. Wan Muda stiffly turned his neck, his red eyes scanning the crowd before finally locking onto Magistrate Cheng. His previously vacant gaze was suddenly filled with overwhelming rage. Wan Muta lunged forward, wanting to kill Magistrate Cheng, but was stopped by Li Jia and Li Yi. With a loud thud, Wan Muta snapped back to reality. Wan Mutu, I am Wei Min, the current inspector. If you have any grievances, please tell me, and I will help you. Wan Muta surely knew the truth. Even when he had lost his mind, he retained some awareness, which led him to commit acts of violence. Kneeling on the ground, Wan Muta bowed his head in silence for a long time before finally raising his hand to gesture. He could not speak, so Wei Min had someone hand him paper and a pen. Can you write? At first, Wan Muta shook his head, then nodded, writing a crooked character for yes on the paper. He could only write about 10 characters, but through his messy drawings, he managed to explain the situation. He had been tricked into going up the mountain, and, after several days, without finding the miraculous medicine mentioned by Chen Yuanwei, he realized something was wrong and rushed back down. However, he learned that his mother, wife, and brother had all died. His wife and brother had an affair, which led to his mother's death. He could not believe this, and when he found out that Chen Yuanwei was the one who caught them, he immediately planned to report it. Chen Yuanwei was close to Magistrate Cheng, who was the brother of Cheng Yuanwei, so Wan Muta never intended to seek justice from Magistrate Cheng. He planned to go to the capital instead. But his appearance startled Chen Yuanwei, who took advantage of his distraction to have him tied up. Wan Mutu, strong and determined, managed to tie up Chen Yuanwei when he wasn't paying attention. To buy time, Chen Yuanwei had no choice but to confess everything. Wan Mutu learned the truth. Chen Yuanwei had originally planned to have him killed by his subordinates. As a pharmacy owner, Qian Yuanwei had a doctor who often experimented with strange medicines. To test a new drug, he had taken people for his experiments. This was why Wanmudu had been poisoned so many times. During those days of suffering, he had etched the names of several enemies into his heart. Even after escaping, though he had lost his memory, he still remembered that he wanted to kill them. Now, only Magistrate Cheng remained among those people. If it weren't for Cheng's deliberate protection, how could his family have met such a tragic end, and how could his wife and cousin have been wronged? After expressing his grievances, tears of blood streamed down Wanmuda's cheeks as he knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Wei Min, causing blood to seep from his forehead. He wanted Wei Min to seek justice for him, not wanting his family to bear an unjust burden. Wei Min sighed silently and was about to pass judgment when Wanmuda suddenly broke free from Li Jia and Li Yi's hold and threw a powerful punch at County Magistrate Cheng. The punch struck, breaking Cheng's neck, and he instantly lost his breath. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Wei Min quickly stood up, but before he could shout, he saw more blood tears flowing from Wanmuda's eyes. In shock, everyone watched as he struck himself with another punch, determined to die. Stop him. As soon as Wei Min's voice fell, Wanmuda's fist came down. In that instant, a loud crack echoed, and a look of relief spread across Wanmuda's face as he fell heavily to the ground.
Quick.
Get a doctor. Amid the chaos, Qiao Qi quickly appeared beside Wanmutu and knelt down, sending a stream of energy into his body. Wanmutu, I need a burial item from your mother's coffin. If you agree, I can ensure you and your wife are buried properly, and Lord Wei will clear your family's name. Wanmuda slowly turned his eyes and nodded with a smile. His mother's coffin only contained a few clothes and some bowls. There were no burial items. Moreover, her coffin had already been dug up, so it couldn't be in bad condition. As the energy dissipated, Wanmuda's life force gradually faded. Qiao Qi handed Wei Min 100 taels of silver to arrange for Wanmuta's family's funeral. As for County Magistrate Cheng, he would certainly face severe punishment for his grave mistake. As dawn broke, Qiao Qi took the bowls from the coffin. The special aura on the bowls had neither increased nor decreased, confirming that Duan Renfeng was correct. If an item with an owner was taken without permission, its special aura would only diminish. Wei Min stayed another day to handle the matter, while the governor sent someone over. Qiao Qi initially planned to leave with Duan Renfeng, but the energy within her began to surge uncontrollably. She realized she needed to form a corps soon, or the energy would overwhelm her. Not long after, she made a quick decision. Wu Ming, go with them. Contact me through this talisman if anything comes up. Without further explanation, she hurriedly left. She wasn't sure if the items in her hands were enough to support her advancement. If not, she would need to find a suitable place to promote her skills, or else innocent people might get hurt. After choosing her direction, Qiao Qi flew straight to an uninhabited area. After a day and a half, Qiao Qi finally found a suitable spot. It was a deserted area filled with strange rocks, vast in size, with extremely high temperatures during the day and very low temperatures at night, making it unsuitable for ordinary people. Once she confirmed that there were no signs of life within 100 miles, Qiao Qi selected a cave as her place to advance. She set up a barrier around the cave to prevent anything from entering. Then, she took out all the items with special energy and placed them around her. After doing all this, Qiao Qi sat cross-legged and slowly released the spiritual energy she had been suppressing. In an instant, the sky became turbulent, dark clouds rolled in, and flashes of purple lightning flickered among the clouds. Qiao Qi focused entirely on her task as powerful spiritual energy surged into her body, turning piles of spirit stones into dust.
Boom!
A bolt of lightning struck down, instantly scorching her. Even the weakest lightning strike was terrifying. Then, dozens of lightning bolts came down, and she quickly absorbed the special energy to defend against them. The lightning and the special energy collided, dissipating like bubbles. But then more lightning bolts came down, rapidly consuming the special energy items, and her advancement was at a critical moment.
Boom, boom, boom.
In an instant, her advancement was complete. However, at that moment, dozens of lightning bolts struck simultaneously, as if they were determined to destroy her. Xiao Qi waved her hand to block the remaining items with special energy, intercepting one lightning bolt after another. But 3 bolts managed to break through the defenses and headed straight for her. Such terrifying lightning, even one strike would likely turn her to dust. Was she really provoking the heavens? Did this realm not accept her? With gritted teeth, Xiao Qi quickly threw out 3 8th-grade pills from her space. The pills shot off in 3 different directions, but the lightning was too fast and destroyed them in an instant. The lightning could only be attracted one by one. With 2 bolts remaining, Xiao Qi threw out another pill to draw the lightning's attention. After that pill was destroyed, only 1 lightning bolt was left. But this last bolt was right in front of her. She had to gather all her spiritual power to block this strike, while also throwing out another 8th-grade pill. The elixir was too close to her, and when the lightning tribulation struck, it naturally affected her as well. Her internal energy jolted, and Xiao Qi suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, her consciousness starting to fade. Curse this fate. It only knew how to bring down tribulations, but it did not offer any insights afterward. Xiao Qi bitterly smiled to herself, realizing that expecting a small world's fate to grant her understanding was unrealistic. Fortunately, she had already reached the stage of forming her core in her previous life, so she wasn't too concerned about this. As her consciousness began to slip away, Xiao Qi managed to swallow a 4th-grade recovery pill. She couldn't take out any higher-grade pills now. Otherwise, if another lightning strike came, she would be in danger. Just as her awareness was about to vanish completely, Xiao Qi raised her hand and set up a barrier outside the cave. A sharp pain surged through her meridians. The lightning tribulation had drained all her internal energy, and she didn't even have time to replenish it. Hopefully, she would regain consciousness before the barrier broke. Her awareness fell into darkness, feeling like a moment, yet also like an eternity. When Xiao Qi woke up again, she found herself lying on a hard wooden bed. At that moment, a woman in a simple linen shirt and pants entered, carrying a bowl. Seeing that she was awake, the woman's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Miss, you're awake. How do you feel? Is anything uncomfortable?" The woman quickly placed the bowl on a nearby wooden cabinet and reached out to help Xiao Qi sit up. Xiao Qi examined her closely. Her skin was rough and slightly dark, her hair was simply tied up, and though her appearance was ordinary, her bright eyes added a touch of radiance to her. Sitting up from the bed, Xiao Qi moved her hand and noticed she didn't feel any obvious discomfort, just a complete depletion of internal energy. Some hidden injuries from the tribulation had not only failed to heal but had worsened. This was the downside of facing tribulations in a small world. The lightning struck hard, but there were no benefits afterward. In the cultivation world, the heavenly tribulation's aftermath was a blessing, and injuries sustained during the tribulation could usually heal. Given the severity of this golden core tribulation, she needed to leave this world before facing the infant transformation tribulation. Or she needed to gather a large number of items with special auras. However, based on the intensity of the lightning tribulation, the special items required for the infant transformation tribulation would be at least 100 times more than what she needed this time. Possibly even 1,000 times more. Suppressing her emotions, Xiao Qi looked at the woman and asked, "Did you save me?" The barrier she set up can last at least 10 days. Not even ordinary people or warriors can break it. I rescued you with my father, so drink some water first. The woman brought over a bowl of slightly yellow water. This water has been boiled, so it's fine. Seeing Xiao Qi hesitate, the woman quickly added. Xiao Qi smiled slightly at her and forced herself to take a couple of sips to soothe her dry throat. "What's your name?" "My name is Miao Jinhua. I should tell you that you have been unconscious for over a month. But don't worry, I've been the one taking care of you, changing your clothes and cleaning you up. No one else has been involved." No wonder she was able to bring her out of the barrier. Xiao Qi looked down at her clothes, which were simple, coarse fabric with 2 patches but clean. Her own clothes and jewelry had turned to ashes during the lightning strike. Miss, you are really lucky. My father and I only go to the Wasteland once a year, and I happen to find you. You really have a strong fate. My father called a doctor, but the doctor couldn't say for sure. He gave us some medicine to try, but it was hard to get you to open your mouth. We managed to feed you just a few spoonfuls. I thought it wasn't good for you to not eat or drink, so I had my mother kill our old hen to make soup for you. Thankfully, you managed to hold on. Miao Jinhua chattered on, clearly showing that she had been taking great care of her since bringing her back. Thank you. You saved me, and I will repay you. Qiao Qi understood what Miao Jinhua meant. Not only did she bring her back from the Wasteland, but she also took care of her for so long. It was rare for a stranger to be so devoted. Unless she was exceptionally kind-hearted, she likely hoped for something in return. Ha ha ha, I admit that I did save you with the thought of getting something in return, but that's not important. The fact that you survived after being unconscious for so long is what matters. If you had stayed unconscious any longer, I don't know if I could have held on. By the way, I still don't know your name or where you're from. Miao Jinhua was straightforward and openly acknowledged her feelings. My name is Qiao Qi, and I'm from Pingyuan Prefecture. Pingyuan Prefecture? I've never heard of that place. Miao Jinhua frowned, trying hard to recall, but she couldn't remember such a place. Qiao Qi thought for a moment. The Wasteland was not within the borders of the Moon Kingdom, so perhaps this place was not part of it. Where is this? Miao Jinhua suddenly remembered that Qiao Qi's accent was different from the people here. This is Shiliang Mosi City. Aren't you from Shiliang? Yes, I am from the Moon Kingdom. Qiao Qi leaned back comfortably.
Oh?
How did you end up here? Miao Jinhua was surprised. Shiliang was a vassal state of the Qin Kingdom, and the Moon Kingdom was quite far away. Thinking of how injured Qiao Qi had been when she saved her, she couldn't help but worry. Could it be that she was being chased by enemies? Noticing the concern in her eyes, Qiao Qi explained, "Don't worry, I have no enemies." Oh, that's good.
You should rest.
I'll go make something to eat. Miao Jinhua didn't ask any more questions. As long as she wasn't being hunted, that was enough. Thank you. You're welcome. Even if it's not for gratitude, I believe others wouldn't ignore someone in need. A life is at stake. Even if the person has nothing, she wouldn't just leave her behind. Miao Jinhua carried a bowl outside, and Qiao Qi took a moment to look around the room. The room was low, made of stone mixed with some dirt, and the roof was covered with thick thatch. It was already November, and other places were very cold, but it was still quite warm here. Miao Jinhua was sweating even in her 2 layers of light clothing. Returning her gaze, Qiao Qi took out a spirit stone from her space and began to cultivate. In an instant, spiritual energy started to flow through her exhausted meridians. After 15 minutes, she took out a pair of shoes and put them on before getting out of bed and going outside. Outside was a simple small courtyard with 2 chicks. The entire yard had 3 stone houses, and there was also a makeshift wood shed that served as a chicken coop. The middle house was used for cooking, and when Qiao Qi walked over, Miao Jinhua was making noodles. She carefully placed a handful of thin noodles into the pot and added a fried egg on top, finishing with some chopped green onions. When she turned around and saw Qiao Qi, she quickly walked over. "Miss Qiao, why are you out? You just woke up and your body can't handle too much movement."
I'm fine.
Having absorbed some spiritual energy, her body had quickly recovered, though some hidden injuries from the lightning tribulation would take time to heal. When the right moment came, she could take a high-grade pill to help. Seeing Qiao Qi's rosy complexion, Miao Jinhua finally relaxed. "That's good. The noodles are ready. Come eat." She brought a bowl of noodles to the table, with only half a bowl of noodle soup left in the pot. "You can eat, I don't really like noodles."
Ah?
Miao Jinhua didn't expect someone to dislike noodles. But looking at Qiao Qi, she seemed to have been raised in a pampered way. Perhaps to her, noodles weren't special. But there's not much food at home. Why don't you make do with this for now? I'll go get some meat later. Miao Jinhua awkwardly laughed a little. After looking around the yard, Qiao Qi had a good idea of her family's situation. This family wasn't wealthy. "No need, I'll just go out for a bit. With that, she walked outside. Miao Jinhua called after her a few times but got no response. She quickly put the bowl of noodles back in the pot and covered it before chasing after her. Miss Chiao, where are you going?
To buy some things.
Then, wait for me. Miao Jinhua hurriedly wiped her hands and rushed back inside. She took a piece of worn cloth from a broken jar, which contained a few coins. Taking a deep breath, she tucked the cloth into her clothes and hurriedly locked the yard gate before catching up with Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi hadn't gone far. She was waiting under a tree not too far ahead. Once outside the yard, she noticed that the nearby houses were similar to Miao Jinhua's, all low stone buildings, with little greenery around, like a desolate desert. What do you want to buy? Miao Jinhua caught up and hesitated for a moment before speaking. But if you buy too much, I might not have enough money. You don't have to spend your money. I have some.
Haha.
Miao Jinhua laughed a couple of times but clearly didn't believe her. When she first saw her, she was completely bare, without even a piece of clothing, so where would she have money? Mo's city wasn't big. Calling it a city was a stretch, as it was similar to the Jingui town she came from, and even less impressive. There were low stone houses everywhere and not many people on the streets, many of whom wore veils. Is this the border town of Shiliang? Yes, but the climate here is poor. Many people who could leave have left, so there aren't many of us left. My family has lived here for generations, and we have nowhere else to go. Miao Jinhua smiled and took out a handkerchief from her waist, handing it to Xiao Qi. Cover your face with this. It's new. The wind and sand here can easily hurt your skin.
Thank you.
Xiao Qi took the handkerchief and tied it around her face. Actually, she has already reached a high level of skill. Not only can she withstand attacks from weapons without getting hurt, but ordinary methods can no longer harm her at all. What do you want to buy? There aren't many shops here, and the selection is limited compared to the big cities. Your home is too bare. You should buy some things first. She plans to stay here for a while longer, ideally until her injuries are fully healed. During this time, she will need high-level healing potions, but those can attract lightning strikes. There aren't many people around the Wasteland, so even if lightning strikes occur while using the potions, no innocent bystanders will be harmed. No, it's not necessary, Miss Chiao. Miao Jinhua blushed with embarrassment. Her meaning was quite clear. She came out to buy things for her. But she doesn't have any money. All right, let's go. Miao Jinhua's opinion didn't matter much. After walking for about half an hour, they finally arrived at the shop. Most of the shops in Moser City are concentrated here, and some families set up stalls nearby. It was already afternoon, and there were no stalls open, only a few shops still operating. Xiao Qi bought several pieces of cloth at the fabric store. The best cloth available was fine cotton, but there were only 2 pieces. The rest were coarse cloth and linen. She bought both pieces of fine cotton, along with 3 pieces of coarse cloth and 3 pieces of linen. The fine cotton was 300 coins per piece, coarse cotton 190 coins, and linen 150 coins. Seeing her purchase a lot, the shopkeeper happily gave her a discount of 20 coins, totaling 1 tael and 6 coins of silver. This is too much. Miao Jinhua clutched her chest, her voice trembling. How many clothes can 1 piece of cloth make? A regular family wouldn't use much cloth in a year. Not too much.
These.
Miao Jinhua couldn't smile at all. She wanted to say it wasn't much, but she didn't have enough silver. Her entire savings could only buy 4 or 5 feet of cloth. This young lady looks unfamiliar. We just received a new shipment of cotton. Would you like to buy some? It will start getting colder in half a month. The shopkeeper tried hard to sell. Thinking of the old, lumpy quilt at Miao Jinhua's home, Xiao Qi nodded. Let's get some. Miss Chiao, this is too expensive. Miao Jinhua pulled Xiao Qi aside and whispered. Cotton is scarce and very valuable, costing 80 coins per pound, which ordinary families cannot afford. It's okay, I have silver. Xiao Qi didn't explain much and took all the cotton from the shopkeeper, a total of 30 pounds. Along with the previous fabric, it came to 4 taels of silver. Miao Jinhua was about to apologize to the shopkeeper when she saw Xiao Qi pull out a 5-tael silver ingot. Where did she get that silver? Miao Jinhua's eyes widened in disbelief. She clearly remembered that when she saved her, Qiao Qi had nothing on her. There was no way she could hide such a large ingot. Moreover, over the past month, she had often helped her clean up, so she couldn't have missed it.
Ah.
Miao Jinhua couldn't figure it out, while the shopkeeper happily handed her one tael of silver as change. Miss, would you like me to send it back for you? Yes, of course. Shopkeeper, since we bought so many things, you haven't given us much of a discount. Let these scraps of fabric be a gift for us. I'll definitely come back to buy from you next time. Miao Jinhua smiled as she grabbed a small bag of fabric scraps while the shopkeeper chuckled helplessly. These scraps were quite useful. They could be used for sewing and mending. Mo's city is small, and the fabric shopkeeper knew Miao Jinhua well, but he was unfamiliar with Qiao Qi. However, he had heard that she saved a woman recently and took care of her for a long time. That woman must be the one she rescued, and she didn't seem like an ordinary person. It seemed that Jinhua's good fortune had come. As they were leaving, the shopkeeper handed another bag of scraps to Miao Jinhua, knowing it wasn't worth much, just a few coins. If she became successful in the future, she might bring more business to him. Next, Qiao Qi took Miao Jinhua to buy a lot of rice, flour, and cooking oil. Seeing that her shoes had 2 holes, she bought her several pairs of shoes and a few new clothes. Miao Jinhua held the new shoes and clothes in her arms, tears of gratitude in her eyes. UI. She choked up and couldn't say a complete sentence. Although she had saved and cared for her with the hope that she could repay her kindness, she never expected to be able to buy so many things right after waking up. She had only worn new clothes once in her life, and this was the second time someone had bought her new clothes. My life is worth much more than these things. Qiao Qi waved her hand, and the two continued to browse. However, Mosai City was really too small, and the variety of goods was disappointingly limited. In the end, they bought a few chickens, a few ducks, and some pork, but the hot weather made it hard to keep the pork fresh. They also found very few vegetables, only managing to get a few heads of cabbage. That's how it is in Mosai City. There are very few vegetables, and many don't grow well. The most common is cabbage, but sometimes there are more varieties. Right now, there are very few. Even cabbage wasn't cheap in Mosai City. Qiao Qi asked Miao Jinhua to hire an ox cart to take their purchases home. As the cart arrived at the gate, Miao Jinhua's expression changed dramatically. The door, which had been locked when she left, was now wide open, the lock broken, and there were loud noises coming from the yard. Miao Jinhua rushed inside and immediately began shouting, "Put that down! How dare you take my things?" As the sound of things being thrown echoed, Qiao Qi entered the yard. It was a mess. A dark-skinned woman was holding a bunch of garlic in one hand and shouting back at Miao Jinhua. 2 boys, around 8 or 9 years old, stood behind her, watching the scene while holding a chick. Miao Jinhua's few belongings were now in the hands of these 3. Midway through her shouting, Miao Jinhua suddenly remembered something and hurried into the house, only to find that the bowl of noodles she had left on the stove was completely gone. The bowl, licked clean, lay shattered on the ground. Even the leftover broth had been completely drunk. Furious, Miao Jinhua trembled with anger and grabbed a broom, charging at the 3. "Shameless old hag, I'll teach you a lesson." "Miao Jinhua, you ignorant fool. I am your aunt. How dare you hit me? This is outrageous." The woman yelled as she ran, while the 2 boys picked up dirt and threw it at Miao Jinhua. In her rage, Miao Jinhua knocked the woman down with the broom and swung it at the 2 boys. "Give me back my chickens." Miao Jinhua had just snatched a chick from a little boy's hands. When she tried to take another chick, the boy squeezed hard, breaking its neck. "Humph! You worthless brat, if you hit me, I'll make sure you regret it." Miao Jinhua stood frozen, staring at the dead chick, her eyes filled with anger. You little troublemaker." Ah. She swung the broom wildly at both of them. Seeing her child being hit, a woman rushed over to push Miao Jinhua away, but Miao Jinhua hit her in the face with the broom. "Get out! All of you, get out of my house." If you come back, I'll make sure you regret it. The woman felt a sharp pain on her face from the broom and quickly grabbed her 2 children, spitting at Miao Jinhua. How dare you? You have money to take care of a stranger instead of honoring your elders. Who knows where that woman came from? Maybe she was thrown out for a reason, and you treat her like treasure. Ah, a sudden scream startled Miao Jinhua. She saw her aunt bleeding from her mouth, rolling on the ground in pain. Nearby, there was a bloody piece of soft flesh. The 2 kids seemed frozen in shock, not knowing how to react. Annoying. Xiao Qi casually glanced over, and a gust of wind swept the 3 of them away to a distant spot. If it weren't for the bloodstains left in the yard, Miao Jinhua would have thought it was all a dream. Xiao girl. Miao Jinhua was frightened, looking at Xiao Qi with fear. She hadn't thought much before, but now, the more she thought about it, the more strange it seemed. She had nothing on her, yet when she left the house, she had been wearing beautiful shoes. Suddenly, she had money while shopping. Are you a monster? Fear made her tremble uncontrollably. Could that money have come from bugs? The more she thought about it, the more possible it seemed. After all, who would find a girl unconscious and naked on a deserted beach, far from the nearest village? And after being unconscious for over a month, barely having any food, she was still alive and could walk right after waking up. What else could this be but a monster? When she first found her, she must have just transformed into a human. Oh no. Now that she knew her true identity, would she be in danger? Miao Jinhua wanted to turn and run, but she was so scared that she couldn't move at all until a hand rested on her shoulder.
Ah.
A piercing scream broke the silence. What are you screaming about? Who's a monster? I'm just skilled in martial arts. Xiao Qi turned to her with a somewhat helpless explanation. I'm just really good at my training. About 15 minutes later, Miao Jinhua finally accepted that she was just a very skilled person, not a monster. All right, let's move everything inside. Okay. Once she understood, Miao Jinhua felt less afraid. Whether she was a person or a monster, she had saved her and bought her so many nice things so she wouldn't harm her. As for her aunt, she deserved it. She had taken advantage of Miao Jinhua's absence to break into her house and steal her things. If Xiao Qi hadn't taught her a lesson, she would have reported it to the authorities. She hadn't even had the chance to eat the bowl of noodles she had saved, which had an egg in it. How could she have eaten the noodles and her precious egg? That was a chicken egg. She had never even eaten one before. It made her so angry. Where are your parents? After Miao Jinhua organized her things, it was almost dark, but her parents had not returned. They went with Uncle Yen to the Wasteland to scavenge. They will be back in a little while.
Scavenging?
The wasteland was empty. What could they possibly find? Yes, our area is special. Sometimes the black winds in the wasteland bring valuable stones that rich people like, and they sell for a high price. However, those stones were very rare and it might take years for someone to find one. But if someone did find one, they could become very wealthy. The wasteland was too dangerous. Black winds would occasionally blow, and fierce wild animals and poisonous insects roamed. No one dared to venture deep into it, and those precious stones could only be found in the depths of the wasteland. Usually, they just collected some worthless stones around the edges to make ends meet. There were merchants who would buy those stones, but the prices were very low. Additionally, there was a special time each year when the dangers in the wasteland decreased, and some people would form teams to go deeper. Those who were very lucky might find valuable stones, while those who were not might come back empty-handed. Unfortunately, just like previous years, there were no exceptionally lucky people this year. My father has had some good luck this year. Although he didn't find any precious stones, he did come across a wolf on the wasteland. It seemed to have been bitten and left uneaten, so he brought it home. Even though the wolf's skin is not perfect, it can still be sold for some money. With the money from selling the wolf's skin, she could afford to hire a doctor for Xiao Qi. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do. This year, the wasteland is indeed strange. The area around here looks like it has been struck by lightning. We've never seen anything like this before. Uncle Yan's family has dealt with the Wasteland for generations and has never encountered such a situation. Miao Jinhua kept talking and suddenly realized it was completely dark outside, so she hurried to get up. I forgot. I haven't made dinner yet, and I didn't eat much at lunch. You must be hungry. You can eat what you make for yourselves. I don't need anything for now. The water here has a muddy taste, and Xiao Qi couldn't imagine how unappetizing the food made with it would be. Fortunately, she has reached a level where she can go without food, and if needed, she has plenty of fruits in her space to eat. Next time she goes out, she should ask Sun Xiaohua to prepare more meals to store in her space, since she can control the time flow there and doesn't have to worry about spoilage. She just hadn't thought of that before. Aren't you hungry? She had bought a lot of good things today, including vegetables, meat, and even roasted duck. She couldn't even enjoy these treats during the new year. My training method is quite special, so I don't need to eat for now. Miao Jinhua wasn't a martial artist, so the excuse about her training was enough to satisfy her. Originally, Xiao Qi planned to stay here until her injuries healed, but now she realized this place wasn't suitable for recovery. Going to the Qin Kingdom would be better than staying here. Well, tomorrow she would give Miao Jinhua some silver and leave. Besides, Duan Renfeng's situation should be nearing its end as well. Miao Jinhua didn't ask more questions and simply cooked a pot of noodles, adding 3 eggs to the mix. The pork was a bit stale, so she cut off the fatty parts to make lard and hung the lean meat strips with some salt to dry on the beam. By morning, she could take them out to dry in the sun, and they would turn into jerky without spoiling. Not long after Miao Jinhua finished cooking, her parents walked in through the door. As they smelled the delicious aroma of meat, they paused and quickly walked into the room. The dim oil lamp lit the room, and when they saw the bowl of noodles on the table, they were both stunned. Jinhua, where did the noodles come from? Miss Chiao is awake. She took me shopping and bought a lot of other things too. They're all over there. Miao Jinhua pointed to the pile of items, unsure how to explain. Miao father and Miao mother glanced at the pile, which clearly held significant value. They exchanged looks, puzzled. The girl is awake? She bought so many things for their family right after waking up?
You
must be crazy. How can you accept these things? Miao mother angrily stepped forward and pinched her arm. Though it wasn't hard, it made Miao Jinhua's eyes well up with tears instantly. Why can't I accept them? Miss Chiao wanted to buy them for me. Miao Jinhua shouted back, knowing what they meant. She sulked on the stool, but soon started to cry. Miao father sighed deeply. I know you are usually determined, but have you thought about what will happen after you accept so many things from her? What will happen? I'm going to get married anyway, so it doesn't matter. Miao Jinhua couldn't help but raise her voice. Jinhua, don't say things in anger. Miao mother hurriedly covered her mouth. Miao Jinhua seemed worried about being overheard and lowered her voice. The 3 of them whispered for a while, during which she shared her grievances with her parents. Her aunt had come with 2 cousins to take things from their home and even killed a chick. It was so cruel. Her parents comforted her again, and eventually, the 3 of them ate noodles. Perhaps because they had worries on their minds, the delicious meal didn't excite their appetites as usual. Xiao Qi listened quietly from inside the room, meditating peacefully on the bed. The next day, Xiao Qi woke up early, took out some spiritual tea and fine spring water from her space, brewed a pot of good tea, and casually fed some grains to the chickens and ducks in the yard. When she bought the chickens and ducks yesterday, they were quite timid, but after a little feeding, they became very familiar and even gathered at her feet looking for food. Xiao Qi sat in the yard for a while until the Miao family members woke up one by one. Good morning, come have some tea. Xiao Qi greeted Miao Jinhua, seemingly ignoring her swollen eyes. Miss Chiao, you woke up so early. What do you want to eat this morning? Miao Jinhua's voice was a bit hoarse as she tried to act as if nothing was wrong while sitting beside her. I'm not eating. I'm leaving today, and I wanted to let you know before I go. After saying that, Xiao Qi pushed a small wooden box in front of her. This is for you. Open it and take a look. Miao Jinhua hesitantly opened the small wooden box, and to her surprise, it was filled with silver. Each silver ingot weighed 5 taels, so there must be at least 100 taels in the box. On top of the ingots was a stack of silver notes, each worth 100 taels, totaling 3,000 taels just in notes. I can't accept this. Miao Jinhua's pupils suddenly shrank. She instinctively swallowed and quickly shook her head in refusal. When she saved her, she hoped for gratitude, but she never expected such a large amount of silver. It was too much. You saved me. You deserve this. Please keep the silver safe and don't let anyone see it. I really can't take it. It's too much. Besides, you bought so many things for my family yesterday, that's already enough. I only helped you out of a sense of gratitude. Miao Jinhua's voice gradually weakened, becoming hard to say. Although she wanted it, it was too much. She had only helped her by chance, seeing that she was different from ordinary people. She never intended to save someone specifically. Haha. Xiao Qi laughed at her reaction. Why should I care about this? The fact is, you saved me, and your feelings don't change that. Take it. Use this silver to leave here and live a different life, and you can also stay away from that Lu old man. Miao Jinhua looked up in shock. You know, last night, she had argued with her parents, and her voice had unconsciously risen. When they discussed serious matters, the three of them spoke in very low tones. She didn't expect Xiao Qi to have heard everything. Yes, I overheard. Miao Jinhua's family originally lived with her grandparents, and they hadn't separated. But her grandparents disliked her mother for not having a son, and constantly scolded their family. They worked the hardest but ate the least, never having enough to eat. Miao Jinhua and her mother were often beaten and scolded, and even her uncle's son would insult them. Later, her aunt encouraged her grandmother to sell her to Lu old man. He was older than her grandfather and had already taken 9 concubines, none of whom lasted a year. They all died, and it was said that Lu old man had strange preferences, and those women were beaten to death. She thought her grandmother simply didn't like her, but without hesitation, she sold her to Lu old man for 10 taels of silver. Because of this matter, my parents had a big argument with them and decided to separate, but they absolutely refused to return the 10 taels of silver. Mr. Lu's reputation in Moser City has become terrible. No one who cares about their children would dare to sell their daughter to him. Now that someone has finally agreed to sell their daughter to him, how could he possibly agree to break off the engagement? In the end, I took a rope and tried to hang myself right at his gate. If the servants hadn't found her in time, she would have really died. Mr. Lu was afraid of losing everything, so he demanded that she return 20 taels of silver within 3 months, or the engagement would be off. Originally, my father and I saved you to ask for 20 taels of silver, but you bought me so many things yesterday. She gave her shoes and clothes. My life is worth more than those things. Take them and leave here as soon as you can. Miao Jinhua's grip loosened and tightened as she hesitated, but suddenly, there was loud banging on the door. Come out. Hurry up. Villagers, this is the place. Miao Jinhua saved a monster. She's a monster. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. Kill the monster. Outside the courtyard, the crowd was furious, their voices rising one after another. Miao's parents turned pale, pulling Miao Jinhua behind them, looking anxiously toward the door. What is going on? How did this happen? No. Don't say anything. Let's quickly climb over the wall and run. Miao Jinhua, pale-faced, grabbed her parents and called for Xiao Qi to run with them to the back. They must have found out about Xiao Qi cutting her aunt's tongue and suddenly taking the 3 of them away yesterday. If they got caught, none of them might escape. They could really die. Seeing her parents hesitate, Miao Jinhua grew anxious. Mom, Dad, think about what happened to Xiao Huzi a few years ago. If we don't run now, we might all die. Xiao Huzi lived not far from her home, without parents, and was said to have survived on wolf's milk since childhood. One time, while he was in the wilderness, someone saw him mingling with wolves, and they didn't even attack him. After that, everyone said he was a wolf demon, and he was tied up and burned alive. Even his dog wasn't spared.
Quick.
Break down the door. Don't let them escape. Another round of shouting came from outside, followed by the sound of the door being smashed. Before Maya Jinhua and the others could run back, the door was already smashed open, and a group of people rushed in. The leader was Maya Jinhua's uncle. "You little brat. How dare you team up with a monster to cut your aunt's tongue? You're asking for death. You're talking nonsense. She's not a monster. It was Aunt who barged in to steal things." "Humph. I think you've been tricked by the monster. Everyone, capture them. This brat must be a monster." Maya Jinhua's uncle glared fiercely at them, wishing he could kill them on the spot, especially when facing Qiao Qi. "Yes, I heard that Maya Jinhua brought her back from the Wasteland. The Wasteland hasn't changed in years, but when she was rescued, everything around was dark, like it was struck by lightning. We haven't had any harvest this year. It must be the monster's doing. Everyone else has had no luck, yet their family found a wolf. This must be suspicious. I've suspected it for a long time."
Right.
"If the monster isn't dealt with, Mosai City will never have peace."
Yes. Kill the monster. Kill the monster.
"No, it's not like that." Maya Jinhua turned pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. She couldn't help but look towards Qiao Qi. Although she practiced martial arts, could she really handle so many people? But when she looked, she saw Qiao Qi calmly sitting and drinking tea, as if the arrival of these people had nothing to do with her. They could kill. They really could kill. Qiao girl. Since this matter started because of me, I will resolve it." Qiao Qi stood up gracefully. Just as the crowd was about to grab her, she suddenly vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she was right in front of Maya Jinhua's uncle. He stepped back in fear, but Qiao Qi grabbed his hair and pulled him back. "You said I'm a monster, right? You. Maya Jinhua's uncle was so scared that he stuttered. Qiao Qi smiled and asked again, "Am I a monster?" You. Monster. Monster. Let go of my son." At that moment, an old woman rushed out from the side, wielding a sickle, ready to strike at her. Qiao Qi didn't move, allowing the sickle to hit her. When it fell, it only tore her clothes slightly, and her skin didn't even have a scratch. With such force, not even a mark was left. The crowd became even more convinced that she was a monster.
Look.
She is really a monster. She is really a monster. She won't get hurt. She won't get hurt. The old woman laughed loudly, her wrinkled face crumpling together as she pointed at Qiao Qi's torn clothes. Qiao Qi tilted her head, confused by their thinking. If she couldn't be hurt, they should understand that she was not someone they could handle. What was there to be happy about? She turned to Miao Jinhua and said, "I originally planned to spare them for your sake, but they insisted on seeking their own doom."
What?
Miao Jinhua exclaimed in shock. In the next moment, the scythe in the old woman's hand slipped away and floated into the air, to the astonishment of everyone present. In the stunned gaze of the crowd, the scythe swiftly cut across the old woman's neck. Her triangular eyes widened in shock, and she opened her mouth as if to say something. But in the next instant, her head fell off her neck and landed on the ground, blinking twice. Blood gushed out, and her legs took 2 steps forward before she collapsed heavily. Everyone was completely stunned by this scene. Miao Debo looked at his mother's death, but felt more fear than sorrow. With a sound of dripping water, a foul odor spread. Qiao Qi frowned and tossed the body aside. Just as Miao Debo felt relieved to be alive, his head turned uncontrollably around.
Crack.
Miao Debo's face was turned backward, and in shock, his body fell limply. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted in chaos, screams filling the air as they tried to flee. Qiao Qi waved her hand, and the door that had been kicked open closed again, no matter how hard they tried to push it. "Shou, be quiet." She placed a finger to her lips, but the crowd ignored her, some kicking the door, others trying to climb over the wall. "You are too loud." With a flick of her finger, one person's head exploded. "You are also too loud." Another head burst open, blood mist spraying across the faces and bodies of the crowd. After 2 more people died, those who had been fearful and trying to escape suddenly fell silent, trembling on the ground, too scared to make a sound. Xiao Qi approached one of the men and forced him to look up. Do you think I am a monster? She still wore a smiling expression. The man quickly shook his head. And no, you are not a monster. You are a goddess. He was so frightened, he was almost in tears. Xiao Qi laughed at the words. Just a moment ago, they called her a monster, and now they say she is a goddess. TSK, so hypocritical. With a light squeeze, she caused the man's head to burst into a mist. The mist was blocked by the barrier around her. After dealing with this man, she approached an elderly man. His hair was white, but his face was rosy and healthy, clearly living well. Sir, do you think I am a monster? Xiao Qi asked gently, but the old man's face turned pale. His voice trembled. Why yes, you are a monster. I was wrong to provoke you, please spare me. The old man knelt and repeatedly bowed his head. Xiao Qi found it boring and simply broke his neck. If she remembered correctly, this was the old man Liu. She wondered if the young girls he had tormented begged for mercy like this before they died. Perhaps their pleas only excited him more, given his twisted nature. After so many had died, a burly man stood up in anger. Everyone stand up. Let's kill this monster. She won't spare us anyway. Charge. Kill her. However, only a few followed him. With just a glance, Xiao Qi turned them all into mist. From the original 20 or so, only 10 remained. These people, young and old, knelt on the ground, bowing and pleading for mercy. Xiao Qi casually took out a cloth and wiped her fingers one by one. Once her fingers were clean, she turned to Miao Jinhua. Miao, do you think I should spare the remaining ones? At that moment, Miao Jinhua was in tears, her face pale as paper, while Miao's mother had fainted from the gruesome scene. Hearing Xiao Qi's question, she suddenly knelt down. Xiao, please spare them. At least the children are innocent. Among them, some had come just to watch, holding small children in their arms. She had even played with one of the kids. They were not completely innocent, but they didn't deserve to die. Xiao Qi lifted Miao Jinhua with her power and agreed to her request. Since you plead for them, I will spare them. But it's a pity that while you wish to spare them, they had no intention of sparing you. Xiao Qi waved her hand, and the once closed door crashed to the ground. She had already dealt with those who caused trouble, so sparing these spectators was not a big deal. As the door opened, the people remained kneeling, afraid to move, worried that Xiao Qi would kill them if they did. Well, I was actually planning to leave today. I already said goodbye to Miss Miao. I don't know whose idea it was to hunt a monster, Xiao Qi said innocently, shrugging her shoulders. If you hadn't barged in shouting for blood, so many wouldn't have died. So, who led them to hunt monsters? It was naturally Miao's family. While others brought their families to watch, only Miao's uncle and grandmother came. No one dared to blame Xiao Qi, but with so many dead, someone had to bear the anger. That person was Miao's uncle and his family. If they hadn't insisted there was a monster, if they hadn't tricked everyone into coming, if it weren't for them, these people wouldn't have died. Miss Qiao has already spared you. If you don't leave now, do you want to die here? Miao Jinhua said, holding back her tears and speaking harshly. After her words, the 10 people kneeling exchanged cautious glances. One gritted his teeth and crawled out quickly. Seeing he was safe, the second and third followed suit. Soon, everyone in the yard had fled, leaving it silent again. Miao's mother fainted from fear and had not yet woken up, while Miao's father tightly held Miao Jinhua and her mother's hands, his face pale, even his cracked lips devoid of color. They were ordinary people and had never witnessed such a bloody scene, so it was no surprise they were scared. Miss Miao, if we part here, may we meet again?
Ciao.
Miss Qiao, may we meet again? Miao Jinhua glanced at the bodies on the ground and forced a smile, stiffly greeting her. As she watched Xiao Qi's figure disappear from the yard, Miao's father's expression darkened, and he quickly shook Miao's mother awake. Wake up. Jinhua, hurry and pack your things. We need to leave. Forget it. Don't pack anything. Just take the money and go. Miao Jinhua realized something was wrong and quickly gathered important items, stuffing silver notes into her clothes and hiding some in her shoes. Finally, she put a few silver ingots in her bag and prepared to run. Even if the deceased family members didn't pursue them, the authorities would definitely hold her responsible since she had brought them there, potentially implicating her entire family. Their fate is almost certain death. On the other side, Qiao Qi felt like she had overlooked something, so she was moving very slowly. Just as she was about to leave Moser City, she encountered a large group of soldiers gathering at the city gate, rushing toward a certain direction in the city. She frowned, and in an instant, she realized what she had missed. These soldiers were most likely coming for her. She had been in a high position for too long and almost forgot about this. They were not just after her. The Miao family would surely not escape either. Moser City is located on the border. Although it is not large, there are always troops stationed there, and many soldiers patrol the city. Those who escaped immediately went to find the military commander. Seeing the bloodied individuals and hearing that over a dozen people had been killed, the commander quickly led a team to that location. Qiao Qi vanished in an instant. At that moment, the military commander had arrived at the Miao family home. The scene at the Miao family's gate was horrific, with several bodies sprawled across the yard, each in a tragic state. Even though the commander had seen many bloody scenes, he was still startled at the first sight. After asking the survivors about what happened, the commander immediately sent people to chase after the Miao family and the so-called monster they mentioned. He also quickly reported the matter to the governor. They can't have gone far. Send the order to seal the city gates and pursue. The commander did not believe in any monsters. Recently, there had been many troublemakers in Moser City, and it was certainly those rogue elements causing the slaughter. Ordinary people were no match for those troublemakers. Qiao Qi found the Miao family before the soldiers did. At that moment, the three of them were hiding in an abandoned yard. They had taken almost no luggage and had fled their home almost immediately after she left. But before they could exit the city, they saw the gates had been sealed and more soldiers were arriving, intensifying their search within the city. They had to quickly find a place to hide. With so many soldiers nearby, it was only a matter of time before they were found. "I'll go find your Uncle Yen and see if he has any ideas," Miao's father said, gritting his teeth and making up his mind. Although he didn't want to involve others, he feared that if this continued, their family would surely die. He was willing to try any chance, no matter how small. After all, it was Miao Jinhua who had brought them back. Although Jinhua eventually pleaded for them, the survivors only grew to hate her more. "Dad, don't go." Miao Jinhua immediately spoke up to stop him. "Dad, this involves so many lives. If you get caught, it's a serious crime." She didn't want her father to seek anyone out at this moment. "Foolish girl, at this point, we have no choice but to ask your Uncle Yen for help. He knows many ways. Maybe he can find a way for us to leave the city. If not, I'll come back right away." Miao's father's thinking was simple. Even if they couldn't escape, he wanted to ensure his daughter got out safely. He didn't believe his daughter had done anything wrong. Originally, Miss Jiao was about to leave, but her uncle barged in with a group and accused her of being a monster. If she hadn't had some skills, she might have been in real danger. The other side wanted to harm her, but she managed to fight back successfully. "Dad, he's not a good person. Don't go to him. If you do, he will definitely betray you." Miao Jinhua was anxious and stomped her foot, shouting. Miao's father felt helpless and tried to argue back. "You silly girl, I grew up with your Uncle Yen. He has helped our family many times. Sometimes he just speaks too quickly. He doesn't mean any harm. Yes, he has helped us many times, but he has tricked you just as often. Wake up." Miao Jinhua was filled with frustration. In the past, she had never spoken so harshly to protect her father's pride. But now that things had come to this, she had to speak up before it was too late. "Dad, do you know what he says about you behind your back? He calls you foolish. The help you mention is just him assisting you in selling those stones, but do you know how much money he pocketed without telling you?" This was something she had only discovered recently. For all those years she called him Uncle Yen, he had secretly taken the money her father earned by risking his safety to collect stones. He sold them for 10 taels but told her it was only 100 won. If she hadn't overheard it by chance, she wouldn't have believed he could be that kind of person. At this moment, Miao father's loyalty began to shift toward his daughter. Dad, do you remember 6 months ago when you found a precious stone and asked him to sell it elsewhere? Selling it elsewhere would get a better price than selling locally. That time, her father was confident he had found something valuable. The other party returned but only gave him father 200 coins, saying that the stone was not as good as they thought. If they didn't believe it, they could ask for themselves. Do you know how much he sold that stone for? 50 taels. A full 50 taels. Miao Jinhua extended a hand, her eyes filled with hatred. The other party knew she had been sold to the cruel Lord Lu by her grandmother and urgently needed 20 taels to break off the engagement. Yet, he could heartlessly keep 50 taels for himself and only gave them 200 coins. He clearly understood her family's difficulties, but still acted this way. How could someone like him possibly help them? Miao's father trembled his lips, unable to say that he wasn't a bad person anymore. Everything has a beginning and an end. If he hadn't trusted him so much, if he hadn't kept his silver, would all of this have happened? I found them. They are here. At that moment, a group of people with a dog stopped in front of the dilapidated courtyard, and soon the soldiers surrounded the abandoned courtyard. Miao's father closed his eyes in pain, holding Miao's mother with one arm and Miao Jinhua with the other, as if accepting his fate. Xiao Qi stood in the shadows, not revealing herself yet. These people were just following orders, and as long as they didn't do anything extreme, she didn't need to cause more bloodshed. The courtyard door was broken open, and the three were surrounded. Arrest them. Then, the group began searching the house, but after a thorough search, they found no one else. Reporting to the commander, there is no one in the house. The military commander stood in front of the three, his face filled with anger.
Speak.
Where is that witch? My lord, we truly do not know where she is. Miao's father shook his head, his face pale. The military commander did not ask again and waved his hand, ordering them to be tied up. Take them all back. Whether it's true or not, they would find out after questioning them. Are you looking for me? At that moment, Xiao Qi revealed herself from the shadows. The military commander's expression changed dramatically. Everyone, stay alert. Take me to see your governor. Xiao Qi didn't waste words. Her identity as the national teacher of the Qin kingdom should still be useful. Otherwise, there would be no end to the killings. You will see the governor, but not right now. The military commander thought Xiao Qi wanted to use her connection to the governor. But after killing more than 10 people, no matter what connections she had, it wouldn't matter. I advise you to surrender peacefully. No matter who you are, the emperor's law applies to everyone. Have you not heard the saying that the same crime can have different punishments? Why is the commander still so naive after becoming the leader of the troops? The emperor made a mistake and can escape punishment by changing his clothes, but can an ordinary person do the same? Xiao Qi raised her hand gently, and a strong wind knocked all the soldiers to the ground. Now, call your governor to see me. She threw out a token, not the national teacher's, but the Emperor Yinjuzu's golden medal. Xiliang is a vassal state of the Qin kingdom, but it's uncertain if the commander in this remote city recognizes the golden medal. The commander took the token and examined it closely. Upon seeing the exclusive emblem of the Qin kingdom, his expression changed dramatically. Yet he still stubbornly said, "Even if you come from the Qin kingdom, what of it? There are places in this world where reason matters. You slaughtered so many people from Xiliang. Even with the emperor present, you cannot escape punishment." Xiao Qi almost laughed at him. Reason? It would be better to just destroy Xiliang. How could the weak talk reason with the strong? Where did he get his confidence? Not wanting to argue further, she used her powers to bind the Miao family and quickly took them to the governor's office. At that moment, the governor of Moser City received news from his subordinates and was preparing to set out when Xiao Qi suddenly appeared before him with 3 living people. "Are you the governor of Moser City?" She scanned him with an expressionless gaze. He was very tall, with a shiny bald head and a thin mustache, looking somewhat sly. Instead of being frightened by her sudden appearance, he seemed intrigued. Are you the demoness they spoke of? I wonder if your skills can match the many men of Moser City? Could one woman not be defeated by 5,000 soldiers? Xiao Qi felt a lump in her throat and asked in response to his words, "What do you want?" "Ha ha ha, I, the governor, have always loved beautiful women, especially those with delicate skin. But the women of Moser City are too rough, not even close to you. Your figure is truly more enticing than that of a courtesan." As he spoke, his eyes shamelessly roamed over Xiao Qi, gradually revealing a lewd glint. "If you are willing to submit to me, I might consider letting you go." Xiao Qi chuckled lightly and waved him over. "Come here." "Ha, how could I refuse an invitation from a beauty?" Governor Moser jumped down from his horse with a heavy thud that shook the ground. His strong and muscular body was impressive, and as he got close, a short blade slipped from his sleeve. Xiao Qi didn't even give him a glance. She simply waved her hand and sent him spinning several times before placing her hand on his head.
Sulsearching technique.
From his memories, Xiao Qi learned why he called her a demoness. It turned out the Western Liang princess was sent to the Qin kingdom for a marriage alliance, and it was said she carried a precious treasure that made its possessor invincible. This information had somehow leaked, and many martial artists were secretly watching, hoping to seize the treasure. The princess's convoy would soon pass through this area and had stopped briefly. Some martial artists had already rushed over upon hearing the news. In the past 2 days, there weren't many people around, but in a couple of days, Moser City would likely see a lot of martial artists arriving. Both Governor Moser and the military commander thought she had come to steal the Western Liang treasure. After searching his memories, Xiao Qi waved her hand, and his body vanished completely. The soldiers around her wanted to rush in, but were pushed back by her wave. "Feel free to come at me if you want," she said confidently. Her power was overwhelming. The soldiers, thrown back, exchanged confused glances, unsure of how to react. They were completely out of their depth. With the governor dead, they didn't know what to do. After a long standstill, they neither left nor charged forward, just standing there doing nothing. Xiao Qi couldn't be bothered with them. As long as they didn't cause trouble, she was fine. As for the memories she had retrieved from the governor, she didn't care much about the princess, but the matter of Miao Jinhua still required her attention. Moser was remote and outside the Qin kingdom, and even the governor knew little about her status as a national teacher. However, as a princess going to the Qin kingdom for marriage, she likely had some understanding of the situation. Propping her chin on her hand, Xiao Qi quickly made a decision and looked at Miao Jinhua and the others. "You can stay with me at the governor's mansion for the next few days. Once this matter is settled, we can find another place to stay. How does that sound?" They had been living peacefully here, and she had disrupted that. However, she couldn't tolerate feeling weak and hated having to explain herself. Even if she had to do it all over again, she would choose to fight without hesitation. "Okay, thank you." Miao Jinhua looked a bit dazed, with a hint of awe in her eyes. Originally, Xiao Qi claimed to come from the Moon Kingdom, but she could easily produce a gold medal from the Qin Kingdom, clearly indicating her extraordinary identity. This was enough to shock her for a lifetime. But she actually dared to kill the governor. He was the most powerful person in Mosai City, and he was just killed like that? After bringing Miao Jinhua and the others into the governor's mansion, Xiao Qi casually chose a room. "You 3 stay here for a while, and remember not to leave this room. I'll be back soon." Before leaving, she set up a double-layer barrier around the room, preventing anyone from entering. Of course, to be safe, those inside couldn't leave either, to avoid any trouble while she was gone. Leaving Mosai City, Xiao Qi headed straight for the Western Liang Palace. Now, at the stage of forming her core, she could reach the palace in no time at all. She arrived at the imperial study of the Western Liang Palace without any obstacles and kicked open the door. Compared to the palace of the Qin Kingdom, the Western Liang court was quite shabby. At that moment, the Western Liang king was discussing state affairs with his ministers when the door was suddenly kicked open, something they had never encountered before. "Someone! There's an assassin!" Catch the assassin, shouted the eunuch sharply. Qiao Qi casually dragged a chair in and sat down, tossing the national teacher's token onto the table in front of the Western Liang King. Take a good look, Western Liang King. If you don't understand, I have another one here. Saying this, she threw down a gold medal from the Qin Emperor. The Western Liang King, who was already angry, picked up the medal with suspicion. He had never seen anything like it before, and upon closer inspection, his legs went weak. A gold medal from the Qin Emperor? How did it end up here? Could it be that the Qin kingdom's army had invaded? His princess was still on her way to marry. He hurriedly picked up the other token to examine it closely, and it turned out to be the national teacher's token from the Qin kingdom. The national teacher of the Qin kingdom was such a young woman? Perhaps not many in Western Liang knew the national teacher of the Qin kingdom, but as the king, he was very clear. This national teacher was not only the national teacher of the Qin kingdom but also of the Moon kingdom, though he had never seen her before. The fact that she could hold both the national teacher's token and the gold medal while quietly entering the Western Liang court proved she was undoubtedly the national teacher. To earn the respect of the emperors of two great nations was no simple feat. The emperor of the Qin kingdom even gave a gold medal to the other party, showing her high status in the Qin kingdom. Now, dealing with the Xiliang kingdom is as easy as squashing an ant. The king of Xiliang naturally does not dare to be careless. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, esteemed national teacher. The king of Xiliang quickly stood up to greet her. The ministers in the study also hurriedly bowed in response. Please rise. I have something for you to handle this time. Please go ahead, the king of Xiliang said, bending slightly but still standing, not daring to sit down. I killed the governor of Moser City, along with about 10 civilians. The king of Xiliang's heart sank. How could the national teacher be so ruthless? The governor might have offended her, but what did the civilians do? Seeing the king's face turn pale, Qiao Qi scoffed and explained, they called me a monster and wanted to capture and burn me. As for the governor of Moser City, he wanted to take me as his concubine. The king of Xiliang. Good, good. Well done. Since they are dead, we can't attack Xiliang anymore. It's my fault for not managing things well and offending you. I hope you can forgive me. The king of Xiliang bowed again in apology. Qiao Qi waved her hand. It's not your fault. I won't take it out on you, but a few ordinary people got caught up in this. Bring me a token, and I'll take care of it. Of course. The king of Xiliang quickly handed over a token he had with him. Since the governor of Moser City is dead, you can find the local military leader there, or I can send someone with you to handle it. Qiao Qi. The military leader? That fool?
Ha.
As for sending someone with her, that would take too long, 4 or 5 days to arrive. No need. Isn't the princess who is going to marry into your kingdom arriving in Moser City soon? You can leave it to her. All right, I'll write a letter to her, so she knows not to offend you. Sure, you write it and I'll take it with me. The king of Xiliang's eyes brightened with joy as he quickly sat down at the desk to write. Little Wu is smart and understanding, but unfortunately, she was born at the wrong time. As the most favored princess of Xiliang, she couldn't even become a concubine in the Qin kingdom, just a minor noble. Life in the palace might not be easy for her. If she could win the favor of this national teacher, perhaps her days in the Qin kingdom would improve. Before long, the letter from the king of Xiliang was ready. Just as he was about to put it in an envelope, he suddenly remembered something and quickly handed the letter to Qiao Qi. Please take a look, National Master. No need. She wasn't interested in reading other people's letters. Hearing this, the king of Xiliang felt his tension fade away. This National Master was reasonable and easy to talk to. As long as she wasn't unreasonable, he believed that Xiao Wu could handle it. After putting the letter away, Qiao Qi didn't rush to leave. She had one more thing to do during this visit. Where did the tribute you offered to the Qin kingdom come from, like that luminous pearl? And the luminous pearl in the Qin kingdom's treasury was likely gathering dust, but since it was the only one among the tributes, it must be special, and the king of Xiliang would remember it. Additionally, She had found 3 items with unique energies among the tributes from Xiliang, all made of jade. Qiao Qi described the appearance of these items. The king of Xiliang thought for a moment before speaking. The luminous pearl was said to be salvaged by fishermen from the sea. As for those jade pieces, most of them came from Zhou City. Some stones from Zhou City could produce exquisite jade, while others were worthless, similar to gambling stones, but different in nature. Such precious jade is extremely rare. Often, only 1 piece is found in a year. The city of Mosi you mentioned is not far from Zhou City. However, compared to the bustling Zhou City, Mosi City was much more desolate. Among those stones, there were many ordinary ones, but the exceptional ones were very rare. This is why Miao Fu and the others chose not to mine them themselves, but instead sold the stones in the thriving big cities. Merchants would price the stones based on their appearance, and whether they made a profit or loss was no longer their concern. If they chose to mine themselves, it was likely that they wouldn't sell for much all year round. Of course, some people did choose to mine themselves, but the results were clear. Does the palace still have such jade? Qiao Qi pondered for a moment. She had seen many of those stones in Mosi City, and even Miao Jinhua's home had quite a few, but none had any special energy. It seemed that only the exceptional jade produced would have that quality. None left. The king of Xiliang shook his head. Such precious jade was usually offered to the Qin kingdom. Even if he had some, he wouldn't use it but would wait until the next time there was a shortage to replenish it. However, the treasure Xiao Wu took is that kind of jade if made. The emperor of the Qin kingdom sent word, hoping the princess could bring the jade along. The treasures of Xiliang are no longer the precious jade stones. Only the Xiliang treasure remains. To help Xiao Wu live a better life, he can only reluctantly give it away. What exactly is the Xiliang treasure? Qiao Qi asked, curious. They say that whoever possesses the Xiliang treasure can be invincible. If that's true, why doesn't the king of Xiliang use it? Why wait for others to steal it? It's a jade box carved from jade stones. As for what's inside, I'm not sure. It's said to contain a unique skill, but unfortunately, no one has been able to open the box. If someone tries to force it open, it might destroy everything inside as well. Previously, the jade box was kept in the Xiliang royal court, protected by the kingdom of Qin behind them, and there were many skilled fighters in the court, so no one dared to steal anything. But now that the Xiliang treasure has left the royal court, someone must have leaked the news, and many people want to seize it. Qiao Qi was not interested in the treasure. She was only curious about the box itself. Not staying long in the Xiliang royal court, she hurried back. Her visit to the Xiliang royal court was not entirely fruitless. At least she learned about a new place. Zhou City. The stones in Moser City were just minor issues, usually collected by a few locals. But the stones in Zhou City had already formed a significant scale. If the box with the Xiliang princess contained a special aura, then these high-quality jade stones might also have a unique energy. Even if not all of them do, most likely a large portion would. Moreover, the places where the stones were collected might also have a high chance of being unusual. When Qiao Qi returned to Moser City, only a little over an hour had passed. After the governor's death, many soldiers had gathered around the governor's office under the leadership of the military commander. However, these people only dared to stay outside the office and did not dare to enter. The military commander thought Qiao Qi was still inside, but was surprised to see her walking out. "When did you come out?" The military commander's face stiffened. The entire governor's office had been surrounded tightly by his soldiers. Not even a mosquito could escape. If she had come out, how could he not know? "Do you recognize this?" Qiao Qi tossed the Xiliang king's token into the military commander's arms. He picked up the token and instantly broke into a cold sweat. This token was extremely valuable and directly represented the king of Xiliang. But the law applies equally to all. Even with the token, she couldn't just escape the consequences of having killed so many people. After hesitating for a moment, the military commander slowly knelt down. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." He presented the token with both hands, not daring to look directly, but there was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. Those who died were innocent citizens of Xiliang. As the military commander knelt, the soldiers behind him quickly followed suit. Qiao Qi reached out, and the token in the commander's hand was now in hers. "All right, everyone, you can leave. In a few days, the princess will come here. The matter of the governor's death and those innocent citizens will be handled by her. For now, you are in charge of everything else." The military commander was a bit reckless and straightforward. Some matters were not suitable for him to handle. She waved her hand, and the commander immediately stood up and left with the soldiers gathered near the governor's mansion. Inside the governor's mansion, outside the room of the Miao family, many servants had gathered. When they saw her approach, those who knew the situation turned pale and ran outside. The governor had been killed by her, and many servants had witnessed it. Seeing her still in the governor's mansion after killing him, how could they not be afraid of being implicated? After removing the barrier from the room, Qiao Qi looked around the large governor's mansion and suddenly slapped her forehead in frustration. She should have asked the military commander to stay temporarily. Otherwise, did she have to warn each servant one by one? Thinking of this, Qiao Qi focused her energy and directly locked onto the military commander still in the city. "You, come to the governor's mansion." The voice echoed in the commander's ear. He instantly felt a chill, his body stiffening as he looked around, but saw no one.
Who was it?
The voice sounded somewhat familiar. The commander opened his mouth, his pupils suddenly narrowing. With his mind, he realized the voice belonged to the one in the governor's mansion. What kind of power did she possess to communicate from a distance?
It was terrifying.
But since she had the king's token, why didn't she show it earlier? Why did she have to kill those innocent citizens? Even the governor had fallen victim to her. He had originally planned to write a letter, but now that she had taken out the token, he feared that writing again would anger the king. The military commander dared not think further and hurriedly rushed over with his men. He had thought there was something significant, but upon arriving at the governor's mansion, "Emilady, you want me to temporarily manage the governor's mansion for you?" The military commander stumbled over his words. "Is that a problem?" Qiao Qi glanced at him lightly, and the military commander immediately shook his head vigorously. Although he was angry about the many people from Xiliang who had been killed, he didn't dare to confront her directly. This person could really be dangerous. Even the governor wasn't spared. "All right, you can go now." With the military commander temporarily in charge, the servants in the governor's mansion were relatively obedient. The Xiliang princess would not arrive until later that evening, and many outsiders had already come to Mosi City. Each of them seemed skilled, likely drawn by the treasures held by the Xiliang princess. The military commander had to increase patrols in the city to prevent any trouble from these visitors. Compared to ordinary citizens, these martial artists were harder to manage, especially since they were not from Xiliang, making things even more complicated. Qiao Qi naturally wouldn't stay there for long. During this time, she took the opportunity to have Miao Fu accompany her to their usual stone collection site. It wasn't far from Mosi City and was relatively safer. "Sir, this is where we usually collect stones. If we go further, it might not be safe," Miao Fu replied cautiously, slightly bending his body. He had witnessed Qiao Qi kill the governor and saw the military commander being so respectful in her presence. His heart was no longer calm. He felt only anxiety. Killing the governor, without consequence, how terrifying must her identity be for him to remain so unsettled? Qiao Qi didn't mind Miao Fu's attitude. She looked around and suddenly pointed in a direction. "What about over there?" She remembered passing that way when preparing for her tribulation and had seen many people there. That area belongs to Zhou City and is controlled by some powerful figures. Ordinary people are not allowed to collect stones there. So aside from their annual deep venture into the wilderness, they could only gather a few stones in this small outer area, barely managing to support themselves and their families. With Miao Fu leading the way, Qiao Qi first circled around the outskirts, but most of the stones were worthless. After 2 hours, Miao Fu finally found a stone. At best, it could be sold for a few coins. Most of the time, he found nothing. Let's go deeper and take a look. Qiao Qi grabbed Miao Fu's collar and quickly flew into the depths of the wilderness. In no time, they had ventured 300 to 400 miles into the wilderness, even farther than Miao Fu usually went in a year. The distance here is nothing compared to the entire wasteland. Compared to the outside, the patterns on the stones here are much more complex. Before long, Miao's father found another piece. Qiao Qi frowned, carefully sensing the atmosphere around her. But the result left her very disappointed. She couldn't sense even a hint of any special energy. Was it because there was none here, or was it wrapped up in the stones? "Sir, this stone looks like it might contain something valuable," Miao's father said excitedly as he brought over a stone the size of a human head. Qiao Qi took the stone, and with swift wind blades, she sliced away the outer layers as if cutting tofu. In the end, only a piece of jade the size of half a human head remained. Though large, its quality was average, and it did not contain the special energy she needed. After tossing the jade to Miao's father, Qiao Qi took another look around, but there was nothing special about the environment. Not finding anything useful, Qiao Qi led Miao's father back. As soon as they arrived at the governor's mansion, Miao's father respectfully handed the jade to her. "Sir, your jade." His hands trembled a bit, worried he might accidentally drop it. Though he didn't know much about jade, he had picked up many stones over the years and had heard some things. A jade this large could sell for at least 1,000 taels of silver in Zhou City. His great-uncle Jiang Yishuang had never heard of anyone finding such a precious jade in all these years. "I don't need it, you keep it," she said. The jade had no special energy and was of poor quality, so it was of no use to her. Miao's father was stunned for a moment, then saw Qiao Qi walking away, so he put the jade away. Turning around, he saw his daughter coming in through the small door. Why did you go out? Don't you know it's chaotic right now?" The governor of Mo Sai City had died, and without a new governor appointed, things could get messy. Moreover, their family had been accused of being accomplices to a monster, making it even more dangerous to be out. Those who lost loved ones might blame them for it. "I know Miss Qiao said I could come and go freely. I spoke with the military commander, and he sent 2 people to follow me temporarily. Besides, I went out for an important matter." "What matter? Does your mother know?" Miao Jinhua hesitated and didn't speak, and Miao's father knew she hadn't told her mother. Seeing that her father was about to get angry, she quickly spoke up. "I went out to get money from Uncle Dian. He embezzled so much money from my family, why shouldn't I get it back?" Her father had asked her to sell stones and had given her money for it. For every 100 coins sold, she was supposed to get 10 coins for travel expenses. When did he ever keep that money? Yet he was still taking money from the little her father gave him while stealing from them. It's a shame they were family friends. At a time like this, what's more important, life or money? Miao's father was frustrated. How did he end up with such a bold daughter? Both are important. Without money, we would all be starving. What good is life then? Miao Jinhua replied without hesitation. Miao's father was speechless, and after a while, he sighed. "All right, did you get the money back?" "Of course I did." Miao Jinhua cheerfully pulled out 20 notes of 10 taels and several silver ingots from her pocket. Although Qiao Qi had given her a lot of money, this money meant something completely different to her. This was all earned by her father, stone by stone. In total, it's 216 taels. If it weren't for the tight timing and my worry about causing trouble for Miss Qiao, I would have brought back even more. Miao Jinhua huffed and began to explain the details to her father. Originally, she had given Uncle Dian a chance because of their long-standing relationship. Now, no one knew that her family of 3 was living in the governor's mansion, so she used her identity as a fugitive to test him and seek his help. If he was just after their money and still had some feelings for them, she could let it go. But if he wanted not just money, but also their lives, then it would be a different story. "Father, do you know? Before that, I had convinced myself that even if he chose not to help us, as long as he didn't reveal our whereabouts, I wouldn't pursue it any further." But the outcome was truly disappointing. The Uncle Dian she had trusted since childhood promised to help her family escape, only to turn around and report them. In fact, the soldiers he found were among those assigned to her by the military commander. You wouldn't believe how shocked he was at that moment. I used a bit of leverage and that's how I got the money back. Hearing this from his daughter, Miao's father finally lost all hope in him. If they had not met Xiao Qi earlier, and if he stubbornly sought her help, their minds might have already changed. Miao's father didn't have time to think about his motives. Their two families had completely fallen out. All right, go back inside quickly. Don't make your mother worry. By the way, do you see what I found today with Miss Qiao? Miao's father proudly revealed a beautiful jade he held. The father and daughter were instantly filled with joy. Xiao Qi watched this scene from the shadows, and distant memories surfaced in her mind. When she first entered the cultivation world, the first person who treated her well was her master. The old man loved to tease her and would always give her the best things first. But in the end, she couldn't save his life. He was a distinguished nascent soul cultivator who, while trying to save others, was falsely accused of being a demon cultivator and attacked by the crowd. The people he saved not only failed to thank him, but also turned against him for their own gain. Those who harmed him, including the ants she could easily crush and the instigators and bystanders behind them, she would not let any of them go. She would definitely find a way to return. The fifth princess of Xiliang, Chen Yujin, had arrived at the city gate. At the same time, many martial artists were lurking in the shadows of Mosi City. The military leader went to greet her. At this moment, the fifth princess was unaware of what had happened in Mosi City until she heard from the military leader about the governor and several commoners being killed. Who did this? What happened? The fifth princess furrowed her brows, not rushing to conclusions. The deaths of the governor and the ordinary citizens were serious matters, but she noticed that the military leader did not seem overly worried, suggesting that things might not be too bad. I am not sure about their origins, but I heard it was the national master of the Qin kingdom. However, she held the king's token. As for the reason, it's complicated, and I will explain it all to you, Your Highness. In the past 2 days, he had already investigated the matter thoroughly and was no longer as angry with Xiao Qi as he had been at first. Originally, the person saved by Miao Jinhua had been unconscious for over a month, and just after waking up, Miao Jinhua's aunt had come with 2 mischievous children. The words she shouted would have been enough to get her in serious trouble if the governor had still been alive. At that time, he had not yet begun to retaliate and was even planning to leave. As a result, Miao Jinhua's aunt and her family encouraged many people to come forward, claiming she was a monster and should be captured and burned. If someone like the king were treated this way, yikes, it would likely mean more than just a dozen lives lost. Hey, a young man was burned to death in Moser City before. The military leader couldn't help but sigh as he spoke. Moser City is small, and he had seen that young man before. When he returned from an outing, he learned that the young man had been mistaken for a monster and burned alive. There were too many people involved for him to arrest everyone. Plus, the governor didn't want to deal with it, so it was left unresolved. After hearing the military leader's words, the fifth princess's expression turned cold. Who gave them the right to sentence others to death so casually? Fifth princess, this is a local custom. Even if I wanted to intervene, I couldn't. There were too many participants. It wasn't just that the law doesn't punish the crowd, but there were so many involved that everyone was a conspirator, making it impossible to arrest anyone. The fifth princess didn't say more on the matter and instructed someone to go to the governor's office. She wanted to meet the national master first. If it truly was the national master, she would definitely pay her respects. Additionally, the security at the governor's office was better than that of an ordinary inn, making it safer to stay there. Many were eyeing the treasure she held from Xiliang. When the princess's carriage arrived at the governor's office, the governor's concubines and the steward, along with several servants, were already waiting at the door to greet her. Even Miao Jinhua's family was standing at the back of the crowd, eager to catch a glimpse of the princess. You all can step back. The fifth princess waved away the crowd as she stepped out of the carriage, leaving only the steward. Take me to meet the national master. The fifth princess was very humble in her demeanor. At that moment, Qiao Qi was inside the room practicing and did not stop for the commotion outside. It wasn't until 2 hours later that the door finally opened and the fifth princess was still waiting outside.
Come in.
Thank you, National Master. The fifth princess replied respectfully, wearing a fitting smile. Qiao Qi didn't waste time on small talk and directly took out a handwritten letter from the king of Shiliang. This is a letter from your father. Thank you, National Master. The fifth princess accepted the letter with both hands, not avoiding Qiao Qi, and began to read it. Qiao Qi rested her chin on one hand, curiously observing the fifth princess. This fifth princess was different from all the others she had met before. The rules and etiquette were all very strict, almost like a puppet. Master Guesher, I will handle the troubles you encountered in Mosi City. The fifth princess spoke seriously after reading the letter. Qiao Qi waved her hand. Do as you wish. Just make sure to settle the Miao family. After all, the people who needed to be dealt with were already taken care of. Understood. I will not disturb you further, Master Guesher. The treasures from Shiliang will be delivered tomorrow. Compared to her, the Emperor of Qinggu valued the treasures from Shiliang more. To prevent the treasures from being stolen, they were not with her and would only arrive tomorrow. Just as Chen Yujin was about to leave, Qiao Qi called her back. When you first saw me, your expression seemed off. Is something wrong? When Chen Yujin entered, her calm face showed a hint of emotion. This change was not because she was a woman. It felt more like she recognized someone familiar. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Yujin put on her usual fake smile. I once met someone who looks about 50 to 60% like you, Master Guesher. Qiao Qi. Shiliang was too far from Yu country, and Xiao Jiu had never left Yu country, so Chen Yujin couldn't be talking about her. What is that person's name? Princess Nanzhao, Lu Yanyan. Hearing this, Qiao Qi thought carefully. The Qiao family only had 3 daughters, and now all 3 were present. There were no other sisters lost outside. So this Lu Yanyan should not be a sister of the original owner. Interestingly, Qiao Jiu, who is not a biological daughter, resembled her, while Qiao 11, who was, did not. Now another Lu Yanyan appeared, looking somewhat similar to her. She pondered that her face was not too ordinary. Now that she was raised well, it could be considered a refined lady's face. Why were there so many people who looked like her? Got it, you can go back now. The Qiao family had no sisters lost outside, so Qiao Qi was not concerned about someone who resembled her. The next day, Chen Yujin delivered the treasures from Shiliang. She had also handled the mess here. The Miao family had been sent to another town. Even the person who was falsely accused of being a monster and burned to death had their case reopened by her. The 3 main culprits were all caught and awaited their punishment in the fall. You handle things quickly. It's a shame you're not a queen, Qiao Qi casually said while stroking the jade box that Chen Yujin had brought. Although the king of Shiliang favored Chen Yujin, he never granted her much power, making it impossible for her to inherit the throne. He would rather let mediocre princes take over than choose his talented daughter. Chen Yujin's eyes briefly brightened but quickly dimmed again, and she did not respond. Qiao Qi also said nothing more, focusing all her attention on the jade box in front of her. The jade box was about half a meter long and 20 centimeters wide, not small at all. Its entire surface was a translucent white. Looking through the sunlight, one could faintly see what seemed to be a small doll inside. This is the treasure of Shiliang, passed down from my great-grandfather's generation, but no one has been able to unlock its secrets for many years. Chen Yujin explained. Qiao Qi was not interested in this. She sensed a very strong, special aura from the jade box. It was incredibly intense, comparable to everything she had collected during her previous tribulations. I really like this. If you want something, I can promise you one thing. Chen Yujin's pupils slightly trembled, and her voice shook a bit. Is what the national teacher said true? Really anything? Yes, I can do it, and it won't be something I dislike. Qiao Qi casually replied, her gaze still fixed on the jade box. She felt that the box looked familiar, but couldn't recall where she had seen it before. Perhaps she had encountered something similar in the past. Chen Yujin, lost in her thoughts, remained silent. Suddenly, Qiao Qi had an idea and infused a strand of spiritual energy into the jade box. With a sound of mechanisms turning.
Click.
The jade box actually opened. A lifelike puppet appeared before them. This was a puppet doll. Wasn't this something made by those puppet masters in the cultivation world? The puppet had not yet recognized its master. Qiao Qi branded it with a mark and infused it with spiritual energy to activate it. It turned out to be a puppet at the 5th level of Qi refinement. As the puppet sprang to life, Chen Yujin's voice came through, stammering. I don't want to marry. I want to become the princess of Xiliang. At this moment, the previous submissiveness in Chen Yujin's eyes vanished, replaced by a fierce flame of ambition. I can offer you help, but everything you want, you must fight for yourself. Qiao Qi smiled, and the puppet, which had originally been only as tall as her thigh, continued to grow taller. Later, she stood side by side with her, and her appearance gradually changed until she resembled Chen Yujin by about 30 to 40%. Let her stay by your side for now. She will be responsible for protecting you. Although she didn't understand why there were puppet dolls in this world, she was sure it had something to do with the Mist Hidden Clan. She also believed that the Mist Hidden Clan had no connection to cultivators. Otherwise, there would surely be traces left on the non-human she had soul-searched. Memories can be erased and cultivation can be wasted, but even if the meridians altered by spiritual energy were damaged, they would still leave marks. But how could the Mist Hidden Clan, who cannot cultivate, create puppet dolls? She needed to visit the Mist Hidden Clan herself to find out. Thank you, Master Guesher. Chen Yujin bowed deeply again, her eyes filled with deep emotions. She was not someone who followed rules. In fact, she handled state affairs better than her several royal brothers. However, her father loved her, but when it came to their own interests, he would not hesitate to abandon her. The princess who was supposed to marry the Qin kingdom was not her. Her father, worried that she might threaten her royal brothers, decided to send her instead. This move not only removed obstacles for her brothers, but might also allow her to influence the emperor of the Qin kingdom. Her father knew her well. Even with his treatment, she would never harm Xiliang. Xiliang had her family and many friends she cared about. No need to thank me. When do you plan to return? Master Guesher, may I ask you to help me keep this news from my father for now? She didn't want to reveal this matter to her father just yet. Let him see how his sons compete against each other. When the time is right, she would reveal herself. Sure, you can arrange everything as you like. I will handle matters with the Qin kingdom. Just then, a message arrived from the communication talisman, indicating they had reached the Qin kingdom and she needed to go there as well. Compared to other matters, she was naturally more concerned about Duan Renfeng's situation. If it weren't for those items with special auras, she feared she wouldn't make it through the Golden Core tribulation. So, her main focus was on finding items with special auras, and the search for the Mist Hidden Clan was secondary. I really like these exquisite jade pieces from Xiliang. Qiao Qi suddenly said this, and Chen Yujin understood what she meant. Yujin will do her best to find them for you, Master Guesher. All right, you may go now. She waved her hand, and Chen Yujin respectfully withdrew. Next, she arranged for a maid to take her place in the marriage alliance. Qiao Qi handed a letter to the maid, sealed with her country's special emblem. It was her first time using this seal, and it looked quite beautiful. She stamped it several times before stopping. Chen Yujin maintained a polite smile throughout. Not long after the wedding procession left the city, they were stopped by a group of people. These individuals came from different factions, all aiming to seize the treasures of Xiliang. Inside the carriage, Chen Yujin lifted the curtain and jumped down. Hey, you must be the Xiliang princess. I'm Heir, the second of Chushan. Let's skip the nonsense, hand over the goods, and I'll let you go. A short, plump man with a big hammer leered at her. Chen Yujin found his gaze unpleasant and called out to another person in the carriage. Xiao Yu, take care of them. She was not a weak woman confined to the inner chambers. She could deal with some shameless thugs. Yes. Xiao Yu, newly activated, was still adjusting, moving a bit stiffly, but her strength was undeniable. She walked calmly to the short man, and just as he tried to touch her face, she punched him directly in the chest, with the impact visible from the back. The short man fell, eyes wide open in shock. The surrounding group quickly attacked, but they all fell to Xiaoyu. She dispatched them as easily as crushing ants. In just a few minutes, only 2 severely injured individuals remained. These 2, filled with terror, struggled to crawl forward, leaving a trail of blood.
I am sorry.
I was wrong. I didn't recognize your greatness. Please forgive me, princess. One of them could no longer move and knelt, repeatedly bowing in apology. Chun Yujin frowned, unaffected by their pleas. Did these people not consider the possibility of death when they tried to rob her? They thought they could bully a weak woman and take a share of the treasure. Without Chun Yujin's command to stop, Xiaoyu showed no mercy, only understanding orders. With a sharp crack, she crushed the heads of the 2 men. Blood and brain matter splattered onto Xiaoyu's dress. Chun Yujin tenderly took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from her face. Xiaoyu, next time you don't have to be so cruel, just break her neck directly. There's no need to splash everywhere and waste a good outfit. Xiaoyu naturally didn't understand Chun Yujin's meaning and could only let her change into a new dress again. Today, Xiaoyu's display of skill had intimidated the hidden troublemakers, making them think twice before causing any more trouble. After safely escorting the marriage delegation, Chun Yujin quietly slipped away from the crowd, taking only Xiaoyu with her and leaving no one else behind to avoid suspicion. Before leaving Shiliang, Qiao Qi took a distant look at the Miao family. The family of 3 had previously lived in Moser City, where the land was not suitable for farming and produced very little. Now they had moved to a not-so-quiet small town, where they owned a modest brick house that was more than enough for the 3 of them. In front of the house was a large yard where they could grow vegetables and raise chickens and ducks, and behind it, separated by a river, was their farmland. Qiao Qi did not appear before them. Their friendship had already reached its limit. Leaving Shiliang, she headed straight for the Qin kingdom. In less than half an hour, she crossed most of the Qin kingdom and arrived at the capital city. Duan Renfeng and the others were currently searching for something in a remote mountain village, not far from the capital. They would likely arrive in less than 2 days. Qiao Qi decided to stay in the capital and did not choose to go to the small mountain village. Originally, she wanted to visit the palace to find Yin Jiuzhou and have the royal chef prepare a meal for her. After all, her stomach had suffered greatly during her time in Moser City. Unexpectedly, as she turned past the Imperial Garden, she saw a woman struggling in the lake, flailing her arms in the water. It was clear she couldn't swim. At this time, the Qin kingdom was already in the depths of winter, and everyone was dressed in thick clothing. Anyone who fell in the water would sink immediately. Moreover, the lake had a layer of ice that wasn't thin. Even if she didn't drown, she would freeze to death soon. There wasn't a single palace servant around, and the woman's cries for help were growing weaker. Qiao Qi waved her hand lightly, and a burst of energy lifted the woman from the lake and dropped her onto the ground. Having been in the water for too long, the woman lay on the ground, trembling all over, her consciousness starting to fade. Qiao Qi was about to wipe the water off her body when she noticed red bloodstains gradually spreading on her clothes, accompanied by a strong smell of blood. She frowned and glanced at her lower abdomen, where a faint sign of life was fading.
She had lost the baby.
Your Highness, a palace maid rushed over to help her up and draped a cloak around her shoulders. Another maid hurried over, dropping a warming pot on the ground. When they saw the blood on her clothes, they panicked and began shouting. Soon, many palace attendants and patrolling guards arrived, calling for the doctor and wanting to take the woman back to the palace, creating a chaotic scene. With others arriving, Qiao Qi knew she couldn't stay there any longer. However, the maid beside the woman wouldn't let her go. Standing up abruptly, she shouted, "Stop! Which palace do you belong to? Why did you harm Our Lady Jing?" She accused Qiao Qi as if she had witnessed the act herself. Not used to being treated this way for a long time, Qiao Qi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Why do you say I harmed your lady? This maid was the one who had rushed in with the warming pot, and she hadn't even seen the initial scene. When I arrived, only you and the lady were here. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Someone. Capture this lowly maid. Let the emperor question her. Perhaps her plain clothes led them to misunderstand her. Qiao Qi looked around and spotted a sneaky maid in gray clothing trying to get closer to the maid with the warming pot. The gray-clad maid looked pale and was eager to join her, but the maid with the warming pot was already confronting Qiao Qi and didn't dare approach. Qiao Qi chuckled and tossed her national teacher's token to the leader of the guards. Upon seeing the token, the guard's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately knelt in respect. I pay my respects to the national teacher. The surrounding guards knelt down, and Qiao Qi beckoned, pulling the maid with the warming pot toward her with an invisible force. What did you just call me? The maid was forced to meet Qiao Qi's gaze, her face pale with fear. She struggled to breathe as her complexion changed from white to red. After a moment, she managed to squeeze out a response.
I'm
sorry. I didn't know it was you, esteemed master of the nation. Please forgive me.
Didn't know.
Qiao Qi chuckled lightly and threw the person to the ground. Find out who this person's family and close friends are. Capture them all and execute them. After saying this, the maid holding the incense burner turned pale, her previously flushed face now as white as paper. Sweat poured down her forehead. Without thinking, she got up and knelt on the ground, desperately banging her head until it bled, but she didn't stop. Please spare me, esteemed master of the nation. I shouldn't have offended you. You can do whatever you want to me, but my family is innocent. Please spare them. Qiao Qi ignored her and captured the sneaky maid, throwing her next to the first one. And this one too. Find out who she is close to and capture them all. Execute them. At these words, the room fell silent. The maid in gray stood frozen in shock. She hadn't even had a chance to do anything. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality, crawled to Qiao Qi's side, and wept bitterly. Please spare me, esteemed master of the nation. I will tell you everything. Just don't harm my family. I was forced into this. At that moment, 2 doctors hurried over. Qiao Qi waved her hand, instructing them to take Jingpin to the nearest side hall for treatment. As soon as Jingpin was carried away, Yin Yanting arrived with his men. When he saw Qiao Qi standing in the crowd, he was momentarily stunned. Then his expression changed dramatically as he kicked the chief eunuch aside. How could no one inform me the master of the nation has arrived? Oh, your majesty, I just received the news a moment ago. I'm tough, so I'm fine, but please don't hurt your foot. Yin Yanting recalled that on the way here, his young apprentice had whispered a few words to him, which must have been when he learned of her arrival. He composed himself and instructed the chief eunuch to explain everything in detail before walking calmly to Qiao Qi. Master of the nation, if someone has upset you, just deal with them directly. There's no need to be angry. Qiao Qi glanced at him. Who said, I was angry? Am I a ruthless killer in your eyes? Yin Yanting. Not a ruthless killer, but certainly unreasonable. He had just said one sentence and was already scolded. As everyone saw the emperor's attitude towards the national teacher, the 2 palace maids kneeling on the ground became even more anxious. Especially when they heard the guards report that they were already sending people to capture their families, they bowed their heads even more fervently. In the palace, only the emperor decides what to investigate or not. If the emperor wants to investigate, even if their families hide far away, they cannot escape. The 2 maids immediately confessed everything clearly. The maid in gray was the lowest-ranking maid in the laundry department, but she had fallen ill and did not have long to live. If it weren't for concubine Jing, she would not have ended up in the laundry department, which led to her long hours of hard work without money to buy medicine, gradually ruining her health. Therefore, she hated concubine Jing deeply. After noble Lady Liang gave her some money and promised to take care of her family, she willingly agreed to harm concubine Jing and shifted the blame onto consort Lan. The maid beside concubine Jing, holding a censer, was named Xiang He, and she was a first-class maid. She harbored resentment due to concubine Jing's harsh treatment and agreed to cooperate with the maid in gray. However, Xiang He did not know that noble Lady Liang was behind the maid in gray. Just as the two were crying and confessing, concubine Jing, pale and supported by palace servants, came out, filled with despair, and hoarsely questioned Xiang He, "I have treated you well, so why do you harm me and my unborn child like this?" "Huh, you think you have treated me well? How ridiculous." Xiang He laughed crazily and grabbed the maid in gray. "Concubine Jing, please open your eyes and see what she did wrong to be sent to the laundry department. Have you forgotten?" Xiang He gritted her teeth, wishing she could kill concubine Jing on the spot. She was originally working in the imperial garden, but because the emperor looked at her, you became jealous and found an excuse to demote her to the laundry department. "Look at me. I am already over 25. You promised long ago that when I turned 25, you would let me leave the palace. My husband has been waiting for me to return and get married. Just because I served you well and my looks are average, you insisted on keeping me here because you are not used to others serving you." Having served concubine Jing for so many years, she knew her temperament well and was especially cautious. But unexpectedly, this caution ultimately harmed her, preventing her from leaving the palace. Xiang He tilted her head back, casually wiping away her tears, her eyes filled with resentment and mockery. "Not long ago, I received news from home that my husband has married someone else. I don't hate him. He has waited for me for so many years. I should be the one apologizing for making him wait. There is no chance for me and my husband anymore, but you should never have promised me to a eunuch. Why should I be given to a eunuch? I should be able to marry the man I love. You ruined everything. Ruined it all, so I will ruin you." She cannot leave the palace, cannot marry the man she loves, and is even being promised to a eunuch. Meanwhile, Jing Pin is favored by the emperor and is even expecting his child. Why is this happening? Jing Pin staggered back, supported by a palace maid. Tears streamed down her face. "Xiang He, I didn't know you hated me so much. I always thought you wanted to stay by my side. You didn't know? You really didn't know. I told you long ago that my husband is waiting for me to turn 25 and be released from the palace. Do you really not know, or are you just jealous of others' happiness?" Xiang He shouted, releasing all her pent-up resentment. Since she has already harmed the prince, she feels there is no way out. Before she dies, she can finally say what she has always wanted to say. Jing Pin's tears continued to flow, her eyes red and puffy, wiping her tears with a handkerchief, choking back sobs. "Xiang He, you really misunderstood me. Your Majesty, I never thought that way. If I had known she was promised to someone outside the palace, I would never have kept her here." Jing Pin looked pale, resembling a weeping willow, making her seem pitiful. Yin Jiuzhou coldly watched the scene, feeling extremely annoyed. He usually doesn't care about the palace's struggles for favor. After all, to him, the harem is just a means to balance power. But now this matter has reached the Grand Master, and he has lost all face. Moreover, he does not know which side the Grand Master will support. "Grand Master, how do you think this should be handled?" Yin Jiuzhou approached Qiao Qi and asked quietly. Qiao Qi glanced at him. "Why are you asking me about your family matters?" With that, he understood how to proceed. First, he ordered an investigation to uncover the truth. Since this involves 3 consorts, he cannot simply accept the words of 2 palace maids to determine guilt. In less than half a day, the truth was presented to Yin Jiuzhou. The events were mostly consistent with what the 2 palace maids had said. In the end, Jing Pin was demoted to Jing Guerin for her misconduct and moved to a side hall. Liang Guerin, who had instructed the servants to harm the heir, was demoted to a commoner and ordered to end her own life. The 2 palace maids who plotted against the heir were executed. This matter is also a failure of the Internal Affairs Office. I will pardon their family this time. In the study, Yin Jiuzhou helplessly flipped through the memorial in his hands and took a while to say another sentence. Actually, my harem is quite harmonious. Xiao Qi was standing in front of the bookshelf, looking through banned books, and merely scoffed without saying much. A harmonious harem, no one would believe that. Your harem has nothing to do with me. Have the servants take these dishes to the royal kitchen. I will eat these for dinner. Xiao Qi was not interested in his harem. With a wave of her hand, dozens of baskets of various ingredients appeared on the ground. There were not only fine rice and flour, but also a variety of vegetables, fruits, meats, and seafood. Everything fresh, whether it flew in the sky, ran on the ground, or swam in the water. Yin Jojo was no longer shocked as before and had the head eunuch come in to take these ingredients to the royal kitchen. These ingredients are extremely precious. If I find out who dares to substitute them with inferior ones, I will not let it go lightly. Before the head eunuch left, he was instructed. He had naturally tasted all these ingredients, and even the finest delicacies in the palace could hardly compare.
Yes.
The head eunuch quickly replied. The study fell silent again. Xiao Qi felt completely at ease, lying on the soft couch, flipping through the forbidden books page by page. For a moment, the only sounds in the study were the rustling of pages and the palace made grinding ink. Until Yin Jojo had read a memorial countless times, he finally spoke tentatively. National Master, this memorial has some differences. He at the palace made pass the memorial to him. Xiao Qi took it and glanced at it, suddenly interested. It recorded that the governor of Tsangzhou had recommended a remarkable woman. This woman was incredibly strong and had excellent strategies. When the governor of Tsangzhou went home to visit family, he was ambushed by bandits, and it was this woman who saved him from their hands. She wanted nothing but to go to the border to fight and earn military merit. In the history of the Qin kingdom, there had been no precedent for women to fight in battles. The governor of Tsangzhou couldn't make this decision alone, but out of gratitude to the woman, he submitted a memorial to inquire about her. What do you think, National Master? Xiao Qi narrowed her eyes slightly, a smile on her lips, but her underlying emotions were hard to read. I thought it was time for someone else to take your place as the ruler of the Qin kingdom. Xiao Qi waved her hand, and dark clouds quickly covered the sky above the capital. With thunder and lightning, a purple bolt struck the roof of the study, creating a deep crack in the ground. Do you think I would care about the position of an emperor? The emperor's position, which Yin Jojo valued greatly, meant nothing to her. If she could soar through the skies, why would she be interested in the earthly throne? Yin Jojo's pupils narrowed, and she couldn't help but smile helplessly. Master, you misunderstand me. Whether there was a misunderstanding or not, they both understood each other, without words. Yin Jojo dismissed the guards waiting outside and shifted the topic to the woman. A woman going to battle is not impossible. Xiao Qi paused for a moment before speaking. This era imposes too many restrictions on women. If that woman was willing to step forward, it wouldn't hurt to give her some opportunities. Then I will follow the master's advice. Yin Jojo chuckled and quickly made a note on the document. In the past, women were not allowed in military camps, and if discovered, it was a serious crime. But now, as Yin Jojo joked, everything would change. However, to implement this, many challenges remained, especially for the emperor, who would face considerable pressure. All emperors who wanted to leave a mark in history had to wake up earlier than roosters and sleep later than dogs. Being an emperor was truly tough. The crack in the study remained, and the chief eunuch entered cautiously, avoiding the crack, and reported to Yin Jojo. Your Majesty, Consort Lan is outside seeking an audience. She wishes to personally thank the master.
Yin Jojo turned to Xiao Qi.
This Consort Lan usually doesn't compete for attention, which is good. If you hadn't saved noble Lady Jing, she would have been wronged. Do you want to meet her?
No.
Xiao Qi refused directly. She had no intention of interacting with these consorts. To put it bluntly, if she praised a dog for its looks, Yin Jojo could easily elevate that dog's status. The chief eunuch glanced at Yin Jojo, and after receiving a nod, he respectfully withdrew. But soon, a quiet argument could be heard outside. Yin Jojo's brows instantly furrowed. Who is making noise outside? The chief eunuch hurried back in, and despite the cold weather, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Reporting to your majesty, Lady Lan refuses to leave and insists on waiting here for the national master to come out. The head eunuch wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling anxious. Lady Lan really should consider the situation. Normally, when the emperor was alone, he might indulge her a bit. But now the national master is still here. Why is she being so stubborn? After hearing the head eunuch's report, Yin Jiuzhou's expression turned cold. If she doesn't want to leave, then let her kneel outside. She can leave when she has thought it over.
Yes.
Lady Lan knelt for an hour, while dishes from the royal kitchen began to be served. There was a small kitchen next to the study where the royal meals were prepared. Xiao Qi, however, paid no attention to Yin Jiuzhou and sat down at the dining table to eat. It had been a long time since she had tasted this food, and she found herself missing it. It was as delicious as ever. The chefs from Qin Kingdom and Yu Kingdom had different ways of preparing ingredients, adding a unique flavor to the dishes. Attracted by the aroma of the food, Yin Jiuzhou also sat down at the table. National Master, may I join you for the meal? Xiao Qi smiled slightly. You're already seated and holding chopsticks. Why are you asking me this? Yin Jiuzhou showed no embarrassment and directly picked up the food to enjoy. After the meal, Xiao Qi was the first to leave the study. Outside, snow had begun to fall heavily, covering the entire palace in a thick layer. She saw that Lady Lan was still kneeling at the door of the study. Her cheeks and hands were red from the cold, and a thin layer of snow covered her head and body, even resting on her eyelashes. She was visibly shaking and exhausted, but still stubbornly remained kneeling. A nearby maid held an umbrella and wanted to help her up, but Lady Lan brushed her off. When she saw Xiao Qi come out of the study, Lady Lan forced a smile and bowed her head to her. National Master, you finally agreed to see me. Thank you so much for your help. Your Highness, please get up. Your legs are already injured. How can you continue kneeling like this? The maid said softly, filled with concern. Lady Lan shook her head and looked sincerely at Xiao Qi. National Master, although you have helped me, Lady Jing is truly innocent. She was pushed into the lake and lost her child. She has suffered such a great injustice and has been demoted, even restricted in her movements. How will she live her life from now on? Please, esteemed advisor, intercede on her behalf with the Emperor and spare Lady Jing. After saying this, Consort Lan bowed her head several times in respect. Xiao Qi turned to look at Yin Jiuzhou behind her, giving him a half-smile. Yin Jiuzhou was quite clever. He had previously praised Consort Lan for being unambitious. Was this really unambitious? It felt like the tension was about to explode. In the palace of Qin, how could a mere consort plead for her fellow consort with the advisor? This was undermining Yin Jiuzhou's reputation and creating a rift between them. Yin Jiuzhou's expression darkened. He could see what Xiao Qi was thinking. He had just praised her in front of the advisor, and now she was making him look unreasonable by kneeling outside the study. Now she was speaking words that sowed discord. That foolish Lady Jing was probably being manipulated while still remembering her kindness. Since you pity her so much, then go keep her company.
Guards.
Demote Consort Lan to Lady Lan, and move her to the side hall to live with Lady Jing. Lady Lan was stunned, not understanding how things had turned this way. This shouldn't be happening. The Emperor should despise the advisor for this, right? Your Majesty, I don't know what I did wrong to make you so angry. Take her away. With a wave of his hand, Yin Jiuzhou ordered the guards to drag Lady Lan away. She struggled against the eunuchs, and when she realized she was truly being taken away, she cried out, Your Majesty, have you forgotten our past feelings? I remember you promised to always cherish me. Now, I see I have misplaced my trust, Your Majesty. Lady Lan was taken away, leaving 2 trails in the snow. Xiao Qi didn't spare a glance at Yin Jiuzhou and quickly vanished, reappearing in the advisor's residence outside the palace. The advisor's residence was well-staffed, and her courtyard was cleaned daily, with the heating always on. The steward had received news from the palace and, seeing the lights on in her courtyard, chose not to disturb her, ensuring the staff served her diligently. After a night of cultivation, Qiao Qi felt particularly energized. Her internal injuries had mostly healed. However, as soon as the courtyard door opened, she saw the steward standing outside, looking anxious. Master Guesher, something has happened. All the family members of concubine Jing have been killed overnight. People are saying it was because concubine Jing offended you and that you are responsible. This morning, an official has already reported this to the court. Qiao Qi lazily opened her eyes and didn't seem to care. What did the emperor say? I am not sure. News from the court does not spread quickly, and it was already difficult for him to know what happened today.
Don't worry about it.
Serve breakfast. Yes, yes. The steward agreed, but inside, he was very anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After all, this involved lives, and if the investigation reached the Guesher's residence, everyone would be implicated. While the steward was worried, the chief eunuch beside the emperor suddenly came to deliver a decree. The steward hurried over to report. Master, the emperor has sent a decree. Qiao Qi still showed no reaction, sitting at the dining table having breakfast. The plump dumplings filled with chives and meat each contained a shrimp, and they were very delicious. This was Qiao Qi's first visit to the Guesher's residence in the Qin kingdom, and the steward was unsure of what to do, so he quietly reminded her. Master, the emperor has sent someone to deliver a decree. Should you go greet them? No need, you can wait outside.
Yes.
The steward wiped the sweat from his forehead and respectfully stepped back. As the steward of the Guesher's residence, it was also his first time meeting this Guesher, and he couldn't quite grasp her character. He only knew a few things from what the internal affairs officials had told him before he was assigned. As the steward hurried to the main entrance, he saw the chief eunuch walking into the courtyard, followed by several other eunuchs, each carrying boxes of various sizes. Only then did the steward realize that perhaps the emperor was not sending someone to reprimand the Guesher, but rather to deliver gifts and appease her. Steward Yu, may I ask where the Guesher is? I have come on the emperor's orders to deliver gifts, as what happened in the court today has truly caused the Guesher distress. What happened in the court today had indeed shocked many officials. They were clearly impeaching the Guesher, yet the emperor immediately sent gifts to soothe her, to avoid upsetting her further. In contrast, concubine Jing, whose entire family had perished, received no comfort at all. The officials did not interfere and continued to criticize in the court, but the next moment, the emperor ordered one of them to be executed immediately. By the end of the court session, 2 officials had lost their heads. The atmosphere in the court was tense, and no one dared to speak up. Master Guesher, these gifts were specially selected by the emperor's order. The head eunuch cautiously and humbly presented the gifts. Qiao Qi nodded slightly and instructed the steward to take the items to the storeroom. All right, you can go back now. Just make sure this doesn't come to my attention. This was clearly not the doing of Yin Yanting. He wasn't foolish enough to pin this on her. Someone was intentionally trying to use her to create trouble. She didn't know who was behind it for now, but she could guess it was likely related to that troublesome noblewoman Lan. Perhaps the previous conflicts between the noblewomen Liang and Jing were also stirred up by Lan. Qiao Qi wasn't too concerned about this. She was more looking forward to Duan Renfeng's arrival. From their previous conversation, according to Wu Ming with him around, Duan Renfeng's speed in collecting items had more than doubled. Wu Ming strictly followed her instructions. Anything that could be bought with money was purchased without hesitation, even if it meant paying 2 or 3 times the amount. As a result, the collection speed had increased significantly. Now, he had gathered a total of 10 special items. Just thinking about these 10 items, which contained unique energies, made her feel joyful. They would be crucial for her future progress. In the afternoon, news of the Guesher's brutal killing of the Su family had spread throughout the city. When Qiao Qi arrived at the study, she saw Yin Yanting, furious, just having smashed a tea set. Seeing her sudden appearance, he made an effort to calm his anger and forced a smile. Guesher, you're here. Please sit. As soon as Qiao Qi sat down, she noticed Yin Yanting took a deep breath and spoke very seriously. Guesher, I swear by the heavens, This is not my doing. I ordered the news to be sealed during the morning court, but unexpectedly, someone spread it again in the afternoon. I have instructed people to thoroughly investigate who is behind this. I know it's not you. I said before, I'm not unreasonable. A palace made brought in a cup of milk tea, which was somewhat similar to modern milk tea, with some small ingredients added. As she drank the milk tea, Qiao Qi saw Yin Jiuzhou's expression visibly relax. He was genuinely afraid that she might suddenly become unreasonable. By the way, the fog-hidden envoy will arrive in the capital tomorrow. Your Majesty, please help my family, Your Majesty. Just as Yin Jiuzhou was about to change the subject, he heard a series of sorrowful cries coming from outside the study. He frowned tightly, and the chief eunuch turned pale, quickly going out to check. After a short while, he hurried back in. Your Majesty, it's noble Lady Jing, she. Take her away. Yin Jiuzhou waved his hand impatiently. He would investigate her family matters, but she could not disturb him at this moment. Outside, the desperate struggles of noble Lady Jing could be heard again. Your Majesty, let me go. Those are my close relatives. They died unjustly. How can you be so cruel and protect a murderer? Ha ha, what nonsense. A murderer dares to call themselves a national teacher. Qiao Qi, if you have the ability, come out. What wrong did my parents do? Why did you kill them? Come out. Sob, sob, sob. Noble Lady Jing seemed to have gone mad from the shock of her family's death. In one night, her entire family was gone. Her child had not yet been born and was lost, and she was despised by the emperor. All of this left her feeling utterly hopeless. Even death no longer scared her. Her mouth was covered, leaving only muffled sobs. Just as she was about to be dragged away, the door to the study opened, and Qiao Qi stepped out. Wait. She looked at noble Lady Jing, who was disheveled and in distress, her face pale from just having a miscarriage, her eyes filled with hatred. If her mouth hadn't been covered, she would have surely shouted, "Let her go." Yes. The guards released her, and noble Lady Jing immediately discarded the cloth from her mouth. Just as she tried to rush forward to fight, she found herself unable to move, unable to speak. Noble Lady Jing, why are you so sure that I killed your family? With a glance from Qiao Qi, noble Lady Jing could speak again. But her hatred had already drowned her reason, and without thinking, she began to curse. You murderer! You will not have a good end. You will surely go to the deepest part of hell. Noble Lady Jing could no longer speak, only feeling a sharp pain in her face, as if she had been slapped hard several times. This pain brought her back to her senses for a moment. Qiao Qi stepped forward, grasped her chin, and examined her for a moment before suddenly laughing. I have no enmity with you, and I saved you when you fell into the water. Why would I harm your family? Do you really think that someone like me needs to hide after taking a few lives? The hatred in Lady Jing's eyes suddenly faded, replaced by a look of confusion on her face. Her rationality began to return. Yes, she had no reason to be enemies with the National Master. Why would he want to harm her family? Even if she had made mistakes, she never targeted him, and her family had never even met him. Think carefully with your foolish mind about who told you I was a murderer and who encouraged you to come here to cause trouble. Lady Jing shook her head in despair. No one encouraged me. I accidentally overheard some news and came on my own. Is that so? Qiao Qi scoffed lightly and continued. In that case, I am curious about one thing. Previously, Lady Liang wanted to harm you. What deep grudge do you two have against each other? Mentioning this, Lady Jing became agitated again, her voice sharp. She insulted Sister Lan first. Sister Lan is kind and didn't want to retaliate, so I just taught her a lesson according to the rules. Is that so? Then think carefully about the death of your child and how you were pushed into the lake. Consider everything in detail. Leaving Lady Jing behind, Qiao Qi returned to the National Master's residence. She wanted to see what the person behind the scenes was planning. The next day, Qiao Qi finally welcomed Duan Renfeng and the others, and it was worth her 2 days of waiting. Elder Duan, how have you been during this time? Looking at the three of them in disarray, Qiao Qi couldn't hold back her smile. According to Wuming, they had been entangled by the nearby villagers for 3 days at their last stop. The items were in the village chief's hands. Duan Renfeng had followed Wuming's usual approach and negotiated with the village chief. Originally, the chief was supposed to sell the jar back for 10 coins, but Duan offered him 100 taels of silver, and the items would belong to him. Unexpectedly, the village chief went back on his word and raised the price to 200 taels. After some hesitation, Duan Renfeng agreed. However, after he agreed, the chief gathered the whole village to surround them, planning to rob them. Duan Renfeng refused to attack the village, and in the end, they were forced into the mountains, getting lost and encountering a pack of wolves, along with various poisonous insects and snakes. Did you just do whatever he said? Qiao Qi glanced at Wuming. Wuming shrugged helplessly, showing a smirk of schadenfreude. After the scars on his face healed, his smile looked much more pleasant. Miss, I had no choice. Elder Duan is right. They must willingly give up the items. We can't just scare them into submission.
Oh.
Qiao Qi's tone lingered with a hint of schadenfreude. In the end, they still used a scare tactic to make the village chief willingly hand over the jar, without spending a single coin. Some people just don't know when they have it good. They refuse free gifts and insist on taking things by force. Although Duan Renfeng was smiling, his eyes were filled with bitterness. He was just following the usual methods, but he didn't expect these people to be so greedy this time. Elder Duan, let me help you keep those items for now. Qiao Qi smiled and extended her hand. Duan Renfeng's bitter smile was on the verge of turning into real tears. He knew he would have to share with Qiao Qi, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Can I just keep one item? Duan Renfeng's tone was somewhat humble. To his surprise, Qiao Qi agreed. Sure, you can keep it. After all, it would eventually be hers. It was just temporarily in his pocket. Qiao Qi collected the items he handed over, watching them disappear before her eyes. The Buddhist beads in Duan Renfeng's hand also lost their connection to these items. He looked surprised but also felt it was to be expected. After all, there had been signs of this back in Jingguai town. By the way, where did the people following you go? Now, including Wuming, there were only 3 of them left. She knew Wei Min had returned to the capital with the guards after entering the Qin kingdom. But there was only one person left from those who had followed Duan Renfeng. Wuming hadn't mentioned this. They weren't much help to me. Sometimes they were more of a burden. I only kept one person. The others went ahead to wait for me.
Oh.
Then Qiao Qi instructed the butler to take them to their respective courtyards to freshen up. During their visit to the capital, they needed to find items in the Qin kingdom and also bring along the people sent by Yin Yanting. Having this person with them would make things much easier. After lunch, Duan Renfeng didn't rest and went directly to find Qiao Qi. There are 4 items in total in the capital, and 2 of them are quite close. I believe they are in the palace. Items from the palace are easy to obtain. She could come and go freely. Qiao Qi immediately took Duan Renfeng to the palace. However, Yin Yanting is the emperor of the Qin kingdom, and out of respect, Qiao Qi informed Duan Renfeng in advance. Yin Yanting had no intention of stopping them and immediately instructed the chief eunuch to follow along, allowing them to take whatever they wanted. Unexpectedly, the first stop was quite troublesome. Standing in front of a somewhat dilapidated palace, the chief eunuch lowered his head and spoke softly. Your Excellency, this is the residence of Noble Lady Lan and Noble Lady Jing. Qiao Qi thought I should have guessed. Noble Lady Lan might be manageable, but Noble Lady Jing was a different story. With all her relatives gone, she might prefer to destroy things rather than give them away. Never mind, if we can take it nicely, that's great. If not, we'll take it by force. Even if they had to take it by force, the special aura on it was worth a quarter. She wouldn't compromise herself for such a thing. Due to the previous incident with the village chief, Duan Renfeng didn't ask any questions, hoping not to mess things up again. Guards were stationed in front of the palace, and as the doors opened, they saw Noble Lady Jing tightly gripping Noble Lady Lan's collar and slapping her face. Noble Lady Lan, initially terrified and helpless, became agitated upon seeing them.
Help me!
Noble Lady Jing has gone mad. Quickly, pull her away. Noble Lady Jing, acting like a madwoman, grabbed Noble Lady Lan's hair and started pulling. The group ignored the two, and Duan Renfeng pointed to one of the rooms. It's inside.
Whose room is that?
The chief eunuch glanced over and quickly replied, it belongs to Noble Lady Jing. The palace attendants separated Noble Lady Jing and Noble Lady Lan. Noble Lady Lan, feeling wronged, hid behind the chief eunuch, while Noble Lady Jing, looking furious with disheveled hair, glared at her. Sister Jing, I have always treated you like my own sister and thought of you in everything good. What have I done wrong? Why do you treat me like this? Noble Lady Lan questioned tearfully. Noble Lady Jing, like an enraged lion, pointed angrily at her. Even now you're pretending. It was you who told me that the maid was restless, clearly trying to charm the emperor. It's all your fault. Noble Lady Jing shouted in despair. If it weren't for Noble Lady Lan repeatedly mentioning that maid in front of her, she wouldn't have let jealousy drive her to demote her to the laundry department. I remember you told me that you had arranged for Xianghe's family. The conflict between Liang Guoren and me also started because of you. I treated you like a good sister and always stood up for you first. But now it seems I am just a dog ready to fight for you at any moment. Jing Guoren covered her face in pain, tears falling to the ground through her fingers. But all of this, besides Lan Guoren stirring things up from behind, she herself had also done many wrong things. Seeing this, Lan Guoren stepped out from behind the head eunuch with a heavy heart. Jing's sister, you have gone through so much pain. Even if you blame everything on me, I do not hold it against you. Hearing Lan Guoren's voice, Jing Guoren lowered her hands, a mocking smile appearing on her lips. Just as another argument was about to start, the head eunuch quickly addressed the matter at hand. Jing Guoren, I come on the emperor's orders to find something. Jing Guoren looked at the people in front of her, momentarily stunned. Then her gaze fell, and a cold smile appeared again. Under heaven, all land belongs to the emperor. If the emperor wants something, why would he need to ask me? Having been confined since giving birth, and with her family all dead, she knew she had no hope in the palace. With no desire to ask questions, Jing Guoren simply stepped aside. Duan Renfeng followed the head eunuch into the room and quickly found the item. It was a silver bracelet adorned with pearls and gemstones. The head eunuch placed the bracelet on a tray and took it out. Jing Guoren, this is the item. Seeing the bracelet on the tray, Jing Guoren's eyes flickered, her pain deepening. This item was given to me by the emperor when I first became pregnant. She was carrying the emperor's first child after he ascended the throne. The emperor not only rewarded her with many treasures, but also promoted her status. Her father was promoted, and even her mother was allowed to visit her in the palace. That time was her proudest and happiest moment. If she hadn't stood up for Lan Guoren and offended Liang Guoren, if she hadn't listened to Lan Guoren's instigation and demoted that maid to the laundry department, if she hadn't forced Xianghe to stay, her child wouldn't have been lost, and her family might not have died. Would all of this not have happened? I lost my child, the emperor has demoted me, and now he wants to take back the treasures he gave me? Jing Guoren picked up the bracelet from the tray, gripping it tightly as if she wanted to destroy it. She now has nothing, not even a glimmer of hope to live on. Why must they take away the bracelet that once symbolized her happiness? Lady Jing, please be careful. This is something the emperor wants. If it gets damaged, he will surely be angry. Seeing the bracelet almost being crushed, the head eunuch quickly urged. Lady Jing only scoffed. The emperor granted this to me, so it belongs to me. Why should it be taken back? She tightened her grip on the bracelet, showing no intention of giving it up. After all, her family was gone. Having one less didn't matter. Xiao Qi stepped forward to sense the special aura of the bracelet. The small bracelet had a strong aura, almost as intense as the jade box she received a few days ago. Upon closer inspection, she found that the source of the aura was a green gem embedded in the bracelet. A gem the size of a fingernail held such a terrifying energy. The head eunuch, seeing his persuasion fail, prepared to forcefully take the bracelet. But Xiao Qi spoke up. "Don't you want to know who killed your family? Don't you want revenge?" Lady Jing, on the brink of madness, froze, her eyes regaining some clarity. "You know, give me the bracelet, and I'll give you results within 3 days." Xiao Qi extended her hand. Lady Jing hesitated for a moment before placing the bracelet in her hand, tears streaming down her face as she knelt heavily on the ground. "My life is worthless, but please, Master Guesher, find the murderer and avenge my family." Although the emperor would investigate, she didn't want to wait that long. That day in the water, she had been frozen for too long. Not only had she lost her child, but her body was also ruined. There would be no chance of bearing children again, and her health would never fully recover. With such a broken body, she knew her future in the palace would be miserable.
Okay.
Xiao Qi agreed. Since she promised, she would surely follow through. As she was leaving, she caught a glimpse of Lady Lan nearby and paused, instructing the head eunuch. "Tell the emperor to temporarily move Lady Jing out of this side hall and place her elsewhere. If the murderer wasn't found and Lady Jing died from something else, it would be disastrous. Besides, Lady Lan still had her uses."
Yes.
The head eunuch quickly complied and ordered people to help Lady Jing pack her things. Jing Guiran really shouldn't stay with Lan Guiran anymore. Lan Guiran has a strong bond with the emperor, and it seems Jing Guiran has lost her mind. If they don't move her away, it could lead to a serious situation if something happens to Lan Guiran. Where is the other item? There are 4 items in total, 2 of which should be in the palace. One has already been found, and it would be better if the next one is in the treasury. It's a bit remote. Following Duan Renfeng, they arrived at a dilapidated courtyard in the farthest corner of the harem. "Where is this place?"
This.
The head eunuch thought for a while and finally remembered. "This is Bai Dang's residence." The head eunuch explained apologetically. Bai Dang is the only one among the masters who has never been favored. So, since Yin Jiuzhou ascended the throne, it hasn't been a long time, but it hasn't been short either. It's easy to imagine the treatment of a concubine who has never been favored. Just as the head eunuch was about to send someone to knock on the door, the creaky courtyard door opened from the inside. A plain-looking young woman stepped out, her face free of makeup, and her sleeves were worn from frequent washing. Seeing people outside, her expression suddenly changed, and she quickly hid what she was holding behind her. The head eunuch pretended not to see her action and approached with a smile. "Bai Dang, this is the National Master, sent by the Emperor to find something." "Greetings, National Master." Bai Dang bowed weakly, biting her lip. After a moment of hesitation, she stepped aside to let them enter the small courtyard. This courtyard was very remote and small, once used by palace maids on duty. It had only 2 rooms and no heating, making it very cold in winter. From the outside, the courtyard looked quite dilapidated, but inside it was arranged warmly, though rather shabby. Duan Renfeng found an object with a special aura in one of the rooms. It was a very crude set of tea utensils made of stone. This set of tea utensils would not even be used by ordinary wealthy families, let alone in the palace. "Bai Dang, are you the only one here?" the head eunuch asked in surprise. He knew the palace hierarchy, but Bai Dang was still a master in the palace, and she had no servants at all. "My maid, Xiao Mei, caught a cold last month and passed away." Bai Dang pursed her lips, clearly feeling very down. The chief eunuch did not expect this, as he held a high position among the servants, and the death of a lowly maid would hardly reach his ears, especially one who was not favored. "Miss Bai, could you give me this tea set? I can offer you a large sum of money," Xiao Qi stated directly. She had noticed that Miss Bai had many frostbite marks on her hands and was holding several handkerchiefs. It seemed that life was tough for her, and she had to trade her embroidery for money. However, selling embroidery without permission in the palace was a serious offense if discovered. Miss Bai was eager to hide her items to avoid being caught. When Xiao Qi asked for a set of poor-quality tea utensils from her room, Miss Bai showed a look of surprise. But she quickly remembered what the chief eunuch had said earlier, that Xiao Qi was here to find something. It seemed that this tea set was what the national teacher was looking for. Not knowing its purpose, Miss Bai thought it would be better to give it directly to the national teacher to avoid offending anyone further and making her life in the palace even harder. With that in mind, Miss Bai smiled gently. National teacher, you jest. It's just a tea set worth little. If you like it, I will gladly give it to you. Saying this, Miss Bai took out the wooden box where the tea set was kept and carefully arranged the items inside before handing it to Xiao Qi. As soon as Xiao Qi touched the box, it vanished from her hands. Miss Bai's eyes widened in shock as she took a step back. How could such a large box just disappear? Xiao Qi didn't explain, only offering her a kind smile. Since you've given me the tea set, I can fulfill one of your wishes. Have you thought about what you want? Money, status, or something else? Even if she wanted the position of queen, Xiao Qi could grant it. Seeing that Xiao Qi did not seem to be testing her, Miss Bai's expression became serious. After a long pause, she finally spoke. I want to leave the palace. Life in the palace was too hard for her. With her low status and lack of favor, even a warm meal required money. Her family had long given up on her, and to survive in the harem, she had to embroider handkerchiefs day and night, hoping the eunuchs would sell them for her. Due to her low status, she usually didn't dare to go out, fearing she might accidentally offend someone. Miss Bai had only thought about this in her heart, but suddenly saying it out loud made her realize she had revealed her true feelings. Her face turned pale, and she nervously glanced at the chief eunuch nearby. Fearing that he would tell the emperor, she felt her life was in danger. After all, no maid who entered the palace had ever left alive. Of course, those who had given birth and were later taken out by their sons were not included. She quickly explained, that's not what I meant. I just miss my family and want to see the outside world. What do you want to do after you leave the palace? Have you thought about how to live? Do you want to get married again? Before she could respond, Xiao Qi asked her a series of questions. This left her stunned. Get married? Was she crazy to even mention that? The national teacher is joking. I'm not joking. You said you want to leave the palace. I can ask the emperor to let you go, and then you will have the freedom to marry. What are your thoughts on what to do after you leave? What Baidaring needed to do was very simple for her. Think carefully, and I'll come back tomorrow. Xiao Qi didn't expect an answer right away. This was her decision, and she wouldn't make it for her. Just as Xiao Qi was about to leave, Baidaring called out to her. National teacher, there's something I'm not sure if I should tell you. Go ahead. Xiao Qi stopped and turned to listen. I only want to tell you, can I? Bai Da-ing felt an inexplicable trust in Xiao Qi. She nodded, glancing at the head eunuch. He quickly understood and led everyone out of the courtyard, including Duan Renfeng. Once everyone was gone, Bai Da-ing took a moment to gather her thoughts, trying to hide her fear. National teacher, I suspect that Xiao Mei's death is related to Concubine Lan. Really? She was about to hypnotize Concubine Lan to see if she could find out anything, but now she had news about her. Before, Xiao Mei and I went to the plum garden at night to pick some flowers, and we unexpectedly saw Concubine Lan meeting with a man in black. When we tried to leave quietly, Xiao Mei suddenly stepped on a stone and made a noise. I was hiding behind a rock. Just as Concubine Lan and the man in black were coming closer, the patrolling guards scared them away. Not long after that, Xiao Mei suddenly fell ill and passed away quickly. A common cold wouldn't take someone's life so quickly. The moonlight that night was bright, illuminating the ground in a special white glow. She suspected that Lan Fei must have seen Xiao Mei, but didn't see her face, which is why she didn't act against her. After all, the death of a palace maid is different from that of a consort. This matter was deeply hidden in her heart. She feared that Lan Fei would discover she was also in the Mei Garden at that time. Xiao Mei's death likely involved Noble Lady Lan, and now that she had brought people to Bai Daring, it could make Noble Lady Lan wary. Xiao Qi had Yin Jiuzhou send 2 capable female spies to secretly protect her, and she also had to be cautious about her food. She didn't want to end up poisoned without knowing why. She had obtained 2 items from the palace and instructed Duan Renfeng to retrieve the next 2 in the capital. She then went directly to the imperial study with the items. At that moment, Yin Jojo was not in the study, so she casually lay on her special chair and placed the 2 newly acquired items together. The gem on the arm bracelet and the special aura of the tea set were both very strong. However, she did not notice anything particularly special about them. In fact, these 2 items had no similarities at all, just like the other items she had previously obtained, making it hard to find any common points. After putting the items into her space, Xiao Qi took out a 3rd-grade spirit fruit. The spirit fruit not only nourished the soul but also had longevity effects, and its taste was unique and very sweet. Among all the spirit fruits, its flavor was among the best. One bite was bursting with sweetness. Not long after she settled in the imperial study, Yin Jojo hurried in from outside. How is the investigation into Noble Lady Jing's family case going? Although Noble Lady Jing's father held a low-ranking position, it was still significant, especially since he was in the capital. He had been killed overnight, leaving no trace. This incident had caused quite a stir in the court, making people anxious. After all, the person behind it could kill multiple people in the capital and still remain free. How could they not be worried? What if one day the knife fell on their own heads? The Supreme Court is doing its best to investigate, but there are not many clues left by the perpetrator. According to the report from the Supreme Court minister, based on the current clues, it seems more like a revenge killing, and the clues point to you. Wasn't this a blatant setup? The likely goal was to sow discord between her and Yin Jojo, or perhaps to use Yin Jojo to eliminate her. The other party probably doesn't understand the relationship dynamic between her and Yin Jojo. If she wasn't strong enough, encountering a suspicious emperor might have led to her downfall. Bring Lady Lan here. What happened to her? Yin Jojo instinctively frowned. He had some feelings for Lady Lan in the past, otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed her to rise to the position of consort. Unfortunately, she had wasted that goodwill, throwing tantrums whenever things didn't go her way. It was as if he had done something wrong to her. He was the emperor, and having multiple consorts was normal. Did she expect him to be with her alone for a lifetime? Nothing. Xiao Qi didn't explain much, and Yin Jojo immediately ordered for Lady Lan to be brought over. Unexpectedly, within a quarter of an hour, the head eunuch rushed in, having lost one of his shoes. Not good, Your Majesty. Lady Lan has poisoned herself. She's in critical condition. What? Yin Jojo slammed the table, his forehead tightening with anger. How dare she? A consort committing self-harm was a grave offense, and it could implicate her family. How could Lady Lan take such a risk? Call the imperial physician. Make sure to save her. Whether it was suicide or murder, the priority was to save her first. National Master. Yin Jojo was about to ask Xiao Qi for her opinion but found that she had already left the study. Prepare the carriage. Yes, prepare the carriage to Shulan Palace. When Xiao Qi arrived at Lady Lan's room, only a palace maid was kneeling on the floor, her face pale. Ignoring the maid, she stepped forward and directly placed an antidote pill into Lady Lan's mouth, channeling a bit of her energy to protect her heart. After doing this, Xiao Qi asked the maid why Lady Lan had been poisoned. Reporting to the National Master, after hearing that you went to see Lady Bai, Lady Lan locked herself in her room. When I heard a commotion inside, she was already on the floor. Lady Lan's lips were black and purple, clearly indicating she had been poisoned. Since she was alone in the room, the maid assumed it was a suicide. As for whether it was self-inflicted or someone else had poisoned her, she hadn't seen. All right, you go outside and keep watch. Xiao Qi waved her hand, and a tea set appeared on the table. She sat on a nearby stool, leisurely sipping tea while waiting for Lady Lan to awaken. About 15 minutes later, Yin Jojo arrived with others, and Lady Lan slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately saw Xiao Qi, and for a moment, she was stunned. After a while, she regained her senses and struggled to get up from the bed to greet Xiao Qi. Just then, Yin Jojo strode in from outside. Upon seeing him, tears streamed down Lon Gairen's face. "Your Majesty, I almost never saw you again. I was so scared." She reached out her hand, hoping for some affection from Yin Yanting. But he did not approach her. Instead, he sat on a chair with a cold expression and instructed the doctor to check her pulse. "No need, let everyone leave. All right, everyone go out." With a wave of his hand, the doctor, who had just rushed in and was still catching his breath, was sent away. Soon, only Qiao Qi, Yin Yanting, and Lon Gairen remained in the room. Lon Gairen sat on the bed, gripping the blanket tightly, her eyes filled with fear as tears fell once more. "Your Majesty, someone is trying to harm me. Please help me." Qiao Qi remained silent and stepped forward to look directly into Lon Gairen's eyes. "Lon Gairen, I have some questions for you, and you must answer truthfully." As the hypnosis took effect, Lon Gairen's gaze became increasingly vacant. "First question, is the death of Bai Daping's companion, Xiao Mei, related to you?" Lon Gairen shook her head, then nodded. "She discovered my secret, so I had someone put slow-acting poison in her food." "What secret?" "My secret meetings with the hidden guards." Now that Qiao Qi had reached a high level of cultivation, Lon Gairen had no secrets left in front of her. "I am an undercover agent planted by the king of Nanzhao to help him handle some matters in secret." Upon hearing this, Qiao Qi raised an eyebrow and gave Yin Yanting a knowing look. Originally, she intended to investigate the tragic fate of Jing Gairen's family, but unexpectedly uncovered another shocking piece of information. Nanzhao seemed to be in constant turmoil. Although it was a vassal state of the Moon Kingdom, it was colluding with the Southern Kingdom and causing trouble everywhere. The third princess of the Moon Kingdom, Lin Wang, was maliciously swapped by Nanzhao, who planned to replace her with a false prince. If it weren't for her arrival, Nanzhao might have succeeded long ago. Nanzhao had now turned to the Southern Kingdom and was tightly holding onto the third princess, but unfortunately, they still hadn't found her, causing Lin Wang to be cautious. Upon hearing this, Yin Yanting's expression changed dramatically. Clearly, he was completely unaware of this matter, as Lon Gairen's abilities surpassed his. "Did you also cause the tragic deaths of Lady Jing's family?"
Yes.
"What do you want? Why did you kill over 10 people in Lady Jing's family?" Yin Yanting gritted his teeth and shouted. When he was still a prince, Lady Lon had quietly followed him, never drawing attention to herself. He had no idea she was a spy for a rival nation. "This has nothing to do with the king. He only asked me to stay hidden here. After I saw the national teacher come here, I took it upon myself to try to drive a wedge between the national teacher and the emperor. The king despises the national teacher, and I wanted to help him eliminate him." Lady Lan's eyes showed deep affection. She loved King Nanzhao and was willing to do anything for him. Qiao Qi was not surprised that King Nanzhao resented her, as without her interference, the Moon Kingdom would have easily fallen into Nanzhao's hands. What surprised her was that Lady Lon actually loved King Nanzhao. Though she had never seen King Nanzhao, he was at least over 50 years old. What kind of charm did he possess that made such a beautiful woman think of him so often? Under the influence of hypnosis, Lady Lon continued to speak, but her expression of love turned to pain and even resentment when she mentioned Yin Yanting. "The king asked me to stay hidden here to steal secrets. I had to submit to the dog emperor of the Qin kingdom, and every interaction with him makes me feel sick. But for the king's grand plan, I had to please him." This explained why Lady Lon sometimes acted close to Yin Yanting and sometimes threw tantrums over small matters. His own harem women did not love him, and one even reminisced about an old lover while being disgusted by his touch. No man could tolerate that, especially not a ruler. Yin Yanting's face turned darker than a pot's bottom. "If you have any questions, ask them quickly." Qiao Qi laughed gleefully from the side. Yin Yanting took a deep breath, his face full of resentment. He believed his looks were quite good, handsome in a refined way. No matter what, he was better looking than that fat King Nanzhao. Lady Lon must be blind. But he couldn't afford to think about that now. He needed to start asking what he wanted to know. For example, other spies in the Qin kingdom, the people she had placed, and those she was in contact with. After asking for 15 minutes, he had covered most of what he needed to know. One more thing, when did you switch your loyalty to Nanzhao? Although he and Lady Lan were not very close since childhood, they had met before. The brother of Lady Lan is very loyal and has long guarded the border, specifically the line with Nanzhao, where they have fought many times. He does not believe he would betray him. Before Lady Lan could respond, Qiao Qi helplessly rubbed her forehead as a surge of energy entered her skin. Then, a thin layer of disguise was pushed away, revealing Lady Lan's true face, which resembled her original features but was very ordinary. She has disguised herself. This disguise is quite unique. At that moment, Yin Jojo finally remembered who this woman was, growing more furious. He had not even noticed that his companion had been replaced. She was Lady Lan's personal maid when she was still in the palace. Lady Lan then spoke up, "Haha, I have always been a person of Nanzhao. There is no question of allegiance. Her brother killed my father. If it weren't for the king giving me this opportunity, I would never have been able to take revenge." She had finally been sent to Qin country, where she secretly stayed beside the unmarried Lady Lan. She understood her personality, tried hard to win her favor, and then imitated her every move, her way of speaking, her walking habits, and even her sleeping posture. When the time was right, she planned to kill Lady Lan and take her place. Back then, she was beaten to death, and her body was dragged out right before the Dog Emperor's eyes. Just thinking about that scene still excites her. The Dog Emperor prides himself on being thorough, yet he fell into her trap. Yin Jojo's eyes turned completely cold. Simply killing her would not be enough to quell his anger. Qiao Qi glanced at him, unsure whether to continue mocking him. Isn't Yin Jojo usually quite clever? How did the harem become such a mess? You go out first. I still have some questions for her. All right, please keep her alive for now. Okay. She had initially wanted to use a soul-searching technique, but since Yin Jojo wanted her to remain conscious, she could continue using hypnosis instead. Do you know where the little princess of Nanzhao is now? The little princess of Nanzhao is the same one who was exchanged with the third princess of your country. Qiao Qi asked casually, not expecting Lady Lan to know, as she was just a pawn that could be sacrificed at any time for the king of Nanzhao. However, Lady Lan's response surprised her. I'm not sure. She might be beside the county princess. The little princess of Nanzhao had been neglected since birth, often confined to the cold palace, and very few had ever seen her face. When she was brought into the palace by the king, she accidentally saw the little princess in the cold palace once, and later saw her again beside the county princess. However, for some reason, when they met again, the little princess from Nanzhao had become a maid next to the county princess, and her treatment was the worst. So she wasn't sure if that was really the little princess, as she had only seen her once before in the dark night, making it easy to mistake someone. What is the name of that county princess? Lu Yan, Qiao Qi. Isn't that the county princess who resembles her, as mentioned by the Shiliang princess? How coincidental. Do you know anything about this county princess? Noble Lady Lan shook her head. I don't know much, but I've heard that the regent of Nanzhao loves her deeply. However, the county princess has already been promised to marry into the Moon Kingdom. So the regent of Nanzhao is trying every possible way to stop Lu Yan from going to marry, even planning to cooperate with the Southern Kingdom. Qiao Qi. She felt uneasy. If Lu Yan was sent to the Moon Kingdom to marry, would the regent of Nanzhao find a substitute? Would it be someone else? Or perhaps Qiaoju or herself? After all, the three of them had some similarities. It shouldn't be Qiaojiu. She was still fine in the Moon Kingdom.
Well,
that's not right. Qiaojiu might still have remnants of a tragic female lead's traits. If the regent of Nanzhao was the one sending Lu Yan to the Moon Kingdom, then anything was possible. It was frustrating. She wanted to eliminate the regent of Nanzhao right away. But all of this was just her speculation for now. Noble Lady Lan didn't know much about Nanzhao, so Qiao Qi asked her one last question. Why did you attempt to take your own life? You met with Bai Daring, and I suspect she might have seen my previous meeting with the secret line. This noble Lady Lan was quite alert. So, her kneeling outside the imperial study to see her was just a disguise to lower others' suspicions. After all, how could such a foolish person scheme so much behind the scenes? After leaving the room, Qiao Qi went out alone, sitting on a cloud overlooking the mortals in the city below, feeling a rare sense of confusion. Since her arrival, she had killed one so-called male and female lead after another. Yet, these strange rules seemed to entangle her, trying to trip her up step by step, slowing her down and even affecting her judgment. Why was that? The answer seemed to be related to the mist. So, why does she need to collect those items one by one with Duan Renfeng? In the end, everything he collects will belong to her anyway. Even if the 3-month deadline passes and the prayer beads become useless again, so what? If there are fewer items, then there are fewer. She doesn't believe that the Mist Hidden Clan has no stock. She can just take everything. Moreover, she could easily support herself with the resources of the world. Now, both the Emperors of the Moon Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom follow her orders. Whatever she wants, she can have them gather it for her. As for those who disobey, she can just eliminate them and support those who comply. All along, her methods seem to have been too merciful. This world doesn't reason with her. Even a minor challenge, like the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation, wants her life. Why should she follow those outdated rules in this harsh world? It's survival of the fittest, and she didn't choose to come to this world. She casually summoned a cloud, shaping it into a soft cushion, and lay lazily on it, letting the strange clouds drift by. Time flew by, and the setting sun was a bit too bright. She stretched and jumped down from the cloud. Once, she only wanted to do her own thing and didn't care about anything else. But from now on, that will change. When she appeared again, Qiao Qi was already in the palace of the Moon Kingdom. Your Excellency, the National Master? In the study, Lin Wang was discussing matters with the ministers. He was quite surprised to see Qiao Qi suddenly appear.
Yes.
Qiao Qi merely glanced over, and the attendant Su immediately had a chair brought over, complete with a soft cushion. The ministers in the study dared not look in her direction, focusing instead on their own thoughts. Everyone, you may leave for now. I have matters to discuss with the National Master. With Lin Wang's command, several senior officials sighed in relief and hurriedly bowed before exiting. Although the National Master was a woman, they found her even more intimidating than the Emperor. At least the current Emperor is a wise ruler and doesn't execute people over minor disagreements. But the National Master does. She could execute someone, and the Emperor would applaud from behind. National Master, why have you returned so suddenly? Is something wrong? Wei Min had reported that the National Master valued those items greatly. With still some time left, why was she back? Qiao Qi did not answer his question, but instead brought up another topic. Isn't Nanzhao a vassal state of the Moon Kingdom? Are there signs of them siding with the South? This question was already a given. Nanzhao and Nangua are now so close that they might as well be wearing the same pants, showing they completely disregard Yuegua. Is that so? But what did Nanzhao do to upset the national advisor? Lin Wang frowned. What trouble is Nanzhao causing now? Well, they just don't like them. They don't want to be a good vassal state, so they plan to fully incorporate them into Yuegua.
Ah?
Lin Wang was stunned by this sudden news. Oh my, the national advisor never interfered in these matters before, as long as they didn't provoke her. What terrible thing did Nanzhao do to provoke such an order from the national advisor? But my daughter is still in their hands. Lin Wang's face showed some embarrassment. Qiao Qi sneered. You've never even met your daughter, yet this sparks all your fatherly love. Don't you think that reason is too far-fetched? She never believed Lin Wang could feel such deep affection for a daughter he had never met. With the truth revealed, Lin Wang's face turned red. National advisor, I'm not trying to argue with you, but I do feel some guilt about this daughter. A little guilt can be easily ignored. What Lin Wang truly cared about was Nanzhao's geographical position. Nanzhao is a crucial link between Yuegua and Nangua. If Yuegua attacks Nanzhao, it will surely push them into Nangua's arms, putting Yuegwa in a disadvantageous position. So Lin Wang knew about Nanzhao's small actions, but could only temporarily stabilize them through a marriage alliance. Later, he would find a way to strike decisively. I will have Qingguo hold them back. You just focus on taking Nanzhao. It makes sense for Yuegwa to deal with Nanzhao. If she intervenes, too many people would die, and all the blame would fall on her.
Yes.
I will rely on you for Qingguo. Lin Wang was instantly overjoyed. With Xiao Qi's assurance, he naturally trusted her. He had considered cooperating with Qingguo before, but they likely wouldn't agree. After all, once Nanzhao is fully taken, Yuegwa would become even stronger. The original balance of power among the three countries would shift. Could I ask the national advisor to wait a few more days? I will have someone search carefully, and if they really can't be found, then it's just her fate. Once Yuegwa goes to war with Nanzhao, they would have almost no means to defend themselves. What worries him is that they might act desperately and use his daughter as leverage. She was supposed to be a noble princess of Yuegwa, yet she has never enjoyed a day of happiness and has suffered so much instead. He felt a bit guilty inside. Xiao Qi thought Lin Wang would give up on this princess, but surprisingly, he still had some conscience. I will bring her back for you. In the past, she didn't pay much attention to these matters. Asking about the third princess was just a casual question. Now, her thoughts had changed. Even if the information from Noble Lady Lan was wrong, it didn't matter. She would directly search the soul of the king of Nanzhao, not believing she couldn't bring someone back. After discussing the details with Lin Wang, Xiao Qi left him a communication talisman and returned to the kingdom of Qin. The moon was high in the sky. In the palace of the kingdom of Qin, Yin Jojo paced back and forth in the Yangxin Hall, feeling extremely restless. He couldn't focus on reviewing memorials or even sleep. Today, he had ordered people to capture most of the hidden agents of Nanzhao in the capital. This should have been a good thing, but he felt very anxious. He could only think of one thing. Why did the National Master leave without saying anything? Did he do something wrong that upset the National Master? Your Majesty, your health is important.
Please rest.
The head eunuch was so anxious that his lips were almost chapped. The emperor was restless, and he was even more impatient. Has the National Master returned to his residence? Yin Jojo asked again, and after receiving a negative answer from the head eunuch, his anxiety grew. Until a young eunuch outside the Yangxin Hall reported, Your Majesty, the National Master has arrived. Quickly invite him in. Yin Jojo immediately spoke without hesitation, feeling relieved. As long as he was back, everything would be fine. Thinking carefully, he realized he hadn't done anything to upset her. The doors of the Yangxin Hall opened, and Xiao Qi walked in. A smile immediately appeared on Yin Jojo's face. National Master, why did you suddenly leave today? Did someone upset you? I just needed to clear my mind. Now, there is something I need you to do. Yes, National Master, please tell me. Yin Jojo listened attentively, showing no signs of being an emperor, seeming very good-tempered. Restrict the Southern Kingdom. The Moon Kingdom needs to take Nanzhao. Hearing this, his smile stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Understood. Seeing he didn't object at all, Xiao Qi finally showed him a bit of pity and tossed him a bottle of pills. There are 10 pills in this bottle. Take one every month to strengthen your body and prolong your life. As long as you don't do anything reckless, living to be 120 or 30 years old is not a problem. As long as I am here, the balance of power among the three kingdoms will remain. 2 good pieces of news hit him, and the fake smile on Yin Jojo's face turned sincere. Thank you, National Master. I will handle this beautifully. After leaving the palace, Xiao Qi returned to the National Master's residence. Duan Renfeng was still there, and she needed him to guide her to the Wuyin tribe. When he saw her, Duan Renfeng skillfully started talking about the special items. As long as we find the 2 items from the capital, we can continue our journey. Before he could finish, Xiao Qi interrupted him. No need. Once you get the last 2 items from the capital, give the Buddha beads to your people. Let them find the rest, and you take me to your tribe.
Huh? Why?
Duan Renfeng was a bit confused. Weren't they supposed to return together after 3 months? Why the sudden change? There's no reason. It's the same if they collect these items. Xiao Qi didn't want to explain further. Duan Renfeng tugged at his beard, feeling very conflicted. But I'm responsible for this. It doesn't feel right to just leave. Xiao Qi narrowed her eyes, a cold glint in them. What? Do you not want to take me? Seeing her change in expression, Duan Renfeng quickly shook his head. Of course not. I'll arrange it right away. He didn't dare say another word and hurried off to make arrangements. After all, the Buddha beads in Xiao Qi's hands could still be useful. If she were to forcefully take them, he wouldn't know how to handle it. He might even lose his life. Morning light filtered through the clouds, creating a beautiful scene. Xiao Qi's figure appeared in the city of Nanzhao. On both sides of the street, various small stalls were everywhere, surrounded by mist, with the sounds of vendors calling out, full of life. Even though it was early, a long line had already formed in front of a pastry shop in the west of the city, waiting for it to open. Xiao Qi stood for a moment and heard a lot about this pastry shop. It was said that the pastries were the favorite of Princess Lu Yanyan, and the regent's affection for her was quite obvious. He sent someone every day to buy 2 bags of pastries to send to the princess's residence, just to please her. Xiao Qi didn't continue walking but stopped a woman who looked like a local aunt. Excuse me, how are the pastries sold here? The woman first looked at Xiao Qi and, seeing her fine clothing, smiled and said, Miss, the pastries from this shop are quite expensive. Even the most ordinary pack costs 2 taels of silver. The best, Yishue Feihua, costs 20 taels, and they only sell 20 portions a day. If you arrive late, you won't be able to buy any, and you can't reserve in advance. Xiao Qi casually took out 3 silver notes and handed them to the woman. Could you please buy me a pack of Yishue Feihua? The rest is your fee for running the errand. The woman's eyes lit up. She could earn 10 taels of silver just for helping to buy pastries. Looking at the queue, she thought she could still make it in time. All right, but it might be a bit late, and I can't guarantee I'll get it. That's fine. Any other pastries will do. I'll wait for you at the inn across the street. Okay. The woman happily agreed and hurried off to line up. Xiao Qi sat in the inn's hall and ordered some local breakfast specialties. About half an hour later, the woman returned with a delicate food box, carefully placing the pastries on the table, afraid of damaging them. Miss, here are the pastries. It was a stroke of luck. It was just my turn, and there was only 1 portion left. The woman was beaming with joy. Earning 10 taels in half an hour felt like a huge windfall. Thank you, Auntie. You're welcome. Well, I'll be on my way now. With her permission, the woman quickly left with her earnings. Xiao Qi opened the food box to find 5 pieces of pastries shaped like different flowers, each with a unique flavor. The pastries were exquisitely made and placed on a beautiful porcelain plate, making them hard to eat. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, a plump middle-aged man hurried into the inn. He spotted the food box on Xiao Qi's table and approached her. Seeing that the pastries were untouched, he sighed in relief. Miss, I am the steward of the regent's residence. Would you consider selling this box of pastries to me? He then pulled out 20 taels of silver and offered them to her. Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow, almost laughing in disbelief, but not because the steward wanted to buy her pastries. She had only intended to use the pastries to verify something, and it turned out just as she thought. Now, it seemed they were trying to pull her into various storylines. Earlier, she was guessing if the regent was the new male lead, so she bought a pastry. Unexpectedly, she really found the last one.
What?
Is she not allowed to take down enough heavenly suns? Xiao Qi smiled, her chopsticks steadily landing on the pastry. She took a small, delicate piece and put it in her mouth. It was soft, sweet, but not overly so. It was indeed delicious. Glancing at the nearly petrified butler of the regent's residence, she slowly said 2 words. Not for sale. You. The butler of the regent's residence was so angry that he kept repeating you, his finger trembling as he pointed at her. Do you know who I am? How dare someone not give face to the regent's residence? He thought she was tired of living. A servant of the regent's residence, right? Did you say you could represent the regent? Xiao Qi ate another piece of pastry, but by the third piece, she couldn't eat anymore. At first, the pastry was a novelty, but after a few, it was just okay. Since you know I am from the regent's residence, do you know that this pastry was meant for the princess? Now that you've offended the royal house, I see you won't be able to escape the consequences. Oh. Isn't it because you failed in your duty and didn't buy the pastry? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Xiao Qi stood up, not intending to engage with him further. She came to Nanzhao to bring back Lin Wang's daughter. Whether she got caught up in the story was not important. No one could force her to play a role she didn't want. If someone wanted to cause trouble, she would just deal with them directly. You. How dare you speak so arrogantly? I already paid for your pastry, and you dare to eat it. This matter isn't over. You can't leave. Someone, capture her. Take her back for the prince to deal with. At the butler's command, several servants quickly surrounded Xiao Qi. The tavern owner, seeing the butler from the regent's residence, shrank back behind the counter, not daring to show his face. Xiao Qi glanced at the butler. So, he thought he could just get the pastries with a word, while others had to wait in line for half an hour to buy them. Annoying. A gust of wind blew in, sending the butler and the surrounding servants flying several meters away, landing on the ground, spitting blood. Xiao Qi didn't even spare them a glance and vanished, appearing directly in the palace of King Nanzhao. King Nanzhao is a clever and calculating person, otherwise, he wouldn't have created so many problems. Both the kingdom of Qin and the kingdom of Yu have his people infiltrating them. If it weren't for her intervention, the kingdom of Yu might have fallen into his trap. It's puzzling why someone like him would allow the regent to threaten his position. The Nanzhao Palace, though splendid, is not very large. Xiao Qi quickly pinpointed his location. At that moment, King Nanzhao was in a meeting with his ministers, discussing the plan to send Princess Yuxiu to the kingdom of Yu for a marriage alliance. Although Nanzhao has long been in cahoots with the southern kingdom, it still appears to be a vassal of the kingdom of Yu. Until the situation is clear, they are reluctant to provoke conflict. Most of the court supports the idea, believing that sacrificing one woman could bring temporary peace to Nanzhao. However, the regent's faction strongly opposes it. They argue that peace gained by sacrificing a woman is not worth having. It would be better to cooperate with the southern kingdom and break away from Yu. Despite their words, everyone knows that Princess Yuxiu is very dear to the regent, who naturally does not want her to marry someone else. What is surprising is that the king, who usually supports the regent, is firmly against this proposal. He could easily choose another princess, yet he insists on sending Lu Yanyan for the marriage, disregarding the regent's feelings. The court was in an uproar, while Xiao Qi sat in the shadows, munching on seeds and watching with great interest. King Nanzhao, overwhelmed by the noise, finally made a decision. They would still send Lu Yanyan for the marriage alliance. Hearing this, the regent looked up in disbelief at the king. "Your Majesty, I swear to marry Yanyan. I will not allow her to marry anyone else." Impudent. "Regent, are you rebelling?" King Nanzhao slammed his inkstone down onto the regent. The regent fell to his knees. "I dare not." "Then get back and reflect on your actions." "Your Majesty." The regent wanted to say more, but King Nanzhao had already declared the meeting over and stormed back to the study. Xiao Qi observed closely. King Nanzhao appeared furious, yet there was no real anger in his eyes, only a chilling calmness. It was the coldness of someone who has everything under control. Xiao Qi followed him into the study. As soon as they entered, King Nanzhao's anger vanished, and he began to handle the documents with remarkable composure. The acting was so impressive that Xiao Qi couldn't help but applaud. Clap, clap, clap. The applause suddenly echoed in the study, while the southern Zhao king remained calm, looking at Xiao Qi, who had appeared out of nowhere. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" A nearby eunuch shouted. With just a wave of her hand, the eunuch fainted. The southern Zhao king's expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal, even showing a smile. "Master National Teacher, I have long admired your reputation. As soon as he saw her, he immediately recognized her identity. Xiao Qi was not surprised at all. Someone so cunning would surely guess who she was. Hee, Southern Zhao King, I won't waste time with you. There are some things I want to ask. A slight smile appeared on Xiao Qi's lips, showing no signs of threat. The Southern Zhao King responded with a friendly smile. What you wish to know, Master National Teacher, I will naturally tell you everything. Good. Without giving the Southern Zhao King a chance to react, Xiao Qi had already controlled him, placing her hand on his head. The soul-searching technique began. This person was too scheming, and there was a high chance he would betray her during their cooperation, or even turn against her. Although she wasn't afraid, being targeted by an old fox was not a pleasant experience. Such a person was not the best candidate for cooperation, so he had to be eliminated. As expected, this person had too many secrets in his mind. What surprised her the most was that the Southern Zhao King had been in contact with one of the Fog Hidden clans all along. Duan Renfeng had mentioned that there were 3 clans in the Fog Hidden tribe, each with different missions. The third Fog Hidden clan, which had not shown itself for a long time, had been in contact with Southern Zhao. They provided the Southern Zhao King with what he wanted, and in return, he had to complete the tasks they assigned. The task given to the Southern Zhao King this time was related to the regent and Lu Yanyan. The Southern Zhao King had to unconditionally favor the regent, supporting whatever he wanted and granting him supreme power. Except for one thing, his marriage to Lu Yanyan. Even sending Lu Yanyan to the Moon Kingdom for a marriage alliance was a task assigned to the Southern Zhao King. Previously, he had also followed the orders from the Fog Hidden clan to send someone to assassinate one of his sons, forcing that son to flee to a mountain village, where he was eventually saved by a village girl and fell in love with her. After facing various challenges, the two finally came together upon returning to the Southern Zhao King's city. On the day of their wedding, the two were knocked out and sent to the envoy of the Mist Hidden tribe. From that moment on, they completely vanished from the royal city. The current regent's fate will likely be the same as that of the missing prince. The only difference is that the female lead is not Lu Yanyan, she is merely the regent's unattainable ideal. This pair follows the trope of substitute characters. The identity of the substitute is unknown to the Southern Zhao King for now. His current task is to send Lu Yanyan for a marriage alliance. After the soul-searching ended, the Southern Zhao King looked confused and dazed. Xiao Qi waved her hand to deal with the situation, but couldn't help frowning. The envoy from the Mist Hidden tribe had never shown their face, always sending secret letters to the palace. The Southern Zhao King had tried to investigate their whereabouts, but unfortunately, found nothing. They were too mysterious. Now that the Southern Zhao King is dead, it is uncertain if they will still make contact. Xiao Qi smirked, realizing that this world was becoming increasingly chaotic. The Southern Zhao King might not understand why they acted this way, but she was very clear. They clearly wanted to collect the male and female leads. What were they planning with these pairs? Could they be trying to absorb the fortune from these individuals? However, as long as the chosen ones of this world were not all dead, they would surely appear again. The 3 families were indeed fulfilling their roles. Thinking of this, Xiao Qi suddenly had a moment of clarity. The Mist Hidden tribe, where Duan Renfeng was, collected items with special energies. The Mist Hidden tribe that the Southern Zhao King interacted with collected the male and female leads. So, the first person she soul-searched from the Mist Hidden tribe must have been collecting something as well. Connecting the dots, she immediately took out a compass from her space. As soon as the compass was in her hand, it started spinning wildly. She controlled the compass to hover 100 meters away, and when it stopped spinning, she brought a broken handgun closer. As soon as it got near, the compass started spinning again. Then she tried with a 1 yuan coin. After several attempts, Xiao Qi finally found a pattern. The presence that caused the compass to spin was anything that did not contain special energy, and was not related to the male or female leads. The moment she confirmed this, everything seemed to become clear. The Mist Hidden tribe had 3 families. One family was responsible for collecting the male and female leads, another for gathering items with special energies, and the last one was tasked with bringing back all foreign objects, most of which would likely be destroyed. Their ultimate goal has become very clear: to erase all traces of outsiders and anything unusual in this world. The Misty clan seems to be carrying out tasks that should be handled by the natural order. Perhaps, if we think bolder, the various items scattered by the Misty clan are not actually under their control. The Misty clan might be hiding in a secret realm, and that realm might be leaking everywhere. For example, it could be connected to countless broken time-space tunnels. Otherwise, why would she have come to this world, and why are there so many travelers and reborn individuals here? It's all becoming a chaotic mess. For now, this is just her speculation. She can only uncover the truth once she finds the real Misty clan. Calming herself down, Qiaoqi reappeared in the princess's residence. The third princess of the Moon Kingdom is indeed in Lu Yanyan's household, now a lowly maid named Jihao. Her presence in the princess's residence is due to the actions of King Nanzhao and has nothing to do with the Misty clan. Initially, he exchanged his son for Lin Wang's daughter to seize the Moon Kingdom. After his plot was exposed, he realized the third princess still had some value. To prevent Lin Wang's people from finding her, he secretly sent her to the princess's residence as an inconspicuous maid. As long as she doesn't die, he doesn't care how much she suffers. She's not his biological daughter. In this way, no one would suspect that the princess they were desperately searching for was actually working as a maid in the princess's residence. The weather was cold. Even the sunlight felt lacking in warmth. A cold wind blew, threatening to blow away the last bit of warmth. Jihao, dressed in thin clothing, sat on a low stool, her hands submerged in cold water, vigorously scrubbing the clothes. The bucket was piled high with garments. Just as she finished one bucket, another batch of dirty clothes was sent over, creating another mountain of laundry. Jihao, shivering, held her frostbitten hands to her mouth, trying to breathe warmth into them. "You lazy girl. With so many clothes, you dare to slack off here? I'll make you pay." A wooden stick struck Jihao harshly.
Ah!
Jihao cried out in pain, falling off the stool and quickly curling up to protect herself.
"Mom, I'm sorry."
"I'll wash them right away. Please don't hit me." "I'm sorry, Ah." "What are you doing?" A stern voice echoed from behind. The old servant paused her actions and quickly turned to check. Upon seeing the person, she was so frightened that she knelt on the ground. This old servant greets the regent. The regent ignored the kneeling servant and instead walked towards Jihai, his voice softening. "Are you all right?" Jihai slowly looked up, and her heart raced at the sight of the man's handsome face.
I'm fine.
"Thank you, regent." Jihai raised her head briefly before lowering it again, quickly kneeling and bowing. A complex emotion flashed in the regent's eyes. "Afong, why are you here? Why didn't you tell me?" With a joyful voice, a woman hurried over. Upon closer inspection, she resembled Qiaoqi. It was Princess Lu Yanyan. The regent pursed his lips and sighed. "Take Jihai down to apply some medicine." Yanyan's smile froze, and she immediately ordered someone to take Jihai away. Just as the old servant who had beaten Jihai was about to pull her away, another hand grabbed her from behind. "The star is the princess of the Moon Kingdom. Who does Jihai think she is?" With those words, Yanyan received a hard slap and stumbled back. The old servant who had struck her stood still, but when Yanyan bumped into her, her head spun around and fell to the ground.
Who?
The regent reacted first, pulling Yanyan behind him protectively. Qiaoqi smiled slightly and revealed herself. "The third princess of the Moon Kingdom is here. Regent, pay your respects." These people were truly slow to react. The king of Nanzhao had been dead for a quarter of an hour, and the regent was still here talking about love.
"Who are you? Who sent you?"
The regent Zhao Lingyun's narrow eyes glimmered coldly as he squinted at Qiaoqi, feeling a slight stir in his heart. This woman looked so much like Yanyan, not just in appearance but also in figure. This stirred something within him. Since the emperor insisted on sending Yanyan to marry, he could easily switch her with someone else. With this thought, His frustration lifted. Just as he was about to call for his guards, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his cheek, causing him to cry out involuntarily. The pain lasted several moments, as if he had been slapped multiple times, and no matter how he tried to block it, the slaps landed accurately on his face. No one was close to him. He had a swollen, blood-streaked face and looked darkly at Xiao Qi, who smiled and pointed to Lin Xingqian beside her. The regent shouldn't be unaware of her identity. As the regent of Nanzhao, you should know better. I don't mind teaching you a lesson. After she spoke, Zhao Lingyun's legs suddenly gave way, and he knelt on the ground, pulling down Lu Yanyan, who was behind him. The humiliation the third princess suffered in Nanzhao will be repaid through you. The two knelt, as if a heavy weight pressed down on them. Zhao Lingyun desperately called for his hidden guards, but the 4 guards who had always protected him appeared, and 2 were instantly killed. The remaining 2 guards stood beside them and raised their hands to slap both of them hard across the face. The guards were out of control, delivering slap after slap to the 2. Soon, Lu Yanyan's fair face was bruised and bloodied. Xiao Qi stood in front of her, calmly watching. I heard the name Chicken Feather was given by you? Lu Yanyan did not know that Lin Xingqian was a princess of the Moon Kingdom. On the surface, she was just a little princess of Nanzhao, which Lu Yanyan was aware of. But when Lin Xingqian was secretly sent to the princess's residence as a servant, she felt the regent's attitude toward Lin Xingqian was unusual, leading her to secretly torment her. It was as if a degrading name could help prevent her anger. The proud little princess was called Chicken Feather. Every time she heard that name, it brought her immense satisfaction. What if Lin Xingqian was of higher status? She still had the most disgraceful name and did the lowest tasks. Lu Yanyan cried out to her brother Yun for help, hoping he would save her, but Zhao Lingyun was in a worse situation. The guard hitting him was more brutal, knocking out several of his teeth and spraying blood everywhere. Seeing no hope for help, Lu Yanyan suddenly bowed her head to Lin Xingqian. Please, save me. I was wrong.
Ah.
Lu Yanyan spoke, blood spilling from her mouth, unable to form a complete sentence. At that moment, Lin Xingqian, still in shock, finally came to her senses. She pointed to herself, looking incredulous.
Who am I?
She was the little princess of Nanzhao. How could she be a princess of the Moon Kingdom? She must have misunderstood. However, Xiao Qi's confident words began to make her question her own life. You are the 3rd princess of the Moon Kingdom. When you were born, the king of Nanzhao arranged for you to be switched. The real 3rd prince of the Moon Kingdom is actually the prince of Nanzhao. After your father learned of your existence, he included your name in the royal records. Your name is Lin Xingqian. No, it can't be. If I really am the 3rd princess of the Moon Kingdom, why would my mother treat me well? It doesn't make sense. Lin Xingqian's eyes filled with tears, and her long-held beliefs seemed ready to crumble. Her mother had said that her father disliked her for not being a prince, which led to his jealousy and disdain, leaving her in the cold palace. Her mother could only occasionally send her some things without her father finding out. Did she also tell you that your father hated you so much he wanted to kill you? To protect you and keep your existence a secret, she sent you to the princess's residence as a maid, claiming you had died? Lin Xingqian looked up in shock, forgetting to cry. Only her mother and the regent knew about this.
How could she know?
No, is it not like that? Xiao Qi smiled slightly at her. Are you really that naive or pretending to be? Your mother is a favored consort. Why is it that other princesses are not hated, but you are? Your mother loves you, but out of necessity, she made you eat spoiled food, allowed you to be mistreated, and sent you to be a maid, suffering daily abuse. Such deep love, I must say. I love them too. Xiao Qi pointed at Zhao Lingyun and Lu Yanyan, who were still being beaten. They couldn't even scream. Lu Yanyan fainted first from the pain. Then Zhao Lingyun couldn't hold on either, spitting out blood and losing consciousness. Xiao Qi snapped her fingers and continued to give orders to the 2 hidden guards. Wake them up, keep beating them. Lin Xingqian was startled and quickly stood in front of Zhao Lingyun. Please stop hitting him, He
has helped me. Oh?
Helped you? Xiao Qi scoffed. Wake up, sister. That was not help, he just didn't want you to die. A princess of a great nation, secretly switched to a vassal state and subjected to all kinds of torment. Seeing you, a princess, kneeling before him without knowing anything, he must feel very proud. Do you know whose idea it was to send you to the princess's residence as a maid? If Zhao Lingyun truly wanted to help her, he wouldn't let her suffer here. If necessary, he could have sent her to a remote village. But he insisted on suggesting she be sent to the princess's residence as a maid. In just a short quarter of an hour, events kept challenging Lin Xingqian's emotional defenses. She always thought her mother cared for her, but she actually knew her true identity all along. The worries she expressed were just empty words. The regent, who had once helped her and won her heart, was also the one responsible for her current plight. During her time as a servant in the princess's residence, each day was filled with suffering. Endless laundry, constant cleaning, relentless slaps, and only one meal a day, which was just leftover soup. She longed for the regent to rescue her, but reality reminded her that it was the regent who sent her to the princess's residence. Lin Xingqian choked back tears, but still stood in front of the regent. Please, I beg you, don't hurt him anymore. For someone who couldn't even read and had been brainwashed for a long time, Qiao Qi didn't think a few words would help her understand. With a glance, 2 hidden guards immediately woke the two up, and the slaps continued. Lin Xingqian was desperate to intervene but was afraid of being hit, so she stomped her feet in frustration. I beg you, make them stop. I will listen to whatever you say from now on, please. She didn't care for Lu Yanyan, but she felt sorry for the regent and didn't want to see him hurt. He was the regent, a powerful figure. Why should he be humiliated like this? Seeing that Qiao Qi had no intention of stopping, she finally panicked. I command you in the name of the 3rd princess of the Moon Kingdom to stop immediately. Stop. This time, Qiao Qi actually ordered them to halt, but her gaze lingered on Lin Xingqian's face. What did you say? Lin Xingqian's legs weakened, and she almost knelt down but managed to hold herself up, her hands gripping her clothes in fear, trembling all over. I said. She was so frightened that she couldn't form a complete sentence, only able to cry, tears flowing freely. Seeing this, Qiao Qi stepped forward with a sigh. With a flick of her hand, a handkerchief appeared. You are a princess of the Moon Kingdom. How can you cry? It's quite heartbreaking. Lin Xingqian paused her sobbing, her eyes widening. But in the next moment, she received a sharp slap. The sound echoed, followed by a sharp pain on her face. Repeat what you said before. Qiao Qi casually wiped the tears from her hand with the handkerchief. Lin Xingqian's face lost all color, and she suddenly knelt down with a thud, her lips trembling. In the name of the 3rd princess of the Moon Kingdom, command you to continue.
2. Sobi.
Why are you kneeling like this and crying like a kitten? Get up. A gentle breeze lifted Lin Xingqian, while Qiao Qi wiped her tears away with a handkerchief. Stop crying. Just deal with those who have wronged you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingqian cried even harder, wanting to plead.
Can you?
Yes. Qiao Qi glanced over lightly, and Lin Xingqian immediately shook her head.
Can you?
Make it.
Quick. Sobi.
All right, I will fulfill the princess's wish. With a command, 2 shadow guards raised their knives. With one strike, Zhao Lingyun, somehow finding strength, rolled aside, causing the blade meant for Lu Yanyan to miss and only inflict a minor injury. Qiao Qi raised an eyebrow, firmly suppressing Zhao Lingyun's strength, and instructed the shadow guards to continue. Thinking back to when she first arrived, she faced those favored by fate in the same way. Whenever she had the intent to kill, various obstacles would appear. At that time, she didn't want to get too entangled with them. It was better to focus on improving her strength. But now it was different. Under her control, the 2 shadow guards would relentlessly pursue unless they were dead. Zhao Lingyun and Lu Yanyan clumsily dodged, while the servants of the princess's residence dared not approach and could only urgently seek outside help. Before help arrived, news of the South Zhao King's death spread first. In shock, he was struck in the arm by a shadow guard's knife, blood pouring out. Meanwhile, Lu Yanyan, distracted by him, was brutally killed by the shadow guard. Bright red blood splattered out, leaving Zhao Lingyun frozen in place, as if he couldn't even feel the pain in his arm. Yan!
No.
Zhao Lingyun suddenly erupted, his eyes bloodshot, as if awakening after sacrificing his beloved. He swiftly took down the shadow guard pursuing him and struck down another, finally holding Lu Yanyan's lifeless body, crying in despair.
You killed Yan.
I will never forgive you. Zhao Lingyun glared at Qiao Qi with hatred, wishing he could devour her alive. Qiao Qi nodded, yes, I know. So go ahead and act, stop just talking big.
Poof.
Zhao Lingyun was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Grinding his teeth, he decided to abandon Lu Yanyan's body and prepare to run. However, before he could even reach the door, Qiao Qi slapped him back. Useless fool, you can't even escape. She moved her fingers, and a gust of wind appeared with a deadly intent, instantly targeting Zhao Lingyun. In the next moment, a group of people in gray suddenly appeared and took Zhao Lingyun away. One of them died trying to save him, falling victim to the wind blade.
A Qi.
You killed a Qi. How could you kill a Qi? Oh, so the dead person in gray was named a Qi. You all are really slow, I had to wait so long. She knew exactly who these people were without guessing. They were the third family of the Mist Hidden clan that had never shown up before. Since they needed the main characters, they wouldn't let Zhao Lingyun die. Now, it's time to end this. With just a glance, Zhao Lingyun, who had just felt relieved after being rescued, suddenly found it hard to breathe. He desperately clutched his neck, and despite the gray-clad people trying to save him, he died right in front of them. Did they really think she was still the same as before? You! The group glared at her with anger. Kill her. Wait, she's also a chosen one. Let her live for now and take her back to the clan.
No.
She must be killed. If she lives, there will be endless troubles. Qiao Qi raised an eyebrow. A chosen one? The female lead? That was hilarious. The male lead was dead. Did they think they could pair her with a new one? Don't rush. It's your turn now. A chilling aura swept over the manor, and the gray-clad people immediately changed their expressions, ready to flee. But now that they were inside the manor, it was easy to enter but hard to leave. In an instant, those trying to escape fell from the air, and more than half of them lost their lives. 9 had come, and now only 3 remained. Qiao Qi's gaze locked onto one of the survivors, the leader of the group. However, he seemed to be in shock, unable to comprehend the scene of his fallen comrades. In the past, even the most difficult chosen ones had been captured. Why was it different this time? You will face retribution. The leader suddenly shouted and quickly dashed toward the exit of the manor. Qiao Qi watched coldly as a mark fell upon him. Resolve the remaining 2, she waved to call Lin Xingqian over. Let's go back to the Moon Kingdom. As they passed by Zhao Lingyun's body, Lin Xingqian immediately burst into tears and ran to Qiao Qi's side. After all, he was your beloved. You can give him a proper farewell. Qiao Qi thought she wasn't that heartless. But to her surprise, Lin Xingqian shook her head vigorously, tears streaming down her face. I just want a good meal. Her beloved was still her beloved, but now that he was gone, he didn't seem as important. Between a body and a good meal, she chose the meal. She had never had a proper meal in her life. In one night, the king of Nanzhao died, the regent of Nanzhao died, and Nanzhao fell into chaos. After leaving the princess's residence, Lin Xingqian looked back at the palace, her eyes filled with tears. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to leave? Qiao Qi crossed her arms and leaned casually against the wall, as if she hadn't just slaughtered so many people.
No.
Lin Xingqian shook her head and wiped her tears away. I was just thinking, while she was grieving for her son, did she ever think about how my mother was thinking of me too? She had just learned from Qiao Qi that she was forced to swap identities with the real prince of Nanzhao right after she was born. Her mother, a minor noble in the Moon Kingdom's harem, was killed after giving birth to her, and no one cared. Clearly, Neither she nor her mother had done anything wrong, yet they had to bear all this. Her so-called mother claimed to love her, but deep down, she must have hated her for taking her son's place. How ridiculous. This was all their own choice. It was as if stepping on her in the mud meant stepping on the entire Moon Kingdom. Thank you for bringing me back. Lin Xingqian sincerely thanked her, though her expression still showed fear. That slap had really hurt, and it hadn't been softened just because she was a princess. This person in front of her must be valued by her unseen father. Xiao Qi replied with a simple Come on, let's go to the palace and say goodbye to your mother. She hadn't visited the palace treasury yet. Perhaps there were some eye-catching treasures there. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingqian was momentarily stunned.
Say goodbye?
Yes, let's go. Xiao Qi didn't care whether she agreed or not. She grabbed her collar and flew into the air. Lin Xingqian let out a terrified scream, her body stiffening in midair, too afraid to move. Wait for me here. Xiao Qi placed her in the treasure vault and began searching for items. She wasn't interested in gold and silver. She was looking for objects with a special aura. However, after searching the entire vault, she found nothing with a special aura. What a waste of time. See if there's anything you like. Pick two. Seeing Lin Xingqian standing stiffly to the side, Xiao Qi waved her over. The vault was filled with treasures, shining brightly. Lin Xingqian took one look and immediately shook her head. If we steal from the royal treasury and get caught, we'll be executed. Xiao Qi. Who made that rule? The king of Nanzhao and the regent were already dealt with by her. Besides, soon Nanzhao would no longer exist, and all these treasures could belong to her if she wanted. But Lin Xingqian had grown up in the lowest class, unable to read, so her mindset was hard to change. Xiao Qi didn't plan to correct her. Once they returned to the Moon Kingdom, Lin Wang would take care of everything. Let's go. I'll take you to meet your mother. Lin Xingqian instinctively resisted, feeling very timid. Xiao Qi firmly took her to the harem. Right now, the palace was in chaos due to the king of Nanzhao's death. Her mother, the noble consort Ning, was in charge, while several princes were arguing over the throne in front of the king's body. They didn't even know who had killed the king of Nanzhao. With the king's death, their news had also stalled. The regent's death hadn't even been reported yet. So when Xiao Qi and Lin Xingqian appeared, noble consort Ning directed all her anger at Xiao Qi. How dare you show your face? Are you happy that your father is dead? Do you think you can be a high and mighty princess again now? I'll tell you, you're dreaming. You're a bringer of misfortune. I will never acknowledge you. Seeing so many people in the hall, Lin Xingqian instinctively began to tremble, her breathing quickening. Her hands clenched uncontrollably, and she didn't dare to lift her head. Noble consort Ning's angry tirade continued, while Xiao Qi leaned against the door, her voice calm. Then you might as well go die. Her soft voice was heard clearly by everyone present. Ning Guifei was momentarily stunned, and the princes who had been arguing over the throne looked over in surprise.
Who are you?
Who gave you the courage? Someone. Drag this servant away and beat her to death. Xiao Qi glanced at the person who spoke. She didn't recognize them, but they must be a son of the king of Nanzhao. With just a look, the person couldn't withstand her pressure and instantly turned into a mist of blood.
Ah!
Screams erupted, and many palace servants ran out in panic, with several princes stepping back in fear. Xiao Qi ignored them and directly faced the pale-faced Ning Guifei. Ning Guifei, who did you say is the father of the third princess of the Moon Kingdom? With that one sentence, Ning Guifei's already pale face grew even whiter. She realized that all her plans had been ruined.
Who are you?
Xiao Qi didn't answer and handed a dagger to Lin Xingqian. If you want revenge, you can kill her now. Lin Xingqian's expression was extremely complicated, filled with resentment, fear, and pain. She trembled as she took the dagger, hesitating for a long time, and with a sharp sound, the dagger fell to the ground as she covered her face and cried again. Let's go. Xiao Qi was not surprised. Lin Xingqian's timid nature far outweighed her hatred. Whenever her hatred began to rise, Ning Guifei would brainwash her. Without enough hatred to support her, it was impossible to expect someone who had never harmed even a chicken to kill. Before leaving, Qiao Qi searched the regent's residence again, and fortunately, the outcome was good. In the storage room, she found an item with a special aura, very strong. It was a set of chess pieces. "Do you really like this set of chess pieces?" Seeing Qiao Qi smiling, Lin Xingqian weakly asked. Qiao Qi stored the chess set and nodded. Yes. How could she not like it? These were important items for her future advancement. "I've seen this kind of wood before." Most of the chess set was made from a type of wood that resembled jade, with a faint fragrance. This wood was extremely rare. Probably only the regent had some in all of Nanzhao. Lin Xingqian thought Qiao Qi liked this wood, but she wasn't very sure. After hesitating for a long time, she spoke up to flatter her. What if she liked the wood, and not just the chess set? Her situation was awkward. Although she was a princess, she didn't know how she would be treated when she returned to the Moon Kingdom. The person in front of her was likely very important to her father, the king. If she pleased him, perhaps her return home would be a bit easier. Where is it? The special aura did not come from the entire set of chess pieces, but from the unique wood used for them. Perhaps other similar woods also have it. It's in the king's chamber, but that was a long time ago. I'm not sure if it's still there. That was one of the few times she had been to the king's chamber, summoned by him. She still remembered how she felt then, excited and light-hearted, almost floating as she walked. She thought her father had finally remembered he had a daughter. Maybe she would finally get to eat delicious steamed buns instead of a bowl of spoiled soup. But when she arrived at her father's chamber, she was met with harsh words, being scolded for her shamefulness and worthlessness. She didn't even understand what had happened. It wasn't until much later that she learned from other servants. That day, an envoy from the Moon Kingdom had come, and her father had offended them, resulting in his anger being directed at her. What she didn't understand back then, she finally grasped today. The anger the Southern Zhao King felt from the envoy was all taken out on her. But at that moment, he picked up a cup of tea and smashed it on my head.
I still remember that pain.
It was not just the physical pain, but the emotional pain as well. And when he threw the cup, he accidentally knocked over a bamboo slip on the table. He treasured that slip so much that he even bent down to pick it up, carefully wiping off the non-existent dust. With that comparison, the bamboo slip was deeply etched in her memory. At that moment, she even thought how nice it would be to be that bamboo slip. At least it was better than being a princess. That bamboo slip looked just like the wood on these chess pieces. Let's go back to the palace. Previously, she had only focused on the treasure vault and hadn't searched for anything else. After all, these things couldn't be searched broadly. She could only sense them when she got close. There was no way she could dig through the entire palace. At that moment, news of the regent's death had reached the palace, and rumors of the Southern Zhao King and concubine Ning kidnapping the Moon Kingdom's third princess were spreading among the people. The palace maids and eunuchs were visibly panicking. Some were already packing their belongings, preparing to flee. After all, if the Moon Kingdom really wanted to deal with the Southern Zhao, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. In the Palace of Tranquility, Qiao Qi effortlessly found the bamboo slip, which was placed right beside the pillow of the Southern Zhao King. It seemed to be extremely precious. However, strangely, she had not seen this slip in his memories during her soul-searching. "Go get the bamboo slip," Qiao Qi instructed. Lin Xingqian immediately complied and handed the slip to her. The slip was made of smooth, silvery wood, feeling as delicate as a young girl's skin. When she opened the slip, it was completely blank. Although she didn't know what it was, the special aura it held was even stronger than that of chess pieces. She put the slip into her space and cast a protective barrier around Lin Xingqian, then took her to the Moon Kingdom. It wasn't until they arrived that Qiao Qi removed the barrier. "Where is this?" Lin Xingqian asked, looking at the magnificent palace in front of her, feeling dizzy and confused. Was this the Southern Zhao Palace? Why hadn't she seen it before? "The Moon Kingdom Palace. Follow me." What? Lin Xingqian felt her head explode with confusion. The Moon Kingdom Palace? Even though she had only been in the cold palace and the princess's residence, she knew that the Moon Kingdom was far from the southern Zhao Palace. Even traveling day and night would take more than half a month. What are you standing there for? At this call, Lin Xingqian snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up. As they walked, the eunuchs and palace maids they encountered immediately bowed upon seeing Qiao Qi. Greetings, Master National Teacher. Lin Xingqian awkwardly stepped aside, not daring to face these servants directly. Before long, they arrived outside the study. As soon as Eunuch Su saw Qiao Qi, he bowed but couldn't help but wonder. In the past, the Master National Teacher always entered through the study directly. Why was she using the main entrance this time? Though he was curious, he respectfully opened the door to the study without needing to announce them. Master National Teacher, this is... Eunuch Su asked, noticing the girl following Qiao Qi. She was dressed in coarse cloth and had no hair accessories, looking quite shabby. The third princess. With that, Qiao Qi led her inside. Eunuch Su was taken aback. Was there a third princess in the palace? Then he suddenly remembered. Hadn't the emperor been searching for the third princess? Could this girl be the one? It was brought back personally by the national teacher. It seems that the third princess will have a status in the palace that rivals the little princess in the future. Lin Wang was reviewing documents and feeling increasingly irritated when he saw the door to the study open without announcement. Only the national teacher had the privilege to do so. He quickly set down his red brush, stood up, and forced a smile, pulling the corners of his mouth up. The national teacher is back. You don't have to smile if you don't want to. It's a bit creepy. His smile resembled that of a scary clown. I've brought your daughter back. The king of Nanzhao has died. Whether the king of Nanzhao was dead or alive didn't matter, but his daughter had been brought back so quickly. Lin Wang's eyes filled with tears. At that moment, the emperor felt like a child, patting Lin Xingqian's shoulder and expressing his deep regret, which moved her greatly. Indeed, the young girl, with little experience, was easily deceived and believed his words. I won't disturb your father-daughter moment. She should now return to her clan with Duan Renfeng. Farewell, national teacher. Lin Wang watched Qiao Qi's figure disappear before taking Lin Xingqian's hand, noticing the many scars on it, which made his heart ache. His daughter had indeed suffered too much. I'm sorry you've had to endure this. It's the emperor's fault. You can stay in the palace for now. The princess's residence is being built, and you'll be able to move in soon. Thank you, father. This is what a father should do. Tell me how you've been living before. His daughter was too timid. She must have gone through great hardships. He needed to arrange for some clever servants to attend to her, to prevent any bullies from taking advantage. While the father and daughter were talking, Qiao Qi suddenly reappeared in the study. Lin Wang, feeling flustered but trying to stay calm, asked, National teacher, is something wrong? Nothing, I just came to ask the third princess something. Please, national teacher. At this point, Lin Xingqian already understood how the national teacher was treated by her father, and she knew she absolutely could not offend him. Do you remember the bamboo slip you held earlier? Lin Xingqian looked confused. Bamboo slip? What bamboo slip? Did the national teacher ask her to hold something that she lost? As Lin Xingqian began to feel anxious, Qiao Qi spoke again. Oh, I must have remembered wrong. You are going back to your country, and I haven't given you a gift yet. Here it is. She held out a porcelain bottle with a label that read second-rank revitalizing pill. Lin Xingqian did not understand the use of the pill, but Lin Wang beside her nearly widened his eyes in surprise. He was somewhat familiar with Qiao Qi and had learned about the various pills she could create. Although he had never seen this second-grade revitalization pill before, he had asked about it once. This was something he didn't even have. Father Emperor. Lin Xingqian was unsure if she could accept it and looked at Lin Wang for guidance. Lin Wang quickly nodded in agreement. Accept it. After Qiao Qi left, Lin Xingqian handed the pill to Lin Wang, looking a bit timid. Although she had little experience, she had noticed the desire in her father's eyes. Something that even the emperor coveted must be incredibly valuable. Father, I don't know what this is for. Why not give it to you? No need. This is a gift from the National Master to you.
Keep it well.
This pill can save you even if you're in a dire situation, as long as you aren't dead immediately. The National Master clearly intended to hint at something in front of him. His daughter was evidently favored by the National Master. Otherwise, the National Master wouldn't have given her such a precious pill. After leaving the palace, Qiao Qi took out a bamboo slip from her space. This bamboo slip was truly unique. In just a short while, Lin Xingqian completely forgot about it. Qiao Qi, however, did not forget. The memory of the bamboo slip in her mind had faded, like a distant memory. But the moment she touched the bamboo slip, that faint memory came rushing back. The reason the Southern Zhao King had no memory of this bamboo slip was that he hadn't touched it for a long time, causing the memory to slowly fade away. She had never seen anything like this in the cultivation world. Indeed, the vast world is full of wonders, and she wondered where the Southern Zhao King had obtained such an item. Her curiosity about the truth behind this world grew even stronger. As the sun set, half the sky turned orange. Qiao Qi reappeared at the National Master's residence in the Qin Kingdom. With her strength, traveling was no trouble at all. The courtyard lit up, and soon, Butler Yu hurried over with some people. Old servant greets the National Master. Come in. With a wave of her hand, a large amount of ingredients appeared before her. Make more dishes, and make sure to prepare plenty of each. Bring them all over. The space had a time-stopping function that she hadn't used much before. Afterward, I need to go with Duan Renfeng to the Misty Hidden Tribe. There might be a chance to find the Misty Hidden Clan, and I wonder if they have good cooks there. To avoid sleeping outside, I should ask the cooks from the National Master's residence to prepare more food. One of the cooks there used to be a royal chef, sent over by Yin Yanting with great reluctance. Additionally, the National Master's residence has about a dozen cooks who are skilled in various cuisines and are excellent at cooking. This is one of the reasons why Yin Yanting is better than Lin Wang, and why she is more lenient with him. Once he learned her preferences, he would gather everything for her. The ingredients were being brought down by Butler Yu, and Qiao Qi pointed to another bamboo basket. Inside were various spiritual fruits picked from the space, each containing spiritual energy, not only delicious but also beneficial for the body. Send these fruits to the emperor. Understood. That night, the cooks at the National Master's residence were busy all night. Once the dishes were ready, they were sent to the National Master's courtyard without a break. The wonderful aroma even wafted out of the residence. Many high-ranking officials living nearby were drawn by the scent in the middle of the night, losing their sleep. They sent servants to find out what was happening, and upon learning it was from the National Master's residence, they all gave up their curiosity and could only toss and turn in bed. The food from the National Master's residence is not something everyone can enjoy. Even the emperor might not get to eat it. After a night of hard work, Qiao Qi had already collected a variety of delicious dishes in her space. There was enough food for her to eat for months, without repeating a meal. With a wave of her hand, each cook received a reward of 100 taels of silver, and the hardworking servants received at least 10 taels each. She rarely came here, and there weren't many servants in the National Master's residence, with the cooks numbering less than 50. Therefore, the total amount of silver distributed was not too much. With the rewards, everyone looked cheerful after a night of work. As dawn broke, Duan Renfeng returned, dragging his tired body. The moment he caught a whiff of the delicious aroma from the residence, he felt revitalized. There was good food waiting for him. The kitchen had saved him some dishes, and as soon as the butler saw him return, he quickly approached to report. After washing up, Duan Renfeng enjoyed a hearty meal, and his gloom finally lifted a bit. Elder Duan, we will set off today to return to your family. Duan Renfeng's mood, which had just improved, instantly fell again. He looked at Qiao Qi with pleading eyes, hoping she would change her mind. Do we really have to go back? It wasn't time yet, and he was returning now, especially with an outsider. He knew without thinking that the clan leader would probably take a knife to him. With an old man looking at him with such a pleading gaze, Qiao Qi smiled slightly and said, "If you die, you won't have to go back." Duan Renfeng replied, "Then I guess I should go back." He had no choice but to hand over the prayer beads to the younger generation and let Wuming accompany him to search. Ugh, searching for things is tough. I was stuck with them all night yesterday. They insisted that I had an affair with her husband and almost tried to attack me. Xiao Qi. She understood but was confused about the whole situation. She wanted to attack me, so I dodged and accidentally touched her hand. Then her husband yelled at me for having an affair with her and wanted to divorce her. Duan Renfeng rubbed his head. It was the first time he encountered such a situation where both parties wanted to push him onto the other. By dawn, he finally figured it out. The man wanted to divorce his wife, but the woman wanted to separate. The man, concerned about his pride and filled with resentment, only wanted to divorce but refused to write the separation agreement, both trying to blame each other. And then, I took out 100 taels of silver and said whoever wanted to help the other would get the money. Then they reconciled and I got my things back. Xiao Qi. So why are you telling me this? Duan Renfeng. Acting helpless, oh my goodness, I beg you to have some sympathy for me. Please let me wait a little over a month before going back. It's been really tough on this journey. Xiao Qi didn't respond, silently taking out a long sword and wiping it with a cloth before turning to him with a sinister smile. If you want to die, just say so. I'll help you. Wait, I was wrong. Duan Renfeng had originally hoped to make some progress on the road. It would take at least half a month to return from the Qin kingdom to his clan, and part of the journey was dangerous. If he could delay a bit longer, he could stretch it out for a month. So, after giving Xiao Qi the address, he felt a bit less guilty. However, unexpectedly, as soon as Xiao Qi learned the address, she grabbed his collar. Before he could react, the scenery around him twisted in front of his eyes. Duan Renfeng. Maybe it would be better to just let him die. Before he could think of an explanation for the clan leader, the distorted scenery gradually returned to normal. After landing, he took a moment to realize that the scenery around him seemed somewhat familiar. Where is this? Duan Renfeng spoke with a tremor in his voice, and the reality before him left him with no choice but to believe. This is your hometown. Aren't you familiar with it? Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow with a hint of a smile. Duan Renfeng's lively heart sank. The mist-hidden clan, where Duan Renfeng was from, was located in a canyon crack that stretched for miles. The width was similar. From this side of the crack, he couldn't see the other side, only clouds and mist. The bottom of the crack was also unclear, filled with mist, and its depth was unknown. Miss Xiao, I'm not lying to you. This place is dangerous and shrouded in mist year-round. Until the right time comes, we can't get in. Duan Renfeng pleaded, intending to persuade her further. Even if the time came, without a guide, even the best experts would struggle to find a way in or out. Xiao Qi merely glanced at him lightly, and he immediately recalled everything from their journey from the Qin kingdom to here, quickly falling silent. This person was far from being a top expert. She was clearly not even human. What normal person could travel from the royal city of the Qin kingdom to here in less than a meal's time? How do we get in? Standing at the edge of the cliff, she looked down at the entire crack. This crack was so long that she doubted it spanned the entire realm. Well, it's currently obscured by mist. This mist never clears, only lightens at specific times. I can't get in right now. I assure you I'm telling the truth. Duan Renfeng continued to ramble on. Xiao Qi ignored him and waved her hand, causing the persistent sea of clouds to slowly dissipate. The scenery beneath the clouds gradually came into view, revealing a vast forest stretching into the unknown. Duan Renfeng opened his mouth, but the words he wanted to say got stuck in his throat. He had underestimated her strength. What on earth was this woman's background? Wait. The forest is dangerous. You should follow me. He dared not say more and quickly led her down the crack. Duan Renfeng kept his head down, climbing for a long time on the cliff, preparing to check if Xiao Qi was following. When he turned around, he saw her floating in midair, calmly looking at him as he struggled to crawl on all fours. His eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. He looked down again and saw the endless abyss below. Can you help me out? You can use lightness skills, right? Why aren't you flying? Xiao Qi just smiled at him. Duan Renfeng sighed helplessly. Do you think I don't want to? I just can't. This canyon is strange. Anyone who comes here loses their inner strength and can't use it at all.
Oh.
The entire canyon has a natural barrier. She was curious about its purpose. It turns out it only affects them. Her energy remains unaffected. Xiao Qi grabbed Duan Renfeng by the collar and flew down, the strong wind stinging his face.
Ugh.
Can you go a bit slower? The wind hurts my face. Or, at least put on the protective shield from when they came here. Xiao Qi pretended not to hear and continued flying down. Her speed wasn't very fast as she scanned the cliff quickly from top to bottom. The cliff was tightly wrapped in vines, making it hard to find a foothold. Occasionally, she spotted poisonous insects and snakes hiding in the shadows. With their inner strength restricted, climbing up and down here could easily lead to danger. It was impressive that Duan Renfeng's clan found such a place. Do you usually enter and exit through that path? No other way?
No.
Duan Renfeng shook his head vigorously. Xiao Qi scoffed. It would be unbelievable if his words were true.
Woof. Woof. Woof.
Just then, a bunch of white creatures suddenly floated up from below. No, they weren't floating. They were flying. These things looked like crosses draped in white veils, each about 2 to 3 meters long, flying toward her while making strange woof sounds. It sounded somewhat like a dog barking, but the tone was odd, like a fox trying to bark. What on earth were they? And on top of them, there were 2 dark
eyes.
Xiao Qi. What are those? They looked just like something out of a cartoon. How did the world become like this?
Quick.
Get away. It's a ghost bat. One bite can break your thigh bone. Duan Renfeng shouted frantically. Usually, encountering one was already troublesome, but now there was a whole swarm.
A swarm.
They could die. This shouldn't be happening.
Why are they out now? Run. Run.
Duan Renfeng clung tightly to Xiao Qi's arm, trying to pull himself closer. She immediately gave him a light smack on the head. Shut up. He was making her ears ring. Suddenly, with a wave of her hand, the ghost bats that were about to rush over instantly froze in midair, as if they were stuck. In the next moment, almost all the ghost bats seemed to be sliced into tiny pieces by thousands of blades, falling down like scattered leaves, leaving only one still alive. As she approached the last one, she realized that the 2 dark holes were not its eyes, but fur. This creature resembled a cross-shaped skeleton covered with a layer of skin, which was topped with short, dense white fur. Its eyes were located on the horizontal frame, the size of green beans, so far away that one could hardly sense their presence. Its mouth, unlike ordinary creatures, was vertical, positioned on the upright frame. When she opened its mouth, she saw 3 layers of sharp teeth. Has this creature always existed? I've never seen one outside. Xiao Qi turned to ask Duan Renfeng. Duan Renfeng, feeling uneasy, patted his chest. When he looked down at the abyss below, his heart raced, and he tightly gripped Xiao Qi's arm. Falling down could mean certain death. Yes, they have always existed, but they are only found in a special canyon with a crack. They rarely leave that canyon. In my lifetime, I've only seen them appear 4 times, and usually, there aren't this many. The most he had seen at once was 5, which had killed about 10 members of their clan. These creatures had terrifying attack and defense capabilities. Ordinary weapons couldn't kill them. Not to mention that in this canyon, they couldn't use their inner strength, and this creature could fly. It's really dangerous down here. There are many beasts that don't exist outside. The 2 landed safely in a dense forest, where thick wild grass covered the ground and the dense branches and leaves blocked out the light completely. Even sunlight rarely penetrated, and a rotten smell lingered everywhere. There's miasma ahead. I'll go gather some herbs. Duan Renfeng cautiously used a branch to probe the surrounding path. Xiao Qi stepped forward and grabbed his collar, lifting him up like a chick. You lead the way. Duan Renfeng glanced at the antidote for the miasma not far away, then looked back at Xiao Qi, closed his eyes, pointed in one direction and forced a wry smile. From the kingdom of Qin to here, he should have realized by now that this woman was most likely not human. What good was this antidote, especially since she was the leader of the Medicine Spirit Valley, with plenty of detoxifying pills at her disposal? Xiao Qi put a protective shield around Duan Renfeng and jumped over the dense forest. The forest was extremely dark, and beyond it lay a swamp where she saw dozens of centipedes as thick as her arm. These centipedes were black and red, highly venomous. A single bite could be fatal to an ordinary person. In addition, there were many other creepy poisonous insects and ants. Xiao Qi twitched her lips, feeling a bit speechless. This isn't going home. It feels like a death trap. Duan Renfeng gave an awkward smile. Their tribe was self-sufficient and rarely ventured out. Although there were many poisonous creatures here, ordinary people hardly ever came in. They had survived here for many years and had mostly adapted, finding ways to avoid these pests. Just pass through that cave ahead. In front of them was a dark, damp cave that emitted a foul smell. If they entered, they would likely be overwhelmed by the stench in no time. Let's be quiet and not disturb the ghost-faced spiders inside. Just follow me. Their bites don't hurt, but they are highly toxic and can be deadly quickly. And don't light a torch. They are very sensitive to heat and light. Duan Renfeng lowered his voice, immediately falling silent as they entered the cave. He took out a night pearl the size of a ping-pong ball, which emitted a faint green glow. The weak green light barely illuminated the path ahead without alarming the ghost-faced spiders. The two of them entered the cave, with Xiao Qi casting a spell to block the foul smell from entering. Curious about what the ghost-faced spiders looked like, she looked up and saw the cave walls covered with basketball-sized spiders. Except for a small area where Duan Renfeng stepped, the entire cave was filled with these creatures. The spiders appeared to have skull-like faces on their backs, and with so many of them clustered together, it felt as if thousands of skulls were staring at her unblinkingly. Xiao Qi bit her lip. These ghost-faced spiders looked very similar to the ghost-faced demon spiders from the cultivation world. They were about 70 to 80% alike in appearance and highly venomous, but those creatures had a terrifying bite. However, these ghost-faced spiders showed no signs of being supernatural. They were just ordinary insects. As they were about to leave the cave, Xiao Qi collected 2 ghost-faced spiders into her space. Once outside the cave, she took them out to study. Duan Renfeng turned around and was astonished at the sight. When did she catch those? He had no idea. If they were found in the cave surrounded by thousands of ghost-faced spiders, wouldn't they all be doomed? He opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. The next moment, he saw Xiao Qi suddenly holding a live chicken. Duan Renfeng. Oh, he forgot. She wasn't human and couldn't be understood by normal reasoning. Xiao Qi placed the live chicken in front of the ghost-faced spider, and it bit down, instantly devouring half of the large rooster. Xiao Qi. You said this thing doesn't hurt when it bites, right? It doesn't hurt. Look, this rooster didn't react at all. Duan Renfeng pointed at the rooster, which stood there in a daze. As soon as he finished speaking, the rooster flapped its wings a couple of times. Then it was over, it died. Xiao Qi didn't know what to say, and checked the rooster for poison. The poison was very strong, and had a powerful paralyzing effect. No wonder it didn't react even after losing half its body. However, this poison was different from that of the ghost-faced spider. It had no effect on her, suggesting they were not of the same kind. After dealing with the 2 ghost-faced spiders, they walked for another 15 minutes and passed through a stone door underground. Finally, the view opened up before them. With the mist flowing above the canyon, sunlight occasionally broke through the clouds. Looking around, the land was flat, and houses were neatly arranged. Beautiful fields and scenery, with a few wisps of smoke rising. Xiao Qi glanced at the sea of clouds above and suddenly slapped Duan Renfeng on the head. Indeed, old folks have poor memories, it's useless. She could have flown directly over the sea of clouds but had to be led on a winding path, encountering centipedes and ghost-faced spiders. Duan Renfeng covered his head, his beard trembling, and looked in the direction Xiao Qi was staring at, realizing something, feeling both wronged and heartbroken. The canyon was so vast, he hadn't flown over it. How could he know where to come down from the sky? They had only ever walked the paths on the ground. They had never traveled through the skies. Elder Duan. The younger members of the clan approached in surprise. They had known someone had entered as soon as the mechanism of the stone door was activated. Only the elders of the clan could open the stone door. No one else could. But Elder Duan had clearly not been gone for long. And who was the woman behind Elder Duan? The clan forbade bringing outsiders in. Why did Elder Duan violate the clan rules? Facing the shocked and confused gazes of everyone, Duan Renfeng cleared his throat. Where is the clan leader? I have important matters to discuss. Upon learning that the stone gate had been opened, the clan leader is already on his way. Someone in the crowd explained this. Duan Renfeng nodded and didn't elaborate further, leading Qiao Qi to the meeting hall. Before long, the clan leader entered with the elders, all wearing serious expressions. Clearly, they were unhappy that Duan Renfeng had brought an outsider without permission. Clan leader. Duan Renfeng quickly stood up and walked over to the clan leader, firmly pulling him and the chief elder aside to speak privately. Only 4 elders and Qiao Qi remained in the meeting hall, exchanging curious glances. The second elder, looking displeased, had someone serve tea, filling a cup for Qiao Qi. Qiao Qi smiled slightly and waved her hand, producing a pot of brewed tea from thin air. I'm not used to your tea. I hope you don't mind that I brought my own. The 4 elders, who had been frowning, changed their expressions when Qiao Qi suddenly produced a pot of hot tea. Is this something a normal person can do? Who is this woman really? Is this why the 3rd elder brought her back? This tea smells wonderful. Could you pour me a cup? One elder, who had been scowling, instantly brightened at the scent of the tea and approached with a smile. The second elder, feeling both embarrassed and angry, turned red. Elder 6. What are you doing?
Sit properly.
If someone sees us, they might think we can't even afford tea. Although the tea did smell delightful, Elder 6 seemed to have forgotten his manners. In response to the second elder's reprimand, Elder 6 merely glanced back at him, as if he hadn't heard, and sat down next to Qiao Qi. Pretty young lady, pour me a cup too, and I'll trade you a treasure. Saying this, Elder 6 eagerly pulled out a jade pendant from his pocket. The pendant felt smooth and was made of rare quality jade. Qiao Qi remained silent, waving her hand to reveal 2 jade cups on the table. The cups were transparent and of even higher quality than the pendant Elder 6 had shown. It's just a cup of tea, Elder 6, please. Hee, you're right, just a cup of tea. Elder 6 wasn't upset, smiling as he put away the pendant, casting a glance at the frustrated second elder. After all, she was brought by the 3rd elder. It was best not to offend her without knowing anything. Just a cup of tea, and he wouldn't miss out on it. Lifting the jade cup, Elder 6 sipped slowly, his face showing immense satisfaction. Delicious tea. Upon first smelling the fragrance and tasting the sweetness, the aftertaste lingers long. It truly is good tea. Elder Lu drank half of it and felt that the previously blocked meridians in his body seemed to show signs of loosening. He was secretly shocked. His meridians had been damaged for many years, and he had been unable to cultivate. What kind of tea is this? How can it be like this? Aside from Elder Air, the other 2 elders felt a stir of excitement at Elder Lu's praise for the tea, but they quickly suppressed their thoughts upon meeting Elder Air's stern gaze. They could only watch as Elder Lu asked for 2 more cups. Fortunately, the clan leader finally arrived. The clan leader and Elder Da immediately sensed the strange atmosphere in the meeting hall, while Duan Renfeng noticed nothing at all. Seeing Qiao Qi drinking tea, he quickly approached. Give me a cup too. 1 or 2 of you just know how to drink all day. I'll have someone dig up that tea garden and plant wheat instead. Elder Air must have eaten too much flour. He explodes at the slightest provocation. Duan Renfeng eagerly chimed in, making Elder Air fume with anger. Qiao Qi took out a jar of tea leaves and let them brew their own. Seeing Elder Lu and Elder San hurriedly trying to grab the tea leaves, the clan leader's face turned red, feeling completely embarrassed. All right, what's all this fuss about? We have a guest here. The clan leader cleared his throat, signaling everyone to quiet down. Only Elder Air looked as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes widening in shock at the clan leader. Is this really a guest? The clan rules say to break them. Should he leave? Once everyone was seated, the clan leader finally spoke. Ahem, I won't beat around the bush.
You are the chosen one, right?
Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow slightly. I don't quite understand what the clan leader means. When the third foreign clan appeared, they also called her the chosen one, and the clan leader said the same. Does he know about the other family? Young lady, since you have found this, you must have some understanding of this world. The clan leader sighed deeply and pointed to the tea leaves she had casually taken out. What you did is truly something only a chosen one could achieve in this world. We have served them for far too long. Among our 3 clans, the Yuan family is closest to the core of Wuyin. My Duan family is in a middle position, while the Lai family is somewhat dispensable and has no access to any secrets. We 3 families used to live peacefully until 100 years ago when my father accidentally discovered that the people in Misty Hidden seemed to have lost their sanity. Even the people from the Yuan family seem to have gone mad too. I don't know how to explain their madness to you, but my father didn't have time to tell me much before he passed away. Over the years, I've tried to find out more, but I've come up empty. All I can say is that they seem to have lost their humanity. I'm guessing that the third brother's willingness to bring you here means that perhaps the solution lies with you. The Duan family had long wanted to break away from Misty Hidden, but they didn't know how. I guess you're confused about why I want to lead my family away from Misty Hidden, but have been stuck in this situation. Actually, besides the 3 main families serving Misty Hidden, there is another group trained by Misty Hidden lurking in the shadows, which we call the Vipers. If we betray them, our only fate is death. The clan leader looked at me helplessly. I heard from the third brother that you had contact with the Lai family before. Xiao Qi nodded. Yes, I did. I wanted to visit their clan, but they left too quickly. The clan leader shook his head. They didn't escape. The Lai family, like the Duan family, has long wanted to break away from Misty Hidden. They initially planned to use you to help their entire clan escape, but the Vipers wiped them out. Xiao Qi was slightly taken aback. She had wondered how they managed to leave so fast. It seemed they had been planning to run all along. But then she frowned. Aren't you afraid that by telling me this, the Vipers will come after you too? No, the clan leader replied firmly. As long as we don't leave the designated area without permission, it doesn't count as betrayal. So, you want to use me to eliminate the Vipers? The clan leader nodded, yes. The third brother said you can move freely in the canyon, and perhaps you can help us get rid of the Vipers. We've been trapped here for too long, and I'm worried that if this continues, the Duan family will end up like the Yuan family, mad and unaware. As long as you agree, you can ask me anything you want to know. I will share everything we know, and if you need anything, we will provide it willingly. The Yuan family had already lost their sanity, and the Lai family was gone. He didn't want the Duan family to suffer the same fate. Xiao Qi pressed her lips together and then asked the question she was most curious about. How do you collect those items and send them to Misty Hidden? What do they want these things for? Just follow me. The clan leader stood up, and the other elders looked serious. Xiao Qi followed them to a cave. In the center of the cave was a high platform that looked like an altar. The clan leader had people light fires around the altar and then placed a jade ring the size of a basin in the center. However, nothing happened. Every 50 years, the poisonous snake is responsible for notifying each clan to go out and find items to submit. When the time comes, you just need to place this jade ring on the altar and put the items inside the ring, and everything placed inside will completely disappear. The time has not yet come, and the passage has not opened. The clan leader handed the jade ring to Xiao Qi. As soon as she touched the ring, she realized what it was. It was made of high-quality spirit stone, but the spiritual energy inside was low. The altar was a small one-way teleportation array that could only transport inanimate objects. The reason it could only be activated at specific times was not some heavenly secret, but rather human-made. In this one-way teleportation array, the control was in the hands of another party. If the one-way teleportation array were a door, then the jade ring was the doorbell. You must ring the doorbell at the designated time for them to open the door. This world has teleportation arrays, but lacks spiritual energy. Could the so-called mist hidden be a secret realm of cultivators? But that doesn't make sense. If it were a secret realm, why would they want outsiders to bring in so many strange items? Items with special auras, the chosen one from the Yuan family. Among the three families, if the Yuan and Duan families were responsible for collecting, then the Lai family was responsible for destruction. It was too contradictory. Xiaoqi narrowed her eyes, not wanting to think further. To understand the mist hidden behind the three families, she might have to wait for the teleportation array to open. Or until she advances to the nascent soul stage. As an alchemist, her understanding of formations was not comprehensive, especially since this teleportation array was different from those in the cultivation world. She could only forcefully break it once she reached nascent soul. I'll leave this with you. If you encounter danger, you can call for me. Xiaoqi left 2 communication talismans with the clan leader. Everyone returned to the meeting hall. Do you know where the Yuan family is? Even though she had left a mark on that person, she wasn't sure if they would return directly to their family. It would be great if the Duan family knew. We do not know much about this. The Yuan family has always been very mysterious. However, they seem to know our family's location well. The clan leader sighed with a bitter smile. They knew very little about the Yuan family, yet their own hideout had been thoroughly understood by them, leaving no chance to escape. Xiaoqi pondered for a moment and took out the bamboo slip and chess set from her space. These should belong to the Yuan family. Do you recognize them? Both the bamboo slip and the chess set held a special aura. However, the bamboo slip seemed to have the ability to make people forget about it if not touched for a certain period. I am not sure about the chess set, but I know a bit about the bamboo slip. I've heard it is related to the Chosen One. The Chosen One? Xiaoqi frowned again. Didn't they all say she was the Chosen One? Why couldn't she see what was special about this bamboo slip? It is said that this bamboo slip can identify the Chosen One, just like our prayer beads can identify the items we need. Xiaoqi opened the bamboo slip again, but it remained empty. Where was the promised Chosen One? She shook the bamboo slip, but it still showed no response. Forget it. She would go back and ask Xiao Jiao to try it. It might have some special effect after all. Having learned what she needed, Xiaoqi stood up to leave, but the clan leader got up to stop her. Miss Xiaoqi, I heard you need some items. Our Duan family has some stock, and I will have someone bring it to you. The clan leader immediately ordered someone to fetch it. Before long, a large wooden box was brought in. Even from a distance, Xiaoqi sensed a strong, special aura. It was overwhelming. She took a deep breath and approached to open the box. Inside was a full box of items, all containing special energy. Even if these items couldn't help her survive the nascent soul thunder tribulation, half of them would be enough. With this many, she wouldn't have to worry too much about future tribulations. Thank you, clan leader. A genuine smile appeared on Xiaoqi's face as she took out a dozen jars of spirit tea from her space. These teas are for you. 6th Elder, this is for you. She tossed a revitalizing pill to the 6th Elder. A 2nd-grade revitalizing pill would be more than enough to heal his damaged meridians. In front of everyone, she stored the entire box into her space. This trip was definitely worth it. Amidst the crowd's farewell, Xiaoqi left. As she vanished from sight, the clan leader's smile quickly turned into a frown. He wondered whether guiding this girl to confront the venomous snake was a good or bad decision. If the venomous snake is not removed, she might lose her life. Don't worry, Chief. She's very capable, Duan Renfeng quickly reassured him. I didn't get to tell you earlier, but when we came here, we encountered a group of ghost bats. Not just one. I didn't even see her take action, and that whole group was wiped out. His tone became excited as he spoke. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. Do you think the venomous snake can do that? The chief thought seriously about it. He had only seen the venomous snake a few times, mostly when she came to assign tasks from the Misty hidden sect. She didn't seem that powerful. Also, guess how long it took her to bring me back from the Qin kingdom? Everyone listened intently. Less than 15 minutes. He had never thought she could handle the venomous snake, but after witnessing her extraordinary abilities, he changed his mind.
Wow.
Gasps filled the air. The venomous snake was already terrifyingly fast. There was no way she could travel from the Qin kingdom in just 15 minutes. Even if they traveled day and night, it would take at least 4 or 5 days. Could a person really do that in 15 minutes? Is what you said true, third brother? The chief's tone became excited as well. Before Duan Renfeng could respond, Elder Six spoke up first. I believe it is true. Elder Six showed them the tea leaves in his hand. I was severely injured by the venomous snake and thought I could never cultivate my inner strength again. But after just 1 cup of tea today, I feel like the blockages in my body are loosening. Perhaps our hope really lies with her. Everyone began to discuss animatedly. The chief gritted his teeth and made a decision. Second brother, third brother, take another group out to continue gathering those items and bring everything to her. But the prayer beads will soon lose their effectiveness. Without them, we won't be able to identify anything. Duan Renfeng didn't understand why the chief suddenly had this idea. But the prayer beads were only effective for 3 months. Once that time passed, their power would disappear. Just go. I'll handle the rest. He and the venomous snake could play along for a while longer, giving them some extra time. In the Rift Canyon, Qiao Qi did not rush to leave, but instead went back to the ghost-faced spider's nest. She had sensed something was off when she passed by the nest earlier. She concealed her presence and easily avoided the dense swarm of ghost-faced spiders. After wandering in the lair for a long time, she finally stopped at the deepest part of it. Almost as soon as she stepped inside, Qiao Qi felt something was off, as if a chilling presence was trying to invade her body. But after careful observation, she found nothing. She stood there for a quarter of an hour before noticing a faint, almost transparent mist seeping through tiny cracks. If she hadn't looked closely, she would have thought she was imagining it. After waiting another half an hour, she saw more of the white, nearly transparent mist emerge from the stone wall, appearing randomly. She trapped the mist in her palm using her spiritual energy, but it still looked like nothing more than water vapor. Without hesitation, she took out her sword from her space and struck the stone wall, creating a large crack. The noise startled the surrounding ghost-faced spiders, which rushed toward her in a frenzy. With a glance, Qiao Qi made them all turn into blood mist before they could get close. The remaining spiders fled in fear, not daring to approach her again. She continued to delve deeper into the stone wall. In less than half an hour, she had carved a passage about 200 to 300 meters long into the wall. If she hadn't been worried about causing too much destruction and burying the Duan family under the rubble, she would have worked faster. Another swing of her sword revealed a beam of light ahead. Kicking forward, she found herself at the edge of a cliff, surrounded by cracks and canyons. She sheathed her sword and followed the passage toward the ghost-faced spider's lair. To her surprise, the spiders that had scattered earlier returned, still concentrated near their original nest. Standing at the deepest part of the nest, she continued to observe. This time, she waited a full hour before seeing the nearly transparent white mist appear again, but this time it was rising from the ground. Had she been digging in the wrong place? Qiao Qi continued to strike downward, determined to find the source. She chopped for a while, then paused to observe, changing direction to keep digging. She wasn't sure how long she had been there, but she knew she had dug at least 2,000 to 3,000 meters deep from the ghost-faced spider's lair. Most of her time was spent tracking the white mist, as its appearances were unpredictable, sometimes far apart and other times close together. After digging down for several hundred meters, Qiao Qi finally gave up. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed a wisp of white mist appear. Compared to before, it neither increased nor decreased. It just suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The mist slowly dissipated in the tunnel, seemingly without any purpose. This white mist clearly did not belong to this world. Qiao Qi pressed her lips together and did not linger, disappearing from her spot. She reappeared near the ghost bat's lair. Towering trees blocked out the sun, and there was hardly any light. Besides the smell of decaying leaves, there was a foul stench, with animal carcasses scattered everywhere. According to the Duan family's years of exploration, ghost bats mainly moved around this area and rarely left. It was unclear why they had flown out in groups before. Xiao Qi recalled that those ghost bats didn't seem to be coming for her. Inside the ghost bat lair, hundreds of ghost bats hung upside down from the cave ceiling. Xiao Qi did not hide her presence. As soon as she entered, all the bats were startled awake. Their tiny eyes glowed red in the darkness. Just as the bats were about to swoop down, a wave of pressure from Xiao Qi suddenly pushed them down to the ground, causing them to struggle and try to escape. She controlled her pressure to a level that the bats could barely withstand and began to move around the lair. The bats near her felt terrified and fled. When she approached a certain passage, the bats surprisingly suppressed their instinctive fear and refused to leave. This was the place. Deep inside the lair, Xiao Qi discovered that same white, nearly transparent mist again. The appearance of this mist was irregular. The only commonality was that both the ghost-faced spider and the ghost bats were easily attracted to it. Thinking of this, she retraced her steps. Eventually, she found a narrow cave in the cliff where wisps of white mist occasionally appeared. This was the reason the ghost bats had suddenly surged out. According to Duan Renfeng, ghost bats rarely left their homes, but now they had flown out in droves. This proved that the place where the white mist appeared had not been there before. She still couldn't figure out the purpose of the mist and had no way to collect it. After recording these 3 locations, she finally left. Next, she needed to track down the person from the Yuan family whom she had marked with a tracking imprint. Following the imprint, Xiao Qi eventually discovered the person's trace in the southern country, but only a corpse remained. The burial ground was chaotic. The clothes of the victims were stripped away, leaving only skeletons that had been picked clean by wild dogs. These individuals were skilled fighters, at least not inferior to the top experts. Yet now, they lay dead, their necks broken in an instant. This made her wonder if it was the work of the viper mentioned among the Duan clan. Xiao Qi rubbed her temples and sighed. She just wanted to go back, but there were so many obstacles. To return to the cultivation world, she needed to raise her power. To advance, she had to be cautious of tribulations and the presence of unique energies. These unique energies were related to the Misty hidden. So, she had to tackle things one by one. Xiao Qi didn't linger in the southern kingdom and was about to head back to Pear Blossom Village when a communication talisman responded. It was from the clan leader, Duan. As soon as she activated the talisman, his voice came through, sounding a bit weak. Miss Xiao Qi, the time has come. You should hurry here. She was taken aback. Had she really spent so much time mining? A whole month had passed? Swiftly soaring above the clouds, Xiao Qi soon arrived over the Duan clan. Compared to their last meeting, the clan leader looked much older. Clan leader, what happened to you? Before the leader could respond, Duan Renfeng eagerly spoke up. Miss Qiao, our clan leader traded with the Viper to buy more time to find those special items. Although the Viper granted us half a month, he still severely injured the clan leader as a warning. Xiao Qi had thought only a month had passed, but it turned out a month and a half had gone by. They originally had 3 months to search for items, with 7 days left to prepare. The clan leader had somehow convinced the Viper to give them an extra 6 days. Tomorrow was the time for the altar to open, and also when the Viper would appear again. Miss Qiao, there is still a chance to back out. Once the Viper sets his sights on you, it will be a fight to the death, the clan leader warned seriously. There was still a chance to retreat now, but by tomorrow, it would be too late. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qi took out a box of special items that the clan leader had gifted her, along with the ones she had previously collected. You can perform the normal rituals. Everything can wait until tomorrow. She had never seen the venomous snake before and did not know its details. The Duan family was so cautious, she had not become arrogant to that extent. If she couldn't handle it, the Duan family would use these items for their rituals. Although they would lose these items, at least the Duan family would not be in danger. These items were enough to deal with the venomous snake. If the venomous snake was not her opponent, then they would all be eliminated. She waited from sunset until dawn. Xiao Qi hid in the shadows, wearing a gray robe. The torches on the altar had already been lit, just waiting for the venomous snake to arrive. When the time came, 9 figures suddenly descended silently above the Duan family. These people were all dressed in black outfits, wearing black masks with ghostly faces and black hoods. They surrounded the area completely. But Xiao Qi did not sense any life from these people. Under the supervision of the venomous snake, the Duan clan leader ordered the items to be brought up. After checking them, the venomous snake nodded in satisfaction and did not trouble the Duan family. Then, the clan leader solemnly placed a jade ring on the altar. Faint spiritual energy flickered on the altar, and then the entrance to the teleportation array opened. This was a one-way teleportation array that could only transfer inanimate objects, not living ones. Xiao Qi thought of the Yuan family. They needed a chosen one. So could their teleportation array transfer living beings? During this time, the clan leader glanced subtly at Xiao Qi, but seeing her unresponsive, his expression darkened. Could the Duan family never escape this fate? Would they go mad like the Yuan family in the future? Just as the clan leader trembled and prepared to place the first item inside, Xiao Qi suddenly appeared beside him and stopped his action.
Step back.
With a wave of her hand, she returned all the items to her space. Seeing Xiao Qi suddenly disrupt the process, the venomous snake quickly surrounded her in a circle, not saying a word, their exposed eyes cold and lifeless. Everyone, step back. With a soft command from the clan leader, the Duan family members immediately retreated, as if they had practiced this before.
Attack.
The 9 figures in black simultaneously uttered a hoarse sound, unlike any human voice. Xiao Qi's fingers twitched, and gusts of wind sliced through the air, shattering the masks on their faces. Beneath the masks were ordinary faces, numb to the extreme. With a wave of her hand, countless blades of wind sliced through the black-clad figures, revealing their long-dried flesh and blood inside. Just as she had suspected, these black-clad individuals were puppets, each with a strength around the 8th level of Qi refinement. Their only command seemed to be to obey the Mist-Hidden clan. The reason the clan leader could convince these puppets to restart the bead string was likely due to certain key phrases. When she opened the heads of these puppets, she found a high-quality spirit stone inside each, though the spiritual energy within was also quite low. Based on the usage of the spiritual energy and the fact that these black-clad figures rarely acted, they likely had existed for 400 to 500 years. If the spirit stones had abundant energy, these figures could have reached the peak of Qi refinement or even established their foundation. As she destroyed all the black-clad figures, Xiao Qi felt a twinge of regret. If they had been living beings, she could have learned the whereabouts of the Yuan clan through soul-searching. But they were all lifeless. In just a few moments, all the black-clad figures had fallen. Even though the clan leader had prepared himself mentally, he still found it hard to accept. Was the venomous snake that had tormented their clan for so long really dead? Was Xiao Qi too strong, or was the venomous snake too weak? Xiao, miss, are they really all dead? The clan leader asked, unable to fully accept the situation. The shadow cast by the venomous snake was too strong, and he wanted to ask more. Yes, they are all dead, unless there are other beings that have not yet appeared, Xiao Qi replied as she walked toward the altar. The one-way teleportation array was still active, and she signaled for Duan Renfeng to gather more large stones. Stones taller than a person were sent over one after another. She found the process too slow, so she raised her hand and sliced off a piece of a distant mountain, breaking it into numerous pieces suitable for the teleportation array. After half an hour, before the time was up, the teleportation array suddenly shut down. Xiao Qi glanced at the cracked jade ring and the shattered altar, letting out a scoff. This one-way teleportation array, which could only transmit lifeless objects, consumed very little spiritual energy, but throwing in large pieces would use up quite a bit. With the jade ring and altar collapsing, the opposing teleportation array must have been destroyed as well. From this, she could conclude that the other side definitely did not have enough high-quality spirit stones. Otherwise, they could have easily closed the teleportation array or replaced the spirit stones. This way, the array would not have collapsed. After dealing with the teleportation array, Qiao Qi began searching the puppets. Finally, she found a palm-sized golden tower. She only needed to use her energy to activate the golden tower, and the beads would work again. However, the beads could only be effective for 6 months, and after that, she would need to use the golden tower again. The reason the puppet figures in black could only activate it for 3 months was that they lacked enough energy. They also couldn't appear all the time. After a while, they would fall into a dormant state. Additionally, the teleportation array required specific timing to activate. Combining these factors, 3 months was basically the maximum limit. This information helped her make better judgments about the hidden forces behind the scenes. After the teleportation array of the Duan family was destroyed, the Viper puppet responsible for monitoring them was also destroyed, and the family leader prepared to lead his people away. "I'll stay for a while. Please arrange a room for me." The Yuan family had not yet made their move, and she seemed to have nothing else to do. After the Duan family moved away, they would still need to use the beads to help her find those special items. So, upon reflection, focusing on her training was more important. She also wanted to observe the white mist for a longer time to understand its effects. "Okay, I'll have someone arrange it right away." The Duan family leader immediately sent someone to arrange a room. Qiao Qi temporarily settled in the canyon. She stayed there for 3 years. The members of the Duan family gradually moved away, leaving only Duan Renfeng and Elder Lu. Qiao Qi left a trace of her energy on both of them, allowing them to avoid the restrictions in this area and use their inner strength freely. They occasionally went out to bring back items found by the Duan family. During this time, her strength rose from the early stage of the Golden Core to the peak of the Golden Core. In these 3 years, she also witnessed the strange nature of the white mist. In this world, her cultivation had been suppressed, and even small breakthroughs required special items to temporarily suppress the surrounding rules. However, after being near the white mist for a long time, she noticed that the suppression seemed to lessen, and she even showed signs of multiple breakthroughs. This was quite unusual. She knew her own level of cultivation had not reached the point of a breakthrough, yet the white mist seemed to be tempting her to break through, like forcing growth, which was not beneficial for her. Noticing this oddity, she decided to keep her cultivation suppressed to a certain extent when approaching the white mist again. In the past 3 years, the white mist had little effect on her. However, its impact on the surrounding creatures was significant. She once threw a group of normal bats into a colony of ghost bats. Except for those torn apart by the ghost bats, the remaining bats lived almost entirely in that nest under her protection. In just 3 years, these normal bats began to mutate. Their bodies gradually resembled those of the ghost bats, and therefore started to turn white, along with their bodies. She couldn't believe that their changes had nothing to do with the white mist. Over these years, she occasionally searched deep within the cracks and found a total of 10 places where the white mist appeared. This was just what she found. There were many more she hadn't discovered. Every time she stood above the clouds and looked down at the huge crack, she felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if it were a muscle torn apart, infested with countless maggots. Upon returning to her tribe from the ghost bat nest, Duan Renfeng and Elder Lu happened to return from outside, carrying a bag of items. "Hey, Qiao Qi, come look." They collected quite a lot this time, Duan Renfeng said, waving the bag filled with items that had a special aura. In these 3 years, she had continuously broken through small realms and had nearly used up the items she previously collected. In at most 3 more years, she would need to advance to the Yuaning stage. If she pushed it, she might manage it in 5 years, but her cultivation would definitely be strained. During these 5 years, she needed to quickly gather more items with special auras. Initially, she thought that the items she obtained from the clan leader would be enough. Even if they couldn't help her reach Yuaning, a third of what she had should suffice. However, everything that happened later was completely different from what she had expected. The contents of this bag were far from what she needed for her breakthrough, almost negligible in comparison. She placed the bag into her space, and Duan Renfeng eagerly leaned closer. "Qiao Qi, when is dinner? I'll go brew some tea." Elder Lu leisurely picked up the teapot to boil water. The tea leaves were naturally the spiritual tea produced in her space. Elder Lu was an expert at brewing tea, enhancing the flavor to a whole new level. Qiao Qi took out 3 dishes from her space, all prepared by the chefs of the National Master's residence. "This is the last meal. I've run out of food here." The chefs had prepared plenty of dishes, and even though she hadn't eaten them every day over the past 3 years, she had eaten most of them already. Today, after finishing these 3 dishes, there will be none left. For a moment, Duan Renfeng and Elder Lu exchanged glances, feeling a bit unaccustomed. "It's so painful. There will be nothing to eat in the future. I will leave tomorrow, and won't be back here for a while." 3 years felt like a blink of an eye to her, but the outside world had changed dramatically. All this news reached her through communication symbols. The southern Zhao was destroyed and completely absorbed by the Moon Kingdom. The king of Shiliang abdicated, passing the throne to Princess Chen Yujin. The southern kingdom was in turmoil, with the emperor losing military power and becoming a puppet, while the goddess Gu Qingyu controlled half of the southern kingdom, just a step away from the throne. There were also many messages from Qiao Jiu. Qiao Shi had developed an interest in forensic work and began learning from a master. Day after day, she was surrounded by the dead. Qiao's parents were very troubled when they saw her. How will a girl who studies forensic work ever get married? Run Yuanan went to the battlefield and was seriously injured and went missing during a battle. Zhou Jiaojiao searched far and wide for her husband and not only found Ren Yuanan, but also brought back sweet potatoes and potatoes. Once the sweet potatoes and potatoes were promoted, the emperor was very pleased and immediately granted her the title of county princess. Run Yuanan was also awarded the rank of 4th grade general for his achievements. Their storylines were somewhat similar to those in the plot, but Zhou Jiaojiao's part was completely different. After being granted the title, Zhou Jiaojiao stayed in Lihua village and created potato flour, snail noodles, spicy noodles, potato chips, and fries. With her influence, the people of Lihua village became very wealthy, and the entire Taohua County prospered as well. Later, she also produced white sugar. Although the court took 70% of the profits, she kept 20%, and her income was still impressive. Lin Wang intended to appoint her as an official in the Ministry of Works, but she refused. She just wanted to focus on her projects and didn't want to deal with officials. She had connections, support, and money, so she wasn't afraid of others' intentions and could do whatever she wanted. Now, she was also working on cement and seed improvements. Compared to the originally serious and tragic storyline, Zhou Jiaojiao was now thriving. In addition to all this, there was one more thing. Qiao Jiu was getting married. Unknowingly, she was already 19. The little girl from before was now at the age to marry. All right, we should head back to the clan now. Duan Renfeng and Elder Lu also planned to leave. Their initial intention for staying here was to help Qiao Qi with those matters. Now that she has left, they naturally won't stay either, especially since the clan members have all departed. We will gather more of the items you need and send them over later. Okay. Qiao Qi left the 2 of them with a communication symbol and the address of Pear Blossom Village. From now on, those items can be sent directly to Pear Blossom Village. Time flies, and 3 years have passed. The people and events she once knew seem to have changed quite a bit. Qiao Qi first visited the palace of the Moon Kingdom. According to Qiao Jiu, she attended a palace banquet last New Year's Eve and had asked the emperor to help her find news about her brother, Qiao Shi. A year has passed, but there seems to be no progress. Now, her family is almost all around her, except for her brother Qiao Shi, about whom there is no clue. Whether he is alive or dead remains unknown. As New Year's Eve approaches, the palace is decorated with beautiful lanterns, bustling with activity. Lin Wang is not in the study. Xiao Qi quietly appears in the study, and the illumination orb floats in the room, making it as bright as day. The guards outside are startled and rush in almost immediately. When they see Xiao Qi sitting on the dragon throne casually flipping through memorials, their expressions change instantly. They all recognize her face well. She is none other than the National Master. I pay my respects to the National Master. Okay, you may leave. The guards had already received their orders, so when Xiao Qi tells them to withdraw, they quickly and orderly exit, closing the study door behind them. At this moment, Lin Wang is in the Moon Concubine Palace. The Moon Concubine, resembling the late Empress, quickly gained favor upon entering the palace. In less than 2 years, she rose from a minor position to that of a concubine, enjoying exclusive favor. The two are having dinner, and just after taking a couple of bites, they hear eunuch Su rushing in. The National Master has arrived and is in the study. Lin Wang is taken aback, and the next moment, the spoon in his hand clatters to the floor. He quickly stands up and instructs someone to take him to the study. Watching the emperor leave in a hurry, the Moon Concubine's hand on the table unconsciously tightens. The personal maid beside her mutters in dissatisfaction. Your Highness, the National Master is really something. He didn't even give a heads up. The emperor has been busy lately, and it's rare for him to come and have dinner with you. Yet enough. Before the maid could finish, she noticed the Moon Concubine's dark expression. The matters between the national teacher and the emperor are not something a mere palace maid like you can comment on. Take her away, give her 20 slaps, and send her to the laundry department. The maid turned pale with fear and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. Your Highness, please spare me. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. No matter how much the maid pleaded, she was ultimately dragged away. The Moon Concubine looked at the silent maids and eunuchs around her and coldly scolded them. Since you work in this palace, you must remember that the emperor values the national teacher. If you dare to spread rumors again, don't blame me for being harsh.
Yes.
Everyone quickly responded. The Moon Concubine waved her hand, signaling them to leave, but her mood was clearly quite downcast. In the study. National teacher, you finally appeared. You've been gone for 3 years, and I've missed you so much. Lin Wang didn't mind that his dragon chair was occupied. He cheerfully asked for another chair to be brought over. The New Year's Eve banquet is coming soon. Will you stay in the palace for a while? No need, I'll just stay for 2 days and then leave. In these 2 days, the palace cooks could prepare more food to store. With dozens of cooks working together, it would be much faster than having Sun Xiaohe do it alone back in Lihua village. Later, he would also ask Sun Xiaohe to prepare some of her signature dishes to store. If he was away for a long time, having more food stored would save him from cooking himself. He should also ask Lin Wang to find a craftsman to build a bamboo house, so he could have a place to stay wherever he went. The house in the Rift Valley was too simple. She wasn't a hermit, so there was no need to live in hardship. Have the palace cooks prepare some meals, and also find a craftsman to build a bamboo house. Xiao Qi stated her requests, and then placed a second-grade detox pill on the table. With the new year approaching, give the cooks and craftsmen some extra money. No one likes to work overtime during the holidays without pay. Okay. Lin Wang's eyes lit up as he eagerly nodded at the porcelain bottle on the table. Find a palace close to the imperial kitchen. I will stay there today and have the prepared meal sent over. To keep the food at its best taste, it needed to be stored in the space as soon as possible. In the imperial kitchen. The head of the imperial kitchen got up in the middle of the night, hurriedly bringing people along, followed by many eunuchs and maids carrying baskets of fresh ingredients. The cooks, who were preparing for the New Year's Eve, were abruptly called to stop their work and immediately began processing the newly delivered fresh ingredients. A basket after basket of exquisite ingredients made the chef's hearts tremble with excitement. Wow! Master Steward, where did these ingredients come from? I've never seen anything like them before. A new chef couldn't help but ask. The ingredients in the palace were all rare and precious. Even a single egg had to be the freshest and best looking. Yet, he had never seen such top-quality ingredients before. These are brought by the national master. You all need to pay close attention and leave your usual careless habits behind. If I find any mistakes, you might regret it. The head of the kitchen first warned them, and then had a box of silver brought in. These are rewards from the emperor. If you do well, they are yours, but if anything goes wrong, it could cost you dearly. With a firm warning to motivate them, the head of the kitchen was satisfied to see the chefs taking things seriously. He then instructed everyone to quickly prepare their best dishes. The kitchen became busy and lively. The head of the kitchen watched for a while, and seeing no signs of laziness, he was about to leave when he heard a commotion from the other side. Who dares to cause trouble here? He had just given a warning, and now someone was being reckless? Master Steward, it's Miss Qingrui, the lady beside the moon concubine. Hearing it was the moon concubine, the head of the kitchen's expression softened a bit. Miss Qingrui, what seems to be the problem? Upon hearing this, Qingrui's anger flared even more as she pointed at the head of the kitchen and shouted, "What problem? How dare you ask me that? You servants! Do you even see Our Lady?" She only wanted a bowl of steamed custard, and despite asking multiple times, no one has delivered it. The head of the kitchen quickly apologized. "Oh dear, Miss Qingrui, it's all my fault. The emperor ordered all chefs to prepare meals for the national master, and we have been so busy that we delayed the moon concubine's request. Let me personally supervise their work, and I will ensure it gets sent over right away. I would appreciate it if you could say a few kind words, Miss Qingrui." Hearing that the emperor had personally given the order and that it concerned the national master, Qingrui's expression softened from her earlier anger. With the head of the kitchen offering her a way out, she nodded in agreement. "This time I'll let it go, but next time I will have to report to the princess." "Yes, yes, yes." Finally sending Qingrui away, the head of the kitchen spat in her direction and then instructed someone to prepare the dessert to send over. In the moon concubine's palace. Hearing Qingrui's words beside her, she tightened her grip. "Your Highness, you don't know. You only wanted a bowl of steamed dessert, but those servants only care about pleasing the royal advisor and ignored you completely. I had to keep urging them." The moon concubine couldn't hold back any longer and slapped her across the face. "How dare you? After what I just said, you forget it immediately. It seems I have been too lenient with you, and it has spoiled your attitude. Bring her here. Qingrui has disrespected me. She should be punished immediately." "Your Highness." Qingrui looked up in disbelief, holding her face. She only misspoke, and the princess wanted to punish her? She had been by the princess's side since she entered the palace. "Your Highness, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Have mercy, Your Highness." The palace cooks worked hard all night and continued the next day until they finished preparing the ingredients. Qiao Qi's space was filled with various delicious foods. As for the wooden house she requested, even with the workers putting in extra hours, it would take at least 10 days to complete. She wasn't in a hurry, so she didn't push them. During her visit to the palace, besides these small matters, there was something else. "A year ago, did you find any news about my brother that Xiaojiu asked you to look for?" "I have some leads, but they are not certain, which is why I haven't told you. Finding someone in a vast crowd is not easy, especially since 5 or 6 years have passed, and it's unclear if he is alive or dead." "What do you mean by uncertain?" Lin Wang hesitated for a long time, opening and closing his mouth. "According to the information from the scouts, if that person is indeed your brother, he is very likely
Dead.
Your brother was sold to several places before, and it seems he was finally sold to the Southern Kingdom and bought by a small merchant. The merchant bought him to do hard labor, and your brother was weak, so he was given away as a package deal. He was beaten to death within a few months. The information from the scouts was not very complete, and the portrait Xiaojiu had was from 5 or 6 years ago. So many years have passed, and Xiaoshi's exact appearance is unclear to her. The scouts could only search for someone who resembles the image. In the end, they found just one person. As for the person's name, after much inquiry, they only learned he was called Coward, a name given by a local merchant. Qiao Qi frowned but felt no sadness. After all, she had never met Xiaoshi, just a bit of regret. Over the years, Xiao Jiu had been searching for missing family members, spending a lot of time and resources. If they were truly dead, she feared she would feel guilty for a long time. Are you sure the person is really dead? Lin Wang paused, then shook his head. I'm not very sure, but later the scouts learned that his body was thrown in a mass grave. They also carefully inquired around the area to see if anyone had been rescued. A body thrown into a mass grave was almost certainly dead. The chance of someone rescuing them was even slimmer. The scouts searched both possibilities but found no clues. At this point, it was basically certain the person was dead, but he didn't dare to say it outright. Give me the information about that merchant. Xiao Qi extended her hand. She would personally investigate again. Only when she confirmed the person was dead would she let Xiao Jiu give up. Lin Wang had eunuch Su retrieve a confidential letter from the bookshelf and handed it to her. National Master, in 3 days, there will be a New Year's Eve banquet. Will you come? Xiao Jiu and Zhou Jiao will be there. Thinking of this, Lin Wang smiled slightly and added, General Ren asked for permission to marry. Although Ren Yuanan and Zhou Jiao were already married, Ren Yuanan felt guilty towards her. Their wedding had been very rushed and simple, and now he wanted to give her a perfect ceremony, so he sought this permission using his military achievements. Xiao Qi glanced at him sideways. With Zhou Jiao's great contributions, you still want him to exchange his military achievements for a marriage decree? That's different. This is his hard-earned achievement. He believes it is enough to match her, unlike Zhou Jiao's contributions. Xiao Qi. Oh, perhaps it's a unique sense of honor and romance that men have.
Anyway, she didn't understand.
So, will you come to the New Year's Eve banquet? He really hoped the National Master would attend the banquet in Yu country. That way, he could overshadow Yin Jiuzhou, that sly fox. I'm not going. Xiao Qi refused outright. She had no interest in the banquet at all. Don't you want to see Xiao Jiu's fiancé? He is also here this time. Why would I wait until the New Year's Eve banquet to see someone? Lin Wang. What the national teacher said is. Outside, the night was cold, and snow began to fall softly. Xiao Qi stood by the corridor next to the study, admiring the snow, when a small figure rushed over and knelt in front of the study door. Father, I really like him, please support me. Xiao Qi turned to Lin Wang beside her. Without any lights around, his face looked frighteningly pale in the night. He rubbed his forehead and whispered, You know him, the third prince. Oh, the third princess. Who have you taken a liking to that makes you so upset? Xiao Qi looked again at the figure not far away. She seemed unchanged from 3 years ago, but her personality had become much bolder. At least 3 years ago, she would never have dared to do something like this. Well, you know the person too. I have spoiled her too much over the years, and she has become a bit too arrogant. Lin Wang sighed deeply, his tone filled with helplessness. When she first returned, Lin Xingqian was timid and always worried about others' opinions. But under his indulgence, her character gradually became twisted. I don't know what's wrong with her. She has started to envy Xiaoba and wants to take everything that belongs to Xiaoba. The little princess was born to Lin Wang and the late empress. Lin Wang poured all his love and guilt for the late empress into her. But under his indulgence, Lin Xingqian's character became increasingly distorted, believing that everything the little princess enjoyed should have been hers. If she hadn't been replaced, she would have been the favored one all these years and wouldn't have suffered so much in a foreign land. She didn't want to meddle in others' family matters and directly explained a reason for the gift of the elixir. She found something for me back then, and that elixir was a gift for her to save her life.
You don't need to worry about me.
Lin Xingqian had cut off her own escape route and could not blame others. In the past, the elixir was more than just an elixir. But now it was just an elixir. Lin Wang couldn't help but rub his forehead. I owe her, but the person she likes is really. That person is Ren Yuanan. Xiao Qi, who is about to leave. Father, please support your daughter. I will marry no one but him in this life. Father, I have never asked you for anything, just this once, please. Lin Xingqian knelt in the snow, a layer of snow settling on her head, tears streaming down her cheeks, looking particularly pitiful. Xiao Qi stopped in front of her. Lin Xingchen noticed the figure standing before her and felt a moment of joy, thinking her father had finally softened his heart. But as she looked up, her surprise quickly turned into fear. National Master. Lin Xingchen's voice trembled, and her fear grew stronger. Xiao Qi did not let her rise but slowly crouched down, brushing the snow from her hair, and said gently, "Don't worry, if your father won't fulfill your wishes, I will." Lin Xingchen widened her eyes in shock and quickly shook her head in fear. No, National Master, I don't want to marry him anymore.
Don't say that.
If we are not meant to be in this life, then I will help you seek a future life together. Xiao Qi's hand tightened around Lin Xingchen's neck. Lin Xingchen was so scared that she couldn't move, only able to softly plead and whimper. But the pressure on her neck grew heavier, making it harder for her to breathe. The suffocating pain caused her to struggle wildly, but it was all in vain. She felt darkness closing in, and her consciousness faded away. National Master, she has just been overly spoiled by me. Her nature is not bad. Lin Wang quickly tried to persuade from the side. His daughter had recently been fighting with Xiaoba over things, but once she got what she wanted, she would return it a few days later. The items were not damaged and nothing strange was added. It seemed like she just wanted to take them back to look at for a bit before returning them. This cycle continued, and he had no idea what she truly wanted. He initially wanted to scold her, but Xiaoba stopped him, saying she just wanted to get his attention and needed more care. As a ruler, he had already cared for her enough, sharing good things with her right away. What more did she want? Now, after indulging her, she had even started thinking about a married man. Seeing Xiao Qi silent, Lin Wang couldn't help but speak again. Actually, she just had a fleeting crush. Before, she was interested in a new scholar. That scholar was charming, but also had a wife. She only saw him once and insisted on marrying him, even considering being a secondary wife. But when she heard that the scholar was actually not interested in women, she immediately lost all hope. At this point, Lin Wang didn't know how to address his daughter anymore. Did he not know whether the scholar was truly uninterested? It was just a play he and his wife put on to make their third child give up. During this time, he turned a blind eye, pretending not to notice. As he thought of this, tears streamed down his face. My dear third child, it's your father's fault. In the next life, don't be born into a royal family. Lin Xingchen lay on the ground, completely still. Xiao Qi tossed the handkerchief she used to wipe her hands onto the ground. Stop crying here. She's not dead. She really couldn't understand Lin Xingchen's way of thinking. Why worry about a married man when she could be a perfectly fine princess? Is something taken by force more precious than what is given freely?
Oh.
Lin Wang seemed unfazed, calmly wiping his tears before having Lin Xingchen carried to a side hall. Moments later, Lin Xingchen woke up. As soon as she saw the emperor sitting by the bed, tears began to flow again. Woo, father. Her neck hurt so much. It felt unbearable. Just as she was about to say this, she looked up and saw Xiao Qi sitting nearby, eating pastries. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Wang reached out to check her forehead. Seeing she didn't have a fever, he felt relieved. But the next moment, Lin Xingchen got out of bed and knelt on the ground, bowing her head. Her actions were smooth, as if she had practiced them countless times. Father, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so willful and caused you worry over my matters. I shouldn't have competed for favor and targeted Bauer. Even though I didn't mean to hurt her, wrong is wrong. I will apologize to Sister Bauer tomorrow. I shouldn't have put my own desires above everything else, putting you in a difficult position and hurting the hearts of both adults and their spouses. I will personally go and apologize. I shouldn't have. Lin Xingchen knelt on the ground, listing her wrongdoings one by one, leaving nothing out. She even regretted not having more mouths to speak faster. Lin Wang opened his mouth, stiffly turning to look at Xiao Qi, completely stunned. What had the national teacher done to his daughter? Xiao Qi smiled slightly. Your Majesty, isn't the third princess doing well? She can recognize her mistakes and correct them. Lin Wang. Third princess, you should spend more time outside, enjoy the mountains and rivers, appreciate the snow, and brew tea. No one says you must be confined to this small space. Since Lin Wang returned, Lin Xingchen had been staying in the palace. Later, when the princess's residence was built, she mostly stayed there or occasionally visited the palace. Her past experiences had made it difficult for her to step outside, and she even feared doing so. As soon as she spoke, Lin Xingchen immediately agreed without any hesitation, as if it were a natural reaction. Such instinct had long been ingrained in her, and it couldn't be changed in just 3 years. Only after agreeing did she realize what Qiao Qi had said. A look of retreat appeared in her eyes. She was afraid of new things, even of going out, wanting only to stay in her safe haven, unless it was to compete for her father's favor. Qiao Qi didn't want to say more and left the palace. Qiao Jiao was attending the New Year's Eve banquet, bringing his family to the capital and staying at the princess's residence. Qiao Qi didn't return to the national teacher's residence or the princess's residence, but went straight to the southern kingdom. Since she had a lead on Qiao Shi, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. She had to find out if he was alive or dead. Southern Kingdom border city. Based on the clues provided by Lin Wang, Qiao Qi quickly found the border city. It was not a large city, but it had a strong sense of life. After walking around the city for a while, she arrived at the dock. The Zhou family, who ran the dock business, after saving some money, decided it was not worth hiring workers and instead bought some people to do the work for them. The contracts of these workers were in his hands, and he kept their wages extremely low, forcing them to work for him. This merchant had a notorious reputation, and he could no longer find workers nearby, so he went further away to buy more. Before the first light of dawn appeared, those workers had already begun working under the foreman's whip. If they were even slightly slow, the whip would strike, leaving a mark of blood that quickly soaked through their clothes. Move faster. If you keep dragging your feet, you'll regret it.
Crack.
You were the slowest yesterday, and today it's the same. Just wait until I deal with you. The foreman's whip cruelly struck a frail worker covered in scars. Nearby, some passers-by whispered to each other, "That person is really unfortunate. I heard he was tricked here." Exactly. He was deceived into signing a contract and didn't even receive the money for it.
Sigh.
No wonder he dares to hit him like that. This person looks like he's about to collapse. I bet Zhou thinks if he dies, he won't have to feed him anymore. Just as the foreman was getting into it, he suddenly found that he couldn't pull his whip back. Turning around, he saw that a woman had grabbed it. "Spit! Where did you come from, you troublemaker? Do you know who I am? Do you dare to challenge me? Are you looking for me to help you?" The foreman was speaking when an unknown force lifted his head, leaving his neck suspended in the air. At the same time, a sharp pain shot through his mind. Ah, ah, ah. The intense pain made him scream in agony. After examining the foreman's memories, Qiao Qi frowned. There was no face resembling Qiao Shi in his memories. Perhaps old Master Zhou would have some impression. She stopped the probing. Now that her strength was increasing, if she probed for a short time, it wouldn't cause too much harm to these people. At least they could retain most of their clarity and wouldn't become completely dazed. The foreman was still suspended in the air by an invisible force, and wisps of unseen wind stirred his clothes, cutting into his flesh. His screams echoed endlessly. Thin strips of flesh fell to the ground. What a fine delicacy! The feared and ruthless old Master Zhou lived in a small garden. The garden covered only 3 acres, quite small. The rooms inside were cramped, and just looking at them felt uncomfortable. Although it was called a garden, only a small area of about 20 square meters in the main courtyard had any greenery. The back courtyard, where the servants lived, was even more crowded, with just enough height for a person to stand straight. Scanning the entire garden, Qiao Qi walked toward the courtyard where old Master Zhou resided. At this time, old Master Zhou had already risen and was sitting at the dining table, enjoying a lavish meal. His wife stood beside him, serving him, while his concubine knelt on the ground, holding towels and spittoons, helping him rinse his mouth, spit, wash his hands, and dry them. These people all wore blank expressions. Even old Master Zhou's wife showed no signs of emotion. After finishing his meal, old Master Zhou spat directly onto the dishes, then called the women nearby to come and eat. Faced with the mess of food he had just contaminated, they showed no expression and picked up their chopsticks to eat. Xiao Qi quietly appeared in the room. Her sudden presence startled old Master Zhou and the women beside him. "Who are you? How did you get into my house?" Old Master Zhou demanded, his eyes scrutinizing her as if trying to see through her identity. "I came to ask you something." Xiao Qi smiled, showing no aggression, even radiating a hint of kindness. She felt she was becoming kinder, not resorting to violence immediately, but politely asking questions instead. Unfortunately, Lord Zhou did not cooperate at all and shouted, "Someone! Capture her! You little brat playing tricks on me! I will make you wish you were never born." Why do these people always insult in the same way? Oh, maybe it's because they think so poorly of themselves that they want to impose that feeling on others. In that moment, her little bit of kindness vanished. Without saying more, she activated her soul-searching technique. Blocking out Lord Zhou's cries, she quickly found a boy in his memories who resembled Xiao Shi from before. The boy was weak and died after enduring a few beatings from Lord Zhou, only to be discarded in a mass grave. However, while he looked somewhat like the old Xiao Shi, he was not him. Xiao Shi had a gray birthmark the size of a fingernail under his eye, which was usually not noticeable, but the person in Lord Zhou's memory did not have that mark. The lead on Xiao Shi was cut off, and Xiao Qi regretfully released Lord Zhou. At that moment, guards rushed in from outside. Xiao Qi simply waved her hand, and the guards were all sent flying out, with the door closing behind them. "You all come here." She beckoned to the 8 women in the corner. These women, except for Madame Zhou, were mostly bought by Lord Zhou, while some were maids he forced into servitude. Madame Zhou was taken from another man. As for her ex-husband, he was coerced into signing a contract of servitude by Lord Zhou and was ultimately tortured to death. Madame Zhou claimed to be the lady of the house, but her status was not much different from that of the servants, and the same went for the concubines. The 8 women stepped forward and lined up. Xiao Qi tapped Lord Zhou's head with a stick, a smile returning to her face. "Madame Zhou, if he becomes foolish or mad, do you have the ability to take control of this household with your sisters? You're talking nonsense. Let me go. I have a good relationship with the county magistrate. If you harm me, he will not let this go." Lord Zhou struggled, enduring a pain like needles in his head.
Oh.
"So your backing is the county magistrate." Xiao Qi elongated her voice and, with a light scoff, broke both of Lord Zhou's arms at odd angles. The screams echoed again in the room. Then his 2 legs were broken and finally, the 3rd leg was gone. However, it was not her doing, it was Mrs. Zhou. With one stomp, the pained Mr. Zhou curled up on the ground, writhing in agony. Seeing Mrs. Zhou take action, her 7 sisters exchanged glances, and their shared hatred erupted. This old man had no right to torment them, throwing them meals mixed with his spit and phlegm, claiming it was a blessing from a husband. They shouldn't have to endure such humiliation. None of them wanted to enter this old man's backyard. It was disgusting, truly disgusting. One by one, they stepped forward and kicked him. And just like that, the 3rd leg became a mess. Xiao Qi tapped Mr. Zhou's forehead, and he immediately lost the ability to speak, drooling and looking foolish. But he wasn't truly foolish. He just appeared that way. All his account books are in the study. You are Mr. Zhou's legitimate wife, and now that he is foolish and has no other brothers, you can manage his assets rightfully. Just as she was about to leave, Mrs. Zhou suddenly knelt on the ground. "Benefactor, I cannot repay your great kindness. May I ask for your name, so when we take over the Zhou residence, I can create a statue in your honor? We share the same thoughts as our sister and wish to create a statue for our benefactor." The group knelt in unison. Xiao Qi was silent for a moment and left behind one sentence. "When the officials arrive, tell them the truth about his death. As for what they wanted to do, she wouldn't interfere. After leaving the Zhou residence, she visited the county office. Since the county magistrate and Mr. Zhou were colluding, it was time to deal with them. Before she could search their souls, she stumbled upon a scandal involving collusion between officials and businessmen. The crime of forcibly taking a woman that led to her suicide was brushed aside due to their financial dealings. These people were no better than evil spirits. After searching their souls again and confirming their crimes, she swiftly broke their necks. Stretching her arms, she couldn't help but marvel at how the world of the strong truly held absolute power. Even after killing, no one dared to question her actions. Her journey to the southern country yielded no results, so Qiao Qi went to the princess's residence in the capital of the Moon Kingdom. It had been years since they last met, and it was time to see each other again. She also planned to test if Qiao Ju still had the qualities of a heroine. As she brought the bamboo slip closer to Qiao Ju, watching the lines of text appear, her face turned pale. The princess's residence was brightly decorated, with many servants around. As Qiao Qi stood at the door, she noticed the doorman first looked at her closely, then rubbed his eyes and looked again, finally exclaiming in surprise, "The eldest lady has returned." The servants of the princess's residence recognized her. Surely Qiao Jiu had informed them in advance, even showing them her portrait. It was just like in the palace. Before long, several members of the Qiao family hurried out. Qiao Ju stepped forward and hugged her tightly, showing a rare excitement on her face. "Sister, you finally came back." She wanted to express how much she missed her, but felt shy about how to say it. "Eldest sister, I missed you just like second sister did." Qiao 11 returned to her usual lively self, joking and laughing nearby. Grandma Qiao stood by, watching the three sisters laugh together, tears of joy streaming down her face. "Xiao Qi, come let Grandma see you." Xiao Jiu and Qiao 11 stepped aside, and Grandma Qiao and Grandpa Qiao moved forward excitedly. Even though this person had received a blessing, she was still their granddaughter. Even if her personality had changed, she was still here. Xiao Qi has grown up and become more beautiful. Grandma Qiao touched her face, her eyes turning red again. "Grandma, it's New Year's, we shouldn't cry. Let's go inside and not linger at the door." Qiao 11 linked arms with Grandma Qiao and Qiao Qi, leading them into the house. Inside, the heated floor was warm and cozy. Qiao Qi called the butler, and with a wave of her hand, countless ingredients appeared on the ground. "Take these ingredients down to cook."
Yes.
It was the first time the butler had seen such a scene, and his eyes widened in shock. Even as the ingredients were taken away, his heart was still racing. The Qiao family already knew she had received a divine inheritance, and although it was their first time seeing such a scene, they were not overly surprised. The family gathered around the table, sharing stories and gossip. Before they knew it, the conversation turned to Qiao Jinzhen and his new wife, Ge. Ge had caused a scene at first, but after realizing the Qiao family was no longer someone she could aspire to, she gradually lost hope and stopped causing trouble for Qiao Jinzhen. She had thought that being with Qiao Jinzhen would lead to a better life, especially since during the famine, she had to take care of her 4 children alone, and they were all skin and bones. Just when she was about to give up, Qiao Jinzhen gave her hope. She clung to that hope and eventually married him, bringing her 4 children along. However, Qiao Jinggen's true nature did not change. He always valued outsiders more than his own family, and it wasn't long before his true colors showed. The money she saved for her children's future was borrowed by Qiao Jingzhen and given to others. Whether those people could pay it back was one thing, but they had no intention of doing so. People in the neighborhood thought Qiao Jingzhen was a great person. He would help anyone who asked, but at home, he wouldn't even help if something fell over. After a few years, seeing that he had grown distant from the Qiao family and gained nothing from them, Gusher lost all hope and asked him for a divorce, taking her 4 children with her. With Gusher and the children gone, Qiao Jingzhen was left alone and lonely. He thought of Qiao Jiu and their grandparents and began to frequently visit to apologize, hoping to mend family ties. No matter how irresponsible Qiao Jingzhen was, He was still the father of Xiao Jiao and the others. The servants could only stop him but dared not lay a hand on him. As he visited more often, he started to soften. He had some questionable friends who didn't understand the Qiao family's situation and bluntly said that business was tough, and he needed a few thousand taels of silver. He foolishly claimed that his daughters were wealthy, saying they could easily provide tens of thousands of taels, acting as if they were responsible for him. After a few drinks, he lost track of reality and was tricked into signing a loan agreement. Those people then came to the Qiao family demanding money. Humph. What does he know? He only cares about others' well-being, using their achievements to please random outsiders. What a good person. He's just a selfish man focused on his own reputation. Xiao Shi scoffed, feeling extreme disgust for his father. Did those he helped truly need assistance? No, most just found him easy to manipulate, calling on him for free labor.
Who wouldn't want that?
Borrowing money was the same. Once they had it, they didn't intend to pay it back. Everyone loves free money, especially when much of it wasn't even earned by him, but was money saved by the hard work of his family. There was no one more generous than this so-called great benefactor. In the end, those people were all caught by the county magistrate and imprisoned for life. They dared to ask for 10,000 taels, and it served them right. He deserved to be punished with 10 strikes by the county magistrate, Xiao Shi scoffed. Originally, Qiao Jinzhen wouldn't have been punished if their grandfather hadn't been so furious, prompting the magistrate to act. After receiving the punishment, he had no one to care for him and nearly lost his life. No one in the Qiao family felt sorry for him. For them now, this was just a minor issue. They only needed to greet the magistrate, and they didn't even have to show up. But back when their mother was still alive, he had been schemed against once. That time it was 5 taels of silver, but the outcome wasn't as satisfying as it is now. Their grandmother was seriously ill, and they were forced to take out the last 3 taels of silver they had and borrow from friends and relatives just to cover that debt. Without money for medicine, their grandmother almost didn't make it. If they hadn't gained status and land now, that 10,000 taels of silver could have led to the family's ruin. I heard he started asking those who borrowed money from him to pay it back after he recovered, someone said. Our family has already made it clear that we have nothing to do with him, another replied. No one even visited him when he was close to death. Now he wants his money back? He must be dreaming. As Qiao Shi grew more agitated, Qiao Jiao and Grandma Qiao quickly comforted him. All right, it's the new year, let's not talk about him. He won't be related to us anymore. Yes, you only have your grandparents, not a father, so let's drop the subject. When mentioning Qiao Jinzhen, Grandma Qiao spoke calmly, without resentment or any other feelings. She was even more clear-headed about the son than Qiao Jiao and Qiao Shi. Long before the famine, she had given up on him. He had never done anything for the family. Yet during the famine, she still placed her last hope in him. After all, without a man, it would be tough for the few elderly and weak women and children to survive the journey. Sigh. If only she had realized this at the beginning of the famine, everything wouldn't have turned out this way. Her granddaughters wouldn't have lost their mother. Thinking of this, Grandma Qiao's eyes turned red. The next moment, she felt something heavy in her hand. Looking down, she saw a large peach placed there. It said you love peaches, so here, have one. This is much better than the ones from the ice cellar. In the orchard, peaches are selected each year, with some that are not fully ripe stored in the ice cellar, where they can last for about 2 months. However, now that they have eaten all the peaches from the ice cellar, the ones that were not fully ripe do not taste as good as the ripe ones. Grandma loves peaches, and I, Xiaoqi, am filial, so Grandma must have eaten. Old Lady Qiao wiped away her tears and decided not to dwell on those matters anymore. It's all in the past. The Qiao family's dinner was not like those of high-ranking nobles who eat in silence. They still kept the habits of ordinary people. At the dinner table, everyone talked about Qiao Jiao's fiancé. They were already engaged, but she was in training during the engagement, and by the time she learned about it, it was too late to hurry back. Eldest sister, second sister's fiancé, is a mighty general who has been fighting in battles for years and just returned to the capital this year. Mentioning him made Xiao Jiu blush, clearly showing she had feelings for him. The Qiao family members were also pleased with him. Xiao Qi only asked a couple of questions and did not pry too much. If she wanted to marry, she could. With Xiao Jiu's background, even if she didn't like him later, she could still seek a divorce. After all, she had a home. The princess's residence in the capital, the princess's residence in Taohua County, and the house in Lihua Village. She had many places to return to whenever she wanted. After dinner, Xiao Qi called Xiao Jiu to her courtyard. On the table inside the room lay a bamboo slip. She opened the slip and motioned for Xiao Jiu to place her hand on it. She was uncertain if Xiao Jiu still had the qualities of the female lead. Just as Xiao Jiu approached within 3 meters of the bamboo slip, it reacted. With a flash of bright white light, a line of text appeared on the slip. Xiao Jiu and Lu Qingwen, the Ice Mountain General's substitute pet. Seeing this line of text made Xiao Qi's face turn green, feeling as if she had eaten a fly. Lu Qingwen was none other than Xiao Jiu's fiancé, and a substitute pet, no less.
Come here.
With a gloomy expression, Xiao Qi handed the bamboo slip to Xiao Jiu. As soon as Xiao Jiu held it, the text changed again, this time providing more details. In short, the male lead saves the female lead, the female lead falls in love with him, and he also falls for her, asking the emperor for permission to marry. After marriage, they are inseparable until 2 years later when the female lead accidentally discovers that she is the substitute for the male lead's deceased beloved. In her moment of deep sadness, the male lead's beloved, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly came back to life, leading to a series of heart-wrenching events. As she read the melodramatic words appearing on the bamboo slip, Xiao Qi took a deep breath and forced a smile. Didn't 11 say, he saved you and fell in love at first sight? At that moment, Xiao Jiu also felt a wave of frustration as she read the words on the slip. Her memories drifted back to her time at the Duan family. Her older sister had told her that Yin Yanting was the male lead and she was the female lead of a tragic story. And once again, she found herself in the role of the tragic female lead. She pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes filled with anger. She had come to understand what it meant to be the tragic female lead. There were many stories like this in circulation, and she had read countless of them out of boredom. Regardless of whether the ending was happy or sad, the suffering endured by the female lead was the same. Why should she endure endless torment and bullying, only to receive the male lead's love as the sole reward? And for those with tragic endings, the reward was still just the male lead's love. Were their lives really only about living for the male lead's affection?
It was terrifying.
Truly terrifying. She couldn't believe that the male lead, who had always tormented the female lead, would suddenly change for the better. Once someone has hurt you, there will always be more chances for them to do so. They can't change. They might claim to care for the female lead, but when it comes to actions, there's no sign of softness. It's all a lie. She had begun to develop feelings for Lu Qingwen. After all, he had saved her and openly expressed his love for her. He even declared that she would be the only one in his life. But now, this bamboo slip told her that his love for her was merely because he saw her as a substitute. Bring them in. At her command, 2 men in black appeared outside. These were assassins recruited by Xiao Tao. Even after her 3-year agreement with Xiao Qi had ended, she chose to stay. Go find out more about Lu Qingwen. Xiao Jiu was no longer the girl who would cry at the slightest trouble. Love could not trap her. She knew that if she wanted to investigate, she would surely find some clues. She wouldn't let an unfinished story on a bamboo slip dictate her fate with Lu Qingwen. But she also wouldn't fully trust him now. You've grown up. Xiao Qi patted Xiao Jiu's shoulder, her tone filled with pride. At first, she knew nothing and was very helpless, but now she has the ability to stand on her own. Big sister, I haven't thought enough. Xiao Jiu shook her head, sounding a bit disappointed. The person she would spend her life with, she easily believed in his words of love. If she had taken the time to learn more about him beforehand, she might not have found herself in such a passive situation. If it weren't for this bamboo slip, she might have only realized the truth after everything was exposed. No, you're overthinking it. Xiao Qi rolled her eyes. I've told you before, if something goes wrong, blame others, don't always take it on yourself. Just like today, if the food was not enough, it wasn't because she had a poor appetite, but because the cook was not skilled. The matter concerning Lu Chengwen was easy to investigate. After the new year, his subordinates found out everything clearly. Lu Chengwen indeed had a beloved woman in the border area, and almost everyone in the border town knew about it. The two were very affectionate and were just waiting to return to the capital to get married. Unexpectedly, during an assassination attempt, the woman pushed him away to save him from a fatal blow, but accidentally fell off a cliff and died. Wow, no wonder he got into this whole substitute thing. He really is something. The woman died saving him, and he immediately turned to writing about substitutes. The assassins not only gathered the information but also brought back Lu Qingwen's beloved woman. Her name was Lu Wanwan. She did not die after falling off the cliff. Instead, she was carried by the river into a hidden mountain village, where the villagers rescued her. She was unconscious for a long time, and when the assassins found her, she had just woken up a few days prior. She was seriously injured and can't even walk now. Before she was rescued, the villagers were planning to make her a shared wife for a few men. If the assassins had arrived a few days later, Lu Wanwan might have fallen into an irreversible situation. In the original story, Lu Wanwan returned only 2 years after their marriage. This means she could have been tortured in that mountain village for more than 2 years. Surely, every day she was tormented there, she hoped Lu Chengwen would save her from her suffering. But reality dealt her a harsh blow. Not only did Lu Chengwen not come to rescue her, but he also started writing about substitutes with someone else. And after she finally managed to escape, she discovered that her former lover, the one she would have sacrificed everything for, had already married someone else. The village where Miss Lu was found is only a few miles from where she fell. If he had sent someone to search the area carefully, they might have found her. Xiao Zhou's eyes were cold, filled with hatred for Lu Chengwen and pity for Lu Wanwan. Before her fall, she was kind, helping the needy, gentle yet strong, and faced her enemies without fear. But after returning from her fall, her personality changed drastically. You all can go now. Go to the treasury and give each person 100 taels of silver. Those who worked for her not only received a monthly salary but also extra rewards after completing their tasks. It was like a white-collar worker earning a high salary, receiving a huge bonus for a business trip. No wonder Xiao Tao was reluctant to leave.
What do you plan to do about this?
I want to meet Miss Lu first. I'll go with you. She had nothing else to do right now. After the festival, she sent a message to Lin Wang and Yin Jiuzhou, asking them to investigate the Yuan family. The Yuan family was quite mysterious, but there must be some clues left behind. She didn't believe that the combined efforts of 2 countries couldn't uncover anything about them. If they couldn't find anything, then she would look into the southern kingdom as well. Most of the medicinal herbs in the Qiao family storeroom came from Qiao Qi's space, so their effectiveness was extraordinary. After taking medicine for 2 days, Lu Wanwan's condition improved a lot, but her mood remained anxious. She still didn't know who had saved her or why they did it. And what about Brother Qingwen? She wondered how he was doing. Miss Lu, it's time for your medicine. The maid entered with the medicine, helped her sit up, and fed her little by little. She had been unconscious for over 3 months and had just woken up a few days ago. Her legs couldn't move, and even her arms felt weak. Miss Lu, would you like to lie down on the couch for a while? It snowed heavily yesterday, and now the snowflakes are falling again. You can see the plum blossoms in the courtyard from the couch. Thank you, please help me over there. Lu Wanwan slowly raised her hand, but the maid put down the medicine bowl and picked her up effortlessly. It's no trouble. Miss Lu, you are too thin. You need to take good care of yourself for a while. Lu Wanwan's face turned red with embarrassment as she lowered her head, feeling shy. Next to the couch was a window with large, clear glass panes, offering a perfect view of the outside scenery. Although it was in the courtyard, it wasn't small, There were over 10 plum trees blooming beautifully, creating a scene like a fairyland against the snowy backdrop. Under the swirling snow, the courtyard door was pushed open, and a few people walked in one after another. Lu Wanwan's heart tightened, and she quickly looked toward the door. After a while, the house door was also pushed open, bringing in a gust of cold air and a few snowflakes. However, she did not feel cold. The warmth inside was too strong. "Miss Lu, how are you feeling?" Xiao Jiu handed a cloak to a nearby maid and, after feeling warm again, sat down on a chair beside the royal couch. Lu Wanwan's gaze was fixed on Xiao Jiu's face, lost in thought. "It seems like just looking at the two of them, one might think they were sisters." If she didn't know for sure that her mother only had her, she might wonder if she and the woman in front of her were actually sisters.
You do look alike.
"I'm Xiao Jiu, and this is my older sister, Xiao Qi. Nice to meet you both. Thank you for saving my life." Xiao Jiu and Lu Wanwan quickly started chatting. Xiao Qi sat quietly beside them, sipping tea and enjoying snacks. The two were of similar age and appearance, and their conversation flowed easily. Before long, Xiao Jiu unknowingly brought the topic to Lu Qingwen. To win Wanwan's affection, that young Master Lu must be quite remarkable. Lu Wanwan's face turned red, but she did not deny it. Then Xiao Jiu continued, "Oh, when my people saved you, they found out you were only 5 miles from the cliff. I wonder if young Master Lu got lost." Upon hearing this, Lu Wanwan's initially shy expression became awkward. Although the mountain village was remote, it was unlikely that someone could search for over 3 months without finding her. She bit her lip and quickly thought of an excuse. He might have been in danger while being chased. Thinking of this made her anxious again. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Xiao Jiu become shy as well. "Speaking of fate, my fiancé also has the surname Lu, and in 6 months, we will be getting married." Lu Wanwan forced a smile and offered her congratulations before speaking again. "Miss Qiao, I heard this is the capital. Could you please help me find out if General Lu Qingwen is in danger? Has he returned to the capital?" As soon as she said this, the smile on Xiao Jiu's face froze, and her eyes widened in shock.
Your
crush isn't also Lu Qingwen, is he?" Lu Wanwan quickly realized, her expression turning to one of complete astonishment. "Wait, your fiancé is Lu Qingwen?" Both nodded in unison, their faces turning pale. Xiao Jiu held back her tears and choked out, "Wanwan, I really didn't know he was your beloved. He saved me by chance and said he fell in love with me at first sight. He went to ask the emperor for a marriage, saying he would only marry me. If I had known he had someone he cared for, I wouldn't have. Maybe she thinks you look like Miss Lu and believes Miss Lu is dead, so she wants you as a substitute," Xiao Qi added dramatically from the side. Lu Wanwan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She wasn't dead, yet Lu Qingwen was already looking for a replacement? He hadn't even seriously looked for her. She had fallen from the cliff only 5 miles away. If he had really searched, how could he not find her? Yet, less than a month after her fall, he had decided she was dead and was in a hurry to find a substitute. How could he be so heartless to someone as gentle and kind as Xiao Jiu? Memories of moments she had overlooked flooded back. Were those details enough to prove that Lu Qingwen didn't love her as much as she thought? Tears silently rolled down her cheeks as Xiao Jiu took out a handkerchief to wipe them away. Lu Wanwan reached out and held Xiao Jiu's hand, giving a self-deprecating smile. What was there left to understand? Xiao Jiu probably already knew Lu Qingwen had someone else, which was why she sent someone to investigate her. Unexpectedly, that led to her rescue from that dreadful place. And today's conversation was just to dissuade her from her foolish hopes. "Miss Qiao, I understand. You saved Wanwan, and she is grateful. How could she do anything to hurt you? If it weren't for you, I might have." Lu Wanwan let out a bitter laugh. If she hadn't been saved by Xiao Jiu's people, she feared she would have become someone else's wife. If that had happened, she might have truly gone mad. Since Lu Qingwen chose Xiao Jiu, it showed he no longer felt strongly for her. If she continued to cling to her feelings, she would only end up hurting all three of them. Wanwan vows today that she will never appear between you and General Liu. If I break this vow, may heaven punish me. Before Lu Wanwan could finish, Xiao Jiu covered her mouth. She sighed deeply. Wanwan, that's not what I meant. Meeting you today made me realize that Lu Chengwen is truly not a good match. You risked your life to save him, but he wants to marry me to remember you. He not only humiliated you, but also humiliated me. Lu Chengwen's idea of using a substitute shows he is a despicable person. He gave the substitute hope, but then hurt her in many ways when the original partner returned. After the substitute was left in despair, he chose her again and abandoned the original partner. Why should only the two women he involved suffer? And yet, he can still have a happy ending no matter what? Lu Wanwan opened her mouth but found herself in tears, unable to say a word. She had been with Lu Chengwen for 5 whole years. 5 years, not just 5 days. How could he do this? Wanwan, will you cooperate with me? Half a month after the new year, Xiao Jiu still had no intention of leaving the capital. In previous years, she would have returned to Lihua village within 5 days after the new year. But this year, it seemed she wanted to stay in the capital. The ladies in the capital were speculating that she was staying for General Liu. While everyone was guessing, a rumor suddenly spread. It was said that General Liu had a beloved who had passed away unexpectedly, and he sought to marry Princess Xiangyun because she resembled his lost love. The rumor grew stronger, and Lu Qingyan was even summoned by the emperor for a reprimand. That same day, he personally visited the princess's residence. In the living room, he said, "Joer, I have punished those who spread the rumors. I assure you, I have no beloved." Lu Qingwen's voice was earnest, afraid that Xiao Jiu would believe the rumors. His deep eyes showed hurt. "Joer, I know you are not someone who believes in rumors. You trust me, right? Joer, if you cannot believe my sincerity, please give me some time to prove it to you." Xiao Jiu held back her disgust while responding to his affection, finally relieved when he left. Not long after he left, she saw Lu Wanwan coming out of the side hall, supported by a maid. Her already pale face looked even more so, and she seemed on the verge of collapse, unable to bear such a blow. Hearing it from others was one thing, but hearing it firsthand was another. She never expected Lu Chengwen to be this kind of person. He outright denied their 5 years together. So, what did that make her? Lu Wanwan bit her lip, tears falling uncontrollably. Xiao Jiu quickly stepped forward with a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "Wanwan, it's not worth crying over someone like that. It's better to realize it sooner." 3 days later, Lu Wanwan suddenly appeared at the door of the Lu residence. In less than half a day, the news spread throughout the capital. Lu Qingwen's beloved, who was thought to be gone, had returned alive. Seeing the living Lu Wanwan in front of him, Lu Chengwen couldn't contain his excitement and rushed forward to hug her tightly. "Wanwan, you're alive. That's wonderful, you're alive." Lu Wanwan didn't respond much, and even seemed distant. Lu Chengwen quickly noticed her coldness and let go of her. When he saw the tears on her face, he panicked. "Wanwan, what's wrong? Why are you crying?"
Don't scare me.
"Brother Lu, I know everything. You've already made a promise and are about to marry that princess, right?" Lu Wanwan looked heartbroken, as if she might shatter at any moment. Lu Qingwen's face turned pale, and he pulled her into his arms again, feeling distressed. "Wanwan, let me explain. I didn't want this either, but I can't refuse the emperor's orders. Don't worry, I will find a way. Wait for me. I promised I would marry you, and I have no feelings for Xiao Jiu. You have to believe me." As she listened to Lu Qingwen's desperate explanations, Lu Wanwan's heart grew colder. How could she love someone so despicable? "So, do you want me to be your secret lover?" "That's not it." Lu Chengwen denied vehemently. "Oh, then what do you want? Didn't you promise the princess you wouldn't take a concubine?"
Wanwan.
Lu Chengwen tightly grasped Lu Wanwan's shoulders, looking at her in disbelief. "Wanwan, didn't I say I would marry you? Just give me some time. Why don't you believe me? When did you become so unreasonable?" Lu Wanwan took a deep breath and released her frustration, stopping herself from slapping him. Fine, I'll wait for you, brother Lu. Lu Wanwan forced a smile and was about to leave when Lu Qingwen grabbed her again. Wanwan, you have no one here. Where do you think you're going? Just stay in the house for now. Lu Qingwen's eyes were filled with unexplainable emotions, leaving her with no choice. Okay. Lu Wanwan didn't refuse and agreed. She knew that even if she said no, Lu Qingwen wouldn't let her go. Just as one issue calms down, another arises. The rumors had just settled when news of a revived lover came out. Lu Qingwen didn't know who was targeting him. After calming Lu Wanwan, he quickly prepared to go to the princess's residence. At the princess's residence, Xiao Jiao calmly picked up her teacup and sipped her matcha while listening to Lu Qingwen's anxious explanations. Jiao, I don't know who is against me. Don't worry, I will have this thoroughly investigated and will give you an explanation. Is that so? Xiao Jiao raised an eyebrow and placed her teacup on the table. So, you don't have a beloved, and it's all just rumors? Lu Qingwen felt uneasy about Xiao Jiao's attitude but nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao stood up and clapped her hands, applauding his heartfelt performance. Great! Since it's just a rumor, then during that assassination attempt, no one fell off the cliff trying to save you, right? In an instant, shock filled Lu Qingwen's face, and a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. He finally understood why Xiao Jiao's attitude seemed off. She had already known the truth.
You
know everything. Lu Qingwen bit his lip, his eyes filled with an inexplicable sadness, as if he were the one who had been hurt. Xiao Jiao scoffed. The man's ability to change his expression was astonishing, and he was quite the performer. One might think he was an actor. If I didn't know, would you have planned to keep it from me until we were married, and then tell me your beloved had returned? I don't know how to explain, but trust me, everything was unavoidable. I had my reasons. His reasons were that he wanted the support of her powerful background while not wanting to give up on his beloved. So, when he saw how much she resembled his beloved and recognized her powerful connections, he developed other thoughts. It seemed he had gained both, but in reality, he had lost both. The only person he truly loved was himself. Xiao Jiao stopped wasting words with him and calmly clapped her hands. From behind the screen, Lu Wanwan stepped out, her eyes no longer filled with affection. Lu Qingwen, how much of what you said is true? On one hand, he claimed it was unavoidable because of the emperor's arranged marriage. On the other, he said he loved Xiao Jiao, also claiming it was unavoidable. Who exactly forced him into this situation? Wanwan, what are you doing here?
You.
At this point, Lu Qingwen finally understood. The so-called rumors were spread by them. Xiao Jiao, are you plotting against me? Lu Qingwen growled through gritted teeth. He never expected to be outsmarted by a woman. You think too highly of yourself. If it weren't for feeling sorry for Lu Wanwan and wanting to help her, she wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. What nonsense about the cruel female lead and the wicked supporting character. Why should they be labeled like that? What did she do wrong? What did Lu Wanwan do wrong? Did a worthless man deserve to cause such conflict? Xiao Jiao, how can you be so heartless? I saved your life. Is this how you treat your savior? Lu Qingwen shouted in anger, but he felt an overwhelming fear inside. He knew Xiao Jiao was different from other women. She had the emperor's favor and her own territory and title. Most importantly, her older sister supported her. Even just one person could be stronger than an army. At this point, the situation was beyond his control. So, he tried to use the so-called debt of gratitude to put himself in a better position. Unfortunately, things did not go as he hoped this time. Xiao Jiao rolled her eyes. Debt of gratitude?
Ha!
Do you think my bodyguards are just for show? Whenever she went out, Xiao Tao was always there to protect her. Even if he didn't act, she would be safe. She was truly blind to think such a man had any responsibility. Lu Qingwen, I won't say much more. I will tell the emperor to annul our engagement, and of course, the fault lies with you. Lu Qingwen's eyes turned red, and he shouted in frustration. Xiao Jiao, Who else do you think would marry you besides me? Do you think I don't know what happened when you were taken away by that Chingai for a night? Don't you feel any shame? Shame?
Ha!
I don't mind letting you experience some today. She wasn't the one in the wrong, so why should she feel ashamed? It was as if her only path in life was to get married. Moreover, who dared to speak ill of her to her face now? Xiao Jiao clenched her teeth. Xiao Tao stepped closer to her, and with just a glance, she understood. Without hesitation, she had Lu Chunwen beaten up, leaving him in nothing but his shorts, which were hung on a nearby tree. Anyone standing under the tree could easily see his embarrassment. She had no worries about the annulment. Her only concern now was Lu Wanwan. After Lu Chunwen was thrown out, Qiao Qi curiously asked Lu Wanwan to place her hand on the bamboo slip. As a result, a white light burst from the slip, but nothing appeared on it, and instead, Lu Wanwan fainted. She remained unconscious for 3 days, during which Qiao Qi fed her a pill, but she still hadn't woken up.
Princess!
Miss Lu is awake. A maid rushed in to report, and Xiao Jiao immediately ran over. Upon entering the room, she found her elder sister there as well. Sister, what happened to her? After waking up, Lu Wanwan sat on the edge of the bed, motionless, with a dazed expression. Perhaps she has awakened memories from the original storyline, and her mental state is a bit unstable. While they were talking, Lu Wanwan stiffly turned her head to look at Xiao Jiao. Her gaze shifted from fierce to gentle. After a long moment, she weakly said, Miss Qiao, my head hurts so much. There are so many painful memories.
Ah!
As she spoke, she pressed her hands against her head. Xiao Qi used her energy to help Lu Wanwan and partially sealed some of her memories with magic. She would remember those memories, but they wouldn't harm her, like reading a book. After a moment, Lu Wanwan's expression gradually calmed down, and when she looked at Xiao Jiao again, she even smiled with relief. Miss Qiao, let me tell you a story. In the original storyline, she fell off a cliff while trying to save Lu Qingwen and was rescued by a family in a small village. She was unconscious for several months, and Lu Chunwen didn't even send anyone to search for her. The village was mostly men, with very few women, as baby girls were often drowned. They disliked girls so much that they couldn't even find wives. When they saw she was awake, despite her serious injuries, they eagerly wanted her to become their shared wife. That hellish experience drove her to the brink of madness. If it weren't for Lu Qingwen's love keeping her alive, she would have already perished. Her stomach swelled and was repeatedly deflated. After being tormented by those people, she was in terrible shape. Eventually, she managed to escape and, after much hardship, reached the capital, only to learn that Lu Chunwen had already taken a wife. In that moment, her faith shattered. She hated everyone, those who had hurt her, Lu Chunwen, his new wife, and so she entered the Lu residence, determined to torment everyone in any way she could. She wanted to make everyone unhappy. Miss Qiao, thank you for saving me this time. Lu Wanwan smiled gently, showing no signs of malice. If she could choose again, she would not love Lu Chunwen, but she hoped to avoid such suffering. Xiao Ju not only saved her this time, but also saved her future. Born in the light, how could she accept dying in darkness? Xiao Ju shook her head. It wasn't me who saved you, it was you. Looking back, Lu Wanwan held no grudges. In this life, she just wanted to live happily. Life without Lu Chunwen seemed quite nice. Xiao Jiao and Lu Chunwen successfully ended their engagement. The emperor directly ordered Lu Chunwen to reflect on his actions for a month. This clearly indicated to everyone that the fault in the broken engagement lay with Lu Chunwen. He could have stayed in the capital for work, but because of this incident, he was punished and sent to the border. What he loved was not Xiao Jiao but the power of the national advisor behind her. With the advisor's backing, it would have been easy for him to establish himself in the capital. But now, all his plans had fallen apart. He clearly loved no one. As for Lu Chunwen being sent to the border, Xiao Jiao did not care, as long as he stayed away from her. Moreover, Lu Chunwen had some real skills and had won many battles. She could not push him to his doom for her own selfish reasons. After everything settled, Xiao Jiu sent Lu Wanwan to a peaceful little town, providing her with some resources. Lu Wanwan, who had no parents, was saved by Lu Qinwen in her youth and had willingly stayed by his side, treating him like a deity. But he was not a god who showed mercy to all. The princess's residence returned to calm, but Xiao Jiu's broken engagement left her grandparents feeling worried. In their deep-rooted beliefs, women were meant to marry and have children. However, they did not express these feelings. After all, with 3 granddaughters, the eldest showed no intention of marrying, so they dared not rush her or the second. It was fine as it was. They used to think that women who did not rely on men had a hard life.
Now,
All 3 granddaughters could support themselves, so there was no rush to marry. As for Xiao Jiu, who had her engagement cancelled, she felt no sadness. She had a slight interest in Lu Qinwen, but it was just a crush. Later, the emperor had asked for her opinion on whether to accept Lu Qinwen's proposal. She wasn't against the arranged marriage at that time. After all, she had to marry eventually, and she was getting older. It didn't matter who she married, and at least she had some feelings for him. Now that the engagement is cancelled, she can't quite describe how she feels. Maybe it's a sense of relief, or perhaps it's an inexplicable annoyance. After feeling annoyed, she still has to find another suitable partner to marry, as if it were a task she must complete. You're not upset about the cancelled engagement. You seem quite happy? Today, the sun is shining brightly, and the lounge chair has been moved to the courtyard. Xiao Qi is relaxing in the chair, while Xiao Jiu has someone bring over a fur coat for her to choose from. Yes, I don't have to worry about preparing a dowry anymore, and I don't even need to personally embroider my wedding dress. She used to think that a woman getting married and using golden thread to stitch her wedding dress was a glorious and happy thing. Now she wonders why she can't let someone else do it. It's just a marriage, after all.
let's not talk about that.
Tell me about the assassination attempt you experienced last time. If it weren't for Lu Qinwen, she wouldn't have known about Xiao Jiu's assassination attempt. It's not a big deal, so I didn't mention it to you. Xiao Jiu had someone bring over a chair with a warm cushion for Xiao Qi to sit on. The strange thing is, after this incident, I had people investigate, but I couldn't find out who wanted to harm me. If that assassination attempt had happened to an ordinary person, they might have been in real trouble. But she had Xiao Tao by her side, and then Lu Qinwen appeared, who, despite his average skills, coincidentally managed to deal with those attackers. I suspected him at the time, but after a thorough investigation, I ruled him out. It was quite a coincidence that he showed up to save her. However, she was too focused on investigating the assassination to know anything about Lu Qinwen and Lu Wanwan. Still no leads? Has the emperor looked into it? Xiao Qi's eyes lit up. Could this be related to the Wuyin foreign clan? After hearing about my assassination, the emperor immediately ordered a thorough investigation, but they haven't found any clues. As she said this, Xiao Jiu frowned. I also sent people to investigate, but it's very strange. Those attackers seem to appear out of nowhere, and there's no trace of them or any identification. The bodies looked like ordinary citizens of the Moon Kingdom, and they didn't even have any inner strength. These people had not practiced inner strength, meaning they were not martial artists. Yet, a group of non-martial artists had very high martial skills, and even skilled fighters were not their match. It was very contradictory. Xiao Jiu said, frowning more tightly. But Xiao Qi's eyes were getting brighter. She was struggling to find clues about the Yuan family, and now they seemed to have come to her. Although she wasn't completely sure, she had a strong feeling that this matter was related to the Yuan family. Plus, Xiao Jiu was the chosen one they were looking for. Thinking of this, Xiao Qi suddenly realized. The Yuan family was indeed looking for the chosen one, but they did not want to kill them. So, were the people trying to assassinate her really from the Yuan family? What was their purpose? Seeing that Xiao Qi was lost in thought, Xiao Jiu quickly waved his hand in front of her. Big sister, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop talking? Nothing, but think carefully. Before you were attacked, did anything strange happen? Strange things? Xiao Jiu frowned, thought for a long time, and then shook his head. No, everything seemed normal. However, half a month before the assassination, I came to the capital. Before that, I was in Lihua Village or Taohua County. Does that count as something strange?